Chapter 1, The Chosen Paralyzed Man? The state delivers wives to your door? Damn it, move. Move for me. Jiang Fan lay on a single bed in the welfare home, struggling with all his might, but could only manage to move his eyeballs with difficulty. He wanted to curse, but only a dry, hoarse sound came out of his throat. Jiang Fan felt like he was a piece of rotten meat. A piece of rotting flesh that can breathe. Aside from consuming the lifespan of the bedsheets, it is of no value to this world. Jiang Fan, you're 18 now, you're an adult. The voice of Li Guofu, the director of the welfare home, came from above, his condescending disdain as if he were looking at a lump of chewing gum stuck to the ground. The state has supported you for 18 years, and our facility has the best conditions in the country. Now that you're an adult, according to the rules, you should give back to the welfare home. He forced a smile onto his fat face, the fake curve of his lips even harder to suppress than an AK. Of course, given your situation, you can't make any contribution. Jiang Fan sneered inwardly. Oh, thank goodness, you still know I'm paralyzed. I thought I could perform a Thomas Flare for you right here. So, we've found you a good place to go. Li Guofu waved his hand and pointed to the man beside him who was smiling like Maitreya Buddha, but whose eyes were as shrewd as if he were calculating accounts. This is Hu Detsai, the vice president of Home of Love. You will be going to work for him from now on. Hu Detsai immediately bowed and leaned forward, rubbing his hands together. His eyes weren't looking at a person, they were clearly looking at a brand new banknote that had just been spat out of the printing press. Oh, Dean Li, don't worry. Once Xiao Jiang arrives at our Home of Love, we guarantee we'll take excellent care of her. Our conditions may be a bit poor, but our love for others is definitely not lacking. Jiang Fan remained completely unmoved. Love? I don't believe you for a second. Having inherited the memories of the previous owner, he knew them inside and out. What is a home of love? That's at the very bottom of the national hierarchy of orphanages. One caregiver is in charge of dozens of children, and whether they can get enough to eat depends entirely on fate. If he, a paralyzed man who can't even speak, is sent there, he probably won't survive the winter. When bedsores develop all over his body, he'll die quietly in bed, and no one will even give him a second glance. Damn it! Before he transmigrated, he was a hormone-driven man with 8-pack abs in the gym, and his suitors could stretch from the east side of the city to the west side. After transmigrating, he became a paralyzed orphan in this parallel world where there are more women than men, someone who has never even seen the sun more than a few times. What kind of ultimate experience card is this? God, you see, I was too popular with women in my past life, so you've given me a forced celibacy version in this life, right? I'd rather just die. Alright, stop dawdling. Li Guofu waved his hand impatiently. The car's at the door, Lao Hu, hurry up and get the people out of here, I still need to disinfect this place. Hu Detsai grinned so hard his face was full of wrinkles, and immediately gave a wink to the 2 burly female caregivers he had brought. Get to work, lift Xiao Jiang into the car, quick, don't hurt our little darling. Jiang Fan. Little baby? Go to hell with you. As the 2 burly, bear-like women approached him, Jiang Fan closed his eyes in despair. Okay. GG. Restart, next game. I hope to be reborn as a stone in my next life, at least hard enough. Just as those 2 large, fan-like hands were about to touch his body. Sizzle. The antique television in the room suddenly lit up without warning. After a piercing electrical hum, the opening animation of an emergency news report popped up. Everyone's movements froze in unison. On the television screen, a woman wearing a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses appeared on camera. She was expressionless, and her eyes were calm without a trace of emotion. Behind her was a complex diagram that made one's scalp crawl. According to the latest research from the Chinese Academy of Life Sciences, the female scientist's voice, coming through a cheap speaker, carried a cold authority. For hundreds of years, the sun's activity has been abnormal, producing a special kind of radiation called Hermes. This radiation can precisely target the Y chromosome in men, causing it to mutate irreversibly. This is the culprit behind the fact that males make up less than 1% of newborns on Earth. Jiang Fan's eyelids twitched suddenly. The study also confirmed that if a man's body is exposed to sunlight for a long time, his ability to reproduce will be completely lost. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the female caregivers in the room became incredibly complex, a mixture of shock and realization. Li Guofu and Hu Detsai also subconsciously touched their groin areas, their expressions strange. Although their fertility itself is not the problem, the perception that they cannot continue the family line has a different kind of impact on them. Jiang Fan remained completely unmoved. What's it to me? I don't need it anyway. The female scientist on television continued to drop a nuclear bomb with her emotionless voice. Therefore, the Supreme Committee of the Dragon Kingdom's Birth Protection Organization has decided to immediately launch the Dragon Search Plan. We will be searching nationwide for men aged 18 to 22 who have had very little or no exposure to sunlight since birth. These men, whose bodies were not contaminated by Hermes radiation, will be referred to as native samples. All selected native samples will enjoy the highest level of welfare benefits in the country. Move into the top-tier training center. Body conditioning will be performed by the most professional team. At the same time, the female scientist suddenly raised her voice. The nation will match him with a female partner with the best genes, so that together they can contribute to the future reproduction of the Dragon Kingdom. To contribute one's strength? Jiang Fan's brain went blank. Etc. Wait a moment. Have you rarely or never been exposed to sunlight? 18 years old? He was bedridden and unable to move, the curtains were always drawn, and he rarely went out. He had never even seen the moon, let alone the sun. Wow! That's exactly me. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. At this moment, everyone's brain underwent an extreme overclocking. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Whoosh! All eyes, burning with intense heat, were instantly fixed on the breathing, rotting flesh on the bed. Li Guofu's eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. Hu Detsai's jaw snapped open with a crack, almost dislocating. The two female caregivers who were about to lift the person looked on with utter disbelief. He's been paralyzed for years, and it seems, he's really never been in the sun. Someone's voice trembled. He's been paralyzed for years, and it seems, he's really never been in the sun. The government is going to provide a wife for a paralyzed man like him? And the best one at that? My God! How did such immense wealth fall into his lap? A bolt of lightning shattered Li Guofu's chaotic mind. Original sample. Top-tier benefits. Match with a partner. This is no trash. This is a walking national treasure. It's the future of China. It's capable of laying golden eggs. No, it's a precious gem that can make others lay golden eggs. Send him away? What a load of rubbish. Cough. Li Guofu suddenly snapped back to reality, lunged forward like a wild beast guarding its prey, spread his arms wide, tightly protecting Jiang Fan's bed, and glared angrily at Hu Detsai. Old Hu. I think we should just let this matter drop. The disdain on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a sense of justice as if he were defending the truth. Jiang Fan is a child from our orphanage. We raise him ourselves. How could we send him to such a wretched place to suffer? I can't bear it. Hu Detsai wasn't stupid, his mind worked faster than a turbine. Just now, Jiang Fan looked like he was looking at banknotes, but now, looking at Jiang Fan is like looking at a money printing machine. You bastard, surnamed Li. What nonsense are you spouting? Hu Detsai became anxious, and his neck turned a deep liver color. It's signed in black and white. You want to back out? No way. I'm telling you, I must take this person with me today. This is for Xiao Zhan's future. For his future, he should stay here. Our orphanage can give him the best. The best? The best is to kick him out like trash? Li Guofu, have you no shame? Hu Detsai, you think you're so great? All you're after is that rare male government subsidy. You greedy bastard. You're so high and mighty. You think you're so great. Everyone saw the look on your face just now. Jiang Fan lay on the bed, his face full of astonishment. What are you doing? What are you doing? The two who were conspiring to send him into a fire pit 1 second ago are now engaged in a full-blown fight the next. This plot twist is even more exciting than a melodramatic primetime soap opera. I'm telling you. No one is taking Jiang Fan away from me today. Li Guofu was completely enraged and grabbed Hu Detsai by the collar. I'm taking him away today. Hu Detsai retorted, grabbing Li Guofu's hair in response. Two middle-aged men, whose combined age is nearly 100, were wrestling in the hospital room like two teddy bears in heat. There were no fists or kicks, just the most primitive tearing, pushing, and spitting at each other. You old bastard. You bastard. The staff and caregivers nearby were all dumbfounded, unsure of who to pull. Jiang Fan was completely numb. He felt like his brain was about to burn out. So, what's the situation now? I went from being a pending garbage to a rare ace with a single click? Well, what happened to the promise of the government providing wives? Is this true? Chapter 2: A $1 Million Bounty, Borrowing Seeds? Hey, you two deans, let's talk this out. Tianqi, Li Guofu's deputy, a bespectacled, refined middle-aged man, finally couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped forward to try and break up the fight, but the two were already tangled up like a pretzel and couldn't be separated at all. Dean Li. Dean who? What are you doing? Zhang Fan is still watching. Tianqi shouted until he was hoarse, finally managing to draw the attention of the two beasts, whose eyes were bloodshot from fighting. Li Guofu and Hu Dicai glared at each other, their faces bruised and swollen, separated like two defeated roosters, panting heavily. Humph. This isn't over yet. Hu Dicai pointed at Li Guofu's nose, his chest heaving violently. It's not over yet. Li Guofu wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, showing no sign of backing down. Tianqi quickly tried to smooth things over, adjusting his glasses and turning his gaze to Zhang Fan on the bed, a smile that seemed fair but was actually biased. Deans, in my opinion, we should listen to Zhang Fan's own opinion. After all, he's an adult and has the right to choose. Zhang Fan sneered inwardly. Now you know I'm an adult? When you were selling me off like merchandise by weight, did you forget that I have human rights? Him? Hu Dicai sneered, pointing at Zhang Fan. He's mute now and can't move, how can he speak? Make him talk. Tianqi was momentarily speechless, but quickly turned to Li Guofu. Dean Li, although Zhang Fan can't speak, he can understand. Didn't you say that our orphanage treats Zhang Fan the best? Then let him choose for himself. Upon hearing this, Li Guofu's eyes lit up. He walked quickly to Zhang Fan's bedside, forcing a kind smile onto his plump face. That smile was uglier than a cry. Zhang Fan, good boy, you've been with Dean Li for 18 years. You know in your heart how I've treated you. He paused, his tone turning serious. You know that the country has good policies for scarce men now. Stay here, and the orphanage will take the best care of you. If you want to stay, just blink, okay? Zhang Fan felt nauseous looking at Li Guofu's pig-faced, pretentious act. The best care? Didn't you just complain that I was a piece of rotten meat and wish you could pack me up and send me away right away? Why pretend to be a big shot now? He couldn't be bothered to play along with those two clowns. I'm just a piece of meat on the chopping block now. Whoever wins, gets it. Blink? No way. So, under the anxious gazes of Li Guofu and Hu Dicai, Zhang Fan slowly closed his eyes. The whole world became quiet in an instant. Li Guofu's smile froze on his face, while Hu Dicai let out a triumphant sneer. Look at him. He doesn't want to be with you, you old hag. Hu Dicai shouted smugly. Bullshit. What is he doing? Li Guofu was sweating profusely, but he couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation for a long time. Just as the fighting was about to reignite, a sudden, urgent cell phone ringtone sounded. Li Guofu was taken aback and quickly took out his phone from his pocket. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression immediately changed. He subconsciously straightened his tattered clothes, turned around, walked to the corner, covered his mouth with his hand, and answered the phone in a low voice. Hello? Yes, it's me. Okay, understood. Do as I say immediately. Yes, mission accomplished. Zhang Fan's ears could only catch these fragmented words. Li Guofu hung up the phone, his chest heaving, his face alternating between pale and flushed. He strode over to Hu Dicai, grabbed his arm, and whispered a few words in a voice only the two of them could hear. Hu Dicai's expression also changed unpredictably. Shock. I don't understand. In the end, it turned into resentment. He abruptly shook off Li Guofu's hand, gritted his teeth, and growled something. Zhang Fan didn't hear it clearly, but judging from his lip movements, it was definitely a national treasure. Walk. Hu Dicai glared fiercely at Zhang Fan. His eyes were full of resentment and bitterness, as if his precious treasure had been snatched away. With a wave of his hand, he led the two burly female caregivers out of the ward without looking back. The door slammed shut. In the room, only Li Guofu, his deputy Tianqi, and Zhang Fan, who was lying on the bed, remained. Li Guofu turned around, his face once again plastered with a smile, but this time it was pure, undisguised flattery. He rubbed his hands together and bowed as he approached Zhang Fan's bedside. Oh dear, Zhang Fan, my little darling. It was all Dean Li's fault just now. Dean Li had such a sharp tongue. Please, don't take it to heart. He was hunched over, and his tone was so sickeningly sweet it could kill you. Don't worry, from now on the orphanage will be your home. No, you'll be the ancestor of the orphanage. Anyone who dares to neglect you in the slightest, I'll skin them alive. Jiang Fan. That face-changing speed would make even a Sichuan opera master offer him a cigarette. Xiao Tian. Li Guofu turned around abruptly and roared at Tianqi, immediately. Right now. Arrange the best room in the orphanage for Jiang Fan. 10 caregivers, working in shifts. 24 hours a day, never leaving their side. Make sure you eat, drink, relieve yourself, and sleep comfortably. We must treat them like giant pandas, no, even more meticulously than giant pandas. If anyone causes Jiang Fan to lose a single hair, I'll make them regret it. Tianqi nodded hurriedly, yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, Dean Li. I'll take care of it right away. He glanced at Jiang Fan with awe, then ran out like a gust of wind. Jiang Fan was gently lifted by several hands and moved to a soft, large bed. The new room was spacious and bright, with the curtains drawn tightly shut, but the air was filled with a fresh fragrance, replacing the previous mixed smell of disinfectant and mold. He could only be manipulated by others. Apart from being able to move his brain, he's not much different from someone in a vegetative state. He lay flat, physically flat. As evening fell, a thin 4-tube hung down from the ceiling and connected to the indwelling needle in his arm. The high-grade nutrient solution was flowing into his body drop by drop. 2 caregivers were wiping his body with warm towels, their movements as gentle as if they were handling a priceless treasure. Jiang Fan stared at the ceiling, his mind a jumble of thoughts. Can Li Guofu, that old fox, really keep serving him like this? Impossible. The government will come knocking on our door sooner or later. There was definitely something fishy about that phone call this morning. Hu Detsai's angry departure was by no means accidental. There's something fishy about this. What power could possibly transform these 2 profit-driven deans into such noble and virtuous individuals in an instant? Just as he was lost in thought, the door was quietly pushed open. A very faint fragrance wafted into my nostrils, cool and elegant, like a solitary orchid atop a snow-capped mountain in winter. Jiang Fan sniffed it. This smell was definitely not ordinary. A woman walked in. She wore an elegant black mask that covered most of her face, but her exposed eyes were as cold and clear as the moon, carrying an undeniable arrogance. She was tall and slender, and her well-tailored white business suit accentuated her stunning curves. Her long hair was neatly tied up, revealing a graceful and slender swan neck. Jiang Fan had seen countless women in his previous life, but based solely on her temperament, figure, and charm, he gave her a score of over 90 points in his mind. S-grade, top quality. The woman walked gracefully to the bedside, her gaze carefully scrutinizing Jiang Fan. It was a calm, objective, and emotionless assessment. Jiang Fan felt a little uneasy under their gaze. He wanted to speak, to complain, to show off the charm of his past life as a hormone engine, but he couldn't utter a single syllable. Jiang Fan cursed inwardly. Damn it! Being born paralyzed is one thing, but having a mouth on your face, how can it be rendered useless? What a complete waste! If this were in her previous life, this woman would have been completely captivated by him, instead of being treated like an exhibit. The woman seemed to understand his anxious expression. Your name is Jiang Fan, right? Her voice was clear and crisp, but devoid of any warmth. Jiang Fan blinked, indicating his agreement. You've heard the news, she continued. I've investigated the entire Qinghai city. You're the right age, have a clean background, and are highly intelligent. She paused, a hint of amusement in her voice. Most importantly, the one who's the most handsome. Jiang Fan felt instantly soothed and comfortable. Well, even though he's a good-for-nothing now, he's still good-looking. Being handsome is an eternal source of motivation. In the end, God didn't completely block the way. However, what the woman said next made him want to die on the spot. She suppressed a smile and slowly uttered 4 words. A mute, a cripple. Humph. Jiang Fan snorted angrily through his nose and closed his eyes. That woman has a really sharp tongue. He is fortunate not to enjoy her beauty, but what can he do with this body now? Seeing his nonchalant attitude, the woman chuckled softly. The laughter was crisp, yet carried a hint of mockery. Then, she dropped a real bomb. I want you to give me a boy. Jiang Fan suddenly opened his eyes, feeling dizzy and disoriented. If you succeed, I'll give you 10 million. Furthermore, I will hire the best doctors in the world to treat you and help you stand up again. The woman's words struck Jiang Fan's heart like a hammer blow. Of course, if you give birth to a girl, or if you don't give birth at all, you won't get anything. She leaned down, getting closer, her cool, clear eyes seeming to see right through everything. The only good thing is that you, this mute cripple, once slept with me, which you can brag about. She straightened up, as if remembering something, and added another sentence. Oh, by the way, you're mute. It's really not easy to brag about this. After she finished speaking, she laughed again, and the laughter echoed in the empty room. Jiang Fan was completely numb. Are all people in this world this outrageous? Borrowing sperm? In his previous life, he had 8-pack abs and was bursting with hormones, but he never got such good fortune. He became mute and paralyzed for life, but a rich woman suddenly appeared out of nowhere? He shouldn't even be in line. He suddenly remembered the phone call Li Guofu had received. Could it be that she was the one who hit him? With just a few words, the two deans reached a reconciliation and then arranged for her to borrow sperm? They were able to quickly investigate all the men in Jinghai City who fit the dragon-seeking plan. This woman's background is unfathomable. Jiang Fan cursed himself inwardly. Is now the time to consider whether there is a conspiracy behind this? The most pressing, and also the most critical, question to consider now is he still okay? This body had been paralyzed for 18 years, with muscle atrophy and nerve necrosis. Then, has the last vestige of a man's dignity withered away long ago? A mysterious, stunningly beautiful woman with an impeccable figure, carrying wealth and hope that could change her destiny, willingly throws herself into his arms. So he couldn't do it? Then this immense wealth and honor won't just be poured onto his head, it will be poured into the sky. Chapter 3 System Activation. God-level talent, life furnace. As soon as this thought crossed Jiang Fan's mind, he felt a little flustered. He wasn't worried that these people would harm him. He's a paralyzed and mute man who makes no contribution to society. What value does he have in being harmed? He is genuinely worried about his connectivity. The woman seemed to see through his thoughts, and her laughter stopped abruptly. Are you worried that you're just a pretty face that's all show and no substance? Her words perfectly exposed Jiang Fan's little secret. I've arranged for a private doctor to examine you first. She leaned down again, and the cool, orchid fragrance became even stronger. Blink if you agree to this collaboration. Jiang Fan did not hesitate at all. He blinked with all his might. To hell with dignity. Dignity is nothing compared to getting back on your feet and having millions in wealth. Check. We must investigate. The woman seemed unsurprised by his reaction, straightening up and letting out a barely audible groan. It's as if they're saying, men are all the same. She spoke softly to the door. Dr. Lin, please come in. The door was pushed open, and a woman, also wearing a mask, walked in. She was wearing a white doctor's uniform, and her tall figure couldn't be concealed by the uniform, which couldn't hide her curvaceous figure. Jiang Fan's professional radar activated instantly. Well, although she's not as rich as an S-class woman, with her temperament and figure, she's at least an 85 or higher. Check it out for him. The rich woman's order was concise and clear. I need to know if the hardware meets the standards. The woman addressed as Dr. Lin stiffened slightly. She walked to the bedside, her eyes darting around, not daring to meet Jiang Fan's gaze. She kept her head down and spoke in a voice barely audible. I'm sorry to offend you. Jiang Fan remained completely unmoved. In fact, he almost wanted to laugh. A complete novice, a total newbie. With that kind of mentality, how dare you take on this kind of job? Lin Nguyen took a deep breath, as if to encourage herself. Then, she shyly lifted the thin blanket covering Jiang Fan. The cold instruments and a pair of warm but trembling hands touched Jiang Fan at the same time. In the past 18 years, this body has never experienced anything like this. Wah! A suppressed groan escaped Jiang Fan's throat uncontrollably. The sound wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Lin Nguyen froze, her whole body stiffening, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and she withdrew her hand in a flash. Her almond-shaped eyes, visible outside her mask, widened in surprise, and her cheeks flushed red with alarming speed. The blush spread rapidly, even making her fair ears feel like they were on fire. It's over. The society is dead. Jiang Fan was inwardly wailing. I even wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. This seasoned driver, who had flirted with countless women in his past life and was a veteran among women, is now so utterly helpless in front of a rookie doctor. Lin Muan closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, it was as if she had made some kind of decision. She no longer hesitated. Although still flustered, the speed was several times faster. The sample collection was completed cleanly and efficiently. The moment the sample was produced, a voice that did not belong to this world entered Jiang Fan's mind without warning. Ding! Detection of life essence inheritance behavior. Meets system activation requirements. The many children, many blessings system has been successfully activated. New player gift packs are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the unique God-level talent life furnace. Jiang Fan's brain went blank. System? It's here, it's here. The essential cheat code for time travel has finally arrived. Jiang Fan's consciousness was pulled into a golden space, and a piece of information was imprinted into his soul like a brand. God tier talent, Forge of Life. Effect: the most outstanding talent, bloodline, or ability of a woman who has a life transfer with the host will be passively purified and transformed into the purest primal power, nourishing the host. At the same time, the host's Y chromosome activity will be greatly enhanced, significantly increasing the probability of giving birth to a male offspring. Note, there is an extremely low probability that offspring will inherit the best traits from both parents and evolve into divine offspring that transcends the mortal realm. As long as you complete the life inheritance with a woman, you can directly purify her most powerful talent and make it your own. Jiang Fan's breathing became rapid and his chest heaved violently. A clear panel slowly unfolded in his mind. Host, Jiang Fan. Y chromosome percentage, 50%. Probability of having a boy, 50%. God tier talent, Forge of Life new player bound. Physical condition, weak, severely paralyzed, severely broken neuronal connections. Charging partner, 0. Propagation and offspring, 0. Battery life, unknown. Energy points, 0. Permanent system mission, achieve sexual harmony with a member of the opposite sex and successfully conceive and give birth to a child. After reading the system introduction, Jiang Fan's mind was instantly overwhelmed by a massive, nuclear-level shockwave. That's a truly God-tier start. As long as you complete the life inheritance, you can replicate your talent, improve your weak physique, and even increase the probability of having a boy. On Earth, due to the effects of Hermes radiation, the probability of male births has plummeted to a paltry 1%. This percentage is still declining. Fortunately, the country finally found the root cause of the problem and launched the Dragon Search Plan, which made it possible to alleviate the downward trend. His 50% probability is simply the best of the best among national treasures. Once it's announced, it'll drive the entire Dragon Kingdom crazy. National treasure? No, from this moment on, he is a walking nuclear arsenal for reproduction. Paralysis? Severed nerves? With the Life Forge, as long as I can find a good enough female companion, it's only a matter of time before I can repair this broken body. Jiang Fan was completely relieved. All the previous anxiety, unease, and humiliation vanished under the radiance of this godlike talent. It's safe. He rolled his eyes, his gaze once again falling on the haughty, mysterious rich woman beside him. My mindset is completely different now. Now, he is no longer a fish on the chopping block to be slaughtered. He is a hunter. And this high and mighty woman before him, along with her unfathomable background and talent, will become the first sacrifice for his rebirth. Lin Muan had already hurriedly tidied up the samples. She lowered her head, quickly walked to the rich woman's side, handed her the things, and didn't dare to look at Jiang Fan again throughout the whole process. The mysterious wealthy woman glanced at Dr. Lin's bright red ears, coughed lightly, and seemed to be trying to cover something up. She walked to the bedside and looked down at Jiang Fan. I will come again tomorrow. If I come, it means there's nothing wrong with your health. Then we'll officially begin. Jiang Fan calmly met her gaze. After she finished speaking, she turned and left without any hesitation. Jiang Fan watched her retreating figure. Bring it on. You'd better come. You'd better bring your unknown talent and hurry up and throw yourself into my furnace of life. He even began to wonder what kind of extraordinary talent could be extracted from this elite. Before that, he needs to set himself a small goal first. Tomorrow, I must hold on for at least one more minute. Chapter 4, after being completely drained, he unlocks his super evolution. The mysterious wealthy woman disappeared behind the door, and the cool, orchid fragrance in the air gradually dissipated. Jiang Fan lay on the bed, his consciousness sinking into his mind, and began to study the newly awakened system. A simple panel appears. In addition to the basic information, a grayed out shop option has appeared next to it. A thought crossed my mind. The shop interface unfolds, revealing a dazzling array of products, ranging from basic stamina potions to god-level gene serums capable of defying fate. Without exception, all of them were grayed out and could not be clicked. At the bottom of the panel, a line of small text lay quietly: insufficient energy, shop not activated. Jiang Fan understood instantly. To launch the online store, you need so-called energy points. The source of energy points can only be one thing: life inheritance. He has not yet linked. Energy level is 0. It seems that the only way to truly transform oneself is to recharge oneself. The battery life displayed in the system's basic settings is unknown. Jiang Fan judged that this probably referred to that aspect of ability. He's paralyzed, and that's exactly what he needs right now. Just then, the door was pushed open again. A familiar yet nauseating air of fawning washed over me. It's Li Guofu. His fat, large-eared face was covered with wrinkles like chrysanthemums. "Oh my little darling, are you having a good chat?" Li Guofu moved closer to the bedside, his greasy face almost touching it. "Everyone at the welfare home now treats you as a person under the highest level of protection." The strong smell of bad breath almost made Jiang Fan suffocate. The caregiver following behind him was pushing a medical cart. "That's why I went to great lengths to get you the latest model of premium nutrient solution." Li Guofu pointed at the 4-bag on the cart and made a face. His expression was extremely lewd. "This is amazing. It can improve your physical fitness in every way. Guaranteed to make you energetic and vigorous." He lowered his voice and added in a tone that only men understand. "You know how young people are." Jiang Fan sneered inwardly. How to improve physical fitness? Still full of vigor and vitality? They practically had the words aphrodisiac written all over their faces. This old fox was clearly worried that his broken body, paralyzed for 18 years, would fail him at a crucial moment. This startled the mysterious patron. Jiang Fan's mind is as clear as a mirror. This fat man is definitely having an affair with a rich woman. I don't want the cooked duck to fly away. Jiang Fan guessed correctly. Li Guofu reached an agreement with the mysterious rich woman. As long as Jiang Fan could meet her demands, a hardship fee of 1 million yuan would fall into his pocket. Now, Jiang Fan's immobile body is his cash cow and his bridge to wealth. He was worried that the printing press would jam, so he applied some lubricant to the machine beforehand. Jiang Fan wanted to refuse, but how could a paralyzed man who couldn't even make a sound refuse? He also knew that Li Guofu wouldn't dare harm him before he had squeezed out all his usefulness. The caregiver quickly replaced the 4 tubing. The cool liquid flowed slowly into his numb body through his veins. Li Guofu even moved a chair and sat by the bed, staring intently like a supervisor, asking every now and then, "Xiao Jiang, how are you feeling?" 2 hours later, the entire bag of premium nutrient solution was finished. A surge of intense heat rose from his lower abdomen, spreading rapidly throughout his body. Jiang Fan's cheeks flushed an unnatural red. Seeing his appearance, Li Guofu was not worried at all. Instead, he showed a satisfied smile. "It's done. The medicine is working. Not bad, not bad." He clapped his hands in satisfaction. "Look at your complexion, so rosy. Are you feeling all right?" Jiang Fan closed his eyes, expressing his disgust for him through silence. Having made a fool of himself, Li Guofu offered a few more insincere compliments, instructed the caregiver to take good care of the patient, and then walked away contentedly with his hands behind his back, humming a little tune. He was happy, but Jiang Fan was in deep trouble. This drug is fucking potent. Having just been released by Lin Muwen during the day, the desire now forcibly aroused by the drugs was like 10,000 ants frantically gnawing at every inch of his bones. It was an itch that came from the depths of his soul, yet he couldn't move even a single finger. That night, Jiang Fan couldn't sleep at all. In his heart, he cursed Li Guofu's ancestors for 18 generations to the dust countless times. The next day, the caregiver was shocked when she saw his bloodshot eyes and haggard face. Not long after, Li Guofu strolled in again. He walked to the bedside and carefully examined Jiang Fan. Although his face looked haggard, the heat forced up by the medication still gave his cheeks an unnatural flush. It seems the medicine is quite effective. A complex expression, a mixture of envy, jealousy, and lewdness, appeared on Li Guofu's face. Good heavens, this cripple is really going to get his hands on a swan. Jiang Fan ignored him and simply closed his eyes. He chuckled twice, feeling embarrassed, and walked away with his hands behind his back. Zhang Fan then began the longest and most agonizing wait of his life. He felt like a balloon being continuously filled with high-pressure gas, on the verge of exploding, and desperately needed an outlet to release his pent-up emotions. Come on over, my rich sister. If you don't come soon, your dragon seed will be suffocated by Li Guofu's lousy medicine. Time passed by, second by second. From dawn to dusk. Overwhelmed by endless anticipation and burning desire, Zhang Fan finally succumbed to the exhaustion brought on by the drug and drifted off to sleep. I don't know how much time passed. Click. The faint sound of a door lock turning exploded like a thunderclap in his chaotic consciousness. Zhang Fan suddenly opened his eyes. It's her. The familiar black mask, the tall figure, and the high heels that clattered on the floor. Tap, tap, tap. Every step felt like stepping on his heart. She's finally here. Zhang Fan felt his blood boil instantly, and his heart surge with excitement. The mysterious wealthy woman walked to the bedside, but did not speak as she had yesterday. She simply looked at him quietly, her cool eyes seeming to be making a final confirmation. Zhang Fan waited for a long time, but he didn't get the lines he expected. For example, saying things like, "The test results are in, you're fine, let's get started." Why has this woman changed her style from yesterday and started acting all serious? Zhang Fan panicked. He blinked frantically, using all his strength to convey his anxious thoughts to her. What does that mean? Will it work or not? Give me a straight answer, sis. I'm about to explode. The woman seemed to ignore his hints, but did something that made Zhang Fan's heart stop. She actually took the initiative to lift the thin blanket covering him. Zhang Fan was stunned. Is it really that direct? They even skipped the opening remarks? I like. But he soon realized something was wrong. The woman picked up a damp towel and began to wipe his body, but her slightly trembling fingertips completely betrayed her inner nervousness. In his previous life, Zhang Fan was at least a seasoned player who had been through countless romantic encounters. The mysterious wealthy woman wiping his body in front of him can be identified as a pure theorist with no practical experience. Under the intense influence of the drugs, Zhang Fan's paralyzed body reacted far more directly and violently than any normal man. The woman was clearly startled by the sight before her, and her body stiffened noticeably. Her breathing became erratic. After a perfunctory wipe, she got into the car, her steps unsteady. A surge of heat uncontrollably gushed from Zhang Fan's nostrils. Tick-tock. A drop of warm blood landed precisely on the woman's snow-white hand. That spot of scarlet was incredibly glaring. The woman, who was struggling to grip the steering wheel, trembled violently. When she saw Zhang Fan's disheveled appearance with a nosebleed, a hint of surprise flashed in her clear, cold eyes. Then, an irrepressible smile bloomed at the corner of his eyes. She quickly grabbed a towel and hastily wiped away the blood from Zhang Fan's nose. After a short while, under Zhang Fan's quiet guidance, the woman gradually became less shy. For a long time, the clouds dispersed and the rain stopped. Despite the pain of her first time, the woman carefully cleaned Zhang Fan before entering the bathroom. Behind the frosted glass door, a delicate and exquisitely beautiful silhouette is faintly visible. Zhang Fan lay on the bed, savoring the ultimate experience he had just had. 3 minutes. For a person who has been paralyzed for 18 years, this is already an extraordinary miracle. He even felt a twisted sense of gratitude towards that old fox, Li Guofu. Just then, a system notification sounded in my mind like heavenly music. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the first great harmony of life. Reward, energy plus 50. Energy Mall is now open. Ding! Your charging spouse has been bound. Current spouse, 1. Spouse number 1, Wen Jixia. Age 23. Talent, information overload. Ding! The God-level talent life furnace has been activated for the first time, beginning the purification of the target Wen Jixia's talent. Purification successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Primal Power Information Torrent Beginner. Proficiency plus 5. Note, Information Deluge, a top-tier digital talent, allows the host to precisely extract value and secrets from a vast sea of information, easily gaining a competitive edge in business. A series of notification sounds sent a huge wave of chaos through Zhang Fan's mind. He quickly opened the system panel. Host, Zhang Fan. Y chromosome percentage, 50%. Probability of having a boy, 50%. God tier talent, Forge of Life new player bound. Talent refinement, information overload beginner. Physical condition, weak, severely paralyzed, severely broken neuronal connections. Charging partner, 1. Propagation and offspring, 0. Battery life, 3 minutes. Current energy level, 51,000. Upon reaching 1,000, the host's vitality will be upgraded to primary recovery. The next second, an unprecedented warm current exploded from his dantian, transforming into a vast primal force that washed over every inch of his withered and necrotic nerves. Jiang Fan's mind raced, and he frantically and recklessly poured all of this newfound power into his right index finger. Get moving! Let's get moving! The next second, his index finger, which had been stiff like rotten wood for 18 years, actually. Clearly, powerfully, and with the most resolute will from the depths of his soul, it twitched suddenly. It really moved. Jiang Fan suppressed his overwhelming joy, his gaze piercing through the air to land on the glass silhouette blurred by moisture. So your name is Wen Jixia. Good name. Chapter 5 Shocking. Just got ripped off, and the sugar daddy is already back for more? The sound of running water filled the bathroom, and behind the frosted glass door, a graceful figure could be seen faintly, sparking endless imagination. Jiang Fan lay on the bed, still in a dazed state. He felt like a fish just pulled from the water, his body limp, yet his spirits unusually high. 3 minutes. For someone who has been paralyzed for 18 years and is practically in a vegetative state, this achievement is enough to earn him a place on the list of the top 10 most touching figures in China. He even considered sending a banner to that old fox, Li Guofu. Although the process was agonizing, the results were truly amazing. However, this distorted feeling was quickly replaced by another emotion. A beautiful woman emerges from her bath. But she actually put on a black mask again. Jiang Fan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Seriously, sis? We've already made close contact and achieved perfect harmony, so why are you still acting all mysterious? Is it really necessary? Am I, a mutant paralyzed person, supposed to go out and spread this around for you? Jiang Fan rolled his eyes inwardly. Oh well, when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. I am nothing more than a tool for providing chromosomes, a seed planting machine that never moves. What right do I have to make any demands? Face reality, Jiang Fan. There's nothing wrong with being a gigolo. At least this food is soft and comforting. His system is now activated, and his immediate priority is to recharge by increasing the number of spouses and accumulating energy points. With 1,000 energy points, you can unlock initial recovery, at which point you might be able to move your arms and legs. Of course, what he longed for most was to regain his ability to speak. The debuff from being mute is really too torturous. If you want to flirt with girls, you can only rely on eye contact, which is too inefficient. While he was lost in thought, Wen Jixia had already dressed herself. That well-tailored business suit once again perfectly accentuated her alluring curves. The effects of the medicine on Li Guofu were still somewhat lingering. Jiang Fan felt his throat was dry, and his strength, which he had just exhausted, seemed to be regaining. But Wen Jixia made it clear that she had no intention of remarrying. She glanced at Jiang Fan silently, her eyes filled with complex emotions, then turned and left without a word, her high heels clicking on the floor. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels faded into the distance, eventually disappearing completely as the door closed. Jiang Fan was speechless for a moment. An unnamed anger surged up from the bottom of my heart. They're leaving already? Use it and leave? Is pulling out the X heartless? Not even a 5-star review? If you're not going to pay for the services, fine, but at least say something nice and give me a straight answer. Are there any subsequent repurchases? The odds of hitting the jackpot on this shot aren't much higher than winning the lottery. Under Jiang Fan's gaze, which was almost spitting fire, Wen Jixia drifted away. He felt like he had been taken advantage of. Damn it! Li Guofu, you old bastard! Where are you? The sugar daddy you found is trying to get something for nothing. Are you really that stupid, you old fox? Jiang Fan was seething with anger. Not long after, just as he was cursing Li Guofu in his heart for being a scoundrel, the door clicked open again. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. Oh, you've returned? Is it a pang of conscience that I'm coming back to give a good review, and maybe even get a second chance? Wrong. He recognized the person as the woman from before. The familiar black mask, the same high heels, even the hairstyle is exactly the same. But something just doesn't feel right. She changed her clothes? She was wearing a smart white suit skirt just now. Now she's wearing a black dress that exudes a more mature and elegant charm. It must be her, right? Why did you change your skin after going out for a while? Jiang Fan's heart sank, and an ominous premonition arose spontaneously. Before he could even figure it out, the woman's next words completely shut him down. Handsome young man, the report is out. Her voice was clear and melodious, carrying a hint of excitement and undisguised aggression. This truly astonishes me. Your Y chromosome is absolutely perfect, meaning the probability of conceiving and giving birth to a boy is an astonishing 50%. That's at least 50 times higher than the average male on Earth. Therefore, our cooperation can officially begin. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Fan. Her eyes were burning and undisguised, as if she wanted to devour him alive. Jiang Fan's head buzzed, and he was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? The report just came out? Shall we begin the collaboration now? He wasn't stupid in the blink of an eye, everything connected. Holy crap! There's a mistake. The woman who didn't say a word from beginning to end, like a silent chord, is not the rich woman from yesterday at all. It's been switched. The person standing in front of me now is the real deal. No wonder she pretended to be mute the whole time. She was afraid that if she opened her mouth, she would give herself away. This is ridiculous. Jiang Fan was truly at a loss for words, both laughing and crying. My heart was filled with mixed feelings. Cry it out, it doesn't seem like a bad deal, after all, you got an S-class beauty for free. Laugh, yet I feel like a fool who's been kept in the dark, being made a fool of. What kind of mess is this? Is he about to enter stud mode in just one day? Why does it feel like every woman in the world is eyeing his few ounces of flesh? He quickly calmed down and began to analyze the situation. That Wen Jixia from earlier must be related to the person in front of us. Even though the lighting was dim and they were wearing masks, their figures looked exactly like they were cut from the same mold. Twin? He didn't have time to think about it anymore. Because the real benefactor, that mysterious wealthy woman, has already taken action after announcing the continuation of the cooperation yesterday. She picked up the towel that Wen Jixia had casually placed aside and walked gracefully yet hurriedly to the bedside. Then, to Jiang Fan's astonishment, she suddenly pulled back the covers. The movements were skillful and the goal was clear. Sis, are you serious? Having observed Lin Muan's actions yesterday, she was no longer reserved today, even displaying an undeniable forcefulness. She was not coy at all, her movements were bold and direct. Then, a minute passed. 5 minutes passed. An awkward scene unfolded. Jiang Fan, who had just been fantasizing about a second chance at winning, had actually entered a state of deep contemplation. His body was like a stagnant pool, without any ripples. The effects of Li Guofu's medicine have clearly worn off. Jiang Fan felt like dying. Forget about reacting, he felt like a clothesline pole, his mind as still as water, completely undisturbed. Brother! Wake up! Stand up straight! Li Guofu, you old bastard, I thank you. Is this medicine equipped with a timer? Jiang Fan really wanted to die on the spot. He had completely lost face as a man today. He could sense that the rich woman was starting to get anxious. He messed up at the crucial moment, and his lifelong reputation as a hormone engine is about to be ruined. The mysterious wealthy woman's brows furrowed slightly. She hadn't expected that today's situation would be much more difficult than Lin Muan's yesterday. When I watched Lin Muan play yesterday, wasn't it quite simple? Why is it that when it comes to myself, it's like a walnut that's been polished and has developed a patina, showing no reaction at all? Little did she know that the real reason was that this money printing machine had just finished printing a batch of money and the ink hadn't even been refilled yet. Jiang Fan watched as the rich woman worked on it for a long time without any results, and he became extremely frustrated. Brother, move. Can't you give me some face? Today I've really lost face completely. The wealthy woman was also engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Is my approach wrong? She had no experience. She had only watched some instructional videos online, possessing a wealth of theoretical knowledge but zero practical experience. Is it because he has been paralyzed for too long that his physical functions are so poor? After a fierce internal struggle, she seemed to have made up her mind. Just when Jiang Fan thought he was about to be humiliated in front of this sugar daddy, the rich woman stopped what she was doing. To Jiang Fan's astonishment, the mysterious wealthy woman actually, slowly removed the mask from her face. A stunningly beautiful face that could captivate anyone suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Her features were so exquisite that they seemed to be God's most perfect masterpiece. Her skin was as white as jade, and her phoenix eyes were captivating and full of natural charm and arrogance. Unlike the aloof and moon-like Wenjisha from before, the woman before her was a red rose in full bloom, breathtakingly beautiful and full of aggression. Boom! Zhang Fan felt a surge of heat rush to the top of his head. Efficient! It's so effective! However, the next second, Zhang Fan's jaw almost dropped off the bed in shock. The stunningly beautiful and wealthy woman, who was once so high and mighty, actually lowered her proud head slowly and condescendingly. For a long time. The clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, and the flowers bloomed a second time. Zhang Fan looked at the stunningly beautiful face before him, its flush still lingering. Watching her repeat almost exactly the same actions as Wenjisha. She helped him wipe away the bloodstains, then went into the bathroom. Looking at the equally shapely figure behind the glass door, he felt that this world was so magical. Even more surreal was the system notification sound that rang in my mind. Ding! Detection indicates the host has achieved complete bioharmony. Reward, energy plus 50. Ding! Your charging spouse has been bound. Current spouses, 2. Spouse number 2, Wenjichuan. Age 26. Talent, business acumen. Ding! God-level talent life furnace activated. Beginning the purification of target Wenjichuan's talent. Purification successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the primal power business acumen beginner. Proficiency plus 5. Note, business acumen, top-tier business talent, allows the host to hear thunder in silence and see the truth in the intangible, easily discerning the secrets of wealth, possessing a beast-like intuition for money and opportunity. Current energy level, 100-1000. Upon reaching 1000, the host's vitality will be upgraded to primary recovery. Zhang Fan's jaw really couldn't close this time. Warmth knows spring? Warmth knows summer? Summer? Spring? Damn it! They really are sisters. What's going on here? The older sister borrows sperm, while the younger sister tries to test drive it first? You city folks really know how to have fun. So this is a sister's rice bowl, delivered to the bed? Isn't this overwhelming wealth a bit too outrageous? He quickly opened the system panel. Host, Zhang Fan. Y chromosome percentage, 50%. Probability of having a boy, 50%. God tier talent, Forge of Life new player bound. Refining talents, information overload beginner, business acumen beginner. Physical constitution, weak, severely paralyzed. Charging partners, 2. Propagation and offspring, 0. Battery life, 3 minutes while cooling down. Current energy level, 100-1000. Looking at the newly received 50 points of energy in the business acumen talent, Zhang Fan felt incredibly conflicted. The sound of water in the bathroom stopped. When Jichuan came out wrapped in a bath towel. She, of course, did not put on a mask again. That beautiful face bore a hint of weariness and a hint of contentment. Chapter 6 Warning, Kidney Deficiency. My mysterious aunt kicks open my door. When Jichuan emerged from her bath, but unlike her sister, she did not. They patted their behinds and left without a trace. Her graceful figure, wrapped in a bath towel, swayed with every step, water droplets sliding down her smooth calves. She walked to the bedside, a smile playing on her stunningly beautiful face. Am I beautiful? Zhang Fan blinked frantically, trying his best. Beautiful. It's more than just beautiful. She's practically a bewitching enchantress who can steal your soul. When Jichuan seemed quite satisfied with his reaction. She stretched out her slender fingers, which had just been soaked in hot water, and gently stroked Zhang Fan's cheek with her fingertips still warm. What a waste of such a handsome face, how come he's a cripple? She leaned down, her red lips close to his ear, her warm breath carrying the scent of her bath, brushing against his earlobe. The conversation suddenly shifted. It's only been 3 minutes, you need to keep going. One sentence made Zhang Fan feel a surge of blood rushing to his head. Damn it! What's wrong with 3 minutes? For an antique engine that has been idle for 18 years, being able to start is already a miracle. This is already an exceptional performance. You wait. Once I've gathered enough energy and recovered my body, you'll be begging for mercy. When Jichuan took in the resentment on his face, and it seemed that this expression of unwillingness and helplessness greatly pleased her. Giggle. The woman laughed, and the edge of the bath towel on her chest trembled slightly, almost slipping off. She gently stroked Jiang Fan's cheek with her fingertips, her voice lower and more seductive. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. My ovulation period is in these few days, so the chances of getting pregnant on the first try are not high. We need to increase the frequency. I'll give you a day off tomorrow. I'll come again at 9 o'clock the night after tomorrow. Jiang Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Good heavens! This lady is a truly high-quality customer. They not only know that machines need maintenance, but they also know how to repurchase them. They've even booked the time for the next home visit. Promising. But then he suddenly thought of something else. Wen Zhixia. That aloof younger sister, since she also came to borrow sperm, even beat her older sister to it. Will she come again? Jiang Fan shivered. They almost killed him here. If the two sisters took turns doing it, his back, which had been paralyzed for 18 years. No, it's my old kidneys, they really can't take it anymore. Li Guofu. You fucking get the hell over here right now. Nutritional injections. Keep fighting. Increase the dosage. Otherwise, these two vixens would really drain my kidneys dry. Jiang Fan had never longed to see Li Guofu's fat, pig-like face as much as he did at that moment. Wen Zhixuan seemed to see through his thoughts. She narrowed her captivating phoenix eyes and glanced down at him with ill intent. That greedy bastard Li Guofu took my bribes, but he didn't do what I said and gave you the best medicine. She snorted, her tone full of disdain. Tomorrow, I will have him switch you to top-grade health supplements that have no side effects. Your health is very precious right now, so you need to use it sparingly. After saying that, she chuckled and quickly pecked Jiang Fan on the cheek. The warm, soft touch was fleeting. Jiang Fan's body, which had just been extinguished, showed signs of rising again. This was a kiss initiated by a stunningly beautiful woman. Before he could even process what he had just heard, Wen Zhixuan had already straightened up. I'm going back now. A fragrant breeze wafted by, and she put on her coat, slipped on her high heels, and gracefully departed, leaving behind only a room full of enchanting beauty. As Jiang Fan smelled the lingering fragrance in the air, he was actually a little reluctant to leave. After Wen Zhixuan left, he immediately focused his consciousness into his mind. Shop. The extensive product list is now lit up. But when he tried to click on the cheapest, basic stamina potion, a line of red text popped up. Insufficient stamina, 200 points required for exchange. Damn it. 100 points short. It seems that if I want to rely on myself, I need to recharge twice more. He then turned his attention to his newly acquired talent. Information deluge, business acumen. Two top-tier business talents were now transforming into a mysterious instinct, flowing through his mind. His brain seemed to have become a supercomputer connected to the world's commercial databases. Countless pieces of knowledge and data about finance, markets, and capital operations appeared out of thin air, as clear as if he had personally experienced them. They developed a beast-like intuition about where money and opportunities would flow. He could even clearly see which sectors in Jinghai City's business landscape were quietly gaining momentum and about to experience a boom. Is this the power of top-tier talent? This was practically like instilling decades of real-world business experience into him. With these, as long as we can find more spouses with business acumen, continuously refine and enhance them, wouldn't it be just around the corner to build our own business empire? Jiang Fan lay in bed, his ambition growing, and before he knew it, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Jiang Fan was awakened by an immense sense of oppression. The moment he opened his eyes, a huge pig's head was less than 30 centimeters away from him. Oily face with large pores. Jiang Fan's scalp tingled, and he almost died on the spot. Damn it, I really want to slap this pig to death. He had a dream in the middle of the night where this pig was chasing him all over the world with a giant syringe in his hand. When Li Guofu saw that Jiang Fan had woken up, a fawning yet jealous smile immediately appeared on his face. Oh my little darling, you're awake? He winked and asked in a low voice, how did you feel last night? This idiot knows perfectly well that he's mute, yet he still deliberately asks such a question. It's obvious he's jealous and envious. Why isn't he so lucky to be chosen by such a super rich woman? Jiang Fan ignored him, turned his head to the side, pointed his nostrils at him, and gave him a disdainful look. I'm better off even if I'm paralyzed. Li Guofu was speechless, his face turning pale. He was seething with hatred, but when he thought of Wen Zhixuan's confession and the huge sum of money, his smile instantly became even brighter. Cough cough, I was wrong before. The medicine I gave you did have some side effects. It's my fault. He rubbed his hands together, his face full of apology. This time it's absolutely the best. Top-grade health supplements specially selected by Miss One, with no side effects whatsoever, guaranteed to keep you full of energy. Just you wait and see. After saying that, he gave Jiang Fan a knowing look that all men understand, and then he made a series of suggestive gestures. Jiang Fan thought to himself, you'd better behave yourself. Compared to these so-called health supplements, he was actually more looking forward to the stamina potions in the system shop. Anything produced by our system is guaranteed to be of high quality. The caregiver quickly replaced the 4-bag. The infusion was finished in less than an hour. A gentle warmth rose in his lower abdomen and quickly spread throughout his body, without any feeling of heat. The energy that was drained yesterday seemed to be replenished instantly, and I felt refreshed. It's really a good medicine. Jiang Fan was happily being fed by the caregiver. Li Guofu observed for a long time to confirm that he really didn't have any adverse reactions this time, before preparing to leave with his hands behind his back, satisfied. Just then, his cell phone rang abruptly in his pocket. The caller ID showed it was his deputy, Tian Qi. Li Guofu didn't try to hide anything from Jiang Fan and casually answered the phone. Hello? On the other end of the phone, Tian Qi's urgent, distorted scream immediately came through. Director Li. Something terrible has happened. People from the Wen family have arrived. Li Guofu glanced at Jiang Fan, then walked to a corner dismissively and scolded in a low voice, "What's all the fuss about? Miss Wen isn't an outsider. Who's here?" Jiang Fan immediately perked up his ears. Li Guofu spoke in a low voice, so he couldn't hear clearly and could only catch some fragmented words. Not President Wen, it's her aunt, Wen Xia. They've come knocking and are already heading for Jiang Fan's room. She brought bodyguards, we couldn't stop her at all. Li Guofu's hand holding the phone suddenly trembled. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. Good heavens! How did we manage to attract another one? He knows Wen Jichuan's aunt, Wen Xia. She was a renowned iron lady throughout Qinghai City, who single-handedly built a massive business empire. She was ruthless and had an extremely assertive personality. Most importantly, this woman is in her 30s and still unmarried. In this era where there are more women than men and men have a very high status, she is a well-known oddball who is said to look down on any man. How could such a strong woman end up here? Li Guofu was completely dumbfounded. He hasn't figured it out yet. The door to the ward was kicked open violently from the outside with a loud bang. Chapter 7 introduces another 95-point S-rank queen. Bang! With a deafening crash, the door was blasted open from the outside by a brute force. The door slammed hard against the inner wall, shaking off a cloud of dust. Li Guofu, who was talking on the phone with his deputy Tian Qi in the corner, was startled. My brand new iPhone almost fell to the ground on the spot. He turned around in shock, and the moment he saw who it was, all the color drained from his face. My goodness! This crazy woman has really come to our door. Jiang Fan was also startled by the commotion, and the food the caregiver had just fed him almost spat out. He rolled his eyes and looked towards the doorway. Two burly men in black suits and sunglasses stood like two guardian deities at the entrance. A woman, wearing stiletto heels that could kill, walked in between two bodyguards. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps felt like each one was pounding on Li Guofu's heart. Jiang Fan's eyes were completely captivated by this woman. Good heavens! This is another top-quality item. His height is estimated to be over 1.75 meters. A sharply tailored black bodycon dress accentuated her mature, voluptuous curves in a breathtaking way. It is full of power and ultimate allure. It is more aggressive than Wen Jichuan's deliberately flamboyant and seductive style. From Jiang Fan's perspective, the woman's profile bore a striking resemblance to Wen Jichuan's. However, she had long since shed Wen Jixia's aloofness and Wen Jichuan's allure, and had developed a unique grace and strength that belonged to those in power. If Wen Jixia is an untouchable white lotus atop a snow-capped mountain, then Wen Jichuan is a beautiful, thorny red rose that beckons people to pick it. The woman before you is like a bottle of top-quality liquor aged for 30 years, capable of intoxicating the entire room. The sheer, invisible pressure alone is enough to make one dizzy and willingly submit. Jiang Fan's professional radar was beeping incessantly. 95 points. She's absolutely an S+ level queen. This tastes even better than that little vixen Wen Jichuan. Jiang Fan gasped inwardly. A woman of this caliber exudes an aura of power that holds life and death in her hands, enough to make 99% of men feel inferior and automatically feel inferior in her presence. She is the queen who sits on her throne, holding a scepter, looking down upon all living beings. Her aura is too strong. It felt like if you looked at her for even a second, your soul would be sliced off by her sharp eyes. It's not something an ordinary person can handle. The person who came was Wenxia, the aunt of Wen Jichuan and Wen Jixia. Upon entering, she merely glanced coldly at Jiang Fan, who was sprawled on the bed, before heading straight for Li Guofu, who was trembling so badly he was almost suffering from Parkinson's disease. She walked over step by step. The sound of her high heels clicking on the ground was not loud, but it made Li Guofu feel that his doomsday was approaching. Li Guofu's fat face was trembling as he tried to force a smile. His lips were stiff as if frozen, looking worse than if he were crying. Mr. Wen, what brings you here?" Wen Xia walked up to him without saying a word. She grabbed his expensive shirt collar. She easily pulled his 180-pound, bulky body in front of her, as if lifting a chick. "You, Li Guofu." Wen Xia's pretty face was contorted with rage, her beautiful eyes burning with fury. "The annual donations my Wen's group gives to your anti-welfare home are enough for you to build 3 buildings. Did a dog steal your conscience?" Her voice wasn't loud, but every word was like an ice blade, making Li Guofu's face sting. "How dare you betray your own people and help that little slut Wen Jichuan? Don't you know she was kicked out of the Wen family a long time ago? You even dare to help her conceive?" Wen Xia's voice suddenly rose, filled with murderous intent. "Believe it or not, I can make one phone call and have someone come and demolish this dilapidated house of yours tomorrow." Jiang Fan lay on the bed, listening intently, his mind already in turmoil. "Wow! This is an absolutely shocking revelation. You little slut? Kick her out of the house?" The amount of information was too much. Even his newly upgraded brain was a bit overloaded. The Wen family is playing too many tricks. Li Guofu was berated mercilessly, his face turning a deep purplish red, yet he didn't dare utter a single word. As Jiang Fan lay on the bed, his newly acquired talent, business acumen, allowed him to instantly discern the old fox's current state of mind. That old bastard is purely driven by profit. What is integrity? Can I exchange money? Li Guofu was vomiting, a bellyful of profanities churning in his throat. He had already cursed the Wen family ancestors for 18 generations in his mind. "Your family's infighting and power struggles are none of my business. Your brother Wen Yudao is dead, and your relationship with his 2 daughters has broken down. This is your family matter. I'm just a welfare homeowner. What business is it of mine? She, Wen Jichuan, gave me a kickback, and I helped her with some things. What's wrong with borrowing sperm? Is it illegal? If you're so capable, then give it to me. If you give enough. Forget about borrowing sperm. I'll wash Jiang Fan clean, tie him in a bow, and ship him directly to your bed." Of course, Li Guofu only dared to roar these words in his heart, and dared not utter a single word. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, and while being grabbed by the collar, he kept nodding and bowing. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Wen. I was blinded by greed. I was blinded by money. I shouldn't have listened to Wen Jichuan's, that woman's nonsense. President Wen, please calm down." His attitude in admitting his mistake was so sincere that he was practically kneeling down and kowtowing to Wen Xia on the spot. Wen Xia looked at Li Guofu's spineless and cowardly appearance. The contempt in his eyes deepened, and he felt a wave of nausea. Men, they're all the same, none of them are any good. They're all spineless cowards. She scoffed inwardly, thinking that Wen Jichuan was incredibly stupid. He thought that by relying on a paralyzed man who appeared out of nowhere, and by having a son through artificial insemination, he could take revenge on the Wen family. To take control of the family business? Dream. Seeing that Li Guofu had become a coward, Wen Xia was too lazy to argue with him anymore. She didn't come here just to yell at this stupid pig. She let go of his hand, letting Li Guofu collapse to the ground like a lump of rotten flesh. Then, he slowly turned around. This time, she truly set her sights on the man who was pretending to be dead in bed. Jiang Fan's heart skipped a beat. "Here I am, it's my turn." He immediately closed his eyes tightly, slowed his breathing, and perfectly played the role of a breathing rotten flesh. He could feel the other person's gaze carrying a tangible pressure, as if they wanted to see right through him, inside and out. Wen Xia looked at Jiang Fan's slightly trembling eyelids and his ears that stood up like a rabbit's, and a mocking smile appeared on her lips. She pointed her delicate chin slightly toward Jiang Fan as she looked at Li Guofu lying on the ground, her words concise and to the point. How many times? The meaning was quite clear. How many times did that slut Wen Jichuan have sex with this cripple? Li Guofu dared not hide anything, and tremblingly held up one finger. It should be, just last night. Upon hearing this answer, Wen Xia's tense face visibly relaxed a little. Thankfully, it only happened once. If this happens 3 or 5 times, that little slut might actually get pregnant first, and then things will get complicated. Zhang Fan's inner thoughts. Beautiful lady, what's with that smug look on your face? It's like I'm the one who's been taken advantage of. How much did she give you? Wen Xia pressed, so that you dared to withstand the pressure from above and not report it? Li Guofu, you know very well that the Dragon Kingdom's Reproductive Health Protection Organization has issued a strict order that all relevant agencies must report men who meet the criteria for the dragon-seeking plan as soon as possible. If they find out that you're secretly harboring an S-class native sample here. Wen Xia paused, each word striking Li Guofu's most vulnerable nerve. Do you think you can still be the dean? Zhang Fan's heart skipped a beat. S-level original samples. His innate ability to process information instantly captured this keyword. This made him realize that his fertility test report had probably already been seen by this great aunt. His value is probably much higher than he realizes. Wen Xiao's words shattered any remaining illusions Li Guofu might have had. Cold sweat poured down his forehead like a dam had been opened. Of course he knows. That official document is still on his desk. The reason he dared to take such a risk was because of the 1 million yuan reward promised by Wen Jichuan, and the additional 1 million yuan after the deed was done. 2 million. He had never seen so much money in his life. To keep everyone in the welfare home who knew the truth quiet, they had already spent a considerable amount on hush money. There's no turning back now. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. He must get his hands on those 2 million to offset the enormous risks he's taken. Under Wen Xia's powerful aura and deadly threat, Li Guofu's psychological defenses completely collapsed. With a mournful face, he truthfully confessed, Miss Wen Jichuan promised me $1 million reward, and after the deed is done, another $1 million will be given. I'll help her get Zhang Fan's information, and submit it to her every night for a week. For the past week, Zhang Fan has been at her beck and call. After hearing this, Wen Xia was taken aback. Then, he let out a mocking laugh. He. You've been swindled out of your mind by this little bit of money? She shook her head, looking at Li Guofu as if he were a hopeless fool. Li Guofu, this is all you've accomplished in your life. Chapter 8 is over. Barbecue is gone. My sister's rice bowl was snatched away by the queen ant. Li Guofu was speechless, cold sweat streaming down his greasy face, which he didn't even dare to wipe away. Zhang Fan lay on the bed, eating his fill of melon, and almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Cool. That was fucking awesome. Seeing Li Guofu being beaten to a pulp, Zhang Fan felt incredibly satisfied. Back then, the unlucky guy from before had suffered a lot of mistreatment from this fat pig over the past 18 years. Today, being able to watch him get trampled underfoot and unleash his fury is a way of venting my anger for my former master. Your Majesty, well said. Louder. Go all out. Don't stop. The best course of action would be to give him 2 big punches and act on behalf of heaven. But after the initial pleasure, a nameless rage surged up from the bottom of his heart. That old bastard dared to conceal his own information for a mere 2 million. Not handing it over to the state? Once reported, he will be considered an S-level original sample of the Dragon Kingdom, a national treasure. Not to mention top-notch medical care, meals and accommodation are included. Most importantly, you'll be assigned a female partner with the best genes. Package. Divide. Distribute. That's a nationally certified, licensed wife. Li Guofu, you old bastard. This isn't just ruining my future, it's cutting off my path to wealth. It was Lao Tzu's destined marriage. It's the happiness of my lower body and the rest of my life. You'd better wait until you get your comeuppance. Zhang Fan wished he could perform a somersault right there and then. He jumped up, grabbed Li Guofu by the neck, and shook him violently. They questioned him, asking if his conscience had been eaten by Godzilla in the sewers. Unfortunately, he's now just a living, breathing decoration. He desperately tried to make a sound, wanting to join Wen Xia in cursing this greedy old man. But after squeezing his throat for a long time, he could only produce a series of incomprehensible ho-ho sounds. The pent-up anger in my chest was unbearable, making me feel incredibly uncomfortable. Neither Wen Xia nor Li Guofu noticed that Zhang Fan's eyes, lying on the bed, had already ignited a fierce killing intent. One of them was arrogant and domineering, while the other was obsequious and servile. The two had different thoughts. One is calculating how to maximize profits. One was figuring out how to completely control this stupid pig in front of him. The atmosphere in the upscale sanatorium was somewhat eerie for a moment. Wen Xia was the first to break the silence. Her alluring eyes, capable of captivating and seductive charm, were fixed on Li Guofu, who lay sprawled on the ground like a rag doll. The conversation suddenly shifted. If I gave you 2 million to do something for me, would you do it? Li Guofu's pig brain suddenly went blank for a moment. What's going on? Not again? This familiar recipe, this strangely familiar taste. Is it still about that paralyzed person in bed? His heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition arose within him. This money is probably a bit too hot to handle. He dared not look directly into Wen Xia's eyes, which seemed to see right through people. He cautiously raised his head and tentatively asked. Mr. Wen. Mr. Wen, whatever your orders are, as long as it's something I, Lao Li, can do, I will definitely do it without hesitation. Wen Xia smiled gently. In an instant, it was as if the whole room had been lit up. That smile was breathtakingly beautiful, and it made Zhang Fan's heart flutter. This woman is a queen when she's not smiling, but when she smiles, she's a deadly enchantress. It's nothing serious. Wen Xia's voice carried a lazy allure. I just wanted to ask you for a favor and borrow this kid for a few days. After 7 days, I will return it intact. It won't delay you from handing him over to the relevant authorities. What do you think, will it work? Holy crap! Zhang Fan, who was lying on the bed, was instantly thrown into a panic. Are you kidding me? How many days? This isn't a loan, it's a deliberate attempt to undermine Wen Jichuan's hometown. Truly, a woman's heart is the most poisonous. First, the older sister borrowed sperm from the younger sister to test drive her car, and then the aunt intercepted and snatched her away. Does your Wen family have some strange KPIs? Li Guofu, you fucking show some backbone this time. If you're so tough, then don't agree. However, Zhang Fan was clearly overthinking it. Expecting this fat pig to have backbone is like expecting a sow to climb a tree. No. No, Mr. Wen. Li Guofu said tremulously, his voice trembling with tears. If you take Zhang Fan away, how am I supposed to explain this to Miss Wen Jichuan? Besides, what if the fertility organization comes knocking on my door? I won't be able to explain it to them. This is such a difficult situation. He said he was in a difficult position, but in his heart he had already cursed Wen Xia's ancestors for 18 generations. That crazy, savage woman is fucking ruthless. To deal with his own niece, he would even come up with such a despicable trick that would cut off his lineage. When you gods fight, don't drag me, a mere mortal, into it. Upon hearing Li Guofu's reply, Wen Xia's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling coldness. Okay, Li Guofu. She looked down at him, radiating an imposing aura. You can make money off Wen Jichuan and listen to her, but when it comes to me, Wen Xia, you're nothing, right? Where does all the money I give to your orphanage every year go? Tell me. Li Guofu was overwhelmed by this imposing aura, sweating profusely, and hurriedly wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. President Wen. That's not what I meant. Please don't misunderstand, I just. He stammered for a long time but couldn't come up with anything convincing, and he became so nervous that he started to stutter. Snort. You're nothing but a fart. Wen Xia wasn't buying it at all and issued an ultimatum. I'm telling you this up front. Whether you can do it or not, you have to do it for me. Otherwise, I'll call the head of the Jinghai City Maternity Security Organization right now and tell him that your anti-welfare home is hoarding S-level candidates for the dragon-seeking project and maliciously failing to report them. Just wash your neck clean and wait for them to come and invite you for tea. This barrage of threats, like a mountain, completely crushed Li Guofu's already fragile psychological defenses. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. He scrambled up and grabbed Wen Xia's leg, crying and shouting with snot and tears streaming down his face. No. Premier Wen. You are so magnanimous, please don't report this. I'll listen to you. I'll listen to everything you say. Take Zhang Fan away right now. I'll personally clear the way for you. We'll go through the back door, there are fewer people there, and I guarantee no one will see us. I'll fuck you, Li Guofu. Zhang Fan was so angry that he was trembling all over in bed. He hummed desperately, trying to protest. But that faint sound was completely drowned out by Li Guofu's pig-like wailing and howling. He cursed Li Guofu 100 times over in his heart. May he get hit by a dump truck and die as soon as he goes out, and may his ashes be scattered. When Xia looked at the undignified mud at her feet, her disgust undisguised. She smiled with satisfaction. That smile, so alluring, was enough to captivate countless people. But in Zhang Fan's eyes, this was no different from Su Daji, who had just absorbed human life essence. Oh no! Barbecue is gone. He finally got the system he'd been dreaming of, and now he was just waiting to recharge his energy points so he could exchange them for stamina potions in the shop. And now, all the plans have been ruined by this crazy woman named Wen Xia. His twin sister's rice bowl. His double happiness. Before we've even begun to truly enjoy it, are we already going to wither away and say goodbye? What's even more terrifying is that he couldn't fathom the thoughts of this femme fatale, Wen Xia. Did she kidnap herself just to disgust Wen Jichuan and prevent her from successfully conceiving? If that's all there is to it, then it's alright. At most, I'll be sidelined for a few days, and there will be other opportunities later. But, what if she also harbors some ulterior motive towards me? Zhang Fan shivered. He had a premonition that this woman was 100 times more terrifying than the Wen sisters combined. In front of Wen Jichuan and Wen Jixia, he could at least rely on the remaining power of his former hormone engine to barely hold on for 3 minutes. But against this queen, he felt he couldn't even last a single round. He might be drained dry on the spot and fall into her hands. Things are definitely not that simple. The end of the world is unfolding in Zhang Fan's mind. Helplessly, he was lifted up like a sack by the two burly men in black and loaded into a black van parked at the back door. Outside the car window, Li Guofu was bowing and scraping as he spoke to Wen Xia. Zhang Fan's ears twitched, and he vaguely heard Wen Xia's cold yet mocking voice. Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged by a single penny of the agreed upon 2 million. Use it to pay back the 1 million to Wen Jichuan, and you'll make another 1 million in the process. This deal is a good one. The car door slammed shut, cutting off the sounds from outside. Zhang Fan lay on the large, comfortable leather seat, his mind filled with nothing but MMP, a vulgar expression. Not a loss? You're really something, aren't you? Damn it! The car slowly started, carrying him toward an unknown destiny. Zhang Fan looked out the window at the orphanage rushing past, feeling a chill in his heart. My rich and beautiful sisters, your dragon offspring are about to be stolen by other fairies. Chapter 9 reveals my true colors. I am the only male protagonist in this power struggle within a wealthy family. The van started moving slowly. From the small space in the rearview mirror inside the car, Zhang Fan happened to catch a glimpse of Li Guofu waving goodbye with a fake smile. I felt a wave of nausea. Just you wait, I'll get you sooner or later. The rear seats were so spacious they were like a small room, and he was seated in a leather seat. My body was wrapped in soft leather, and there was no bump at all. But he felt a little uneasy. Wen Xia sat next to him. The oppressive feeling, a blend of expensive perfume and power, almost solidified into a tangible reality. It made even breathing difficult for him. Wen Xia stared intently at him, as if she wanted to devour him whole, to see right through him, down to his underwear. Zhang Fan swallowed hard. He wouldn't have dared to mess with a woman of that caliber in his past life. Her aura was so powerful, I couldn't handle it at all. Now, starting all over again, he has transmigrated into the body of a paralyzed man. Faced with this queenly aura, he is still a little nervous and uncomfortable. He tried to shift his position, but found he couldn't move at all. That's when he remembered that he was paralyzed. Fortunately, he is mute now, so he doesn't have to think about what to say. He simply turned his head away, no longer willing to let the other person's aggressive gaze sweep over his face. You can do whatever you want. If you kidnap me, my sister's rice bowl will be gone. It ruined my and my rich sister's recharging plan. I'll remember this debt. As long as I live, you'll have your day to cry. He roared inwardly, cursing the woman's ancestors for 18 generations. Wen Xia stared at Zhang Fan for a long time and naturally sensed the little fear and tension that the cripple couldn't hide about her. She understood what the young man was thinking, and suddenly chuckled, her eyes full of amusement. What's wrong, little brat? Are you upset? You think I ruined your plans? You really want to be Wen Jichuan's seed sowing machine? She paused, her words laced with sarcasm. Let me guess, what did she promise you? 5 million? Still, 10 million? Heh, so young, and already thinking about getting something for nothing, not taking the right path, wanting to be kept by a rich woman and climb the social ladder by living off her? You men are disgraced by people like you. Wen Xia's disdain was undisguised, like a bucket of cold water poured over her head. Zhang Fan, with his head turned to one side, had his cheeks flushed red. He really wanted to retort. What's it to you? I just like to win without lifting a finger, what's it to you? Anger nearly destroyed his reason, but his innate intelligence forced him to calm down. He began to wonder what Wen Xia's true intentions were. This woman is far more difficult to deal with than that little vixen, Wen Jichuan. She kidnapped him not just to stop her niece. We must figure out her true intentions. Just now at the welfare home, he only overheard a few words exchanged between the woman and Li Guofu. I know that there is a rift between Wen Xia and her niece, their relationship has broken down, and they have even gone so far as to separate their families. As for their relationship, it's a case of enemies meeting with intense hatred, or just minor family squabbles. He wasn't sure for the time being. It seems that only through more detailed explanations from Wen Xia can we make a more accurate prediction. So he turned his head back and looked directly at Wen Xia. His eyes were blazing with fury, the meaning couldn't be clearer. I'm angry, and you can't appease me. You'd better give me an explanation. Seeing his flustered, cat-like appearance, Wen Xia laughed instead, her eyes filled with a charming smile. You heard it today too, Wen Jichuan and I have a little disagreement. She spoke casually, as if she were talking about a trivial family matter. This girl has been wild since she was little. She has her own opinions, is disobedient, and doesn't listen to me. Now that her father is gone, the huge family business has fallen on my shoulders. She's doing this, relying on being my brother's most beloved daughter. She's forming cliques within the company and trying to oust me from my position as chairman. He claims he wants to share my burden, but in reality, doesn't he just have ambitions to become the head of the group? She doesn't even know her own limitations. If we really hand the Wen family over to her, the group will be devoured by those hungry wolves outside within 3 years. There are many people in Jinghai City who are eyeing my business, and they are all looking to take over the Wen family's assets during the period of turmoil after my brother's death. Giving the helmsman position to a mere girl in her early 20s would make Wen Yudao, who's been hiding underground, furious enough to crawl out of his grave and curse me to death. She spoke to herself as if she were talking to the air, or as if she were deliberately speaking to Zhang Fan. She suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, as if she had just realized what was happening. Oh dear, why am I talking so much to a mute and crippled person like you? But that's fine, since you can't tell anyone anyway. These things aren't a secret in Jinghai City's high society circles. This girl couldn't beat me, so she ran away from home. I couldn't be bothered with her, but my sister-in-law suffered in the middle. It's tough for the Wen family. She said it was difficult, but there was no trace of worry on her face. Instead, she looked at Zhang Fan with great interest. Suddenly, she changed the subject, leaned forward, and brought her stunningly beautiful face close to Zhang Fan's. It was as if he was asking Zhang Fan, aren't you curious why I care so much about you, the seed, and why I'm lending you my seed to Wen Jichuan? Although I look down on men, in this world, a man with a penis is indeed precious. In a society where there are more women than men, it is undeniable that men hold a very high status. Our Wen family rules are even more rigid. If any male is born in the next generation, as long as he is mentally and physically healthy, the entire clan must devote all its efforts to his upbringing and designate him as the next generation's heir. As she spoke, she glanced at Zhang Fan. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Even if you were a man, with your pathetic state, you wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in the Wen family. Upon hearing Wen Xia's words, Zhang Fan instantly understood everything. Oh shit. A palace drama about infighting within a wealthy family. I never would have dared to get involved in this situation by some twist of fate in my previous life. It is precisely in this distorted society where there are more women than men that someone like him, who has no ability to work, could come into the sight of a wealthy woman like Wen Xia. He couldn't help but sigh. Now the question is. Judging from Wen Xia's tone, it's clear she won't let Wen Jichuan have a child. Because once she gets pregnant and gives birth to a boy, she will inevitably gain status and prestige because of her son. Not only will she return to the Wen family, but her son will also be in charge of the family's power in the future. Of course, it was also Zhang Fan's child. What a pity. He could only pray silently that Wen Jixia or Wen Jichuan had hit the target on the first shot. As long as he gives birth to a divine offspring who inherits the best qualities of both parents, won't he, as the father, be able to walk sideways in the future? Wen Xia seemed to see through his thoughts and sneered, her eyes full of disdain. So, put away your unrealistic fantasies. To turn a sparrow into a phoenix thanks to Wen Jichuan? Dream on. I will absolutely not let her succeed. She moved even closer, her warm breath brushing against Zhang Fan's cheek, but her words carried an icy chill. From now on, you are mine. For the next 7 days, even if she turns the entire city of Jinghai upside down, she won't be able to find you again. Chapter 10, Escaping one tiger's den only to fall into another. Must we cooperate fully? Wen Xia's harsh words were like knives. Under her queenly aura of life and death, the air inside the car felt thin. Zhang Fan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He had no doubt that this woman was absolutely capable of doing everything she said. This means that the system I just activated and the charging plan I just started may have to be put on hold. The top quality tonics in the mall that could transform him instantly became unattainable. He simply closed his eyes, not even bothering to offer a last glimmer of resistance. Let's take it one step at a time. But his brain was working at an unprecedented speed. The overwhelming flow of information and a keen business sense are reassembling all the fragmented information from this power struggle within a wealthy family into a clear strategic game. Did Wen Xia kidnap herself just to stop Wen Jichuan? She really just wanted to hide herself away for a few days, and then return her to Li Guofu so that he could hand her over to the organization? No, it can't be that simple. A woman who can single-handedly control a business empire would never act on a whim. The way she looked at herself, with that naked scrutiny and assessment, was definitely not like looking at an inanimate object. It was a mixture of greed, scheming, and even a hint of barely perceptible curiosity. What is it that I haven't considered yet? Zhang Fan's mind was rapidly processing the situation. What exactly did this woman want to do with him? The van drove smoothly as Zhang Fan pondered his thoughts. After driving for nearly an hour, we finally stopped in front of a white villa that blends modern and classic styles. Zhang Fan was once again carried out of the car by 2 burly men in black. The courtyard is adorned with a profusion of flowers, meticulously trimmed, and the French windows reflect the sunset, exuding understated luxury. Wen Xia got out of the car and whispered a few words to her bodyguard. The villa gate opened, and a mature woman in a gray business suit strode out. She was in her early 30s, with a full figure and a beautiful face, exuding the competence and composure of a top-notch professional housekeeper. When Wen Xia saw her, the tense lines on her face softened for once. Sister Luan, I'll leave the rest to you. I have other things to do. She paused, her tone returning to its usual coldness and seriousness. Remember, don't let anyone find him, especially that little girl Wen Jichuan. If she dares to find this place, don't even let her in the door. The woman, referred to as Sister Luan, wore a perfect professional smile. When her gaze fell on Zhang Fan, who was being supported, her pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. Clearly, the lethality of Zhang Fan's face exceeded her expectations. But she quickly regained her composure, as if her momentary lapse had never occurred. Zhang Fan accurately captured this extremely subtle change in expression. An evil thought popped into his mind. Another potential power bank? Judging by her demeanor and figure, she's at least an 88 out of 100. You better serve me well later. I wouldn't mind giving you a boost too. Although she looks a bit older than Wen Xia, the more mature a woman is, the more charming she becomes. Luan Shu, of course, couldn't guess Zhang Fan's ulterior motives, and she quickly assured Wen Xia. President Wen, rest assured, the room and all equipment have been prepared in accordance with the highest standards of China. The manor's security system is activated, not even a mosquito can fly in within a 3-kilometer radius. Upon hearing this, Wen Xia let out a delighted laugh, her breasts heaving. I trust Sister Luan the most when she gets things done. She glanced at Zhang Fan one last time. That look in his eyes was 100 times more greedy than the look Li Guofu gave when he looked at the printing press. Zhang Fan's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, we've just escaped one danger only to fall into another. No. Only after watching Wen Xia's car disappear into the distance did Luan Shu's attention finally turn to Zhang Fan. Looking at his slightly pale face, Luan Shu's tone carried a hint of formulaic concern. Oh dear, our national treasure, are you feeling a little unwell from the long journey? Quickly, take him to that room. She gave her 2 bodyguards a meaningful look. The bodyguard nodded expressionlessly. Zhang Fan completely resigned himself to his fate. He was now just a piece of meat on a chopping board. They were at the mercy of others. Luan Shu followed behind the bodyguards, watching Zhang Fan being carried into the room, and then waved for the bodyguards to leave. Jiang Fan felt like he had entered a new world. The room was extremely spacious, more than 5 times larger than the top-class sanatorium in the welfare home. The ceiling is adorned with a dazzling crystal chandelier, the floor is covered with a soft velvet carpet, and the walls are hung with abstract paintings that I don't understand but seem very expensive. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is a neatly manicured private garden. However, his vision was not blinded by these luxurious appearances. As soon as he entered, he noticed the huge temperature-controlled cabinet in the corner. Inside, hundreds of bottles and jars were densely packed together. Colorful and well-packaged, they are all various types of nutritional solutions and health products. He immediately thought of the strong medicine that Li Guofu had injected him with that morning. A thought that sent chills down his spine suddenly exploded into his mind. Damn it, could all of this have been prepared for him? Luan Shu noticed his gaze, and a glint flashed in her eyes. This kid is very perceptive. Her impeccable professional smile returned, and she walked silently to the bedside, her voice as gentle as a lover's whisper. Hello, Mr. Jiang Fan. I am your personal butler for the next few days, Luan Shu. From now on, I will take care of you 24 hours a day, without leaving your side. 24 hours? Never leaving your side? Jiang Fan's inner alarm bells were ringing. Are you crazy? What is this woman trying to do? Are you planning to skin and dismember yourself? Is it necessary to watch over him all the time, since he's a mute and paralyzed person? That bitch Wen Xia is a real pervert. Unable to speak, he could only purse his lips in annoyance. It expresses a silent protest. Luan Shu seemed to see through his thoughts and chuckled softly. Don't get me wrong, what I mean is that your every heartbeat and every breath is under our surveillance. Jiang Fan sneered inwardly. I'm a cripple, how could I possibly grow wings and fly? They're just being silly. He couldn't be bothered to argue with this woman anymore. Whatever, at least for now, they don't seem to have any plans to do anything to him. However, Luan Shu's next actions made him realize that he had been too naive. Wen Xia, that perverted woman, was definitely up to no good. Luan Shu took out a pair of thin medical gloves from a cabinet and slowly put them on. Then he picked up the alcohol spray and carefully disinfected his hands. Every movement is filled with a cold sense of ritual. Jiang Fan stared intently at her movements. His eyes widened as an extremely ominous premonition enveloped him. Until Luan Shu walked up to him with a smile and bent down. Sizzle. She yanked off the thin blanket covering him. Her tone was alluring, but her words sent a chill down Jiang Fan's spine. Her red lips parted slightly. Mr. Jiang, now, I will conduct a comprehensive fertility assessment for you. For President Wen's plan, and for your own health. Please cooperate fully. Full cooperation? I'll cooperate with you, my foot. You're coming back? Is this never going to end? My dear Ganlin's mother. Do you really think I'm a stud pig? Chapter 11. The Queen's butler personally inspects the goods, unexpectedly refining his insight talent. Damn it! To have the Wen family members take turns attacking me in one day, are they trying to kill me? Jiang Fan's mind was screaming wildly. He wanted to perform a Thomas Flare on the spot and then break through the window. Show this woman with your actions that a man can be killed but not humiliated. Even if he, Jiang Fan, were to jump off this villa and be reduced to a pile of mud, he would never submit to you, you poisonous woman. He made up his mind that this time he must use his willpower to control his body and uphold his last bottom line as a man. Hold it in. Brother, you absolutely have to pull yourself together and don't look up. However, the betrayal of the body comes much faster than imagined. I don't know if it's because Luan Shu's technique is too professional. The aftereffects of Li Guofu's bag of top-grade health supplements from this morning hadn't worn off yet. The gentle warmth within his body suddenly exploded like ignited gasoline, transforming into a raging inferno that instantly engulfed his entire body. They are completely out of his control. In less than half a minute, his good-for-nothing brother, as if injected with chicken blood, proudly raised his head. Jiang Fan. Damn it. Traitor. There's a traitor inside me. Oh no, I'm dirty. He closed his eyes in despair, feeling like a joke. Jiang Fan enjoyed the ultimate comfort brought by the warm little hands. He cursed himself in his heart. Jiang Fan, you're fucking useless. What happened to the promise of never surrendering, even unto death? How come you can't even last a minute? Just as he was giving up on himself and preparing to lie down, Luan Shu suddenly stopped. Zhang Fan was taken aback and opened his eyes in confusion. Luan Shu's next performance. It completely numbed him. She had one hand free. The slender fingers form right angles. Make left and right gestures in the air. He was muttering to himself, as if he was estimating something. This isn't over yet. She picked up a sophisticated instrument resembling a scanner from the medical tray beside her. A soft blue beam of light emanates from the front of the instrument, scanning him back and forth across his pathetic state. A series of complex physiological data are displayed in real time on the instrument's small screen. No, big sister? Are you here to inspect the goods? Are you a researcher or a decorator? Is he sick? I was really into it, and you did this to me? Can't you even have a little bit of professionalism? Terrible. Absolutely must give a terrible review. Zhang Fan was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The shock, confusion, and anger in his eyes were almost tangible. Luan Shu seemed to understand the absurd look in Zhang Fan's eyes that seemed to say, "Are you fucking kidding me?" A perfect professional smile appeared on her face, and her voice was so gentle it could melt your heart. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. This is also a very important part of the indicators. I will complete the test as soon as possible, please, bear with me a little longer." Zhang Fan. I'll tolerate your stupidity. Are all KPIs in your wealthy families this insane? Zhang Fan was mentally chanting the essence of Chinese culture, but his body was completely unfazed. What else could he say? He was already numb. Destroy it, quickly. Lie down, relax, I'm tired. Luan Shu silently noted down a piece of data. It left her speechless. Only then did they continue with the unfinished task. A few minutes later. The moment the ceremony was completed. Zhang Fan's brain went blank. A system notification sounded in his mind without warning. Ding! Non-standard life essence inheritance behavior detected. Judging in progress. Warning, this action has not completed the entire great harmony of life process. Judgment correction, this behavior falls under the edge-triggered category, meeting the system's 1 in 10,000 lucky activation condition. Congratulations, host. You have triggered an unexpected surprise. The Life Forge purification talent has been activated. Target for refinement, Luan Shu. Talent, micro-expression insight. Purification successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Primal Power Micro-expression Insight Beginner. Proficiency +5. Note, Micro-expression Insight, a top-tier psychological profiling talent, allows the host to accurately capture a target's unconscious facial reactions within 0.2 seconds, revealing their true emotions and intentions. A series of notification sounds instantly revitalized Zhang Fan, who had just been drained and was in a state of post-coital bliss. Holy crap! This works? Zhang Fan's heart was filled with a tremendous surge of emotions. He believed that only by achieving great harmony of life could his talent be activated. I never expected that such marginal behavior could be triggered, and it was a 1 in 10,000 lucky event. This is a bug. He immediately opened the system panel. Host, Zhang Fan. Y chromosome percentage, 50%. Probability of having a boy, 50%. God tier talent, Forge of Life new player bound. Refining talents, Information Overload Beginner, Business Acumen Beginner, Micro Expression Insight Beginner. Physical constitution, weak, severely paralyzed. Charging partners, 2. Propagation and offspring, 0. Battery life, 3 minutes while cooling down. Current energy level, 100,1000. Although it doesn't reward energy points like Life Harmony, getting a talent for free is a huge win. All the humiliation and resentment in Zhang Fan's heart were instantly washed away by this unexpected joy. Cool. That was fucking awesome. The feeling of exploiting bugs is just different. Luan Shu acted swiftly and remained calm. She slowly and methodically tidied the bedsheets. Put away the reagent kits containing the latest scientific research results. She turned gracefully and left the room. Outside the door, she whispered a few instructions to an assistant who was already waiting. He watched his assistant walk away quickly. Only then did he put on that flawless smile again. She walked gracefully back to the bedside. Zhang Fan's gaze fell on her face. With the help of the talent for micro-expression insight, the world instantly becomes different. He could clearly see what lay beneath Luan Shu's perfectly professional smile. Her eye muscles twitched very slightly once, her pupils dilated by 0.1 centimeters, and the corners of her lips drooped almost imperceptibly. A sense of rejection, mixed with a hint of curiosity about something never experienced before. The system automatically provided annotations for the talent. Interesting. So it turns out you weren't doing this willingly either. Zhang Fan sneered inwardly. It seems that when Xia, that crazy woman, has put a lot of pressure on you. Luan Shu was unaware that her inner thoughts had been seen through. She sat on the edge of the bed. Looking at Zhang Fan's fair and rosy face, he seemed to have just entered a state of sage-like tranquility, lost in thought. Even for a mature woman like her, who had seen it all, her heart stirred slightly. In this era where there are more women than men, men are a rare species. A top-tier handsome man like Zhang Fan, with his exquisite features and irresistible good looks, is an extremely rare find. In her more than 30 years of life, Luan Shu had seen many men, but she had never seen anyone so handsome. For a moment, I was completely engrossed in watching it. She suddenly remembered another testing item that Wen Xia had privately instructed her to do before she left. Wen Xia gave a firm order that this indicator must be personally implemented by her to obtain the most accurate data, as this would determine the success or failure of the entire subsequent plan. Whoosh! Zhang Fan caught another glimpse of a faint blush flashing across Luan Shu's cheeks, and his heart rate instantly increased by 25%. Shyness, resistance, yet a hidden anticipation. Zhang Fan's heart skipped a beat. Besides? How many orders did that freak Wen Xia give you? Luan Shu blushed. Premier Wen is really something. Although this handsome young man was indeed outstanding in appearance, making her a little tempted. But we've only met for the first time. How could Premier Wen be so heartless as to let her personally take the lead and test the law? Chapter 12. After reading the news, I was blown away. Turns out, I'm the only SSS-level national treasure? Luan Shu frowned slightly. Premier Wen's orders are always so cold and unreasonable. But the thought only flashed through her mind before she forcibly suppressed it. What President Wen gave her was already more than enough. What is this small sacrifice? She adjusted her breathing, forcibly suppressing the unfamiliar throbbing in her heart, and looked at Zhang Fan lying dead on the bed, her mind in turmoil. They were collecting samples in a very serious manner, and they could even use work requirements as an excuse. Now, it's time to go to the battlefield with real guns and ammunition. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. She was actually a little nervous, and her cheeks were burning uncontrollably. But she was, after all, a mature woman in her 30s. Although she had never been with a man, she had a wealth of theoretical knowledge about that process. I also tried out a lot of high-tech toys. With a determined heart, she made up her mind. She spoke softly to Zhang Fan on the bed, her breath sweet and her voice gentle. Mr. Jiang, please rest for a while. I have already instructed the housekeeper to prepare dinner, and I will feed you myself later. After she finished speaking, she stood quietly by the bed, looking intently at him. A flicker of struggle and determination flashed in the depths of his eyes. She's making up her mind about what she's going to do to me tonight. Zhang Fan's talent for micro-expression insight instantly provided the most accurate interpretation. He understood. He simply closed his eyes and pretended to be exhausted. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Zhang Fan was awakened by a strong and overpowering aroma of food. When he opened his eyes, he saw a dazzling array of exquisite dishes laid out on the low table beside the bed, their aroma filling the air. Luan Shu was holding a bowl of soup, with an impeccable professional smile on her face. Mr. Jiang, you're awake. The timing is perfect. Let me feed you. Before Zhang Fan could react, she had already scooped up a spoonful of scalding hot food. She brought it to her full, red lips and gently blew on it to cool it. Then he carefully brought it to Zhang Fan's lips. When drinking the soup, she first tasted a small sip herself to check the saltiness and temperature before bringing it to his lips. Her movements and expression perfectly embodied the image of a considerate and perfect wife. In his 2 lifetimes, Zhang Fan had never enjoyed such treatment. A corner of my heart actually softened a little. If I could have such a stunningly beautiful older woman feeding me every day, and just lie there for the rest of my life, it wouldn't seem so bad. Pooh. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he immediately became alert. Zhang Fan, wake up. This woman is a viper sent by that madwoman Wen Xia. A weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken it has no good intentions. Who knows, after you finish this last meal, they might use you as a scapegoat the next second. You're already moved to tears after only eating 1 bite of their food? You're really hopeless. Hurry up and think of a way to get rid of that shrew Wen Xia's control. He cursed himself in his heart, but he obediently opened his mouth and enjoyed being fed. It smells so good. No, I can't let her lead me astray. While eating, he rolled his eyes and gestured to Luan Shu. Eating like this is so boring, let's have some entertainment to go with the meal. He raised his eyelids and looked at the enormous, ridiculously large television screen on the wall. Luan Shu understood immediately, picked up the remote control, and turned on the TV. The screen lit up, and a beautiful news anchor sat upright, her clear and articulate voice resonating distinctly throughout the room through the top of the line speakers. Coincidentally, the broadcast was about the latest developments in the Dragon Seeking Project. According to the latest data released by the Dragon Kingdom's Birth Protection Organization, the Dragon Search Plan is currently facing unprecedented difficulties nationwide. The overall quality of the original samples is far from what was expected. Currently, there are fewer than 1,000 grade B original samples found nationwide with Y chromosome activity above the normal standard 10%. There are fewer than 100 grade A original samples with excellent Y chromosome activity 20%. On the television screen, a pyramid image was shocking. At the base of the tower is a massive EDCB class tower, and above that are rare A class towers. At the very top of the pyramid, in the area marked S grade, there was a starkly blank space. The female anchor's serious yet slightly sorrowful voice echoed in the room. To date, not a single S grade original sample with perfect Y chromosome activity 40% has been found. Boom! Jiang Fan's brain felt like it had been struck by lightning. His innate ability to process information instantly activated, analyzing and processing the information at an unprecedented speed. There are fewer than 1,000 people at the B level. There are fewer than 100 people in level A. S rank, 0 to date? On his system panel, that line of data was crystal clear. Y chromosome percentage, 50%. 50%. The standard for S class is 40%. To date, not a single case has been found nationwide. This is just his initial value. Wow! He had only heard Wen Jichuan and Wen Xia mention that he was an S-level sample. Although they knew they were rare, there was never a clear official definition of it. Now, seeing the official data, he suddenly realized what was going on. My 50% perfect proportions are simply not even at the national treasure level. This is one of a kind. It's a unique piece. It is a miracle that has never occurred in the entire Dragon Kingdom, or even the entire Blue Star. S-level native samples? No. From this moment on, he is the only SSS-level national treasure. It's a walking nuclear arsenal for reproduction. Damn it! No wonder that crazy woman Wenxia insisted on kidnapping him from the orphanage. No wonder the Wen sisters were so crazy, vying to borrow my seed. It turns out that Lao Tzu was the biggest and most crucial trump card in this game. The rice he was chewing suddenly tasted different. This isn't rice. This is dragon liver and phoenix marrow. It's power. It's his passport to do whatever he wants in this world. A sense of control. An unprecedented sense of absolute control, as if he had the whole world under his feet, exploded in his heart. His gaze slowly shifted from the television screen to Luan Shu, who was gently feeding him beside him. His eyes have completely changed. It was no longer the vigilance, humiliation, and helplessness of before. Rather, it is a form of examination. It's the look in a hunter's eyes as he locks onto what he's got. It's this humanoid nuclear weapon that's looking at its next recharging target. Luan Shu, my good housekeeper. You'd better be nicer to me. Otherwise, once I recover my strength, the first thing I'll do is recharge you. Chapter 13. The aloof fairy comes knocking. Luan Shu realized that she had made a very serious mistake. When the words S-level, to date, not a single case has been found appeared on the television screen, they burned into Jiang Fan's eyes like a branding iron. She felt a strong sense of oppression. This kid, isn't he a mute and paralyzed person? His eyes suddenly became unfathomable. Her heart pounded wildly at the sight. Oops. Did she ignite some kind of dangerous spark? But then I thought, what is there to be afraid of? Even if he has immense value, even if he is a national treasure, he is still a bedridden, speechless cripple. Aren't we just at their mercy? Now that he knows why Premier Wen brought him here, what can he do? You still have to cooperate obediently, right? On the other hand, the reason why President Wen brought him here was simply to use him as a dragon seed to gain some family benefits. By the way, let's discuss that little slut Wen Jichuan. Compared to President Wen's plans and the future of the Wen family, what's wrong with sacrificing a bit of Jiang Fan's essence? We can always compensate him more later. Get him a top specialist to treat his illness. This should at least offset the fee I owed him for lending me for a few days. Of course, whatever Premier Wen wants to do, he cannot do without Jiang Fan's cooperation. With this cooperation, Luan Shu naturally had a way to make him obedient. Her gaze swept over the temperature-controlled cabinet against the wall. The room was filled with a dense array of colorful medicines, all beautifully packaged. He. As long as there is fuel. Even the worst nuclear arsenal can be launched, right? Luan Shuxin was making plans. The act of feeding the child was perfectly composed. She scooped up a spoonful of rice. Bring it close to your full, red lips and gently blow on them to cool them. Then it was brought to Jiang Fan's lips. She observed Jiang Fan's changing expressions discreetly. I wanted to read something from his eyes. She prides herself on her ability to understand people's hearts. They always manage to observe others in subtle ways. Unfortunately, she will never know. Jiang Fan had already copied his unique skill. Jiang Fan enjoyed being fed by this perfect wife. He stared intently at the news reports detailing the dragon-seeking project. He has come to a complete understanding. Why was Wenxia in such a hurry to abduct him from the orphanage? It wasn't just to obstruct Wen Jichuan. What she wanted was to have him, this nuclear warhead, all to herself. The Wen family appears glamorous on the surface. In reality, it harbors a deadly intent. After Wen Yudao passed away, Wen Xia single-handedly managed the situation. There is a power struggle within the organization led by Wen Jichuan. Outside, various hungry wolves from Jinghai City are eyeing them covetously. This juicy piece of meat has already been targeted. Wen Xia is absolutely in a state of chaos right now. She was thinking of a solution. And I am a bargaining chip that she values very much. Jiang Fan sneered inwardly. He's no longer a tool to be manipulated. His goal is to continuously recharge. Gain energy points. To restore physical fitness. Refine your talent. Completely get rid of paralysis. This can be seen from Luan Shu's actions in collecting samples just now. Wen Xia likely intended to use him as a tool. Even betraying his dragon seed. In exchange for some unimaginable benefit? These two things are not actually in conflict. Wen Xia might even become a driving force behind his recharging plan. Jiang Fan pondered in his mind what move Wen Xia was making. Suddenly, a phone ringing brought him back to reality. It was Luan Shu's phone ringing. She put down her bowl and chopsticks. Give Jiang Fan an apologetic look. He got up, walked to the corner, and answered the phone. Although Jiang Fan couldn't hear the voice coming from the receiver. But Luan Shu's body tensed instantly, and a fleeting hint of irritation crossed her brow. He could tell that there must be a tricky matter that was putting her in a difficult position. Anxiety and irritability, but having to suppress them. Jiang Fan's talent for observing micro-expressions allowed him to accurately capture this information. Luan Shu hung up the phone with a serious expression. Her professional smile instantly switched back. Walking up to Jiang Fan, she said apologetically, Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry, I have some things to take care of and need to leave for a while. She pointed to the remaining food on the table. The nanny will come and continue feeding you. I'll be back soon. Jiang Fan returned her a fake smile. That means, it's up to you, I'm fine with anything. Anyway, she took care of all those embarrassing things. I got another free talent skill. Jiang Fan now has no reservations about Luan Shu. This woman was nothing more than a pawn on Wen Xia's chessboard. They can't control the overall situation. It won't cause any significant trouble. Just wait to be linked to by him. Luan Shu rushed to the living room. A woman dressed in a cool and aloof manner was sitting upright on the sofa. She is tall. She was wearing a moon-white silk cheongsam. It accentuated her tall and slender figure, making her look exquisite. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down her back. A graceful, slender swan neck was revealed. Her features are exquisite. She bears a striking resemblance to Wen Jichuan. However, it lacks that glamorous and aggressive quality. It's more of a detached and aloof feeling. It was Wen Jixia. A look of difficulty flashed in Luan Shu's eyes. His brows furrowed slightly. Then he switched back to a formulaic smiling expression and greeted her with a smile. Miss Xixia, I'm sorry I'm late. Luan Shu spoke in a proper tone, with just the right amount of apology. I was just taking care of some things and was delayed. Sorry. When Jixia saw that the person who came was Luan Shu, she did not stand up. He just shifted his position slightly. I changed to a more comfortable position. Sister Luan, you are Aunt's head housekeeper. I know you're busy, so it's no trouble. She responded calmly. The sound was clear and pure, untouched by worldly dust. I didn't come here for anything specific, I just wanted to take a look around. Her gaze swept over the familiar furnishings in the living room. It reveals a sense of nostalgia. I used to stay in this villa often when my dad was alive. Recently I've been missing him a bit, so I thought I'd come back to stay and reminisce. She looked at Luan Shu. His tone left no room for argument. You don't need to worry about me, just go about your business. Luan Shu listened to Wen Jixia's lukewarm response. It seems ordinary and unremarkable. But she was extremely vigilant. She caught a glint of light in Wen Jixia's eyes. She felt something was amiss when the servants told her that Wen Jixia had arrived. This woman hadn't been to this place even once since her father, Wen Yudao, passed away. Why at this crucial juncture? Why did she reappear when Jiang Fan was brought here? Should we report this to Wen Xia? Luan Shu pondered to herself. She planned to tell Wen Xia about this after dealing with Wen Jixia, in order to avoid any further complications. Although Wen Jixia and Wen Xia have always maintained a good relationship. I've had a very good relationship with my aunt since I was little. This young lady basically doesn't get involved in company affairs. Unlike her sister Wen Jichuan, who was always causing trouble to try and bring down Wen Xia. But now is a critical period. There is no room for the slightest negligence. The two women each had their own agendas. We rambled on and on for a while. Luan Shu asked knowingly, Miss Jixia, have you had dinner yet? Would you like the kitchen to prepare something else for you? Wen Jixia said calmly, I've eaten, and I'm going to my room to rest. Sister Luan, you can go ahead with your work. Luan Shu had the same idea. He then took the opportunity to escort Wen Jixia upstairs. He watched Wen Jixia enter the room. She immediately took out her phone. I quickly walked to the balcony. I dialed Wen Xia's number. Mr. Wen, Miss Jixia, has arrived. Wen Xia listened. His brow furrowed. I just snatched Jiang Fan from that bitch Jichuan, how come Jixia is also joining in? She wasn't always uninterested in family affairs. Are they only focused on financial investments and hacking techniques? Could it be that she also? No. She and Jichuan have never gotten along. She's always been more obedient to me since she was little. She probably just stumbled upon this by accident. Perhaps she really misses her brother. Wen Xia had her own plan in mind. He then told Luan Shu not to make any rash moves against Wen Jixia. Act according to circumstances. Let's observe her first. Yes, Mr. Wen, I understand. Luan Shu nodded in agreement on the other end of the phone. She glanced at the time. More than an hour has passed without us realizing it. She was startled. That Wen Jixia is really making things difficult. She instructed her men to keep a close eye on Wen Jixia's movements. Report any unusual activity to her immediately. She then walked quickly toward the secret room. She was still preoccupied with the important task Wen Xia had given her, which required her to test the law herself. It's almost 9 o'clock. Is Jiang Fan about to fall asleep? Please don't. I won't finish my task today. Premier Wen will be coming tomorrow. She'll scold him. Chapter 14. It's late at night, and I'd like to invite Mr. Jiang to play cards. When Luan Shu rushed back to Jiang Fan's room, he was enjoying his favorite show from his past life. On the huge screen TV on the wall, a top-level 4v4 Dodiju, a popular Chinese card game competition, is in full swing. A royal flush. Brilliant. Ugh. This hand of cards is like something out of a nutcase. If I were in their shoes, I'd give them the win in 3 rounds. You noob, you made a mistake. You should have played a straight first to force them to break up their royal flush. Jiang Fan lay in bed, unable to speak, but in his mind he was a kingly commentator, pointing out the flaws in the world. Since refining his 2 great talents, information deluge and business acumen, his brain seemed to have been replaced with a quantum chip, and his computing power increased exponentially. Card counting? No problem. Now it's time to remember all the cards. What was played on the field, and what remains? What cards might someone hold? In his mind, it was practically the same as having the cards upside down. If he can master this, those so-called professional players on TV wouldn't be a match for him. The feeling of having your IQ forcibly boosted is surprisingly wonderful. If only there were a dozen or so more talents. Wouldn't I be about to ascend to heaven on the spot? Transform into an omnipotent hexagonal war god? Just as his thoughts were drifting, the door clicked open silently. With graceful steps, Luan Shu walked in. She first whispered something to the nanny at the door. After receiving a negative answer, my tense shoulders finally relaxed. His face once again wore that perfect professional smile. Seeing that Zhang Fan was intently watching the TV, he was still awake. A hint of relief flashed in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I just finished dealing with some matters. I apologize for keeping you waiting." Her voice was as soft as a feather, brushing past Zhang Fan's ear. Zhang Fan didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. "Have you been waiting? Why would I wait for you? I was really enjoying watching TV. You're coming so late, you're probably up to no good." He could even sense that his money printing machine, which had only recently taken a break, was about to give way to its former glory. "Tonight, I'm forced to work again." Seeing that Zhang Fan completely ignored her, Luan Shu was not embarrassed. She walked to the bedside, followed his gaze to the television, and a smile appeared on her lips. This kind of 4v14 game is really entertaining. It really tests the teamwork and coordination between teammates, as well as the strategic thinking when bidding. Zhang Fan glanced at her sideways. This woman is quite something. She even knows about 4v14 matches? His mind wasn't just filled with thoughts of men and women. Luan Shu was secretly pleased to see that her words had finally caught Zhang Fan's attention. He continued, following up on the conversation, "If Mr. Jiang likes, I can play with you." Zhang Fan simply rolled his eyes at him. The meaning in her eyes couldn't be clearer. "Sister, look at me, paralyzed. Do I look like I can pick up a card? Playing cards with your mind?" Luan Shu was not choked up at all. Instead, she burst out laughing. His eyes sparkled, with a hint of amusement. "Mr. Jiang, can't you move your fingers?" She lowered her voice as if she had discovered a huge secret. "When I was feeding you just now, I counted, and your right index finger twitched at least 23 times. Boom! Zhang Fan was shocked. "Holy crap! That's some kind of keen eye." Lao Tzu moved almost imperceptibly. "She's still keeping track of my numbers." Since when Jixia gave him his first taste of primal power, he has gained his first wave of primal energy. Although the newly generated power in his dantian was weak, it was enough to make his index finger, which had been paralyzed for 18 years, twitch very slightly. He practiced secretly whenever he had free time, eager to regain control of his body as soon as possible. I never expected Luan Shu to be so observant. They even discovered this. This woman is something else. You really underestimated her. Zhang Fan's face remained calm, but his gaze lingered on Luan Shu for a few more seconds. Luan Shuluo met his scrutiny with composure and explained, "As a professional butler, reading between the lines is a basic skill. Since President Wen sent me to take care of you, I naturally have to do my best." That was said flawlessly. Zhang Fan secretly thought highly of her. He nodded slightly, acknowledging her words. Now, the atmosphere wasn't so awkward anymore. Seeing this, Luan Shu simply moved a chair and sat down on the edge of the bed. He watched the game with Zhang Fan and even started analyzing it in a very professional manner. In this hand, the landlord shouldn't have played a pair first. He should have played a single card first to test if the next player had an ace. Look, this time the player before me took the card and immediately played a 2 to shut down the landlord, completely disrupting the landlord's rhythm. Zhang Fan listened and nodded inwardly. Hey, this woman is really knowledgeable. My dislike for her has unknowingly lessened considerably. At least for the next few days, we'll have something in common to talk about. They won't be treated like breeding pigs every day, driven crazy even if they aren't completely drained. The two of them just talked and listened. Before I knew it, the game was over. It was already past 10 o'clock. Night was falling. Zhang Fan couldn't help but yawn. Luan Shu glanced at it and saw that it was almost done. If we don't act now, tonight's mission will be ruined. She cleared her throat and tentatively began, "Mr. Jiang, it's late, and I'd like to invite you to play cards together." After saying this, her originally composed and capable pretty face suddenly turned bright red. His eyes started to dart away, and he seemed a little awkward. Play cards? What cards should we play? Is this the kind of card I'm thinking of? Zhang Fan's talent for observing micro-expressions instantly kicked in. We can directly interpret the true meaning behind this woman's words. Shy and nervous, but extremely purposeful. He was secretly pleased. Wow, that's great. Sister Luan, you know a lot. This card game is not the same as that card game, is it? The way they use slang is quite sophisticated. Sure enough, after hesitating for 2 seconds, Wan Shu still mustered up the courage to speak frankly. President Wan specifically instructed that there is another very important indicator that I must personally complete the testing. Her head drooped lower and lower, her voice barely audible. Please cooperate, is that all right? Zhang Fan stared at her blushing face. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. The fox's tail has finally been revealed. He licked me all night. They fed him and explained things to him. After a long build-up. In the end, I couldn't hold it in any longer. How could I refuse? A power bank delivered to your door. Why not take it if it's free? I've been wanting to give you, you little devil, a shot of adrenaline for ages. After all, I only need 100 more stamina points to exchange for a basic stamina potion in the shop. This is what he desires most right now. Besides, Luan Shu is at least an 88 out of 100 in looks and figure. Like a ripe peach, full of juice. He really wanted to try it out. What is it like to be a mature, sophisticated woman? Seeing that Zhang Fan did not show any anger or displeasure, Luan Shu was overjoyed. Does this mean he tacitly approved? She lowered her head even further and added cautiously, Mr. Wan wants me to test your stamina in that area. If you agree, then blink. Zhang Fan found it amusing to see her, who was over 30 years old but still acted like a shy young girl. He deliberately wanted to tease her, so he slowly closed his eyes. Luan Shu felt a sinking feeling of unease. She thought Zhang Fan had ultimately rejected her. Zhang Fan suddenly opened his eyes again and blinked rapidly at her. A faint, almost imperceptible, mocking smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. You. Luan Shu's face instantly turned so red it looked like it could bleed. She'd been tricked. She stomped her foot, feeling both embarrassed and angry, then turned and quickly walked to the temperature-controlled cabinet against the wall. Take out a beautifully packaged tube of red liquid. I saw the vial of medicine that exuded a dangerous aura. Now it was Zhang Fan's turn to feel uneasy. Damn, is it really that bad? Not again? Now we need to lubricate the machine. I feel fine, there's no need for that. Seeing the slight change in his expression, Luan Shu immediately understood his concerns. She carried the medicine back to the bedside and patiently explained, Mr. Jiang, don't worry, this isn't the kind of potent medicine that Dean Li gave you. This is a top-grade cell vitality restorer that can quickly restore your energy without any side effects. On the black market, a small bottle like this is worth 100,000. 100,000 per bottle? Good heavens, poverty has once again limited his imagination. Zhang Fan was finally relieved. Come on, fill it up. Luan Shu fed the expensive liquid into Zhang Fan's mouth through a tube. A sweet, warm current slid into my stomach, instantly dissolving without any burning sensation. The energy and fatigue from the day were instantly swept away. I felt refreshed and invigorated, as if I had been fully recharged on the spot. After drinking the medicine, Zhang Fan felt like he was back to normal. The lust in his eyes began to rise uncontrollably. Luan Shu consciously put down the empty bottle and began to wipe his body. Her movements were gentle, yet they carried an undeniable tension and awkwardness. Just as the temperature in the room was rising rapidly, and the two were passionately engaged in the great cause of human harmony. When Zhixiao's room on the 3rd floor of the villa. In the pitch black, only a laptop with a cold, technological glow was lit up. On the screen, there was no code, no candlestick chart. What was being played was a live video of Zhang Fan and Luan Shu fighting in the bedroom. High definition and censored, multiple angles. Every corner and every movement is depicted in exquisite detail. Even their suppressed breathing was clearly audible. On the screen, when Zhixia's beautiful face, as cool and aloof as the moon, was now covered with a layer of frost. She stared intently at the two people entangled on the screen. His right hand, gripping the mouse, was bulging with veins and trembling slightly. Oh! A cold, mocking laugh escaped her lips. Luan Shu. Wan Xia. You've really gone all out. Chapter 15. The fairy watched the entire battle. Is she going to win 2 more battles tonight? The clouds dispersed and the rain stopped. Zhang Fan's soul felt light and airy. Suspended from the ceiling. Looking down at the immobile body on the bed. The time for wisdom. Each time, it is both ethereal and real. It's a bit tough on the kidneys though. He turned his eyes and his gaze fell on Luan Shu beside him. The woman is quietly cleaning up the battlefield. Sweat-dampened hair clung to her cheeks. Her capable and pretty face was flushed with a charming blush. Her eyes were shimmering with tears, unfocused. The neckline of her business suit had been torn open at some point. Perhaps it was because I couldn't control myself just now. Unconscious indulgence. A breathtaking, snow-white arc of light. Her breathing rose and fell slightly. It was almost bursting through its last restraints. Zhang Fan's gaze. They never moved away from those snow-capped peaks. Damn it! Zhang Fan roared inwardly. He hated this useless body. I hate these 2 arms that are just for show. They can't even climb mountains. What kind of man is he? If this happened in my previous life, the difference in level should be known to this mature and sophisticated woman. What does it mean to control lightning? Just then, the system's voice rang out like heavenly music. Ding! Detection indicates the host has achieved complete bioharmony. Reward, energy plus 50. Ding! Your charging spouse has been bound. Current spouses, 3. Spouse number 3, Luan Shu. Age 34. Talent, micro-expression insight. Ding! God-level talent life furnace activated. Purifying the talent of target Luan Shu. Purification successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Primal Power Micro-Expression Insight Beginner. Proficiency plus 5. Current energy level, 150-1000. Zhang Fan's spirits lifted. Although he previously benefited from Luan Shu's talent by using edge triggering. But this time it was a real, live fire exchange. The primal power it brings is far more abundant than before. A surge of pure energy flowed into his limbs and bones. The warm current in my dantian grew stronger again. The previous feeling of emptiness was completely swept away. Instead, it has a more solid sense of power. He felt he was 1 step closer to the point of leaping like a carp. 50 points short. 1 more time. You can then exchange it for that basic stamina potion in the shop. Zhang Fan was making a huge, ruthless calculation in his mind. The way he looked at Luan Shu. It's like watching a walking super power bank. What impressed him even more was that this woman was incredibly skilled. No wonder he's the head butler of a wealthy family. This service awareness. This business acumen. TSK. Compared to Wenjichuan, that little vixen who relies solely on her looks and witty remarks. Technically speaking, Luan Shu is the clear winner. Luan Shu was unaware that she had been labeled a techie. She was enduring the soreness and weakness of her first sexual experience. She methodically helped Zhang Fan wipe his body. But when those slender hands touched certain places, she still couldn't help but tremble slightly. Her eyes were unfocused when they met Zhang Fan's longing gaze. A mischievous thought suddenly popped into my head. The little cripple is dumbfounded, isn't he? You can see it but you can't touch it, it'll drive you crazy. She leaned down, her full breasts deliberately brushing against his lips in a subtle, almost imperceptible way. Zhang Fan couldn't move his hands. Their mouths were never idle. I acted impulsively. He pounced on his prey like a hungry tiger. Luan Shu exclaimed in surprise. My instinct was to shrink back. But it was held firmly by a brute force. 3 minutes later. Luan Shu, her face flushed, struggled to break free, panting heavily. She glared at Zhang Fan, both embarrassed and angry. What a little pervert. She silently added a label to Zhang Fan in her mind. At the same time, she also noted down the length of the scene where the 2 of them had just engaged in a full-blown fight. 3.5 minutes. This number gave Luan Shu a bit of a worry. If we report this to Premier 1, will she think it's a national strategic asset? It's like a silver-plated spearhead, all show and no substance. Weakling. She mentally labeled Zhang Fan with a second tag. Although that's not his most valuable asset. But a poor user experience is ultimately not a good thing. Forget it, let's leave the difficult problem to Premier 1. Thinking about it that way, she felt better. To have my virginity deflowered by such an incredibly handsome young man is a worthwhile experience in this lifetime. In this era where there are more women than men. A picky woman like her. Many people die alone. Thinking of this, her gaze towards Jiang Fan softened considerably. She helped Jiang Fan tidy up and said softly, "For your safety, the room is equipped with 24-hour surveillance. The surveillance line is independent, and only my personal device can see it. No one else will know what we just did." Her cheeks flushed, and she didn't say anything more. Jiang Fan doesn't believe her for a second. That shrew is wicked. Isn't it all so they can keep an eye on me at all times? Luan Shu thoughtfully placed the service button by the bedside within his reach. Make sure his movable index finger can easily reach it. Press the bell anytime if you need anything. A fragrant breeze wafted by, and she gracefully withdrew from the room. Outside the door, Luan Shu instructed the nannies who were guarding the door, "You can go and wait in the lounge. You don't need to stay at the door all the time. Just come when I call you." She had extreme confidence in the villa's security system and saw no need to treat it like a place guarding serious criminals. After giving her instructions, she returned to her room on the second floor. I took a quick shower and changed into my pajamas. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. She knew Wen Xiao's schedule. He quickly edited a text message containing key data such as 3.5 minutes and sent it. Lying in bed, Luan Shu let out a long sigh of relief. The ecstatic sensation of those 3.5 minutes just now kept replaying in my mind. My cheeks burned again. She couldn't help but start fantasizing about President Wen. Will she be given such an opportunity again in the future? After all, she wouldn't dare touch Jiang Fan without President Wen's permission. These past few days, this kid has been Premier Wen's most important trump card. It's very precious. Inside the presidential suite on the top floor, Wen Xia casually tossed the group's financial statements onto the table, her brow furrowed. The stark negative growth figures on the report stung her like needles, making her feel irritable. The Wen's Group, this giant ship. After her brother passed away. Undercurrents were already surging, and dangers lurked everywhere. Just then, the phone screen lit up. Upon seeing the message from Luan Shu, her furrowed brows relaxed slightly, and a smile appeared on her lips. "It's all right, a tiny bit better than I expected, it's enough." She snorted and cursed inwardly, "That damned Luan Shu got off easy, I haven't even had my fill of sex yet." She replied casually, "Received, thank you for your hard work." Upon seeing the text message, Luan Shu felt completely relieved. Amidst a jumble of thoughts, I slowly drifted off to sleep. On the third floor, when Jixia's room was pitch black. Only the cold light from the laptop illuminated her icy face. On the screen, after Luan Shu finished, she even bent down and took the initiative to help Jiang Fan clean up the battlefield. Ha, how shameless. When Jixia's cheeks flushed red as she muttered a curse under her breath. Has she never seen a man in her entire life? But her intuition told her otherwise. Look at Luan Shu's awkward yet somewhat uncontrollable expression. Could it be that she was captivated by Jiang Fan's face? Pah, what a spineless woman, she deserves to be a servant her whole life. She watched the monitor as Luan Shu's room light turned on and then off. Are you asleep? She waited patiently for another half hour. The clock on the wall points to midnight. She got up and took out her usual plain white pajamas from the closet. Just as I was about to put it on, I stopped in my tracks. She paced back and forth in the room. It was as if they had made up their minds. She reopened the wardrobe. From the deepest recesses, she pulled out a set of clothes that she herself had never worn before. A black lace slipdress with very little fabric. She hesitated for only 3 seconds before putting it on. The cool lace pressed against the warm skin. It made her shiver involuntarily. She walked out of the room. Their footsteps were silent, like a cat stalking in the dark. Chapter 16. Little Piglet, wake up, time to get to work. Jiang Fan is dreaming. A bizarre and fantastical dream. He was tied to the throne by that madwoman Wen Xia, his eyes blindfolded with black silk. All around were bursts of giggles and murmurs. A dozen or so warm, smooth little hands roamed freely over his immobile body. He tried to break free, but was firmly imprisoned by invisible shackles. He wanted to roar, but only a desperate hiss could escape his throat. In this extreme panic and despair, an unbearable itch came from the tip of my nose. He suddenly opened his eyes. In my field of vision, a single, pure white goosedown feather. It was gently sweeping back and forth across the tip of his nose. And the owner holding the feather. A face as cold and aloof as the moon, captivating all who beheld it, filled his entire field of vision. That face, that figure, that presence. At least 90 points. Wen Jichuan? He was still half asleep, thinking in a daze. Wrong. This woman bears a striking resemblance to Wen Jichuan. But she possesses an icy, snow lotus-like aura. It's definitely not Wen Jichuan, that thorny red rose. It's Wen Jixia. What is she doing here? Zhang Fan's sleepiness was completely dispelled by the shock. Is this woman a devil? How did she manage to find that? Luan Shu, you jerk. What happened to the promise that not even a fly could get in? Is your security system made of paper? There was such a big, living person standing right in front of me. Are your group of burly bodyguards in black all going into hibernation? Wen Jixia seemed to enjoy the shocked, bewildered, and helpless expression on Zhang Fan's face. She tucked her feathers away, her clear voice carrying a hint of aloof playfulness. It's like a queen on high above is teasing her pet. Awake, my little piglet. Zhang Fan couldn't catch his breath and almost choked on it. Piglets? You're the piglet. Your whole family are piglets. Lao Tzu is the only SSS-level national treasure on Earth. It's a walking nuclear arsenal for reproduction. Do you even know what value means? Wen Jixia ignored the anger in his eyes and spoke in a tone that left no room for argument. Get ready once you're awake. It's time to get to work. I'm in a real rush. Zhang Fan swallowed hard. Their gaze fell on Wen Jixia's black lace nightgown, which was practically invisible to her. His heart remained completely unmoved. We're out of ammunition and food. He had just cleared out his inventory a few hours earlier. He is currently in a state of sage mode, having transcended all worldly concerns. The body is like a stagnant pool. Let alone stirring up trouble. Not even a ripple could be stirred. There's no surplus grain left for you. He didn't even have time to think about how this woman had managed to find him so quickly and without anyone noticing, getting ahead of her sister once again. I watched helplessly as Wen Jixia expertly took out a vial of red liquid that exuded a dangerous aura from the temperature control cabinet. She unscrewed the bottle cap and, without hesitation, pressed the cold bottle opening against his lips. Glug. Glug. A cell vitality restorer worth 100,000 yuan was just roughly forced down his throat. Anger shot straight to Zhang Fan's head. Damn it! Do you really think I'm some kind of gas pump at a gas station? Add as needed, plug and play? He was filled with such hatred. Luan Shu. Wen Xia. You bunch of idiots. My house was robbed. Why aren't you coming to the rescue? If you don't come soon, my juicer will be squeezed dry and broken. He cursed Wen Jixia's rudeness in his heart. With his only movable index finger, he frantically pressed the service bell under the covers. What happened to the promised 24-hour surveillance? What happened to being available whenever I call? My pants are practically stripped off, where the hell are you? Little did he know. The service bell's transmission line had long been physically severed by Wen Jixia, a top hacker. The surveillance footage in his room was replaced with a video of him sleeping peacefully. A perfect loop, without any flaws. At this moment, Luan Shu is reliving the 3.5 minutes of ultimate experience in her dream and is sleeping soundly. Zhang Fan was completely numb. The reinforcements he had been waiting for arrived just as Wen Jixia skillfully took control of the chariot. It still hasn't appeared. Despite his strong resistance, he was forced by this woman. But the thought of quickly accumulating 200 energy points came to mind. The basic stamina potion that can improve physical condition is available in the exchange system shop. He could only silently comfort himself with the spirit of AQ in his heart. Wen Jixia. You just wait, you son of a bitch. Once I can move again, you'll be the first person I deal with. Let me show you what real work is like. Wen Jixia came quickly and left quickly. He pulled up his pants without hesitation, cleanly and decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Just as she herself said, it was an extremely urgent matter, a rush to be reborn. They are simply the industry benchmark and a model of efficiency in the field of sperm donation. She was too lazy to even take a shower. They simply took out a wet wipe and cleaned up all the traces of the crime. Make sure that Luan Shu, that shrewd woman to the core, doesn't discover any clues. The entire operation was swift and skillful, so professional that Jiang Fan wondered if she was doing on-site cleanup part-time. All done, little piglet. After doing all this, she slowly and methodically straightened the scantily clad slip dress she was wearing. She glanced down at Jiang Fan, who was lying on the bed, being used as a tool by her, looking utterly hopeless. That look in his eyes was filled with the capitalist's indifference towards the means of production. Jiang Fan's face turned ashen. A dense aura of malevolence seemed to burst forth from every pore of his body. When Jixia ignored his murderous aura and instead snorted disdainfully. This soft snort was filled with mockery of the powerless rage of the weak. Don't look at me like that. Do you really think I've taken advantage of you? You'd better know what Wen Xia's intentions are in kidnapping you here. She just wants to use your priceless dragon seed to make a deal with those hungry wolves, to get a pitiful amount of profit and in an attempt to bring the Wen family back to life. As she spoke, her face revealed undisguised contempt. What a power-blinded madwoman, a foolish woman, ridiculously naive. Do you really think you can turn the tide with that little thing in a man's crotch? Jiang Fan was initially furious, but after hearing what she said, he was stunned. Micro-expression insight, your talent will be instantly activated. Target, Wen Jixia. Facial muscle micro-expression analysis, downward turning of the corners of the mouth for 0.12 seconds, slight furrowing of the brow, unconscious dilation of the pupils. Emotional judgment, disdain 70%, helplessness 20%, sincerity 10%. The annotation provided by the system gave Jiang Fan a jolt. What she said was actually true. Was she not trying to sow discord, but genuinely reminding herself? The murderous aura on Jiang Fan's face visibly softened a bit. This woman drained me dry, and now she wants to be a whistleblower on the side? He re-examined the woman before him, who was as aloof as a fairy. I feel like I can't understand her anymore. When Jixia noticed that Jiang Fan's expression had softened slightly, and he was staring at her with an inquisitive look. His tone had also become inexplicably gentler. It sounded like she was mocking herself, or perhaps she was asking him a question in return. Do you think that Wen Xia is despicable, but I'm not much better? Like a hungry cat that has smelled fish, it can't wait to get onto your bed, and have its way with you. She suddenly chuckled softly. There was a hint of desolation and loneliness in that laughter that seemed out of place for someone his age. Humph, the Wen family will be finished sooner or later in the hands of those idiots. It would be better to leave it to me. She spoke the last three words in a very low voice, yet they were resounding and echoed in Jiang Fan's heart. A fiery passion, completely opposite to her cool demeanor, burst forth in her clear eyes. Jiang Fan was deeply shaken. Wow! So you were the one who hid the best all along. The older sister is alluring and assertive, while the aunt is ruthless and cruel. You little sister are actually playing dumb to fool me. She managed to sneak into someone's house twice without anyone noticing, each time getting there before her sister and aunt. Such tactics, such cunning. This is something that an ordinary woman could never possess. This woman is destined for great things. Chapter 17. My kidneys weren't wasted. I got the power spinach juice. I can move and talk again. Jiang Fan thought to himself, silently assigning Wen Jixia a danger level. It was increased by 2 gears. When Jixia noticed that after listening to his words, he seemed to be deep in thought. He nodded at himself. She was stunned. Was this cripple flattering me or mocking me? She was too lazy to investigate further. What Wen Xia wants to do to you is beyond my control, and I don't want to control it. Just remember, she wouldn't dare to kill you now. Enjoy it if you can, and if you can't, just tough it out. She stood up and left with her last words. Just hang in there, it will pass. After she finished speaking, she left behind a refreshing, fragrant breeze. Like an elf in the dark. They drifted away silently. Jiang Fan. I'll make you a god. Although I am still indignant about the woman's robbery, I am moved by her half-hearted heart-to-heart talk. My anger subsided considerably. Never mind. I tolerated it. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. He's now paralyzed. Besides his brain and his brother who could still stand up, he had nothing. With this system in hand, I have the world at my fingertips. A gentleman takes his revenge, even after 10 years. You bunch of vixens, just you wait. Wait until I recover. One by one. They all have to sing conquer while crying. With a slight thought, the familiar system panel unfolded in his mind. When your gaze falls on the energy value column, the scalding hot liquid rushed to my eyes. Current energy level 2001000. 200. I've finally saved up 200. My kidneys. Every bit of hard work you do. Every drop of sweat you shed. None of it was in vain. This isn't energy level at all. This is blood and sweat. My dear son, I'm here. He clicked on the shop option, which had been grayed out for a long time. The first icon in the first row of the list. It was flashing with a captivating green light. Basic stamina potion. Energy required for exchange, 200. It's you. Zhang Fan's will was like a needle, piercing down hard. Redeemed successful. Many children, many blessings. Basic stamina potion, also known as Mighty Man spinach juice. Have you read the instructions? This system is pretty good at understanding internet memes. Zhang Fan thought to himself, this is what I'm thinking. Check. The next second, a stream of information was imprinted into his mind like a brand. Note, what's a man without stamina? This drug can act on any part of the host's body, enhancing or reducing the activity of cells and tissues in that area, allowing you to be as vigorous and enduring as you wish. Note, the site of application and effects can be freely selected by the user, and can only be selected once per use. Once the move is made, there's no going back. Enhanced vitality, instant burst, transforming you into a ferocious tiger, boosting the burst power of this area in a short period. Warning, overuse may exceed the body's current capacity and could lead to side effects such as muscle fiber tearing and nerve burns. Please consult your doctor and use this medication with caution, otherwise, you are solely responsible for the consequences. Reduce activity, transforms into a perpetual motion machine, with ultra-long standby time, extending the stamina and endurance of this area. Warning, overuse may cause dormancy of cells in this area, leading to sequelae such as muscle weakness and slowed reflexes. Please follow your doctor's advice and do not overdo it, otherwise you may end up with a severe case of muscle weakness. Zhang Fan's eyelids twitched violently as he read this. To put it bluntly, taking drugs may bring temporary pleasure, but an overdose will lead to your death. Great effort may not produce miracles, but it can cause trouble. His consciousness sank into the system's repository. A crystal bottle filled with blue liquid. It's lying quietly in the inventory. It emits a captivating halo. He glanced at the recommended dosage on the instruction manual again. Volume, 250 milliliters. Recommended dosage per use, 3 milliliters. Recommended daily dosage, 3 times. Target areas, hands, feet, waist, legs, covering all parts of the body. Apply it wherever you want, those who know. Zhang Fan's heart was pounding wildly. Ecstasy. An indescribable ecstasy overwhelmed him like a tsunami. This is just the worst basic potion, and its effects are already so incredible? How terrifying must those god-level gene serums and fate-altering pills, which cost tens of thousands of energy points to exchange for, be? In his mind, the image of a carp leaping up and a dragon raising its head has already emerged. The scene of suppressing the women of the Wen family one by one. A thirst for power burst forth from the deepest recesses of his soul. Charge. I need to recharge. I need more energy. He forcibly suppressed his surging thoughts. I chose to take it. System, administer 3 milliliters of basic stamina potion, target area, right hand, effect, enhance vitality. Command confirmed. The cold liquid appeared out of nowhere and slid down his throat into his stomach. The next second, the extremely pure energy suddenly erupted. Like a precision-guided missile, it hurtled straight toward his right arm. The nerves and muscles that had withered, died, and remained dormant for 18 years. Under the surge of energy, it let out a joyful groan. It was as refreshing as rain after a long drought. Zhang Fan could see it clearly. Every muscle fiber in my right arm. They were all greedily absorbing this power. It has regained its vibrant vitality. Get moving. Let's get moving. He closed his eyes and poured all his thoughts and desires into his right hand. The next second, in the silent room, his right hand lay paralyzed by the bedside, looking like rotten wood. 5 fingers, surprisingly. It suddenly twitched. Then, driven by his will, the 5 fingers moved slowly, laboriously, yet with unwavering resolve. He clenched his fist. It's done. It really worked. This is him from another time. This is the first time I've relied on my own will. Take control of your body. Zhang Fan's eyes immediately welled up with tears. He slowly opened his fist, then clenched it again. The movements were still clumsy and slow. But this sense of control that was lost and then regained. It made him tremble with excitement. He greedily savored this power. Not enough. That's far from enough. He needs to recover. Stand up. We must reclaim everything that belongs to us. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Fan sensed the power in his right fist receding rapidly like a tide. The sense of control that I had just lost and then regained. Like sand slipping through my fingers, it can no longer be held onto. The clenched fists loosened uncontrollably, one by one. It has slipped out of control again. The effects of macho spinach juice are indeed temporary. He wasn't particularly disappointed. It actually opened up a new way of thinking. Since it's temporary, and since it can be used 3 times a day. Does this mean? A crazy idea popped into his head. His thoughts suddenly focused on his throat, which had long since degenerated and could only produce faint breaths. His heart pounded, and without the slightest hesitation, he issued the command to the system. System, administer 3 milliliters of basic stamina potion. Target area, vocal organs. Effect, enhanced vitality. Command confirmed. Another warm current flowed into my throat, like sweet spring water gushing into a dry, cracked riverbed. Zhang Fan's long withered vocal cords were revitalized by the energy. It emitted a greedy tremor. He could feel his throat itching and trembling. He opened his mouth, his Adam's apple bobbing, trying to squeeze out a syllable. Ah! His voice was hoarse and dry. It looked like 2 rusty pieces of iron rubbing against each other. Yet it resonated in the room with uncanny realism. He was so excited that he was trembling all over. Immediately afterwards, he used the phrase time travel to describe it most clearly and forcefully. Even a slightly cracked voice. It unleashed a cry suppressed deep within its soul. When Shixia, I'll fuck your mother. When Shichuan, I'll fuck your mother. When Xia, damn it. He stopped halfway through his rant. Never mind. Accompanied by a cathartic outburst of profanity. His voice miraculously became clear and mellow, exuding a magnetic quality. Zhang Fan was taken aback at first. Immediately, an indescribable joy washed over me. Holy crap! I can talk now. He chuckled foolishly. The noise grew louder and louder, more and more outrageous. Ha 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 ha. Damn it, I'm suffocating. It was the humiliation, resentment, and anger that had been building up for so many days and nights. Finally, I found an outlet for my emotions. Laughing. Tears welled up in Zhang Fan's eyes, but she couldn't help but let them roll down her cheeks. Large drops of rain fell onto the sheets. Chapter 18. My house was robbed, and you still want to tempt me? The beautiful housekeeper broke down on the spot. As expected. After Zhang Fan passionately delivered his message to the air for 10 minutes. That cool, smooth feeling in my throat. It's like a trial card expiring. It vanished instantly. His voice quickly became hoarse. Even the desire to utter a complete verse of criticism about the essence of Chinese culture has become a luxury. But in his heart, he was overjoyed. No, the same. It's completely different now. It used to be an extinct volcano, now it's a dormant volcano. Although he still couldn't produce complete sentences, he could clearly sense it. My vocal cords are no longer a dead piece of flesh. With just a little force. Some simple vocabulary. They could all manage to squeeze it out, albeit haltingly. You. He tried to say 2 words. It's still difficult, but it feels less like having a piece of phlegm stuck in my throat. It's more than 100 times stronger. This medicine is amazing. After all, Zhang Fan wasn't born mute. It's just the language function of this body. Because of long-term paralysis and lack of communication with others. Severe degradation. This drug stimulation was like oiling a rusty machine. Although it still creaks, at least it can finally turn. Zhang Fan had a premonition that as long as he received the powerful spinach juice a few more times, things would get better. He will be able to completely get rid of the negative status of being mute. That magnetic voice is comparable to that of a top anime voice actor. He'll make a comeback sooner or later. Thinking of this, he was so excited that he almost drank another 3 milliliters on the spot. But seeing that bottle of dark blue liquid in the system inventory, he forced himself to hold back. The instructions for the medication clearly state that it should be taken no more than 3 times a day. With my broken body, I'm guessing I'm only barely good enough for the minimum requirements in the newbie village. Take it easy. Just in case some demon comes knocking on the door to recharge today. This last chance to use it might come in very handy. Keep it as a trump card. Play it safe and don't be reckless. I know that I will be able to speak sooner or later. Zhang Fanke's heart was in her throat. It was completely put back into my stomach. His mind started working again. This medicine is touted as spinach juice for muscular men. If the site of action is chosen to be, he went to his good-for-nothing brother. Wouldn't that make the treatment even better? Take off on the spot and transform into a pillar supporting the sky? Hiss. The tempting idea spun through his mind. He forcibly suppressed it again. Stay calm. Zhang Fan, you need to be a man of class. Don't let your mind be filled with colorful, worthless things. Good steel should be used where it's most needed. The women in the Wen family were all incredibly impatient. They lined up to charge their devices. Are you worried about not having a chance to show off your real skills? Do you want me to be a perpetual motion machine? With boundless anticipation for the future, Zhang Fan drifted off to sleep contentedly. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Fan was awakened by a fragrance like that of orchids. The moment I opened my eyes, I was met with a face so alluring it could practically drip water. It is Luan Shu. She was clearly dressed up carefully today. My makeup is even more refined than yesterday. It enhanced her already beautiful features, making her even more radiant and stunning. Her eyeliner was slightly upturned, giving her a seductive and alluring look. Her moist, red lips exuded a deadly allure. Even more deadly is? Nourished by last night's rain and dew. The charm of a mature woman within her seemed to have been completely brought out. The naivety has faded, and every gesture exudes the allure of a ripe peach. Zhang Fan's eyes widened in amazement. Damn it! Is this the same capable and composed housekeeper from yesterday? This is clearly a demon that has just emerged from the spider cave. When Luan Shu saw Zhang Fan wake up and stare straight at her, a hint of smugness flashed in her eyes. Sure enough, no man could resist her charm. She was both happy and shy. The hour of careful dressing up was worth it. The more infatuated Zhang Fan is with me, the more opportunities one will have later. The seeds of this national strategic asset are extremely precious. As long as this little tyrant is served well. Who knows, maybe I can secretly get pregnant myself. She had even begun to fantasize about a blissful life, holding a beautiful little boy in her left arm and receiving dividends from the Wen family in her right. Zhang Fan had no idea that the woman in front of him had already started dreaming of holding a baby. Although he was briefly captivated by Luan Shu's stunning makeup, he quickly regained his composure. Something's not right. This woman neglected her duties last night, allowing herself to be raped by that crazy woman, Wen Jixia. Instead of feeling any remorse, she dressed up in a flamboyant way and came to seduce him. What kind of operation is this? You bastard Luan Shu. You fucking have the nerve to pose here? Zhang Fan was secretly amused and annoyed. Last night, someone forcibly charged my phone in the middle of the night. You, the head of 24-hour personal security, are sleeping like a log. You have the leisure to put on makeup. Why don't you take a look at your flawed surveillance system? Check out the service buttons that are essentially useless. My house was robbed. Still feeling good about yourself here? Idiot. You're such a complete idiot. The infatuation in his eyes instantly turned into undisguised mockery and ridicule. Luan Shu's smile froze. What's wrong with him? Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Just a moment ago, he looked like he wanted to devour me alive. How come you suddenly treat me like an idiot? Her heart skipped a beat, and she panicked a little. She quickly and softly said, Mr. Jiang, good morning. Is there anything you need Luan Shu to do? After all, the two of them had been completely naked together last night, so she spoke much more casually, no longer as formal as before. Breakfast will be ready soon. Let me have the nanny help you wash up first. She keenly noticed that Zhang Fan's expression was off, as if he had something to say. All that could be seen was Zhang Fan's index finger, which was the only part of his body that could move. It tapped rhythmically on the sheets, one tap at a time. It was also making unintelligible humming sounds. Luan Shu understood instantly. Service button. She walked quickly to the bedside, picked up the small button, and pressed it hard. No response. Press again. Still no response. Her pupils suddenly widened. Broken? It's really broken. Luan Shu broke out in a cold sweat. This is an imported, military-grade signal transmitter. It is connected to the central security system. How could it break for no reason? If the service button is broken, what about monitoring? She didn't dare to delay and quickly took out her phone. Retrieved the surveillance footage from last night after she left. In the video, Jiang Fan turned over, wrapped himself in the blanket, and was fast asleep. Time passed by, and everything was normal. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it's just that the button is broken, the surveillance camera is fine. It seems the equipment was outdated, it was a false alarm. She had already mentally sentenced the technical head of the security department to death. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. She quickly turned around, bowed to Jiang Fan and apologized, it was our mistake. We failed to ensure the service facilities were in good condition. I promise it won't happen again. Jiang Fan almost burst out laughing when he saw her silly expression. The mockery on his face deepened. He even raised an eyebrow at her. Does that mean, take a closer look? Luan Shu wasn't stupid, she could tell that Jiang Fan was mocking her. This matter isn't that simple. Her heart tightened, and she immediately opened her phone again. Zoom in on the surveillance footage and examine it carefully frame by frame. This time, she turned the playback speed down to the slowest setting and stared intently at the screen. Wrong. Something's not right. Jiang Fan's sleeping posture, his turning over, the frequency of his turning over. Why is it looping exactly as set up? She finally understood. Someone tampered with the surveillance footage. After I left last night, someone broke into Jiang Fan's room. Whoosh. Cold sweat instantly soaked her back. Luan Shu panicked completely. She waved away the nanny who was about to help her with her washing up. Only she and Jiang Fan remained in the room. The moment the door closed, she could no longer hold back, her voice trembled and choked with sobs as she asked. Mr. Jiang, did someone come here last night? Jiang Fan was secretly delighted to see her on the verge of tears. He gestured with his lips, his gaze drifting towards the temperature-controlled cabinet in the corner. Luan Shuxin understood immediately, quickly walked to the cabinet, and scanned it rapidly with her eyes. She knew the location of every single medicine in the cabinet like the back of her hand. Really? One bottle is missing. One of those red cell vitality restorers is missing. Her scalp tingled, and she felt like the sky was about to fall. My vision went black, and I almost fainted on the spot. My house was raided. Chapter 19: The When Family's Internal Strife Escalates. Explosive. A new mode of nationwide night watch begins? Luan Shu's mind went blank. A blank page. Who did this? Premier One? No, she didn't need to resort to such underhanded methods to get Jiang Fan. Wen Jichuan? Does this woman have such great abilities that she could pinpoint this location precisely within a day and even hack into the security system? It's unlikely. Could it be that the servants in the villa stole from the property? Even more impossible. The oldest of these caregivers is almost 60. She had long since given up on men, so what use was Jiang Fan's dragon seed to her? Besides, they were all his trusted confidants who had followed him for many years. No one would dare to have such outrageous audacity. A figure, as aloof as the moon yet carrying a deadly danger, suddenly appeared in Luan Shu's mind. Wen Jixia. Right. She was the only outsider in the entire villa. A true master whom I dare not question lightly, much less offend. But, how is that possible? Hasn't she always been dismissive of the power struggles within the Wen family? Based on her aloof and otherworldly demeanor. Would someone willingly climb onto a paralyzed person's bed and throw themselves into their arms? Luan Shu's understanding was completely overturned. Her legs went weak, and she staggered back to Jiang Fan's bedside. His voice was hoarse, and unconsciously carried a pleading tone. Mr. Jiang, I know that you were violated last night. It's my fault for not protecting you. I know any apology is meaningless, but I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. She stared intently into Jiang Fan's eyes and asked with difficulty the question that even she herself found cruel. Could you tell me who came here last night? She regretted it as soon as the words left her mouth. A man was forcibly used as a tool. The humiliation and anger they must have felt were immense. Jiang Fan is currently the victim, and is burning with rage. How could he easily tell her? His words were like rubbing salt into his already bleeding wound. Jiang Fan didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, completely ignoring her. Let the Wen family fight amongst themselves. Dogs fighting, all that's going on, what's it to me? Fight. It would be best if they fought so fiercely that everything turned upside down and chaos ensued. They tied me here like an emotionless seed planting machine. Do you still want to live a peaceful and stable life? Dream. The more chaotic things get in your Wen family, the safer I am, and the more opportunities one will have. He even thought about it viciously in his heart. Wen Jixia, you better be pregnant. He was incredibly excited about this woman who had always pretended to be weak while actually being strong. What kind of tumultuous waves will be stirred up in the Wen family in the future? Seeing Jiang Fan's unyielding attitude, Luan Shu's heart sank to the bottom. She quickly lowered her stance, her voice humble. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I shouldn't have asked. I was too impatient. I understand even if you don't say it. She composed herself and added softly, as if she were making a promise to Jiang Fan, or as if she were convincing herself. I will not tell President Wen about this. She's not stupid. If this matter gets back to Wen Xia, she won't be able to bear the responsibility for dereliction of duty. Moreover, this is clearly an internal power struggle between the Wen family aunt and niece. She was a high-ranking housekeeper, but frankly, she was still a servant. If you get mixed in, you'll be the first cannon fodder to be crushed. Behind Wen Jichuan and Wen Jixia stands a truly unfathomable woman. Wen Yudeo's widow. The merchant's daughter. Shang Rancheng. That was a true business tycoon in Jinghai City. Its strength far surpasses that of the Wen family, which is currently in dire straits. She's such a nobody, she can't afford to offend anyone. Since Jiang Fan wouldn't speak, and he was a mute. On the surface, let's pretend this never happened. Luan Shu made a quick decision in her mind. However, she has already identified Wen Jixia as the prime suspect. Unfortunately, the woman had already left early in the morning. Like a gust of wind, it comes and goes without a trace. I wonder if she will ever come back. Luan Shu's teeth were almost crushed. None of the women in the Wen family are normal. They're all madmen who are taking lives. She suppressed her thoughts and gestured for the nanny to bring over the toiletries. Instead of letting them do it, he personally wrung out a warm towel and meticulously wiped Jiang Fan's cheeks. Jiang Fan enjoyed the personalized service comparable to that of a five-star hotel presidential suite. But in my mind, I was ranting and raving. Play. Keep acting. My house was burgled, the surveillance system was just for show. You're my 24/7 personal manager. The dereliction of duty has reached this level. Instead of hurrying to apologize, he should go and offer his apologies. How dare you put on this virtuous wife and loving mother act for me here? They've got a really big heart. I've finished washing up. Jiang Fan gestured to Luan Shu with his eyes and nodded towards the television. Dinner is ready. We need some electronic pickled vegetables to liven things up. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Luan Shuxin understood immediately. First, she brought over the breakfast in a soft, gentle voice. Then I turned on the TV. I started feeding him spoonful by spoonful. I saw an enormous, oversized TV screen on the wall. It's that familiar icy-faced female anchor again. Jiang Fan was delighted. He felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity with the female anchor now. After all, one's worth still needs to be continuously endorsed by official news. Regarding the latest progress of the dragon-seeking project, various regions are still actively investigating and reporting, and there have been no further breakthroughs at the moment. However, relevant departments emphasize that the search for and protection of original samples is of paramount importance to the future of China for the next century, and no organization or individual will be allowed to interfere in any way. As Jiang Fan listened, the premium Wagyu beef porridge in his mouth tasted even better. Did you hear that? This is of utmost importance. The Wen family's crazy women, at best, only dare to play on the edge and secretly borrow a seed. Who would dare to actually imprison him and treat him as their private property? Unless the Wen family no longer wants to live in China and wants to immigrate to another planet as a whole. So why is he panicking? These days, isn't life just about taking paid leave and getting a close look at the real-life drama of power struggles within wealthy families? Stimulate. Looking at Jiang Fan's carefree and indifferent demeanor, Luan Shu felt both angry and anxious. That heartless brat. I've given you my innocence, and I even took a huge risk to keep it a secret from President 1. You're so carefree, not worried about me at all. She grew angrier the more she thought about it, and her movements became a bit rougher when feeding her. He put down his chopsticks, made up an excuse, and ran out in a panic. She's going to figure out how to upgrade the damn security system by another 18 levels. Zhang Fan couldn't wait for her to leave so he could have some peace and quiet. Just then, the news on TV suddenly changed its tone. Recently, a draft of a new national lifestyle proposed by the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Life Sciences and the Social Development Committee, namely the proposal of nighttime travel for all, has sparked an unprecedented and heated discussion on the internet. The female anchor's tone was more serious than ever before. The proposal suggests that, in order to eliminate the continuous damage of Hermes radiation to the Y chromosome of Chinese men from the root, China may consider gradually implementing a new national work-rest pattern of being active at night and sleeping during the day. That is, resting during the day and working at night, thus completely shifting the overall rhythm of the country's production and life. The scene then shifts to a street interview. Simply put, it's a suggestion to adjust the work and rest schedules across the country so that day and night are reversed. Everyone should sleep during the day, draw the curtains, and reduce unnecessary outdoor activities. Evening is the golden time for us to work, study, and have fun. This move aims to minimize the continuous contamination of the Y chromosome in men. I agree. Puff. Zhang Fan almost spat his porridge directly onto the screen. Holy crap! You can play it like this? In order to protect the fragile chromosomes of our male compatriots, is the country going to simply ban the sun? Are we all going to have to switch to night shifts? Everyone's becoming a night owl? Who the hell came up with this idea? After the initial shock, an unprecedented surge of fervor rushed to his head. He suddenly realized a problem. If this proposal passes, so, in the future, he will have the system at his fingertips. It is the only entity unaffected by Hermes radiation. A SSS-level national treasure capable of operating freely during the day. Its value will once again skyrocket exponentially. He will no longer be merely a nuclear arsenal for reproduction. He will become the dividing line between the old and new eras. He is the only light. Chapter 20, the awful mother-in-law makes her appearance, and the daughter cries in desperation, "Mom! Today is my ovulation day." Zhang Fan possesses two great talents, an abundance of information and a keen business sense. They unleashed their full firepower instantly. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. It has evolved into a magnificent blueprint for the future. Once the proposal for nationwide night walking is passed, the entire social structure of the Dragon Kingdom will be completely reshuffled. Business models, energy structure, transportation. Everything will be scrapped and started all over again. The business opportunities and wealth contained within are as vast as the sea. His brain at this moment had transformed into a super quantum computer that devoured data. Countless business models, wealth secrets, and hot sectors related to the nighttime economy. It unfolds, collides, and merges on its own in his mind. An unprecedented burning sensation rose from the depths of his soul. That's a beastly instinct for wealth, an extreme desire to control the future. As long as the body can recover. He has full confidence. At the crest of this great wave of epical change. Build your own business empire. Zhang Fan's gaze suddenly became incredibly intense. He gazed at the bright sunlight outside the window. What they saw was no longer light, but flowing gold. The future looks incredibly promising. Sleep during the day, party at night, and enjoy nightly revelry. This is the kind of laid-back life he had dreamed of in his past life. Now it's even going to be certified by the state. From draft to national policy? I love it. Meanwhile, at the anti-welfare home. In the dean's office, Li Guofu's body trembled violently. He held the phone a full meter away from his ear. But the voice coming from the other end of the phone. They still resemble red-hot iron spikes. It pierced his eardrum hard. When Jichuan's voice was both alluring and burning with anger. It almost shattered his 180-pound body. Li Guofu. You traitorous bastard. I gave you $1 million so you could lose him? A perfectly healthy person, kidnapped just like that. Is your orphanage a public toilet? You can come and go as you please? So you're something else. You dare take that old woman Wen Xia's money, but my money is too hot to handle, right? You're afraid of her, but not me? Li Guofu was thoroughly scolded, and his head was buzzing. He dared not refute, and could only bow and nod repeatedly into the phone, his posture so humble it was almost groveling. Miss One, please calm down, please calm down. I can't afford to offend either President One or you. Don't worry. I will return every single penny of the favors you gave me. Please, have mercy. Just treat me like I'm nothing. Let me go. While he was crying and begging for his parents, he had already cursed the ancestors of the Wen family aunt and niece for 18 generations in his heart. Wen Jichuan was too lazy to listen to his nonsense on the other end of the phone. She questioned Wen Xia in detail about all the details of her abduction of people from the welfare home the day before. It has been confirmed that Wen Xia was indeed aiming to steal the job. Then, with a bang, he angrily slammed down the phone. Li Guofu felt as if he had been granted a pardon and slumped into his boss's chair. I felt like I had just returned from the brink of death. Wen Family Manor, Jinghai City. Inside a luxurious villa, Wen Jichuan slammed her phone onto the soft sofa. She could no longer maintain her proud demeanor. He buried his face in a woman's arms. Tears welled up in her eyes from feeling wronged. Mom! Look at your aunt. She's bullying your daughter like this. I can't swallow this. You have to help me think of a solution. There is only one person in the whole world who can make Wen Jichuan, this proud red rose, act so coquettishly. Her mother, Shang Rancheng. This is a woman whose beauty is beyond words. He was in his early 40s. Time has been exceptionally kind to her, leaving no trace of her. A face sculpted by God himself. Elegant and luxurious, without a single flaw. Her skin was as delicate as the finest mutton fat jade, with a lustrous sheen. Her phoenix eyes, full of charm, possess both the clarity of a young girl and the tranquility of someone who has seen through the world. You call this 40 years old? This is clearly a newly manufactured, limited edition work of art. Even the protective film on the packaging box was still glistening. If Wen Xia is a scepter, then Wen Jichuan is a sharp sword. Shang Rancheng is the most beautiful and indestructible brocade that envelopes all of this. She sat there quietly, dressed in an elegant and luxurious dark green cheongsam. The cheongsam is embroidered with intricate peonies in gold and silver threads. Her movements were radiant with light. Those expressive eyes were gentle as water, yet unfathomably deep. As Shang Rancheng listened to her daughter's sobs, she simply reached out her well-maintained hand and gently patted her back. The sound was soothing and gentle, like a spring breeze caressing the strings of a zither. Jichuan, how many times have I told you not to be so impulsive? You're fighting with your aunt over a paralyzed, mute man, causing a huge scandal. What kind of behavior is that? You two have completely disgraced the Wen family. Upon hearing this, Wen Jichuan felt even more aggrieved. She clung to her mother's arm and shook it frantically, whining and pleading. Mom! What do you mean by a paralyzed mute? That's a top-tier original sample. It's the key to changing the future of our Wen family. Today is my ovulation day, Mom. The golden 24 hours. I must find Jiang Fan. You know how high that kid's Y chromosome activity is. If we miss today, and he's taken away by the Reproductive Health Organization in a few days, it will be incredibly difficult to find a sperm donor again. We've already gone this far, we can't let all our previous efforts go to waste. She looked up at her mother with teary eyes, playing her final emotional card. Mom, do you really want to see the Wen family fall into the hands of that madwoman Wen Xia? Upon hearing this, Shang Rancheng maintained a calm and gentle demeanor. Her delicate fingers gently stroked her daughter's soft, long hair. A glint of light shone deep within those phoenix eyes that seemed to see through the world. She didn't answer, her gaze passing over the window frame and looking into the distance. From there, the prosperity of Jinghai City can be seen in its entirety. Seeing her mother remain silent, Wen Jichuan grew increasingly anxious. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by a gentle look from Shang Rancheng. Jichuan, what do you think your aunt needs most right now? Shang Rancheng's voice was soft, yet it was like a pebble that struck Wen Jichuan's turbulent heart. Wen Jichuan was taken aback and blurted out, money. The Wen Group's cash flow is about to dry up. No. Shang Rancheng shook her head, a wry smile playing on her lips. What she lacks is time, allies, and the chips that will allow her to continue playing this game. She paused, her words carrying the intimacy between mother and daughter. Your aunt has always liked to take unconventional approaches. Since she hid that little guy named Jiang Fan, it couldn't possibly be just so you wouldn't be able to find him. She must be using him to play a bigger game. Wen Jichuan was confused, but she trusted her mother's judgment. Shang Ranqing pinched her daughter's cheek and laughed. "All right, stop crying. Your face is all stained with tears. How can you still be the eldest daughter of the Wen family?" Mom, Wen Jichuan pouted, feeling wronged. "Don't worry," Shang Ranqing's eyes shone with absolute confidence. "If your aunt wants to play, I'll play with her." Chapter 21 Explosive. My dragon seed is auctioned off on the spot. Rule, dine in only. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan was fast asleep. He dreamed that he became the king of the world. With her left arm around Wen Jichuan and her right arm around Wen Jixia. Behind him followed an entire reinforced company of stunningly beautiful women, known as the Wives Group. He stood on the deck of an aircraft carrier made of pure gold, facing cameras around the world, and delivered his acceptance speech. "Thank you to the country. Thank you to the Wen sisters for providing the first pot of gold. I, Jiang Fan, am able to stand here because of nothing else. It's because my kidneys are healthy." Just as his dream reached its climax. Unbeknownst to him, a top-level secret auction was taking place concerning his ownership and right of use. It is quietly unfolding on the top floor of the Wen's Group headquarters building. On the 21st floor, in the deepest part of the administrative office, lies a secret private room. The atmosphere on both sides of the long table was somber. You could hear each other breathing. Queen Wenxia sat regally in the main seat. Today she changed into a dark black haute couture suit. The V-neck design exudes both power and ultimate sexiness. Her fiery red lips were paired with her eyes that held the power of life and death. Her aura was fully unleashed. She resembled an empress about to personally lead an expedition. 10 women sat on either side of the long table. Each and every one of them was either rich or noble, and possessed an outstanding demeanor. He exuded the aura of a superior. They range in age from 20 to 40. Each of them is quite wealthy and is a prominent figure in their respective fields in Jinghai City. She is the only daughter of a real estate tycoon, and the diamond necklace around her neck sparkles like a cascading galaxy. He has the young wife of the CEO of an energy group, dressed in haute couture Chanel, exuding the fragrance of money. There's also the legendary K-line witch in the financial world, with her neat short hair and eyes sharper than a knife. Several people were wearing delicate lace masks from the moment they entered. Her mysterious identity only adds to the allure. If Jiang Fan were here, he would probably burst into song Ace of Spades right then and there. This is the ultimate rich woman's gathering. Wen Xia's sharp gaze swept over everyone present. He took in the expressions of everyone, whether they were expectant, wary, or scrutinizing. She didn't waste any words and got straight to the point. "Gentlemen, the purpose of inviting everyone here today and having you all sign confidentiality agreements is obvious to everyone. Since you're here, it means you're all here with a gambler mentality." She leaned forward slightly, her hands clasped on the table, a bloodthirsty smile playing on her red lips. "To be honest, I, Wen Xia, am also taking a huge gamble today. I'm betting on the future of the Wen Group." As soon as she finished speaking, the giant curved screen behind her suddenly lit up. Enough with the chit-chat, let's look at the stuff. What appeared on the screen was neither a business plan nor a financial statement. Instead, it was an outrageously detailed report on human physiological data. It was Jiang Fan's test report. Based on height, weight, and measurements. To hair density. Then there's the hardness and durability index. Every piece of data is crystal clear. Especially the most crucial one, Y chromosome activity, 50%. It was highlighted with bold, red, enlarged, and flashing effects. It slammed heavily into everyone's faces. Holy crap! 50%? Really? This data is 10 percentage points higher than the S-level standard. This is SSS level. My god, having a child with him is like flipping a coin. 50% chance of it being a boy? The meeting room immediately erupted in chaos. Exclamations, gasps, and whispers rose and fell. 10 wealthy and noble ladies who are usually high and mighty. At this moment, their beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Wen Xia was extremely satisfied with the result. If the bait isn't enticing enough, the big fish won't take the bait. Just as everyone was shocked by the incredible figure of 50%. A sharp-eyed woman suddenly pointed to a corner of the screen and let out a soft laugh. He he he. Ladies, you've only looked at the activity level, but look at this lasting power 3.5 minutes. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention immediately focused on them. It really is. The hardware is practically perfect, but the battery life, isn't it a bit lacking? A glamorous lady covered her mouth and giggled. Mr. One, is this S-grade specimen of yours just a pretty face but a quick draw man who's all show and no substance? What can you do in that time? It's over as soon as you get to the point? Teasing and light laughter immediately followed. The tense and solemn atmosphere suddenly became somewhat subtle and ambiguous. These wealthy women clearly have extremely high requirements for experience. When Xia stretched out her hands and pressed them down lightly, signaling everyone to be quiet. Ladies and gentlemen, I guarantee the authenticity of this report with the reputation of the Wen's Group. This original sample indeed showed an unprecedented 50% Y chromosome activity. What this means, those of you here know better than I do. She changed the subject, looking at the group of people who had been egging her on with a mocking smile. As for the timing, what you all want is a male heir who can inherit the family business. It's the result, not the process. If you're looking for some romance, turn left outside. Your little puppy should be more to satisfy you. One sentence left the ladies speechless, their expressions changing slightly, yet they were unable to refute it. Wen Xia's tone immediately became stern and forceful. Today, let's give this unique seed a code name Dragon Seed. But there is one, and it is the most important one. I don't need to elaborate on how precious this dragon seed is. Anyone who wants to participate in the auction today must abide by my rules. To prevent the outflow of dragon offspring, no direct specimens of any kind will be provided in this auction. The successful bidder must, at a location I designate, personally supervise the entire process and personally participate in achieving perfect harmony with this original sample. Whether you intend to keep the pregnancy or have other purposes afterward is your business, and I have no say in it. But before that, you must follow my rules. Boom! This statement caused an uproar in the audience. What? You have to go in personally? President 1, your request is unreasonable. We are all respectable people. Exactly. This is basically forcing us to be with a strange man. Wen Xia looked at this group of hypocritical women and couldn't help but sneer. Did they think this dragon was like cabbage in a supermarket, something they could just buy and take away? I'm risking being invited for questioning. Only by taking a risky gamble could we get our hands on this little cripple. That's all for the purpose of getting you all onto my chariot. If it weren't for the fact that Zhang Fan is a mute and paralyzed person, it's easy to handle afterwards and poses no major threat. I'm not going to take that risk. She remained expressionless and coldly interrupted the crowd's discussion. I'm sure you've all seen the recent news. The authorities are cracking down on any speculative activities that obstruct the dragon-seeking project. If I give you this national treasure level specimen directly, who will cover for me if something goes wrong? One sentence left everyone speechless. A woman adorned with jewels stood up. She was Qin Fong, the mistress of a real estate tycoon. Mr. Wen, why didn't you mention these rules beforehand? I'm a married man. How could you do such a thing behind my husband's back? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have come. Wen Xia looked at her and felt happy inside. You've been keeping 3 gigolos on the side, do you think I don't know? Madam Qin, let me make this clear from the start, Wen Xia said in a cold tone, if you're not willing, you can leave now. You've signed the confidentiality agreement, so watch your mouth after you leave. If I find out even a single word of what happened today has been leaked. She didn't finish speaking, but the murderous intent in her eyes sent a chill down Qin Fong's spine. Qin Fong snorted coldly, picked up her Hermes bag, and swayed away. Wen Xia didn't even glance at her, her gaze sweeping over the remaining 9 people again. Is there anyone else? The entire room fell silent. No one moved. Wen Xia spoke slowly and deliberately, dropping the second bombshell. There's one more thing I can guarantee, this original sample will be convenient for the next week. That means the shelf life is only 7 days. I must hand him over in 7 days. At that time, even if you have a mountain of gold, you won't be able to touch a single hair on his head. She smiled, but her words made all the women present want to curse. So, regardless of whether you are menstruating or have just finished ovulating, you have to complete the transaction within these 7 days. Expired, void. As she spoke, she couldn't help but laugh, a mischievous smirk appearing on her face. If you want to eat it, you have to eat it while it's hot. Upon hearing this, 5 more women frowned and left one after another, filled with resentment. The schedule doesn't match, so it's a wasted trip. Chapter 22, A National Treasure Level Looks Overload. A group of top-tier rich women all fall for me. In the blink of an eye. Only 4 women remained at the long table. One of them always wore a lace mask. She has a graceful figure and captivating curves. Although her face is not clearly visible, judging from her figure alone, she is of exceptional beauty. The other three are the real influential figures in Jinghai City. They each have a different temperament. Whether capable, charming, or elegant. Without exception, they all exude a mature charm that has been carefully sculpted by time. It's not the innocence of a young girl. Rather, it is a unique charm that has been refined and preserved through trials and tribulations. Every frown and smile is enough to make a man's heart flutter. The woman in charge. He wore a well-tailored silver gray suit. He was wearing frameless glasses. The gaze behind the glasses was calm and sharp. She is a rising star in the technology industry in Jinghai City. Si Wanting, who founded Nebula Technology. Her beauty carries a cold intellect. It seems to be able to penetrate all appearances and reach the essence of things. Beside her was a powerful woman in Jinghai City's media industry. Xu Yao. A wine-red fishtail dress enveloped her mature body. Her red lips were like fire, and her eyes were full of charm. She didn't have an aggressive demeanor. Yet she possessed an aura that commanded the entire scene. The last one has the most serene demeanor. The current head of the Ji family, a long-established and wealthy family in Jinghai City. Ji Shuan. She wore an elegant, custom-made cheongsam. Even though she is over 40, the years have not left any marks on her face. Instead, it has developed a dignified and tranquil beauty that time cannot erode. These three are all influential figures in their respective fields. They listen to Wenxia's almost unreasonable rules. Instead of getting up, the light in his eyes became even more intense. They accepted the bet. Wenxia's gaze swept over the last four people who remained. The smile on his lips grew even wider. Very good. Since everyone has chosen to stay, it is the greatest trust they have placed in me, Wenxia, and in the Wen Group. I, Wenxia, am not a stingy person, so I will naturally show enough sincerity. She smiled mysteriously and snapped her fingers. Please look at the big screen. The giant curved screen behind me lit up in an instant. There is no data, no charts. The scene changes. There is only one face. A sleeping face. A face without any embellishment. One picture is so handsome it takes your breath away. His face was so handsome that even the most luxurious perfumes in the entire conference room paled in comparison. It suddenly burst into everyone's view without warning. The photo was taken secretly. The man lay on the bed with his eyes closed. Long, curled eyelashes cast small, fan-shaped shadows under the eyelids. The skin is a cold white color, as if it has never seen the sun. Yet it's so smooth that you can't see any pores. It resembles the finest mutton fat jade. His facial features were so deep and defined that they resembled those of an ancient Greek sculpture. Every line seems to have been meticulously designed by the creator with a compass and ruler. Her lips were pale. She was pursing her lips slightly. Far from diminishing his good looks. Instead, it adds a morbid sense of fragility that easily triggers women's protective instincts. The image is extremely clear, and even the fine hairs on his face are clearly visible. They went berserk. This face is absolutely stunning. Which of the four of you here isn't used to seeing top-tier handsome men in popular young idols? But the face on the screen elevates the word handsome to a whole new level. They reached a height they had never achieved before. This is not a face that an ordinary person could have. This was torn directly from a two-dimensional comic. It's 3D printed, right? Hiss. A chorus of gasps filled the conference room. Even these four top women, who are used to big events, are still very capable. They were also somewhat stunned by this sudden visual feast. Giggle. A burst of silvery laughter broke the eerie silence. Media executive Xu Yao was the first to come to her senses. She rested her chin on her hand, laughing so hard her full breasts heaved, making onlookers dizzy. President Wan, you're so mean. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and she glanced meaningfully in the direction of the door. If Qin Feng, who just left, saw this face, she'd probably be kicking herself. She should kneel down on the spot and beg you to let her come back to participate. Upon hearing this, the other two successful women nodded in agreement. Not to mention Qin Feng, they themselves were all glad they hadn't impulsively stood up and left. Xu Yao leaned forward, her fox-like eyes fixed on the screen with great interest. He changed the subject, his tone slightly skeptical. But seriously, Mr. Wan, this face, you didn't edit the photo, did you? I've seen so many men, many of whom are several times more handsome than the hottest male celebrities right now. This is illogical. Wanting, a rising star in the tech industry. That icy beauty with frameless glasses. A slight fluctuation flickered in his eyes behind the glasses. She pushed up her glasses, her calm voice trembling slightly. Mr. One, are you sure this isn't a virtual human generated by artificial intelligence? Even the best modelers in my company can't achieve this level of realism. Ji Shiwan, who had been resting with her eyes closed, also opened them. For the first time, she truly and earnestly focused her gaze on that young face on the screen. He showed a rare, almost imperceptible surprise. That appearance is truly top-notch. Even from beginning to end, it remained as steady as Mount Tai. A woman wearing a mysterious mask. Her slender fingers, holding the teacup, tightened their grip slightly. Wen Xia took in the reactions of the other women, and her smile deepened. Good looks are always the primary driving force. Especially in this era where there are more women than men and the average male's appearance is generally not good. President Xu, President Xi, Wen Xia, would never joke about something like this. This face is 100% original and authentic, without any beauty filters or retouching. Her words were delivered with absolute certainty, and the confidence in her tone made all the women present gasp in astonishment. All natural, no additives? With that kind of looks, in this era where there are more women than men, she'd be a star if she debuted. A true national idol. He can make fans crash the server for him. Add the labels of S-level native samples. If this were released, he'd be a star, let alone a celebrity. It's more than enough to be worshipped as a living totem. Having enjoyed their astonishment enough, Wen Xia changed her tone again. He sighed with feigned regret. Of course, fate is fair. If you've given him this face, you naturally have to make up for it elsewhere. To be honest, he is very good looking, but he has a disability. She deliberately didn't continue. It successfully piqued everyone's curiosity. Wanting, the icy female CEO of Nebula Technology, was the first to speak out. She pressed further. Oh? It seems the rumors are true. Most native samples have defects. Mr. One, where exactly is his disability? Seeing that everyone's interest had been piqued to the limit, Wen Xia stopped keeping them in suspense. The answer was revealed directly. He has been paralyzed since birth. And she paused, then uttered 4 words, he is mute. The meeting room fell silent once again. Paralyzed? Mute? The contrast is more thrilling than riding a roller coaster. Chapter 23, Charging rights put on the shelf, highest bidder gets 7 times. The rich women's group goes crazy. A man with godlike looks, arguably the pinnacle of human attractiveness. It turned out to be a living dead person who couldn't move or speak. This stark contrast caused the 4 seasoned women present to display extremely complex expressions. Absurd. But also, a secret joy. Wen Xia took in the changes in their expressions and continued, as you all know, the strict standard for selecting native samples is that they have basically never been exposed to sunlight since childhood. How can a normal person go through their entire life without seeing the sun? Therefore, such a person must have a disability. She paused, her words carrying a knowing, playful edge. What you all want is a dragon seed that can guarantee the birth of a male offspring. It's not like you're looking for a man to date, marry, and spend your whole life with, right? The words may be crude, but the principle is sound. Paralysis? A mute? Isn't this better? It saved me so much trouble. You don't have to worry about him pestering you afterward, nor do you have to fear him gossiping about you everywhere. This is simply the most perfect, worry-free, and safest tool in the sperm donation business. Ji Shiwan, the eldest and most elegant head of the Ji family, was the first to understand the situation. She nodded slightly, her voice calm and powerful. What Premier Wen said makes sense. But she is, after all, the head of a long-established wealthy family, with meticulous thinking and a deeper understanding than others. However, can you guarantee that his congenital paralysis is not genetically inherited? This question hits the nail on the head. It hit the weak spot of everyone present. Nobody wants to spend a fortune only to have a child with a genetic disease. Wen Xia smiled. She had expected someone to ask this question. She tapped her fingertips lightly, and the screen switched accordingly. Jiang Fan's outrageously handsome face disappeared. A genetic testing report filled with dense text and various technical terms. It was presented to everyone. Wen Xia directly enlarged the conclusion section. At the very bottom of the screen, a striking conclusion is highlighted in bold, bright red font. Genetic tracing testing revealed that the paralysis and aphasia in this sample were caused by acquired nervous system malformation, not a hereditary disease. The sample's gene sequence did not carry any dominant or recessive genetic disease genes, and the probability of it being passed on to the next generation is 0. I saw the glaring 0. Ji Shiwan was completely relieved, leaned back in her chair with satisfaction, and said nothing more. Just then, the woman who had been silent and wearing a mysterious lace mask suddenly spoke. Her voice was like a clear mountain spring flowing over jade, melodious and pleasant to listen to. Mr. Wen, what's his name? Upon hearing this, both Si Wanning and Xu Yao cast slightly surprised glances at her. At this point, why would you still care about the name of a mere tool? Could it be that you really want to have a romantic relationship with a paralyzed person? Wen Xia gave her a deep look and smiled meaningfully. This will be kept confidential for now. She clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention back to herself. All right, I have now fully demonstrated my sincerity. Now it's your turn to perform. Look at you all, how much sincerity you can bring to the one group. Wen Xia stood up, placed her hands on the table, and leaned forward. Like a cheetah about to pounce. A powerful aura immediately enveloped the entire venue. She slowly opened her mouth and announced the final rules of today's high-stakes gamble. The rules are simple. Whoever offers the most satisfactory incentives will have the most recharging options over the next 7 days. The highest bidder wins 7 times. Secondly, 5 times. Again, 3 times. Last place, once. These rules are simple and straightforward, yet so fair that no one can argue with them. She glanced around at everyone, a cruel smile playing on her red lips. Now, begin your performance. For a moment, only the women's varying breathing sounds filled the conference room. Si Wanting, Xu Yao, and Ji Shiwan exchanged glances. A silent war instantly filled the air. In the end, it was Si Wanting, a rising star in the tech industry, who was the first to break the silence. My Nebula technology can provide Wen's Group with full artificial intelligence technology support for the next 3 years, and open up my core network of contacts. In the next 5 years, the security of all of Nebula Technology's servers and data centers will be handled by Wen's Foodstuff Group. In addition, I personally am willing to purchase 2% of the scattered shares of Wen's Group at a 10% premium over the market price. This is quite a large undertaking. It is both a long-term order and a cash flow injection when Wen's was most in need of money. Seeing this, Xu Yao covered her mouth and chuckled, giving Si Wanting a charming glance. President Si is still so direct, he doesn't know how to be tactful at all. She lowered her crossed legs, sat up straight, and looked at Wen Xia with seductive eyes. What Wen's Group urgently needs now is a channel and influence that can make money work for it. I, Xu Yao, am willing to use all the media resources at my disposal to conduct a year-long top-tier, multi-channel promotional campaign for all new products under the Wen's Group. Get free front-page headlines on all the media outlets under my control. Furthermore, I personally invested 50 million yuan to stand with Premier Wen through thick and thin. I want everyone in the entire Dragon Kingdom to understand that the Wen Group has not fallen yet. These words struck a chord with Wen Xia. What Wen's needs most right now is market confidence. Ji Shiwan was the most composed, remaining silent throughout. She only slowly opened her eyes after Xu Yao finished speaking. Her voice was soft, but every word carried immense weight. My Ji family will invest 1 billion yuan to establish a joint venture with Wen's Group to jointly develop that piece of land in the south of the city. The Ji family only takes 30% of all the profits. Furthermore, the Ji family is willing to become the Wen Group's strongest ally. Upon hearing this, both Si Wanning and Xu Yao's expressions changed slightly. This is no longer a simple business collaboration. This is about taking sides. It was the towering Ji family that openly declared that they would shelter the struggling Wen Group from the storm. A fiery light finally burst forth in Wen Xia's eyes. This is exactly what she wanted. The 3 bidders were all incredibly aggressive. This is no longer a simple monetary transaction. They are using their future wealth. I'm betting on a male heir who can inherit the family business. He has completely tied himself to Wen Xia's worship. Wen Xia was extremely satisfied with the offers from all 3 parties. Ji Shiwan, in particular, was a godsend. She slowly shifted her gaze to the last one, the mysterious masked woman who had not made a bid. She knew that this was the real big fish of the day. This woman has an unfathomable background. She comes from the capital. Amidst the expectant, curious, and scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, The masked woman finally put down her teacup. The crisp sound of the collision struck everyone's heart. The red lips beneath the veil were finally revealed. She slowly uttered 2 words. 3 days. The entire room fell silent. Then, in her clear, spring-like voice, she uttered words that sent chills down everyone's spines. I will make Wen's stock price rise by 30% within 3 days. Chapter 24. The mother-in-law arrives at the door. Wen Xia, how dare you touch my daughter's man? This seemingly casual remark caused a huge uproar in the closed conference room. Wen Xia's heart suddenly clenched. A 30% increase? Wen's Foodstuff Group's current market value is barely maintained at 10 billion. A 30% increase would be 3 billion. This woman, her words were a deadly blow. Wen Xia was deeply shaken and found it difficult to calm down. No wonder they're from the capital. This depth of knowledge, this masterful skill. This is beyond the imagination of the local tyrants in Jinghai City. She suddenly realized that she had taken a risky step. The move to kidnap Jiang Fan from the welfare home was a strategic one. It was absolutely the best move she ever made in her life. She even had to thank Wen Jichuan, that ignorant and arrogant girl, in her heart. If it weren't for her frantic search throughout the city, how could I possibly have the chance to be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? They found Jiang Fan, a living treasure who could defy fate. Her mind was racing, but she showed no emotion on her face. She still had the expression of a queen who controlled everything. Inside the conference room, the other 3 strong women had already lost their composure. The charming smile on Xu Yao's face froze completely. She was the first to break down and spoke up, her voice tinged with sarcasm. Oh my, 30% in 3 days? Young lady, do you mean you want Wen's stock to hit the daily limit every day? She crossed her arms, exuding a seductive charm, but her words were laced with barbs. What will happen if this boast comes out wrong? The mysterious woman didn't even lift her eyelids. He simply picked up the teacup and gently blew away the foam on top. That composure is itself the most powerful response. Tech upstart Si Wanning habitually pushed up his glasses. The gaze behind the glasses flickered with rational skepticism. Wen's is a large company, and without any substantial positive news, its stock price has surged by 30% in 3 days, which is not in line with market rules. Unless, you have the ability to mobilize a fund of over 5 billion to violently pump up the price. Ji Xiwan, the head of the Ji family, also spoke, her tone calm yet full of pressure. Young lady, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Faced with joint questioning from 3 bigwigs, the mysterious woman finally put down her teacup and responded calmly. Rules are meant to be broken. Her voice was cool and clear, yet carried an unwavering and domineering air. I am only responsible for promising results. As for the process, you don't need to understand it, nor can you understand it. Mad. That's insane. But this arrogance has a basis that leaves no room for argument. Wen Xia smiled. I silently cheered for this mysterious ally. What she wanted was this arrogance that no one could understand. On the surface, she stepped in at just the right moment to smooth things over. I, Wen Xia, believe what this young lady says. She stood up and gave the mysterious woman a knowing look. Since that's the case, I'm sure everyone agrees on today's result. Xu Yao, Si Wanting, and Ji Xiwan exchanged glances, but ultimately said nothing more. Wen Xia organized the event and set the rules. Since the bookmakers themselves have admitted it, what can these gamblers say? Then, I hereby declare. Wen Xia surveyed the entire room and made the final decision. The right to use the dragon seed 7 times over the next 7 days belongs to this young lady. President Ji, 5 times. Mr. Xu, 3 times. Mr. C, I'm sorry, I can only trouble you this once. At the end, Wen Xia gave Si Wanning an apologetic smile, especially since Si Wanning had only received a small share. Si Wanting nodded indifferently. Just once. Something is better than nothing. Finally, Wen Xia stood up and bowed deeply to the 4 people present. This auction, from the bidding process to the subsequent recharging plan, was kept entirely confidential at the highest level. Besides everyone here and me, there will never be a 6th person who knows this. If this matter is leaked because of me, Wen Xia, you may withdraw all your support for me and the Wen family at any time without hesitation. I swear on the honor of Wen Xia herself, and the entire Wen group. She was sincere and humble. This statement raised the opinion of the several powerful women present even higher. They are all formidable figures who have made their mark in various fields. Once they decide to place their bets, they will naturally not hesitate or be timid. Wen Xia's assurance only made them feel more at ease. The next step was to discuss the specific implementation plan for recharging. Wen Xia began to coordinate the follow-up details with the four women. The timing must be staggered to ensure that Zhang Fan's money printing machine can continue to operate. Even with top-quality nutrient solution, you can't really drain him dry and ruin him. After all, this national treasure must be handed over intact a week later. If anything goes wrong, Wen Xia will be the first to suffer the consequences. Zhang Fan slept until 3 p.m. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled shadows on the carpet. He couldn't be more satisfied with his current life. Eat your fill, then sleep your fill, then eat. Throughout the entire process, you will be personally attended to by a top-tier mature woman. You can also passively recharge from time to time, relax your mind and body, and accumulate energy points. Feeling great. I just don't know where that woman Luan Shu is gone. They're probably still racking their brains over her security system, which is as flimsy as paper. Zhang Fan's thoughts drifted to another matter. Wen Jichuan, that little devil. The night before last, she confidently said that she would come to see him again today. As a result, he was kidnapped by Wen Xia, who even threatened him, saying that she would never find him. Is that girl just going to give up like that? Can't beat her aunt? Didn't you say you have a mother who has connections everywhere? Why don't you call your mom to stand up for you? Don't let me look down on you. If you've got the guts, come and kill us. I'll sleep with you tonight. He even started fantasizing about Wen Jichuan suddenly storming into the villa. She had a falling out with her aunt, Wen Xia, on the spot, causing a huge commotion. They, on the other hand, reaped the benefits without lifting a finger, passively entering a frantic charging mode. He's already eyeing the more expensive potions in the system shop. Although the efficacy is still unknown, with the success of Mighty Man Spinach Juice as a precedent, what follows is bound to be miraculous. Just as he was plotting how to use the Wen family's crazy women to fight each other to the death. Wen Xia's impregnable villa. An uninvited guest has indeed arrived. Luan Shu watched the mother and daughter slowly stepping out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom on the surveillance footage. In an instant, she felt completely numb. My mind went completely blank. Shang Ranchang. Wen Jichuan. How did they get here? Luan Shu instinctively wanted to take out her phone to inform Wen Xia. But when she looked through the screen and met Shang Ranchang's gentle yet unfathomable phoenix eyes, an inexplicable chill shot from her tailbone straight to the top of her head. She unconsciously lowered the hand that was about to be raised. She steeled herself and hurried out to greet them, forcing a stiff, professional smile onto her face. Mrs. Wen, Miss Wen, what brings you here? Are you here to see Mr. Wen? Unfortunately, President Wen is not at the villa today. He should be at the company handling official business. She rattled off a whole bunch of things in one breath, and it was obvious to anyone that she was in a hurry to get rid of him. Wen Jichuan crossed her arms, narrowed her bewitching eyes, and looked at them with sarcasm. We didn't come to see her. We're here to take people back. Luan Shu's heart skipped a beat and sank to the bottom. Stop pretending, Luan Shu. Wen Jichuan took a step forward, aggressive and imposing. Get Zhang Fan out here right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 25 A Gentle Blade. You simply can't defend against Shang Ranchang's open schemes. Luan Shu felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing this. Just what I feared most came to pass. This mother and daughter from the Wen family don't play by the rules at all. There was no foreplay whatsoever. They went straight to the point. There wasn't even a polite, roundabout way of speaking. This is hardly treating her like a housekeeper. They clearly treated her like a doormat that they could step on at will. A surge of suppressed anger rose from the depths of her heart. Luan Shu has been with Wen Xia for so many years. In the upper-class circles of Qinghai City, everyone who sees her respectfully calls her Sister Luan. But in front of this mother and daughter, she was nothing. That little hussy Wen Jichuan. She wished Wen Xia would descend from the sky right now. They started fighting with this little devil right there and then. But on the surface, she had to maintain the last vestige of professionalism. She forced an innocent and bewildered smile. Miss Wen, what do you mean by that? Who is Zhang Fan? I have not heard that Premier Wen brought any strangers back to the villa. Wen Jichuan was so angry at her nonchalant attitude that she laughed. She took a step forward, her beautiful face full of mockery. The high heels clicked aggressively on the marble floor. Stop fucking playing dumb with me. You think you don't know? Since we've found this place, we must be absolutely certain of success. She looked down at Luan Shu from her high vantage point. He looked exactly like a petty person who had achieved his goal. I know you're just a servant and can't make decisions for Wenxia. Now, call her right now. Tell her that I, Wen Jichuan, and my mother, Shang Ranqing, have come to our door to demand our people back. Wen Jichuan practically shouted the last few words. That arrogant and domineering attitude. This caused Luan Shu's face to flush red and then turn pale. The fingernails dug deep into the flesh. She still managed to maintain a forced smile. Just as the atmosphere reached its freezing point, a gentle and soft voice softly rang out. Shang Ranqing pulled her emotional daughter back and gave Luan Shu an apologetic smile. Luan Shu, I know you are loyal to Wen Xia. Our Wen family is fortunate to have such an outstanding professional housekeeper as you. She first offered him a sweet date in a very casual way. Jichuan has been spoiled by her father and me since she was little, so don't take it to heart. These words sounded like they were trying to help Luan Shu out of a tight spot. Luan Shu Gang was about to breathe a sigh of relief. That invisible club then came crashing down. Shang Ranqing changed the subject. However, you should also know that Jichuan is currently competing with her aunt. I always side with what is right, not with my own family. In this matter, Wen Xia was in the wrong from the start. Shang Ranqing picked up the tea that the nanny had just served, blew on it gently, and continued slowly. It's wrong of her to disregard Jichuan's wishes for her own purposes. Jichuan searched almost the entire Jinghai city for this Jiangfan. In everything, there has to be a first come, first served order, doesn't there? Her voice remained gentle as she finished speaking. But the dissatisfaction revealed in it. Anyone with eyes can hear it. Wen Xia is being far too domineering. She even tries to snatch the man her own niece has her eye on. If word gets out, won't people laugh at our Wen family for having no manners? These words were spoken with an air of nonchalance. But every word was like a soft knife, cutting back and forth on Luan Shuxin. It was 100 times more ruthless than Wen Jichuan's loud and boisterous threats. Cold sweat seeped from Luan Shu's forehead. Her back was already soaked with sweat. Mrs. Wen, I as Mr. Wen's housekeeper, it is my duty. Seeing that the time was right, Shang Ranqing stopped pressuring her. He simply put down his teacup, interrupting her. Alright, we won't make things difficult for a servant like you. Luan Shu felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly went down the steps. Why don't you two wait a moment, and I'll go contact President Wen right now. Shang Ranqing smiled noncommittally. This Luan Shu is quite a clever and perceptive person. Not wanting to offend either side, he's quite calculating. Wen Jichuan didn't have that kind of patience. She grabbed Shang Ranqing's arm and started shaking it and acting coquettishly. Mom! Stop wasting time talking to her. Let's just search. Jichuan, stop fooling around. Shang Ranqing shook her head. We're all family, don't push things too far. As she spoke, she gently waved to Luan Shu, signaling her to make a phone call. Luan Shu let out a heavy sigh of relief and quickly walked to the corner of the living room. He took out his phone and, with trembling fingertips, dialed Wen Xia's number. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off. The cold, impersonal system notification sent Luan Shu's heart sinking to the bottom. Undeterred, she dialed Wen Xia's backup private number again. There was still no answer. It's over. Is Premier Wen deliberately trying to kill her? She could sense it. Over by the sofa. Two pairs of eyes that seemed to be smiling but weren't. It is firmly nailed to itself. Don't panic. Once she showed even the slightest bit of fear. This mother and daughter will definitely take advantage of the situation. They have a firm grasp on themselves. Luan Shu took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She was in great inner turmoil. I quickly edited the situation here into a text message and sent it over. Since we can't get in touch with them, we have no choice but to bite the bullet and try to negotiate with the mother and daughter. Hopefully, President Wen will see this message soon and reply to her. She, as the personal housekeeper, did everything that needed to be done. He has lived up to Wen Xia's trust. She composed herself and gracefully walked back to the sofa. Facing Shang Ranqing, he suppressed all his unease and restlessness. Mrs. Wen, Miss Wen, it's really unfortunate. Mr. Wen is probably in the middle of a very important international meeting, and his phone is off. I have already left a message for her about your visit, and she should reply as soon as she sees it. Her words were perfectly watertight, exonerating herself completely. Zhang Ranqing smiled noncommittally, her gaze sweeping over the familiar furnishings of the villa. No rush, I haven't been back here in a long time either. She suddenly sighed and looked at Wen Jichuan. Since your father passed away, Jichuan, have you come here less often? Wen Jichuan nodded, also feeling a pang of emotion at the sight. A rare hint of melancholy appeared on her alluring face. Luan Shu couldn't see through Zhang Ranqing's intentions. But she knew very well. This woman is the true mastermind behind the Wen family. She naively thought the two of them wanted to reminisce about the past. There shouldn't be any more trouble for the time being. I was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Wen Jichuan's next words made her feel dizzy. Mom, I want to walk around the villa and see every plant and tree here. Looking back on the past, the wonderful times our family spent together. It feels like so much time has passed. Zhang Ranqing also sighed softly. Go ahead, it's good to wander around. She then looked at Luan Shu, her gentle phoenix eyes filled with an irresistible smile. I won't go, seeing it will only make me sadder. Luan Shu, stay here and talk to me. Perfect timing. Tell me about some of the interesting things your boss, Mr. Wen, has done in the past few years. We, as sisters-in-law, have been estranged for too long. Chapter 26, The Mute Speaks Out, a national treasure that stuns the demon. She's forced to kiss him? Luan Shu felt a headache coming on. This is a diversionary tactic. And he even managed to suppress his own mountain in the process. How could she possibly believe such nonsense as just browsing around? But she really didn't dare to disobey the words of this behind-the-scenes bigwig of the Wen family. If someone asks you to chat and you still dare to make a move, then you're being ungrateful. After some thought, Luan Shu suddenly understood. Zhang Ranqing's move was essentially giving her a way out. Wen Jichuan will turn this villa upside down in a bit. Finding Jiang Fan has absolutely nothing to do with Luan Shu. It was Zhang Ranqing, the true mistress of the Wen family, who forcibly kept her here. She, Luan Shu, was forced by circumstances. Hi. That's brilliant. Having figured this out, Luan Shu's awe of Zhang Ranqing deepened even further. They even felt a sense of gratitude. She immediately bowed, her face showing genuine respect. Yes, Mrs. Wen, it is my honor to chat with you. She then looked at Wen Jichuan, who had already stood up, and asked the question knowing the answer already. Miss Wen, are you alright shopping alone? Would you like me to send 2 bodyguards with you? She said something superfluous, but she had to say it. No. Wen Jichuan resolutely refused. He also gave her an approving look that said, You're very sensible. She then swayed her hips and swaggered toward the stairs. Looking at Wen Jichuan's aggressive back, Luan Shu had completely given up resisting. She had no doubt that, given the Wen family's methods, even if you upgrade your security system to the highest level, they always find a way to get in. This used to be their territory. It's just that Wen Xia has taken it over now. Wasn't last night the best example? The one who stole her house was her other beloved daughter, Wen Jixia. Therefore, Luan Shu no longer cares what kind of trouble Wen Jichuan is up to. She could only silently light a candle for Jiang Fan, who was far away in the secret room. Young man, can your kidneys still hold up? This is a woman from the Wen family. From the oldest to the youngest. They're all ruthless monsters, each one more cunning than the last. When Jichuan's jade-like feet, clad in 7-inch high heels, finally stopped in front of a tightly closed door. Behind her, 2 burly female bodyguards in black stood like 2 moving iron towers, their auras heavy and imposing. Open the door. When Jichuan parted her red lips slightly, her voice icy. The female bodyguards exchanged a glance and were about to pull out high-tech lock-picking tools. From inside the door, a faint, incomprehensible, babbling sound drifted out. Ah. The voice was hoarse and dry, like a baby struggling to squeeze out each syllable. When Jichuan frowned slightly. What's that noise? She gestured for the female bodyguard to stop, then pressed her ear against the door to listen carefully. That's right. It's a human voice. Although it was intermittent and disorganized, it was definitely human voices. Is Jiang Fan not the only one inside? Did that old woman Wenxia even arrange for him to have someone to chat with? A wave of displeasure washed over Wen Jichuan, and she lost all patience. Stop dawdling and break through. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the bodyguard took 2 steps back and executed a standard tactical shoulder bump. Bang! With a loud bang, the valuable solid wood door opened. Wen Jichuan glanced inside. After confirming that Zhang Fan was the only one there, he then gave the female bodyguard behind him a wink. The 2 female bodyguards understood immediately and gently closed the door. Stand guard at a distance from the secret room to ensure no one can approach. Inside the room, Zhang Fan was lying on the bed, facing the ceiling, concentrating intently on practicing his vocalizations. The vocal cords were briefly activated by macho spinach juice. It's like being on a lifeless, saline alkali land. They carved out a small oasis out of thin air. He could feel that his vocal cords had regained their vitality. He was practicing with great enthusiasm and had no idea that the door would be forcibly broken open in such a purely physical way. When Wen Jichuan's beautiful face, tinged with surprise, appeared at the door. Even though Zhang Fan was prepared and knew that this little vixen would not let it go, he still couldn't help but curse. Holy crap! Did Yuan family install a tracking system on me? Or is it that my dragon seed has a built-in navigation function? How come they all came looking for me just by smelling the aroma? To his surprise, he discovered that Wen Jichuan was even more surprised than he was. Ever since the woman came in, her alluring peach blossom eyes had been staring straight at him. His mouth was slightly open, and his jaw almost dropped in surprise. You. She pointed at Zhang Fan and talked for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything convincing, just like a broken tape recorder repeating itself. You can speak? Finally, she managed to squeeze out a complete sentence. Zhang Fan was amused by her ghostly appearance. Wen Jichuan still couldn't believe it and quickly walked to the bedside. A pair of delicate hands excitedly grabbed his shoulders and began to shake him wildly. You're not mute? I heard you speak just now. Didn't I? Zhang Fan was so dizzy from being shaken that he almost vomited up the nutrient solution he had just drunk. He gave Wen Jichuan a disdainful look. Then, I decided to use the vocabulary I had just learned to retaliate against this uninvited guest. He cleared his throat and, with all his might, squeezed out 2 words. Idiot. The magnetic, husky voice wasn't loud, but it was extremely insulting. When Jichuan's movements came to an abrupt halt, the expression on her face instantly became incredibly interesting. His expression kept changing. Shock, astonishment, disbelief. Zhang Fan felt incredibly relieved. You dare touch my bed in the middle of the night. Just when he thought the little devil was about to explode on the spot. When it pounces on you and fights desperately. When Jichuan held it in for a long time, then suddenly burst out laughing. That smile was like a red rose suddenly blooming in the snow, alluring and captivating. She laughed so hard her chest heaved. He. Ha 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 ha. The laughter grew louder and more unrestrained. Zhang Fan, you really are, every time we meet, you bring me surprises. She wiped away the tears that had welled up in her eyes from laughing. I really like you so much. She emphasized the word like very heavily. Zhang Fan didn't believe that this woman had fallen in love with him just because they slept together once. Like? I just like this walking seed planter. He turned his head away irritably, too lazy to pay attention to her. Seeing his sullen and arrogant expression, when Jichuan wasn't angry at all, instead, she found it extremely amusing. She naturally walked around to the other side of the bed, bent down, and brought her stunningly beautiful face close to Zhang Fan's. Looking at his handsome face, puffed up with anger, she suddenly reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Chirp! Warm, soft red lips were pressed against Zhang Fan's cheek. After the kiss, she deliberately looked at Zhang Fan with those provocative eyes, smugly. The meaning couldn't be clearer. What's wrong? I'm going to use force, so get up and hit me if you dare. Zhang Fan was stunned on the spot. Damn it! This vixen is probably the most unrestrained of all the women in the Wen family. They said they'd say it and then they said it, without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 27, Spinach Juice shows its power. Breakthrough in endurance. Conquering fairies triggers double rewards. Zhang Fan was speechless at the sudden attack. The warm touch and faint fragrance lingered on my cheeks. They've already hurled insults, and they've already taken advantage of the situation. He felt a sudden dryness in his throat. He could only manage to squeeze out a single word with extreme slowness. Water. Oh dear, our little mute boy can ask for water now? When Jichuan joked, But her actions were quick and efficient. She hurriedly poured a glass of warm water. Here it comes. Drink slowly, be careful it's hot. She carefully brought it to Jiang Fan's lips. After drinking a glass of water, the atmosphere finally eased a bit. Jiang Fan, it's my fault. I've made you suffer. She sat on the edge of the bed and touched his face with a look of tenderness. I failed to protect you. My crazy aunt stole your place. But judging from your current appearance, you probably didn't suffer much, so my guilt has lessened a bit, hee hee. Jiang Fan gave him a look as if he were an idiot. Will you feel guilty? You're just afraid you won't get a turn, aren't you? Let me tell you the truth. When Jichuan lowered her voice, leaned close to his ear, and her warm breath brushed against his earlobe. Today is my ovulation day. It's the golden 24 hours, and I can't waste a single second. So, without further ado, let's get down to business. After saying that, she stood up and, in front of Jiang Fan, deftly took off her trench coat. Her coat slipped down, revealing a black bodycon dress underneath that perfectly accentuated her figure. An exaggerated S-shaped curve. A full, almost bursting curve. And that perky, shapely buttocks. It was presented to Jiang Fan without reservation. Plump, hot, with a curvaceous figure. Every inch of it exudes a primal allure. Jiang Fan's pupils contracted slightly. The last time I was at the orphanage, the lights were dim. It was when Jichuan's first time, and she hadn't even taken off her clothes, so his impressions were too vague. This time, the visual shock at such close range brought a violent impact to his brain. She's such a damn little devil. Perhaps due to her ovulation period, when Jichuan's physical desires were exceptionally strong, and she exuded the most primal feminine charm. Ignoring Jiang Fan's burning gaze, she quickly stripped herself naked and went straight into the bathroom. The sound of rushing water filled the air. When she came out again, she was wearing only a brand new silk nightgown with the neckline wide open, revealing a large expanse of her snow-white skin. She turned around and looked at Jiang Fan, who was staring at her intently on the bed, her eyes full of charm. Then, with cat-like steps, she gracefully walked to the bedside. The familiar process was repeated once again. When Jichuan picked up a damp towel and began to carefully wipe Jiang Fan's face. Warm fingertips brushed across the surface, intentionally or unintentionally. When Jichuan leaned down, her red lips close to his ear, her voice as alluring as silk. This time, I hope it lasts a little longer. Anger surged to the top of Jiang Fan's head in an instant. Mock up. Whom do you look down on? Okay. Today, I'll show you, you little devil who doesn't know your place, why the flowers are so red. With a thought, he opened the system warehouse. System. Use 3 milliliters of spinach juice. Target site. Inheritance tool. Effect. Enhance vitality. Command confirmed. In an instant, the icy liquid slid into my body out of thin air. Immediately, an indescribable warmth surged up. When Jichuan's slender hand, which was preparing for battle, suddenly froze. I felt an unprecedented and shocking change. Her beautiful eyes gradually widened. It's filled with unbelievable things. 10 minutes passed. When Jichuan Shang is dripping with sweat. Like a kitten whose fur has been plucked bald. She collapsed limply onto Jiang Fan's chest. I don't even want to move a finger. The shock she felt was beyond words. This person doesn't look like a cripple. This is even more ferocious than a mad dog. Did you take any medicine today? She murmured weakly. Her voice was soft and alluring. With a sense of languid satisfaction. Her slender fingers unconsciously circled around his chest. How, suddenly, become so perverted? Jiang Fan was very satisfied with her docile appearance at the moment. A feeling of conquest arises spontaneously. Little devil, you think I can't handle you? He was overjoyed. The spinach juice truly lived up to its name. The setup for my newbie village. Both can increase battery life by 3 times. If my physique improves in the future, wouldn't that turn into a perpetual motion machine? Then, we won't be afraid of not being able to hold on anymore. Ding. Detection indicates the host has achieved complete bioharmony. Brain life exceeding 10 minutes, reward significantly increased. Reward, energy plus 100. Ding. Detected a second life inheritance with spouse when Jichuan, resulting in increased compatibility. Triggering repeated charging rewards are doubled. Business acumen talent proficiency plus 10. Current energy level 300-1000. Note, performing multiple life inheritances with the same spouse can increase incompatibility and has a 30% chance to trigger a double reward for talent purification proficiency. A series of system notifications sent a frenzy through Zhang Fan's mind. Holy crap! 100 energy points? Zhang Fan was pleasantly surprised to discover that his stamina and the energy points he gained per instance were linked. It's no longer the initial fixed 50 points. What made his heart race even more was that repeated charging could trigger double the rewards? Wait, he suddenly remembered something. Last time, it was the second time with Wenjixia, so why wasn't the reward doubled? A thought crossed his mind, and his gaze swept to the small note at the bottom of the system panel. There is a 30% chance to trigger a double reward for talent refinement proficiency. So it was triggered by probability. Zhang Fan suddenly realized. So, the last time when Wenjixia raided my house, it was because I was unlucky and didn't win the lottery. This time, when Jichuan and I were incredibly lucky, it triggered something directly. That was awesome. The system is encouraging itself and the same high-quality spouse to complete more life cycles that can't be used once and then discarded. As the system prompted, a more powerful primal force than ever before surged into my limbs and bones. It permeated every inch of his withered nerves. He felt that under the influence of this force, my own paralyzed body, there are extremely faint signs of recovery. Just as the song of harmony in the secret chamber resounded through the sky. In the living room on the first floor, the conversation between Shang Rancheng and Luan Shu was also coming to an end. After a long conversation, Shang Rancheng not only figured out a series of puzzling actions Wen Xia had taken within the group over the past few years. Furthermore, through Luan Shu's few words, we can glimpse the various unpleasant things in Wen Xia's life. She's in her 30s and still single, having never even set her sights on a decent man. After hearing this, she felt a pang of regret. Why does this woman make herself suffer so much? But sympathy is sympathy. Now that things have come to this point, she will not back down. Although her daughter was spoiled, Shang Rancheng stood firmly on Wen Jichuan's side throughout this matter. The Wen family is like a stagnant pool. It's time. The next dose of strong medicine is coming. Chapter 28: The Mother-in-Law's Online Rebellion. You also want to keep his child? Shang Rancheng picked up his teacup. The freshly dyed nail polish on her fingertips was a stunning red against the warm white porcelain. She didn't look at Luan Shu, but her gaze was fixed on the tea leaves floating in the cup, and her voice drifted over softly. Luan Shu, you've been with Wen Xia for so many years, you know her personality better than I do. She wants you to inspect the goods. Shang Rancheng paused, then blew away the foam, her movements as elegant as a painting. Did you also take the opportunity to taste that young man's pleasure for her sake? The voice was very soft, even carrying a hint of casual conversation. But every word transformed into precise drumbeats, striking heavily on Luan Shu's heart. Luan Shu felt as if the warm air in the living room had been instantly sucked away. Shang Rancheng's calm gaze was clearly fixed on the tea, yet she felt as if she had been seen through from the inside out. The professional suit she was so proud of now seemed as thin as paper. A deafening roar filled my mind. Blood rushes to the brain. The professional smile she had carefully maintained on her face instantly shattered, leaving a burning sensation. Even the roots of my ears felt like they were on fire. I. She stammered and hesitated for a long time. Deny? Or should we admit it? Seeing her embarrassed look, Shang Rancheng knew the answer. She gave a soft hum. The humming sound, devoid of any discernible emotion, sent a sudden jolt through Luan Shu's heart. You guys really have no sense of proportion. Shang Rancheng's tone carried a hint of reproach. He's a treasure that the entire Dragon Kingdom has been searching for. Have you thought about the consequences if you really ruin him? What is the Wen family's wealth compared to the state apparatus? Luan Shu lowered her head even further. She defended herself in a barely audible voice. I was just following orders. I could only do as president when instructed. Shang Rancheng could easily tell that she was being guilty and hypocritical in her words. She put down her teacup. The bottom of the cup collided with the table, making a crisp, light sound. Although the voice was soft, it made Luan Shu's shoulders tremble involuntarily. Shang Rancheng suddenly changed the subject, her voice exuding a fatal allure. Don't you want to carry on his child yourself? These words, like an invisible hand, reached into Luan Shu's chest and grasped her most secret desires. She suddenly raised her head. He was facing Shangran's smiling phoenix eyes. He froze on the spot. She so easily saw through my secret thoughts that I dared not show to anyone. Luan Shu's first reaction was panic. She assumed that Shang Ranqing was testing and warning her, and quickly shook her head. Mrs. Wan, I have no such intention. Everything I did was a task assigned by Premier One. I really have no other ideas. As she spoke, she realized that her words were weak and powerless. Shang Ranqing didn't expose her, but continued to use her enchanting voice to break down Luan Shu's psychological defenses. You should understand that someone as rare as Jiang Fan, a national treasure, will have more than one potential spouse in the future. The number of partners assigned by the state is unknown. As for the remaining spots, he can decide for himself. Shang Ranqing leaned forward slightly, her phoenix eyes staring directly at Luan Shu, her gaze seemingly trying to pierce through her soul. Do you think that even though you've gotten into his bed, given your status, you'll be able to secure a position in the future? Every word was a cold reality, striking Luan Shu's heart. Yes. What am I? A high-ranking butler, to put it bluntly, is just Wen Xia's shadow, a vassal without any identity of his own. What right do they have to compete with real socialites and noble women for Jiang Fan's future? Am I worthy? Shang Ranqing's words were like a cold winter wind, extinguishing the little flame that had just ignited in her heart. The light in her eyes quickly dimmed. Seeing Luan Shu's distraught appearance, Shang Ranqing knew that the time was right. She changed the subject, her tone becoming gentler. Of course, it's not like there's absolutely no chance. This sentence successfully pulled Luan Shu out of the abyss of self-doubt. She raised her head and looked at Shang Ranqing with eyes that seemed to grasp at a straw. Shang Ranqing met her gaze and spoke softly. Tie yourself to a sturdy enough chariot. Even if you're just someone cheering, you're still on board. The words weren't explicitly stated, but Luan Shu was a smart person and understood immediately. Find a new backer. Get on Wen Jichuan's boat. She understood. This woman is openly stealing Wen Xia's boyfriend. After going through all this trouble, it turns out this is where I was waiting for. Luan Shu's heart was churning violently. Looking at the elegant and powerful woman in front of her, who seemed to control everything, she felt immense torment. Betrayal of Wen Xia? She dared not, and was unwilling. Everything she has was given to her by Wen Xia. She cannot bring herself to betray her trust. But Jiang Fan, the young man who entered her world, gave her an experience she had never had before. She didn't want to lose this feeling easily. Shang Ranqing seemed to see through her struggle, and her smile deepened. I'm not asking you to betray your master. I'm just telling you to think more about your future. If you can become one of Jiang Fan's true women, I think you should understand what that means. Alright, I'm getting a little tired after talking for so long. Shang Ranqing stretched, revealing her mature and alluring curves beneath her cheongsam. Get up and move around a bit. Jichuan should be done shopping by now. As she spoke, she began to stand up. Luan Shu understood that she had to give an answer. She seemed to have used all her strength to speak with difficulty. Mrs. Wan, I will not do anything to betray Mr. Wan. She paused for a moment, then met Shang Ranqing's gaze and added, word by word. But, if Mrs. Wan and Miss Wan ever need my help in the future, I will definitely do my best. These words, though seemingly ambiguous, clearly demonstrate her wavering stance. A barely perceptible hint of approval flashed in Shang Ranqing's phoenix eyes. I thought he was just a stubborn, headstrong young man. It seems that he is not as loyal as he appears. One man has stirred your heart? Shang Ranqing suddenly felt a genuine curiosity about the young man named Jiang Fan. It's no small feat that these proud and arrogant women of the Wen family could lose their composure so easily. I really should go see him later. As a new mother-in-law, she had to see her future son-in-law eventually. She neither confirmed nor denied Luan Shu's surrender, only responding with a meaningful smile. I was just about to set off to check on my daughter's battle. Bang! The villa's gate was violently kicked open from the outside. It was accompanied by a deafening roar. A black figure, wreathed in boundless fury, burst in like a frost-covered tornado. It's Wen Xia. Chapter 29 High-Level Game. The ultimate showdown between sisters-in-law. Wen Xia and Shang Ranqing's eyes met in mid-air. No sparks. Only ice. Standing to the side, Luan Shu felt as if the air around her had been sucked away, and even breathing became painful. However, it only lasted a second. The ice layer broke apart. Sister-in-law. Wen Xia's frosty face instantly transformed into a look of surprise and excitement, much like a Sichuan opera face-changing act. She walked quickly to Shang Rancheng and took her hand very naturally. You finally decided to come back from the United States? I've missed you so much these past 3 years, little sister. Their warm interaction made it seem as if they were truly sisters. Luan Shu watched from the side, her eyelids twitching. She knew her master's temperament all too well. She had always kept her distance from this eldest sister-in-law of the Wen family and had never been close to her in the slightest. Who is this show for today? Shang Rancheng remained calm and gentle, and gave Wen Xia a firm hug. Xiaoxia, you've had a tough time these past few years. The two held hands and chatted naturally, expressing their concern for each other. That intimate gesture made Luan Shu feel like an unwanted ornament. She seized an opportunity to interject. Mr. Wen, Mrs. Wan, let's go inside and talk. It's windy outside. Wen Xia glanced over out of the corner of her eye and gave her a look that only the two of them could understand. Luan Shuxin was shocked and could only shake her head very slightly. A cold glint flashed in Wen Xia's eyes, but it was quickly and perfectly concealed by a smile. Yes, look at me, I was so happy to see my sister-in-law that I was almost confused. She took Shang Rancheng's hand and led her into the living room, warmly inviting her to sit down. They started by talking about Shang Rancheng's life abroad, and then they talked about the ups and downs of the Wen's group in recent years. Shang Rancheng sighed, seemingly casually. Xiaoxia, I took a look at the group's financial statements when I came back this time. The whole is quite large. Wen Xia's smile faded slightly. Sister-in-law is right. But what can I do? My brother left so suddenly, everyone in the company is in a panic, and there are a pack of hungry wolves watching from the outside. Her tone shifted, becoming barbed. If I were like my sister-in-law, enjoying life in America and ignoring worldly affairs, the Wen family ship would have sunk long ago. Shang Rancheng picked up his teacup and blew away the foam. I'm just a woman. Your brother's passing has been a huge blow to me. I really don't have the heart to manage the company. Besides, haven't you always wanted to prove yourself? Letting go is also fulfilling your wish. She put down her teacup, her voice still gentle, but every word she spoke was piercing. I just didn't expect that you would lead the Wen family to the point where their cash flow is almost broken. If you just let a little bit of the businesses behind you slip by, it would be enough for the Wen family to make a living, but in all these years, have you ever uttered a single word about it? Wen Xia's retort became increasingly sharp. If my deceased brother knew this from beyond the grave, he would surely be heartbroken. Sister-in-law, aren't you right? These words were practically accusing Shang Rancheng of being ungrateful. If the Wen family ship sinks now, you can go back to the Shang family and continue being the young lady of the house, but what about your two daughters? Jichuan and Jixia, they both have the surname Wen. Do you expect me to follow you, living under the eaves of a merchant's house and having to be subservient to him? Upon hearing this, Shang Rancheng suddenly smiled. The laughter was soft, yet it instantly shattered all the imposing aura that Wen Xia had created. Xiaoxia, you're oversimplifying things. Shang Rancheng put down her teacup, her phoenix eyes smiling, but there was no warmth in them. If I really let the merchants take action, do you think the Wen group will end up with the Wen family's name or the Shang family's name? One sentence made Wen Xia's face freeze instantly. Shang Rancheng's tone remained gentle, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. As for Jichuan and Zixia, she paused, her gaze falling on Wen Xia's slightly parted red lips, her tone soft to the point of cruelty. It's hard to say what surname their future children will have. Don't you find it ridiculous that you're using my daughter's surname to pressure me? The two of them talked back and forth. The atmosphere gradually became confrontational. The smell of gunpowder grew stronger. When Wen Xia saw that Shang Rancheng completely denied her contributions, she decided to lay her cards on the table. Sister-in-law, I might as well tell you that the Wen family's turning point has arrived. Shang Rancheng raised her phoenix eyes, quite intrigued. Oh? Is that so? Is this the little guy you hid in the secret room? Wen Xia gave a cold laugh. Sister-in-law, whether he's a little guy or not is another matter. Is your precious daughter still lying on someone else's bed and unable to get up right now? That's extremely harsh. But Shang Rancheng remained unfazed, and her composure earned the utmost admiration from Luan Shu, who was watching the scene unfold. Jichuan was being a bit reckless, but her purpose was very simple, she just wanted to leave an heir for the Wen family. Shang Rancheng's tone suddenly changed. But your behavior is very dangerous. Do you really think that by auctioning off a dragon seed, you can attract a golden phoenix to land on this rotten piece of wood, the Wen family? I'm worried that you've brought a pack of jackals who will devour the Wen family until there's nothing left. Wen Xia wasn't buying it at all. Whether it's a phoenix or a jackal, I, Wen Xia, will bear the consequences alone. I am now the chairman of the Wen group. Wen Jichuan is not qualified to interfere with my decisions. This is a blatant slap in the face. Luan Shu never expected that the two women, sister-in-law and aunt, would turn against each other faster than turning the pages of a book. Shang Ranqing's next sentence was highly threatening. It's hard to say whether you can still hold on to your position as chairman. Be careful, sitting for too long will burn your bottom. Wen Xia was completely enraged and decided to throw caution to the wind. Fine, I won't argue with you. She suddenly stood up and shouted at Luan Shu, who was standing to the side. Luan Shu, lead the way. I need to go check if that little slut has ruined my dragon seed. Wen Xia is going to storm upstairs and drag Wen Jichuan off Jiang Fan's bed. Shang Ranqing's face finally darkened. Her gentle aura vanished instantly, and her voice turned cold. Wen Xia, you've gone too far. No matter what, Jichuan is your own niece. Wen Xia retorted sharply. Humph, now you know she's my niece? When she was forming cliques in the company and opposing me at every turn these past few years, did she never think that I was her aunt? She's your daughter, so protect her, I won't stop you. But I don't think I was wrong about this. She, Wen Jichuan, is acting out of her own selfish motives, while I, Wen Xia, am acting out of the interests of the entire Wen family. As the eldest princess of the Shang family, can't you even tell which is more important? It's unclear whether these words left Shang Ranqing speechless or whether she simply didn't bother to respond. The atmosphere in the living room stagnated in awkward silence. Luan Shu, who had been watching the drama unfold, finally understood. These two women are both unwilling to submit to each other. Wen Xia couldn't stand Shang Ranqing's airs of being a wealthy young lady. Shang Ranqing looked down on Wen Xia's risky move of using Jiang Fan and believed that she was incompetent in management and should have stepped down long ago. Knowing each other well, the two tested each other briefly before unleashing their full power. At this tense juncture, when war seemed imminent, a series of unhurried footsteps came from the stairwell. A woman, radiant and exuding an alluring charm as if nourished by rain, arrived late. It was Wen Jichuan. Chapter 30, Aunt and Nephew Clash. The true and false mute are revealed, and Wen Xia receives an ultimatum. Wen Jichuan appeared just like that. The stagnant air in the living room began to ripple. The flush on her face had not completely faded. Those are the marks left after the ultimate pleasure. I saw two women facing off on the living room sofa. Wen Jichuan showed no sign of nervousness whatsoever. Instead, a smug look appeared on his face. She leaned casually against the stair railing. He raised his chin arrogantly. His gaze, sharp as a hook, swept across Wen Xia. It was full of provocation. Its expression is just like that of a cat that has just stolen and eaten caviar. They even deliberately licked their paws in front of their owner. Wen Xia's anger was about to erupt. She couldn't stand Wen Jichuan's arrogant attitude. Wen Xia had long ago blamed Wen Jichuan for the decline of the Wen group in recent years. If it weren't for her forming cliques within the group, causing widespread panic. Why am I in such a passive position? Now that Shang Ranqing has returned, this little slut is even more fearless. They simply don't respect me, the chairman of the board. Wen Xia squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Oh ho, my Miss Wen, you've eaten and drunk your fill and wiped your mouth clean, huh? It's in your stomach now, are you satisfied? The sarcasm was sharp and biting. Normally, Wen Jichuan would have exploded long ago. But today, Wen Jichuan is content and invulnerable. She chuckled. She walked down the stairs with a breathtakingly swaying waist. Every step is graceful and elegant. You're an old woman in your 30s who's never tasted a man's love, you'd better watch your mouth. I haven't settled accounts with you yet. She stood firmly in front of Wen Xia, her presence no less imposing. The chairman of the prestigious Wen group, doing nothing but petty theft and despicable things, aren't you ashamed? This statement completely ignited Wen Xia's anger. Say that again? Jichuan. Shang Ranqing finally spoke, her voice carrying just the right amount of sternness. How dare you speak to your aunt like that? You have no manners. He scolded her verbally, but showed no intention of making his daughter apologize. Having gained an advantage, Wen Jichuan immediately decided to stop while he was ahead. She playfully stuck out her tongue. She ignored Wen Xia, who was trembling with anger. She quickly ran to Shang Ranqing's side and affectionately took her mother's arm. Mom, you don't know, Jiang Fan, he's not mute. He can talk. Just now, they even chatted with me. Upon hearing this, Shang Ranqing merely twitched her eyebrows slightly, remaining completely calm. Wen Xia, however, couldn't sit still any longer. Her body tensed, and her voice rose several octaves. What? He spoke? Wen Jichuan gave her a look that was full of disdain. How did you inspect the goods? You couldn't even tell if the person was mute? A bunch of useless trash. As she spoke, she deliberately glared at Luan Shu, who was standing next to her, looking embarrassed and at a loss for what to do. Wen Xia's gaze was like a knife, piercing straight at Luan Shu. Luan Shu felt a chill run down her spine and had no choice but to explain. President Wen, I really didn't know that he was able to speak. We just received them yesterday. Apart from the necessary physiological tests, we haven't had time for anything else. She needed to find a way to save face. Wen Xia was already dissatisfied with the mother and daughter for not stopping them. Wen Jichuan added fuel to the fire. Wen Xia was already seething with anger. Luan Shu can't take the blame for this. Wen Xia knew that the responsibility did not lie with Luan Shu. But she knew she wouldn't get anything out of Wen Jichuan. I must go and confirm it in person. At the auction, she made a solemn promise. This S-grade specimen is an absolutely safe, mute, and paralyzed person. There will be no repercussions afterward. How long has it been? And you've already told her that people can talk? How is she supposed to explain this to her major clients? Fortunately, things proceeded in the agreed-upon order. The earliest recharging will have to wait until tomorrow night. There's still time. Hearing Jiang Fan speak, Shang Ranqing's curiosity about this son-in-law grew even stronger. I also felt the urge to go and take a look. She has achieved her goal for this trip. The daughter was overjoyed, while Wan Xia was completely flustered. She could tell that Wen Xia was getting restless, so she spoke up to ease the tension. Xiaoxia, since things have come to this, I will no longer object to you using Jiang Fan to your advantage. Shang Ranqing's voice calmed down. But if the Wen family still can't be brought back to life, don't blame me for using the power of the merchants. Rescue the Wen's group. Even if it no longer bears the Wen surname, it is still the result of Dao's hard work, and I will not watch it decline. However, at that time, you will have to step down and give way to a more capable person. That couldn't be more straightforward. This was also Shang Ranqing's final ultimatum. You've had your chance, and you've had your fill of messing around all these years. If that doesn't work, then get out. Wen Xia had long anticipated that Shang Ranqing would say that. A maniacal smile spread across his face. Sister-in-law, I understand. The victor is king, the loser is villain. Just you wait and see, the Wen family won't fall in my hands. She didn't respond directly, but her meaning couldn't be clearer. It's done. She's now the sole leader of the Wen family. She accepted her defeat. The atmosphere eased slightly. Shang Ranqing made a timely suggestion, her tone playful. Xiaoxia, why don't you take me to see this mysterious SSS-level national treasure? Let me see what kind of magic my cheap son-in-law possesses. He has completely bewitched Jichuan in our family. These words made Wen Jichuan blush deeply. Mom! Don't talk nonsense. He's not some cheap son-in-law at all, it's not even close to happening. I just wanted to borrow his sperm. As she spoke, she couldn't continue. Wen Xia couldn't stand her smug, self-righteous act of getting the better deal and then acting innocent. She was in a hurry to check the situation and immediately gave a cold laugh. Okay, sister-in-law. I guarantee you'll be very surprised. The door to the secret room was pushed open. Jiang Fan was leaning against the headboard, being fed dinner by a nanny. Hearing the noise, he looked up. When you see Wen Xia walking at the front, and the stunningly beautiful figure behind her, Jiang Fan's breathing suddenly stopped. This woman is so beautiful. She doesn't have the commanding presence of Wen Xia, nor does she possess the deliberate allure of Luan Shu. Every frown and smile exudes the gentle charm of the Jiangnan water towns. She possesses an innate, deeply ingrained magnanimity. It can suppress all the world's extravagance and restlessness. She is like a peerless beauty who stepped out of a timeless painting of court ladies. It also resembles a warm and translucent white jade guanyin statue enshrined in the ancestral hall of a 1,000-year-old family. Compassionate, yet distant. Looking down upon all living beings. If Wen Xia is a queen with an aura of power and holding a scepter. Wen Jichuan is a beautiful rose with thorns. Luan Shu is like a perfectly ripe peach. This woman was like a peony quietly blooming deep within the heart of a powerful and influential family. She possesses unparalleled beauty and captivating charm. It is enough to make everything in the world pale in comparison. Jiang Fan's heart raced. An absurd yet apt thought popped into my head. Could this be my cheap mother-in-law? Chapter 31, Refusing to accompany guests. Jiang Fan opens his mouth, revealing his fangs. The woman before me was simply wearing a dark green cheongsam, standing there quietly. She seemed not to be a person. Rather, it is the end point of all light in this luxurious private room. While Jiang Fan was still in a daze, Wen Xia, who was walking at the front, had already launched her attack. She crossed her arms, raised her chin slightly, and looked at Jiang Fan with a cold gaze. It was as if she were estimating how much of a bargaining chip a lifeless collectible could bring her. Jiang Fan, open your mouth and say something so I can hear it. Jiang Fan didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. I'm talking nonsense. If you just tell me to call someone, wouldn't I lose face? He completely ignored Wen Xia and focused all his attention on the real person in charge behind her, Shang Rancheng. There was only one thought in my mind. This cheap mother-in-law looks better than her two daughters combined. Upon seeing this, Wen Jichuan immediately lost her temper. She strode to the bedside, like a protective hen, spreading her arms to block Wen Xia's view, and angrily rebuked. Wen Xia. What do you take him for? A pet? You think you can just bark whenever you want? Jiang Fan ignored the argument between the aunt and niece. His Adam's apple bobbed, his vocal cords vibrated under the residual force of the drug, and he uttered two words. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like two pebbles breaking the silence of the room. Elder sister. For a moment, even breathing sounds became noise. Wen Jichuan, who was about to confront Wen Xia, was stunned on the spot. Wen Xia's mouth, which was about to burst out, froze in mid-air. All eyes turned to Shang Rancheng. Shang Rancheng raised her hand, and with a gentle movement, she calmed the tense atmosphere between the aunt and niece. She watched Jiang Fan with great interest. I became interested in this tool person's behavior of ignoring everyone else and only talking to me. She asked gently, her voice like pearls falling on a jade plate, "Are you calling me sister?" Jiang Fan had a face so handsome it was outrageous. With difficulty, yet with unwavering determination, he nodded. Shang Rancheng was taken aback at first, then the corners of her lips involuntarily turned up. She never expected that, at over 40 years old, she would still be called sister to her face. What woman doesn't like to hear this kind of talk? The smile in her eyes became even more genuine. Jiang Fan swore that in both his lives, he had never seen such a stunning beauty. He was mesmerized by the sight. Seeing Jiang Fan staring at Shang Rancheng like a lovesick fool, while ignoring her, the beautiful queen, Wen Xia felt increasingly irritated. I'm asking you a question, she snapped impatiently. Jiang Fan reluctantly withdrew his gaze and glanced at her. Then, with all his might, he ruthlessly uttered two words to her. Idiot. Wen Xia's face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot. She was about to explode and didn't care anymore about Shang Rancheng and her daughter, or Luan Shu being there. As long as she doesn't reveal the information of those big spenders, she has nothing to worry about. Jiang Fan, you will be accompanying several guests over the next 7 days. She looked down at Jiang Fan on the bed, her eyes filled with naked contempt and control. I promise you, in 7 days I will give you 10 million as your compensation for your hard work. 10 million? You'll book me for 7 days? Do I have to entertain a few more guests? Jiang Fan's anger surged up instantly. Do you really think I'm some kind of priceless breeding pig? He had a premonition that Wen Xia, that damned woman, was going to kidnap him and cause trouble. I never expected her to be so direct. She's not even going to act anymore. Although Jiang Fan's system energy value needs to be constantly charged and increased. But he was treated like a male prostitute, serving strange women. No man would be happy about that. Wen Xia. You just wait. The humiliation I have suffered today will be repaid tenfold in the future. He managed to squeeze out 2 hoarse but incredibly clear words from his throat. No. I won't. Wen Xia was taken aback at first, then it was as if she had heard a huge joke. She leaned down, her red lips almost touching his ear. It's not up to you. Wen Xia. You bastard. Wen Jichuan couldn't sit still any longer. He pointed at Wen Xia's nose and started cursing. How dare you insult Jiang Fan like this? He is a human being, not a breeding pig you can buy and sell. Although she herself had previously said while she was in the welfare home that she would give Jiang Fan 10 million. But she believed it was a fair deal between her and Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. Wen Xia's current behavior is blatantly using money to disgust people. She stood in front of Jiang Fan's bed, and her protective posture stirred something within Jiang Fan. This little devil actually has a conscience? It seems not entirely hopeless. Jichuan, that's enough. Shang Ranqing, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. She pulled her daughter back from arguing and said calmly, "Since I've already agreed to let your aunt take the plunge, I won't interfere with her plans anymore." No one can. The argument between the aunt and niece did not stop after Shang Ranqing spoke up. I insulted him? Wen Jichuan, you've almost ruined the Wen group, and you still have the nerve to play this jealousy game with me? Wen Xia retorted angrily. How dare you say that? Wen's main business is commercial real estate, but you stick to the old ways and refuse to let go of those outdated department stores and shops in the city center. Who goes to those kinds of places these days? Wen Jichuan retaliated without backing down. The business model was outdated, and the company suffered losses year after year. Maintenance and local taxes alone became a huge burden. The company had redundant assets and heavy liabilities, which dragged the group into a quagmire. If my father hadn't died young, how could the Wen family have fallen into the hands of a short-sighted person like you? The aunt and niece, in front of outsiders, relentlessly exposed each other's shortcomings. Jiang Fan lay in bed, listening to the gossip while silently activating his two great talents, information torrent and business acumen. Wen's foodstuff group's predicament, quagmire in real estate, broken capital chain. The nighttime proposal is being rebroadcast on television. Fragments of information flooded his brain. It quickly combined, collided, and deduced with the business model in his mind. Gradually, a clear path to break the deadlock emerged in his mind. Jiang Fan's heart sank. He then activated his micro-expression insight talent. Behind the gentleness on Shang Ranqing's face lay indifference and scrutiny. In her eyes, it was herself and the few guests who were about to arrive. They were all just pawns in Wen Xia's plan. It is the tool that gives Wen's group a chance to revive itself. There is no essential difference. No. For the first time, a strong desire arose within him. He needs this woman's attention. Let her see her true worth. This woman is the true power behind the Wen family. Today, he must break free from the framework of being a dragon's offspring. He is not just a walking, breathing nuclear arsenal. He still has a brain. Jiang Fan suddenly struggled to lift his right index finger, which had just regained a little strength. The text refers to news reports on the National Night Walk draft that are being broadcast on television. With all his might, he spoke a few words haltingly to the composed Shang Ranqing. Night, the economy, the future. Chapter 32 The Night Economy Boom. A word worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Even paralyzed, I offer advice to the wealthy. The argument between Wen Xia and Wen Jichuan stopped abruptly. Both of them were taken aback. I have absolutely no idea what Jiang Fan is trying to say. Nonsense, has your brain been damaged? Wen Xia said impatiently. Luan Shu, standing to the side, also looked confused and at a loss. Only Shang Ranqing's elegant and noble face showed a subtle change in expression. As a businesswoman, she is far more sensitive to policies than the average person. She immediately sensed the immense amount of information hidden behind Jiang Fan's words. She pressed further, you mean that nighttime travel for all proposal will be passed, and the biggest future trend will be the nighttime economy? Jiang Fan was delighted to see that Shang Ranqing had gotten the hang of things. He then squeezed out two hoarse words from his throat. Real estate transformation. Wen Xia wasn't stupid upon hearing those two words, her mind went blank. She instantly thought of the promise made by the mysterious woman from Beijing at the auction earlier that day. Within 3 days, Wen's stock price rose by 30%. I see. So that's where her confidence came from. If nighttime walking for all is really implemented. The downtown department stores and shops owned by the Wen Group, which Wen Jichuan criticized as outdated and old-fashioned. Although the business was deserted during the day, the company suffered heavy losses. But they occupy the most prime locations. With just a few modifications. It can be immediately transformed into a prime location for nighttime entertainment, dining, and leisure. Riding the fast track of the night economy. Those seemingly detrimental assets that dragged the group down. Overnight, it will become a highly sought-after commodity. This isn't just turning a profit, it's skyrocketing. The mysterious woman clearly knew the inside story about the night travel policy in advance. As long as news of this has been released in multiple news outlets in the past few days. Stimulation in a short period of time. It's not difficult for Wynn's Foodstuff Group's stock price to soar. The solution to this predicament was surprisingly revealed by this mute paralyzed man in a single sentence. She was shaken, and the way she looked at Jiang Fan completely changed. Is this still a dragon seed that can be manipulated at will? Is he a lifeless tool? That's interesting. Shang Ronqing's thoughts, however, were far more profound. She immediately understood the key point. But what she saw was far more than that. They are leveraging the transformation of existing real estate to capitalize on the night economy trend. It can indeed stop the bleeding for Wynn's in a short period of time, and even cause the stock price to soar. But this is ultimately just going with the flow, speculation, not strategic planning. The real problem facing Wynn's Foodstuff Group lies in its aging industrial structure and lack of innovation capabilities. How can we take advantage of this favorable trend to complete a thorough industrial upgrade? Find the core competitiveness that will truly enable the group to remain invincible for the next 10 or 20 years. That's the key point. She never expected that this young man, whom her daughter and Wen Xia had used as a breeding tool, would be like this. Such keen business acumen. He merely threw out a trigger, which was enough to bring the Wen family back to life. Does he have an even grander plan hidden in his mind? Now. For the first time, Shang Ronqing truly looked at Jiang Fan as he got up. I developed a strong desire to explore him. She wanted to hear more and see the young man. What other surprises can it bring her? She stepped forward. She personally picked up the silk handkerchief on the table and gently wiped the grains of rice from the corner of his mouth. Her gaze shifted from initial scrutiny to deep interest and a hint of appreciation. With gentle movements, she asked softly, "What else did you see?" Jiang Fan met her deep, ocean-like gaze. An unprecedented sense of control and exhilaration rose within me. Luan Shu, who was standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded. Wen Xia, on the other hand, was even more eager for it. She no longer underestimated this paralyzed man she had once regarded as a tool. In the luxurious, secluded room, the air was so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. All eyes were on Jiang Fan on the bed. Jiang Fan slowly uttered a single word. Light. Inside the luxurious secret room, Jiang Fan's gaze was sharp and fixed on Shang Ronqing. Lao Tzu knew more than just how to sow seeds. I can even turn stones into gold. Light? Wen Xia's eyebrows furrowed into a knot, full of confusion. What kind of trouble is this little cripple up to now? Is this just a pretense? When Jichuan blinked her alluring peach blossom eyes, her pupils filled with question marks. I didn't understand. Do you sell light bulbs? She almost burst out laughing, but her mother's unfathomable gaze made her hold it back. Luan Shu's completely crashed. She was still reeling from the shock of the real estate transformation. Now another light pops up, and I feel like the circuitry in my brain has burned out. Only the merchant dyed blue. This man, the true pillar of the Wen family, had a strange glint in his dignified phoenix eyes. She keenly sensed the considerable tension behind Jiang Fan's words. This young man is definitely not talking nonsense. What does light mean? Shang Ronqing's voice remained gentle, yet it possessed a captivating, probing quality, with a slight upward lilt at the end. Her tone even carried an expectation that she herself was unaware of. Jiang Fan was overjoyed. They've taken the bait. I'll make sure I get you completely under my thumb today. This is his only chance to completely shed the tool label. He made the right bet on that move. This cheap mother-in-law's sense of smell is indeed 100 times more sensitive than other women's. Jiang Fan felt his throat under Shang Ronqing's gaze. It was as if a strange power had been injected into it. It became much smoother. He took a deep breath and began to utter the words one by one, pointing his finger at the television screen at the same time. Energy. Illumination. Black night is the day. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between rusted gears. Difficult and laborious. But his eyes were frighteningly bright. He pointed to the news about the Night Walk for All proposal that was being rebroadcast on television. His eyes held an ambition to devour the world and an unwavering certainty. Light industry. Wen Xia's pupils contracted sharply. The light industry? How to turn the night into day? Her mind was struck as if by a silent thunderbolt. My mind went blank for a moment, then suddenly became clear. If nighttime walking for all is really implemented, the entire society's work and rest schedules are upside down. Night is day. The light industry illuminates the night and provides a new daytime for billions of people. Isn't it just the most basic, core, and irreplaceable super necessity? The profits involved are simply astronomical. Zhang Fan watched Wen Xia's face undergo a spectacular transformation from jet black to deathly pale, and then to ecstatic joy, and he was so happy he almost fell over. Wen Jichuan was also stunned. 1 second she was thinking about the joke about selling light bulbs. The next second, this kid elevated selling light bulbs to the level of a national strategy. The look in her eyes as she looked at Zhang Fan changed from surprise to undisguised shock and admiration. Luan Shu instinctively covered her mouth, afraid that she would cry out in surprise. She used to think of him as a stud. Now it seems that this is not a breeding pig at all, but a walking commercial oracle. Zhang Fan was overjoyed. See? Look carefully. You bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world. Lao Tzu is giving you divine revelation and pointing out the future. Chapter 33 Breakthrough in the Light Industry. The entire audience bowed their heads. Shang Ranqing's gaze towards me was strange. Zhang Fan was surprised to discover. As long as you speak to Shang Ranqing, my vocal cords felt like they had been blessed. I used to struggle to practice for half a day, but now I can speak it more and more fluently. Although the sound was intermittent, he was still able to utter complete words with difficulty. Is it the mother-in-law filter that's helping? It's still in my subconscious. Driven by the desire to conquer this ultimate boss. Did it trigger the hidden medicinal effects of spinach juice? Who cares? The ability to speak well is the key to success. If we can persuade Shang Ranqing, that would be an incredible stroke of luck. All he wanted to do now was pour out all those revolutionary business plans that were in his head at once. They didn't have time to investigate the problem with his throat. Zhang Fan continued to struggle to squeeze out words. Sometimes the pronunciation is unclear. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, he decided to repeat himself several times. Fine beads of sweat quickly appeared on his forehead, wetting the soft strands of hair. Seeing this, Luan Shu instinctively reached out to take the wet towel handed to her by the nanny. However, she had barely taken a step when Wen Jichuan glared at her fiercely and drove her back. What are you doing? Trying to steal the credit? Wen Jichuan gave a coquettish laugh and snatched the towel away. She leaned forward and gently wiped the sweat from Zhang Fan's forehead, her voice tinged with a possessive complaint. Speak slowly, don't rush. Her considerate and attentive manner made her look just like a newlywed bride. Zhang Fan was overjoyed. Holy crap! The mother-in-law wipes the mouth, and the daughter wipes the sweat. Just because of a casual remark he made. The Wen family mother and daughter have changed so much? This treatment is practically emperor level. Even Wen Xia's gaze towards him completely changed. It's no longer about looking down from above and scrutinizing tools. Instead, it was filled with eager anticipation, and a touch of extremely uncomfortable bitterness. Uneasy? He felt a pang of jealousy when he saw his niece and sister-in-law fawning over him. Expect? Zhang Fan knew exactly what was going on. That's because the Wen Group is her lifeline. The lucrative light industry that she herself had offered up gave her hope for a revival. How could she not be excited? This stubborn and self-willed woman had unknowingly fallen into the trap he had set. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, possesses the talent of micro-expression insight. Wen Xia's shock and anticipation, as well as the growing interest in Shang Ranqing's eyes. It's crystal clear. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Drink slowly, don't burn yourself. Wen Jichuan's gentle voice rang out as she took the water glass from the nanny and carefully brought it to Zhang Fan's lips. Zhang Fan took a sip from her hand. The intimate gesture made Wen Xia, who was standing to the side, even more uncomfortable, as if she had swallowed a fly. Luan Shu stood there in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. Shang Ranqing remained calm and composed, as if it were only natural for her daughter to wipe Zhang Fan's sweat and feed him water. Her gaze remained fixed on Zhang Fan, with a hint of inexplicable amusement. Zhang Fan cleared his throat and continued with his grand plan for the light industry. Light industry. Drive, infrastructure construction. Science and technology research and development. People's livelihood, consumption. He explained intermittently how the light industry will drive multiple sectors such as infrastructure construction, scientific research and development, and people's consumption. Wen's group. Existing, real estate. Entering, nighttime, lighting. Intelligent, light, control. High, profit, market segment. Industrial upgrading. He pointed out that Wen's group can leverage its existing real estate resources to quickly enter high-profit sectors such as nighttime lighting and intelligent light control, thereby completing a complete industrial upgrade. After a long silence, he mustered all his strength and uttered his last few words. This is the secret to future wealth. Jiang Fan's eyes were sharp as knives, sweeping over everyone present. His call lasted for over an hour, and it was intermittent. But not a single person present was distracted. During this time, Wen Jichuan kept feeding Jiang Fan water and wiping his sweat. Aside from a sore throat, Jiang Fan felt better. I didn't feel too tired otherwise. Shang Ranqing was completely impressed by Jiang Fan's business acumen. My assessment of his value underwent a radical reshaping in my mind. In her eyes, Jiang Fan was no longer just a dragon seed with SSS-level chromosomes. A tool that can be exploited. He is a living, breathing genius with extraordinary wisdom, capable of stirring up the winds of change, a prodigy. The scrutiny in her eyes completely turned into admiration. It even carried a hint of determination to seize it at all costs. This transformation was fully perceived by Jiang Fan's talent for micro-expression insight. Target, Shang Ranqing. Emotional assessment, appreciation 80%, determination to succeed 20%. Jiang Fan was overjoyed. It's done. His performance successfully piqued the ultimate boss's interest. After listening to Jiang Fan's explanation, Wen Xia was deeply moved and remained unsettled for a long time. Why didn't she think of everything Jiang Fan had said? Previously, she only thought about renovating old real estate and taking advantage of the night economy. However, Jiang Fan proposed the concepts of optical industry and intelligent light control. But it directly elevated the situation to a level she had never imagined. She has completely changed her perception of Jiang Fan. No longer simply dragon seed. Rather, it is a variable of immense value, and difficult to control. He can talk now. Moreover, what he said was enough to drive the entire Wen family crazy. She had to rethink how to control the man over the next 7 days. Should we try to make him shut up? Or should we promise even greater benefits in exchange for his cooperation? Make him cooperate with your plan for these 7 days. A huge problem was placed before her. Through micro-expression analysis, Jiang Fan captured Wen Xia's complex emotions, which contained both fear and greed. He sneered inwardly. This woman has mediocre business acumen, but she's stubborn, self-willed, and full of cunning ideas. Now that you see my value, you're starting to panic? Do you know I'm no longer a mute cripple you can manipulate at will? Do you expect me to obediently cooperate with your ridiculous duck plan? Dream. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me today. Tomorrow, I will make you pay back the principal with interest. My performance today was not for you, Wen Xia. It's not to help the Wen family out of their predicament. Instead, the woman I've set my sights on is your sister-in-law. He looked at Shang Ranqing. In his dark eyes, it gleamed with an undisguised, hunter-like cunning. Chapter 34. I'm going to be a hunter. The Duck King warns. Shang Ranqing felt a sudden tremor in her heart as she looked into the light in Jiang Fan's dark eyes. This little guy is looking at me strangely. That was an undisguised, cunning look in the eyes of a hunter regarding his prey. There was even a hint of burning determination. Could it be? Absurd! Where does he get such confidence from, a paralyzed man? Shang Ranqing was speechless for a moment, and felt a little embarrassed and annoyed by the offense. She completely ignored Jiang Fan's blatant stare. He then turned to more practical matters, his phoenix eyes flashing with the shrewdness of a businessman. The optical industry has enormous potential and can influence countless downstream industries. What we can see, those cunning old foxes in Jinghai City must have foreseen long ago. How to quickly monetize is a test of a family's courage. She, as a business owner, also wants to seize the opportunity in this historic transformation and reach new heights. Wen Xia had no interest in listening to their discussions about future plans. Her mind was filled with thoughts of how to bring Jiang Fan, this out-of-control tool, back into her grasp. Unbeknownst to her, she had already been placed on Jiang Fan's must-kill blacklist. She suddenly glanced at Luan Shu, who was standing to the side in a daze. Ever since when Jichuan glared at her, the woman stood there like a wooden stake, not daring to breathe. When Xia gave her a wink, Luan Shu's body trembled, and he immediately understood. When Xia ignored Shang Ranqing and her daughter, who were still chatting with Jiang Fan, turned around and left the secret room with Luan Shu. Not long after, Jiang Fan, who was still on the bed sharing his insights with Shang Ranqing, saw Luan Shu blushing and following Wen Xian. Her alluring face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Something's not right. There's something wrong with these two women. What kind of trouble is Wen Xia up to now? Jiang Fan's thoughts raced, but his face remained expressionless. Bring it on. Respond to each move as it comes. Now that I have the confidence, why would I be afraid of you? When Shang Ranqing saw Wen Xia return, she stopped talking to Jiang Fan and spoke with a questioning tone. Xiaoxia, what Jiang Fan said today was visionary, but there are plenty of talented people in the business world. Seizing the initiative is the most important thing. If I remember correctly, the Hua Group has been Wen's arch-rival for the past few years, right? Their leader, Hua Jiqiang, used to pursue you. What about now? Upon hearing the name Hua Jiqiang, Wen Xia's face instantly turned ashen. Humph. Sister-in-law, why are you bringing up that old bastard? Her voice was cold. The Hua family has been taking a lot of bites off the Wen family's bones these past few years. They've snatched up most of the commercial real estate in the city center using underhanded tactics. Hua Jiqiang still wants to be with me? Dream on. Not even in your next life. He just wants to make me compromise and make the Wen family his vassals. Bah! In just a few words, Jiang Fan discerned another predicament facing the Wen family. A pack of wolves surrounded them. This is just one of their obvious arch-rivals, the Hua family. The hyenas hiding in the dark corners haven't even shown their tails yet. Shang Ranqing frowned slightly after hearing this. Xiaoxia, you need to hurry. Convene a board meeting immediately to discuss transformation strategies. We must act first and not let Hua's group gain the upper hand. They are competitors of Wen's in the same industry. We must first raise the banner of light industry and shout out the slogan. With the help of the favorable winds you've created these past few days, we'll turn the tide in one fell swoop. First, stabilize the core market, and then we can gradually make further plans. Hearing Shang Ranqing's words, Jiang Fan's opinion of this woman rose even higher. It is truly unfathomable. After talking to myself for a while, I was able to see so far ahead and plan so far ahead. When Jichuan, a complete novice, is practically a baby who hasn't been weaned in front of her mother. They're worlds apart. She's still clinging to me, acting like a little bitch. With this, how can they possibly support such a large operation as the Wen family? No wonder Wen Xia looked down on her niece. If Wen Jichuan were to take control of the Wen family, he might perform even worse than Wen Xia. It went out of business a long time ago. He quickly assessed the business acumen of these women in his mind. Wen Jichuan failed. Wen Xia barely passed. Shang Ranqing, 90 points or higher. Wen Xia was awakened by Shang Ranqing's words, and her heart was filled with excitement. She felt that she could do it again. The Wen family is saved. She couldn't wait to get back and plan the next steps. As for Jiang Fan's side, she had just handed Luan Shu over to take full responsibility. The first customer will arrive tomorrow night. He has to do it, whether he likes it or not. All the potent tonics have been prepared for him. He's definitely going to be the duck brother for the next few days. Wen Xia wouldn't be swayed by a few business concepts thrown out by Jiang Fan. It seems to be of great benefit to the Wen family. They took pity on him and let him go. So what if you have some skills? Here, you have to listen to your mother. She sneered inwardly. A cripple, does he really think he can turn the world upside down? She was an impatient person. Since it was getting late, she told Shang Ranqing what was going on, glanced at Jiang Fan on the bed, gave him a warning look, and hurriedly left. Jiang Fan didn't take her warning to heart at all. Bring it on, I'm waiting for you. You want to use me as a power bank for free? Dream on. Shang Ranqing sensed the tension between the two and sighed inwardly. But since she had already promised Wen Xia, it was inappropriate for her to interfere in the matter further. We can only make do with this son-in-law for now. However, judging from the way Jiang Fan looked at him, it seemed that this kind of thing wasn't particularly aggrieved for him. Little pervert. She had already secretly labeled Jiang Fan. But that's not important. More importantly, she was already planning that once Jiang Fan was taken over by the authorities, she would use the power of businesses to completely bind this rough gem to her own cause. Jiang Fan was naturally unaware of Shang Ranqing's thoughts. Today's first step has already exceeded expectations, as it has made my cheap mother-in-law look at me with new respect. He's not in a hurry, he believes in eating one bite at a time. He yawned. Seeing that it was almost 9 p.m., Shang Ranqing also prepared to leave. When Jichuan seemed to want to cling to Jiang Fan, but was intimidated by a look from Shang Ranqing and reluctantly let go of Jiang Fan's hand. He turned back every few steps, leaving with a reluctant expression. Shang Ranqing left without saying a word. This left Jiang Fan feeling confused and somewhat itchy. This woman really knows how to flirt. He was still waiting for Shang Ranqing to give him some kind of promise. For example, taking good care of my daughter, Wen Jichuan. What if she really gets pregnant and gives birth to a boy? He said things like, "You, Jiang Fan, will marry into my Wen family." As a result, Shang Ranqing didn't say a word and turned to leave, leaving Jiang Fan speechless and his mind wandering. Have to. In the end, those who remained. Only the butler's face was still slightly flushed. Luan Shu. The door to the room was closed gently. In the vast, secluded room, only he and the voluptuous, exquisite butler remained. Luan Shu stood there, head down. His hands were tightly clasped together, and he remained silent. The atmosphere became ambiguous and eerie. Jiang Fan looked at her and suddenly spoke with difficulty. "What did she ask you to do?" Luan Shu's body trembled violently. She raised her head, her alluring face filled with struggle and shame. She bit her lower lip and did not answer. "Just take the first step, one step at a time." He walked towards the bedside. Chapter 35 just drained dry and now a warm bed is delivered? System, don't panic, the miracle cure for paralysis is now available. In the vast, secret room, only Jiang Fan and the voluptuous, exquisite butler remained. The faint, elegant fragrance emanating from Shang Ranqing still lingered in the air. Luan Shu's charming face was so red it looked like it could be squeezed to release moisture. She slowly moved to the edge of the bed. Head bowed, hands nervously twisting the hem of her business suit. She looked just like a child bride who was about to be sent to the bridal chamber but had ulterior motives. She seemed to have made a great decision before replying in a voice barely above a whisper. President Wen asked me to stay by your side 24 hours a day, without leaving your side, from now on." Her voice grew softer and softer. "Until the guests are all gone." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan immediately thought to himself, this is a national treasure. Wen Xia. You crazy bastard. This is surveillance. This is house arrest. This is treating him like the rarest animal in the zoo, assigning a keeper to watch over him closely. He forced down his anger and gestured with his eyes to the only large bed in the room. "Where do you sleep?" As soon as she finished speaking, Luan Shu's cheeks instantly burned, the heat spreading from her neck to her ears. He lowered his head even further. "President Wen, let me sleep with you." Boom! Jiang Fan's mind went blank. I almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Holy crap! Wen Xia, you old hag, you're a real talent. What kind of amazing move is this? Not only should he be made the king of male prostitutes, it also comes with a 24-hour personal female bodyguard and bed warmer? Is it because you're worried he'll be too lonely sleeping alone, or because you're worried he'll run away in the middle of the night? Where could a cripple like him possibly run off to? Jiang Fan was filled with hatred. He had just been drained dry by Wen Jichuan and his post-coital period hadn't even ended yet, and now another top-quality mature woman was being offered to him. Are they trying to exhaust him to death, rendering him completely useless? After Luan Shu finished speaking, he felt like he was being steamed alive, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Her public image has completely collapsed today. Just now outside, Wen Xia gave her a thorough dressing down, saying that she couldn't even keep an eye on the door and was useless. When Wen Xia made the request for her to sleep with her, her instinct was to refuse. But when she met Wen Xia's murderous eyes, she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She has already disappointed Wen Xia once, she can't let it happen a second time. Can. Deep down, she wasn't actually that resistant? There was even a tiny bit of inexplicable expectation? This is insane. Luan Shu, you're absolutely insane. Once she was exploded by this young man, she developed a taste for it? She herself couldn't explain it clearly. But after saying these embarrassing words in front of Zhang Fan, her troubled mind miraculously calmed down. Who cares? This is a tremendous opportunity for Luan Shu. Involuntarily, Zhang Ranqing's all-knowing phoenix eyes and those light, airy words came to mind. Tie yourself to a sturdy enough chariot. Zhang Ranqing wanted to turn her against Wen Jichuan and get her on board. Now it seems, why bother becoming someone else's crew member? I can board Jiang Fan's future aircraft carrier myself. Rather than being Wen Xia's shadow, or joining Wen Jichuan's cause as a cheerleader, it's better to. Why can't I take a gamble for myself? For the next 7 days, she will be the woman closest to Jiang Fan. Being near the water tower gives you an advantage. In an instant, ambition sprouted from the ground in her heart and grew wildly. She raised her head and looked directly at Jiang Fan. A new light of confidence rekindled in those moist eyes. The professional butler's standard fake smile is back online. However, this time, there was a sharper, more determined look in his smile. I, Luan Shu, am not a servant kept by your Wen family. My happiness must be earned by myself. Shyness and struggle have transformed into ambition and determination. Jiang Fan's talent for micro-expression insight was on full display throughout, allowing him to clearly see the woman's entire journey from confusion to acceptance, and then to ambition. He didn't expose him instead, he found it amusing. Oh ho! Is the little lamb about to evolve into a big bad wolf? That's interesting, so interesting. Luan Shu is a woman with an indomitable spirit. He likes women who refuse to accept their fate. It's my honor. Jiang Fan twitched the corner of his mouth and said nothing more. Since you want to play, then I'll play with you. Seeing that Jiang Fan did not object, Luan Shu felt a great weight lifted from her shoulders. She regained the composure of a top-notch butler. They began to methodically wipe Jiang Fan's body and wash him. Then, he went into the bathroom. The sound of rushing water made Jiang Fan's heart itch. Unfortunately, they were out of ammunition and supplies, and were powerless to do anything about it. All I could do was watch as a perfect silhouette appeared and disappeared behind the frosted glass. Soon, Luan Shu came out wrapped in a bath towel. I dried my hair, turned off the main light in the room, leaving only a dim wall lamp on. Then, under Jiang Fan's blank stare, she lifted a corner of the blanket and crawled in. Jiang Fan felt the mattress next to him sink slightly. The warm scent, a blend of the fresh fragrance of shower gel and the woman's natural body odor, enveloped him. He could even feel the delicate body beside him trembling slightly. It's understandable to feel nervous. Jiang Fan felt the woman's scent coming from the bed and glanced sideways at Luan Shu. Knowing she must be too nervous to sleep, I spoke softly. Don't be afraid. I won't eat you. Upon hearing this, Luan Shu trembled and rolled over like a startled rabbit. She left Jiang Fan with a graceful and almost perfect silhouette. Jiang Fan was filled with excitement, but his body remained completely unresponsive. Damn it! With a beautiful woman by your side, you can enjoy her as you please. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single bullet in the gun. This feeling is worse than killing him. He could only silently open the system panel in his mind, out of sight, out of mind. Host, Jiang Fan. Physical condition, paralysis mildly recovering. Y chromosome activity, 50%. Energy points, 3001000. Talents, LifeForge God Level, Information Torrent Beginner, Business Acumen Beginner, Micro-Expression Insight Beginner. Bound spouses, Wen Jixia, Wen Jichuan increased compatibility, Luan Shu. Shop, now open. Warehouse, basic stamina potion 241 milliliters remaining. Jiang Fan's gaze swept over the shop. Below the basic stamina potion, a gray icon caught his attention. Nerve cell repair fluid basic. Energy required for exchange, 500 currently available energy, 100. Effect, it can target and repair damaged nerve cell fiber receptors in the host, improving bodily functions. Holy crap! Isn't this the hope for curing paralysis? It's much better than a temporary buff like spinach juice. This can be permanently upgraded. Jiang Fan's heart began to pound violently. 400 points short. Just 8 more times. No, just 4 more high-quality recharges will be enough. His gaze fell on the basic stamina potion. Macho spinach juice. Tomorrow, the so-called guests will arrive. Right now, to get through these days of non-stop work, I still have to rely on this spinach juice, which I drink 3 times a day. This is his biggest trump card. Just as he was lost in thought, plotting how to be a qualified giant duck, sleepiness came over him. A soft snore filled the quiet room. Luan Shu waited for a long time, but there was no movement. All I got in return was snoring? She listened intently and was so angry she almost jumped out of bed. That little rascal, he actually fell asleep? My mother, a grown woman, was lying next to him, and he was completely unmoved and asleep? A strange sense of loss and shame welled up inside me. She rolled over, glaring angrily at the ceiling, cursing Jiang Fan 1,000 times in her mind. Chapter 36. Luan Shu dreamt of playing with prayer beads? Just as he was about to do his morning exercise to recharge, the Ice Queen showed up at his door. Inside a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Looking at her daughter's absent-minded and aggrieved expression, Shang Ranqing spoke softly. What, you can't bear to part with your little man and want to stay with him? Wen Jichuan pouted and didn't say anything. You're hopeless. Shang Ranqing shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of admonition. It's only been a few days, and you've already been bewitched? Don't you have any of the demeanor of a young lady from the Wen family? Wen Jichuan blushed at the words and hugged her mother's arm affectionately, saying, Mom. Shang Ranqing knows her daughter too well. I've never tasted the flavor of love. I was struck by Jiang Fan's face and his talent. I'm afraid I'll get completely absorbed in it. This is dangerous. Jichuan, Mom doesn't object to you and Jiang Fan. Even if you don't get pregnant, if you still want to be with him in the future, Mom will support you. Shang Ranqing then spoke. But you need to think this through, he can't belong to just you. He is an SSS-level original sample. Sooner or later, the higher-ups will turn him into a stud and pair him with a bunch of women. Once he's taken away by the authorities, are you willing to compete with a group of women for one man's affection? Shang Ranqing's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Wen Jichuan's heart. Don't blame me for not reminding you, Shang Ranqing's phoenix eyes gleamed with wisdom. If Jiang Fan weren't paralyzed, you wouldn't be able to handle him at all. Wen Jichuan remained silent for a long time before her emotions calmed down. Mom, I understand. I won't regret it, and I won't give up. She suddenly asked, Mom, do you think his paralysis can be cured? Shang Ranqing shook her head. It's hard to say. Let's not think that far ahead. She patted her daughter's hand and gave her final instructions. Don't go to that villa for the next few days. Since I promised not to interfere with what your aunt wants to do, I will keep my word. You, don't go and cause trouble either. Did you understand? Oh. Wen Jichuan pursed her lips and nodded reluctantly. My gaze drifted to the window, watching the neon lights rushing past. The night cast dappled light and shadow on her beautiful face. I wonder what he's thinking. It was midnight, on the 3rd floor of the Wen family villa. In Wen Jixia's room, only the cold light from her laptop illuminated her icy face. On the screen was a live monitor showing Jiang Fan's bedroom. When she saw Luan Shu brazenly crawl into Jiang Fan's bed, a cold, mocking laugh escaped her lips. You, Luan Shu, are incredibly audacious. Wen Xia's dog dares to lay a finger on my piglet? She almost threw the mouse on the spot and rushed downstairs to drag Luan Shu out of bed. But she is Wen Jixia after all. The impulse only lingered in my mind for 3 seconds. She slowly leaned back in her chair, her fingertips tapping lightly on the table. A calculating glint flashed in his cool eyes. Reason ultimately prevailed over impulse. She turned off the computer. No rush. Tomorrow. I'll have plenty of ways to get under your thumb. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Jiang Fan was awakened by a strange tactile sensation. The moment he opened his eyes, he was met with a beautiful, sleepy face right in front of him. It is Luan Shu. This woman has terrible sleeping habits. She clings to him like an octopus. A smooth, delicate thigh lay domineeringly across his body. Even worse, she had only one hand. She actually sneaked into his blanket and ventured into his forbidden zone. Good heavens! Jiang Fan gasped. Are you asleep and still automatically cruising and performing equipment maintenance? Damn it! Is this someone sleepwalking and playing with prayer beads? Jiang Fan stared wide-eyed at the ceiling, too afraid to move. After a good night's sleep, my energy level didn't increase, but my fatigue was completely gone. The kidneys seemed to have grown back, full of energy. Being young means you recover quickly. He felt that he was back to normal. The little brother beneath him expressed his most direct protest in silence. The sleeping dragon is showing signs of awakening. If this continues, things could go awry. A few minutes later, Luan Shu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly woke up. When she realized that she was almost half naked, hanging on Zhang Fan in such a shameful position, she understood. The cheeks were moving at a speed visible to the naked eye. It changed from pink to deep red. It's so hot that you can fry an egg in it. I didn't mean to. She recoiled as if electrocuted, frantically trying to climb off Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was amused by her innocent yet flustered appearance. I was just about to whistle with my voice, which had just recovered a little. Let's tease this embarrassing, mature female butler a little. And while we're at it, let's execute her on the spot. Charge your morning power supply. Bang! The door was pushed open from the outside without warning. The force was so great that the door slammed against the wall with a loud bang. Startled, Luan Shu quickly pulled the blanket over herself and wrapped herself up like a dumpling. When she saw the aloof figure standing at the door, she went completely numb. She scrambled off the bed and frantically straightened her disheveled bathrobe. Wen Jixia. Why is she here? Zhang Fan rolled his eyes inwardly. Not again? Do all the women in your Wen family have some special obsession with kicking down doors? He looked up and saw Wen Jixia standing at the door, who had returned home late last night. Today, she changed into a smart white suit skirt, and her long hair was tied up high. He exudes a cold aura that keeps strangers at bay. Wow, impressive, Butler Luan. You're quite skilled at your job. When Jixia crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe, her lips curled in undisguised mockery. She's already in his bed after just one day? What would Wen Xia's expression be if she knew that her most loyal dog was doing this behind her back? Luan Shu's face flushed red and then turned pale. She was extremely embarrassed. Second, miss, you've misunderstood. This is Mr. Wen's idea. She hurriedly explained, pushing Wen Xia forward as a shield. Oh? What does my aunt mean? When Jixia strolled in, the sound of her high heels clicking on the floor feeling like it was pounding on Luan Shu's heart. Did you tell your master that I'm here too? No. No. Luan Shu shook her head repeatedly. I didn't tell anyone about your temporary stay, Miss Second. After being turned by Shang Ranqing yesterday, she had made up her mind. In the matter of Zhang Fan, he doesn't stand on anyone's side, he only cares about himself. None of the women in the Wen family are easy to deal with. She can't afford to offend anyone. Then let's just avoid offending anyone and try to smooth things over. When Jixia glanced at her with a hint of disbelief. In her eyes, Luan Shu was just Wen Xia's dog. It was only a matter of time before someone tipped them off. Little did she know that Luan Shu's heart was no longer entirely with Wen Xia. Faced with Zhang Fan, the ticket to the future aircraft carrier. Wen Xia's loyalty. It's nothing. Chapter 37. The night before entertaining guests, a devastating attack. I talked the Ice Queen down completely. That would be best. When Jixia was too lazy to delve into it, she just wanted to figure out something else right now. What does my aunt plan to do with him next? When Jixia asked bluntly. Forced into a corner, Luan Shu could only give a vague answer. President Wen said, starting tonight, Mr. Jiang will be accompanying some guests. The specifics. President Wen will personally come back tonight to arrange them. Accompanying guests? A fierce glint flashed in Wen Jixia's cold eyes. She really dares to do that. Her aunt is really crazy. They even dared to use original samples, which the state has repeatedly warned against interfering with privately, as bargaining chips. They're simply blinded by greed. But this gave her the perfect opportunity to be the mantis stalking the cicada. Wen Xia wants to use Zhang Fan to turn the tables. I'll take advantage of Wen Xia's plan. When Jixia already had a plan. Listen, Luan Shu. From now on, you are not allowed to tell anyone about my affairs, including my mother and my sister. She stared at Luan Shu, her tone leaving no room for argument. Just ignore me. I won't interfere with my aunt's affairs. If necessary, you'll have to cover for me. This is equivalent to completely binding Luan Shu to her chariot. Luan Shu made a snap decision and decided to go all out. You gods are fighting, just don't splatter my blood. As long as it doesn't interfere with my conquest of Jiangfan, this future gold mine, you can do whatever you want. She nodded vigorously. Don't worry, miss, I understand. Jiang Fan lay on the bed, thoroughly enjoying the melon. Good heavens, the scheming of the Wen family's son-in-law? This plot is much more exciting than playing Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game. The two women were whispering to each other, seemingly without end. He felt that if he didn't say something, his bladder would burst. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer. He used all his strength to squeeze out a few words from his throat. I said. Could you help me urinate first? The room fell silent immediately. When Jixia and Luan Shu's conversation came to an abrupt halt as both pairs of eyes turned to look at him. For the first time, cracks appeared on Wen Jixia's perpetually icy face. Her pupils dilated, her red lips parted slightly, and she was filled with astonishment. You can speak? She walked quickly to the bedside, her eyes sparkling with shock and curiosity as if she had discovered a new continent. Her surprise wasn't as exaggerated as Wen Jichuan's yesterday, but the way she looked like an iceberg cracking and her worldview collapsing still opened Jiang Fan's eyes. So even you have moments when you lose your composure. Jiang Fan pursed his lips. I wasn't born mute, I just regained my speech a couple of days ago. Look at you, so unsophisticated, you're a disgrace to S-class beauties. When Jixia's curiosity was completely piqued. She listened to Jiang Fan's magnetic, husky voice, coupled with his outrageously handsome face. As if possessed, she reached out and gently touched his cheek. His eyes no longer held a simple indifference. It's like admiring a unique and priceless treasure. Full of amazement, and a hint of, barely perceptible greed. Target, Wen Jixia. Emotional assessment, shock 60%, curiosity 30%, possessiveness 10%. Jiang Fan felt uneasy under her gaze and quickly called to Luan Shu beside him. Luan Shu, help me. This woman is even scarier than her sister and aunt when she goes crazy. Before he could finish speaking, Wen Jixia interrupted him coldly. I'll do it. The tone left no room for refusal. Jiang Fan rolled his eyes. He completely gave up resistance. They've gone mad. They've all gone mad. After washing up and having breakfast. To Jiang Fan's surprise, Wen Jixia didn't leave. She sat on the edge of the bed and started chatting with Jiang Fan. It all started when Jiang Fan inadvertently saw green numbers on Wen Jixia's phone screen. You are playing hedge funds? This one sentence immediately piqued Wen Jixia's interest. She began to discuss with Jiang Fan with great interest the future changes and predictions of the financial market under the background of the National Nightwalk draft. Jiang Fan naturally accepted all offers. Just kidding, his talent for information deluge comes from taking advantage of Wen Jixia. He now fully understands that the talent passively purified by the Life Forge is at least 10 times more effective than the original. And this is only the initial effect. For example, if Wen Jixia's talent were to do addition and subtraction within 10. Jiang Fan is now at least at the level of mixed calculation within 100. Talking to Wen Jixia about this is like a game changer. Wen Jixia became increasingly alarmed and engrossed in the conversation. The entire day that followed took an extremely bizarre turn. A paralyzed boy and a beautiful, aloof woman. They actually got into a lively discussion about topics like the future trends of decentralized finance and the offensive and defensive game of quantum encryption. Jiang Fan relied on the enhanced version of the information torrent talent. His mind works incredibly fast, and he can readily come up with all sorts of cutting-edge theories and unconventional techniques. Wen Jixia was stunned by what he said. She went from initial skepticism to shock. And finally, complete and utter admiration. The way she looked at Jiang Fan had completely changed. How could this be a paralyzed man who has never seen the light of day? This is clearly a business and technology prodigy confined to a wheelchair. Many of her views were even more incisive than those of her Ivy League mentors in the United States. She was a woman of exceptional talent and privilege. In his own field of expertise, he was completely outclassed by an orphan from a welfare home. How could she not be shocked? How could Jiang Fan possess such a vast amount of knowledge and such advanced insights? Before you know it, a day has passed. Luan Shu's legs went numb from standing there, and she was so angry that her teeth itched. From the morning onwards, she stood there like she was invisible, watching Wen Jixia and Jiang Fan chat happily. She felt both bitter and angry, yet helpless. Isn't this woman usually very sparing with her words? Why are you such a chatterbox today? They talked from morning till night, like a machine gun. Isn't your mouth dry? It prevented my mother from even having a chance to say a word to Jiang Fan. As evening approached, darkness began to fall. Wan Shu finally found an opportunity and, steeling herself, offered a reminder. Second miss, Mr. Wan, will be back soon, look. When Jixia then realized as if she had just woken up from a dream that it was almost dark. She stood up reluctantly. The look in her eyes as she looked at Jiang Fan held a tenderness and reluctance that she herself was unaware of. Target, Wen Jixia. Emotional assessment, appreciation 70%, reluctance to part 20%, desire to conquer 10%. Jiang Fan caught this emotion and was extremely satisfied with his verbal skills. Another one easily won over. When Jixia said nothing, but gave him a deep look before turning and drifting away. The roar of the Porsche had just faded into the distance. Outside the villa, a black Rolls-Royce, like a silent behemoth, slowly drove into the courtyard. When Xia is back. Jiang Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Tonight's guest is coming. Chapter 38. The first sugar daddy arrives. When Xia is so foolish she can cry. The night was as dark as ink. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom glided silently along the ring road of Dinghai City. Inside the car, Wen Xia's perpetually taut, queen-like face shone through. At this moment, however, his face was radiating an irrepressible sense of smugness. The smile on his lips was impossible to suppress. Her fingertips flew across the phone screen. The headlines of all major financial news sections were dominated by the same theme. On the eve of the era of nighttime travel for all, a new blue ocean for the night economy is being ignited. With the arrival of a new era, the night economy may become the next trillion-dollar hotspot. Is the real estate winter coming to an end? Wen's Group holds prime locations, transformation is imminent. In-depth analysis, Wen's Foodstuff Group's businesses may become the biggest winners in the night economy. The light industry revolution is coming. Who will become the next trillion-dollar giant? Each news article was boldly worded and offered sharp insights. The words are filled with a frenzied anticipation of an impending storm. What's even more ingenious is that each in-depth analysis subtly pushes Wen's Group into the spotlight at the end. Anyone with eyes can see it. This is a massive publicity campaign orchestrated by powerful financial backers. Wen Xia could almost foresee it. Tomorrow when the market opens, how wildly will Wen's Group's stagnant stock price soar to the sky? She turned her head and glanced discreetly at the mysterious woman sitting calmly beside her. This overwhelming public opinion must have been orchestrated by this noblewoman from the capital. Today at the board meeting, she directly threw the light industry transformation nuclear bomb plan in the faces of a group of old fogies. Seeing the elders who usually paid lip service to the law, their eyes wide open like copper bells, their jaws agape in shock, they were utterly horrified. After years of pent-up anger, I finally got to vent it all. Not to mention, when she casually mentioned the cooperation intentions of the three powerful families, Ji Jia, Shu Yao, and Si Wanting, the entire conference room fell silent. I'll see if you still dare to be disobedient in the future. The Wen family is about to experience its second rise under my leadership, Wen Xia. She was overjoyed. All her expectations finally converged into one thought. Tonight, if Jiang Fan, that little cripple, can take good care of the person next to him, he can take the crucial first step. Wen's Group can truly break through the current predicament. Sitting next to her was the mysterious masked woman who had silenced the entire audience with a single sentence at the auction. Her name is Song Qinghuan. Today, she took off her lace mask and put on a more refreshing medical mask, revealing only a pair of clear and deep eyes. Her hair was as long as a waterfall, and her eyebrows and eyes were as beautiful as a painting. Her figure was unlike any other woman in the Wen family. She was tall and slender, the kind of figure only seen on top runways. Her body and bones are perfectly proportioned, every part just right, yet her exquisite curves are still impossible to hide. On the way here, she had already learned from Wen Xia that the little guy named Jiang Fan was not mute after all. A hint of amusement flashed in Song Qinghuan's eyes. Things are getting more and more interesting. However, deep within her calm eyes lay a hint of worry. She leaned back in the soft leather seat, watching the neon lights rushing past the window, but her thoughts drifted back to the capital city 1,000 miles away. Her family shouldn't have noticed anything unusual about her yet, right? Especially the one she cares about the most. Song Mingyue. If she discovers my plan. This woman, from childhood to adulthood, has always liked to take everything away from me. They will definitely come out and obstruct us. These 7 days may not be peaceful. Wen Xia hesitated several times before speaking. Miss Song. Song Qinghuan snapped out of her daze, looked at the business tycoon beside her, and said in a clear, sweet voice, President Wen, are you worried that I won't keep my word? A slight smile played on her lips, her joy seemingly radiating from beneath her mask. Don't worry, Wen's stock price will hit the daily limit up as soon as it opens tomorrow. No, that's not what I'm worried about. Wen Xia quickly waved her hand. Of course, she trusted this man's abilities. What she really wanted to find out was Song Qinghuan's true nature. Ms. Song, those news reports, were they released by your side? Huh? Song Qinghuan let out a soft sigh, as if she hadn't expected Wen Xia to be able to detect her handiwork. She didn't answer directly, but just chuckled. Mr. Wen's insight is indeed extraordinary. The water in here is very deep. Song Qinghuan's voice became faint. Throughout the Dragon Kingdom, there are many people who want to eat meat, not just your Wen family. Wen Xia understood the subtext. Don't ask, you won't understand. She wisely refrained from asking further questions. The atmosphere inside the car began to become subtle as they got closer to the villa. After all, what is about to happen is rather illogical. A handsome man who is paralyzed. A mysterious noblewoman from the capital. And then there's her, the Iron Lady of the business world who hasn't had sex in over 30 years. One man and two women, sharing a room. One of the women had to watch as the other woman and the man achieved the great harmony of life. Full supervision. In Wen Xia's mind, certain indescribable images had already begun to play automatically. What the hell was the genius who came up with this script? It was only after thinking about this that Wen Xia belatedly realized what was happening. That genius was herself. She was screaming inside. Why did I set such an outrageous and bizarre rule? What kind of supervision am I supposed to do? In her entire life, she has never even properly held a man's hand, let alone a man's. To come right up and witness a live-action hand-to-hand combat scene? Is it still 3D high definition and uncensored? She felt her cheeks burning uncontrollably in the dim light inside the car. Her image as a powerful career woman has been shattered. Are you really going to jump into the hole you dug yourself, tears streaming down your face? The car came to a smooth stop. At the entrance of the villa, Luan Shu was already waiting respectfully. When the car door opened, Wen Xia and Song Qinghuan got out of the car one after the other. Wen Xia had forcibly suppressed the chaotic emotions in her mind. She glanced at Luan Shu, who was now voluptuous and increasingly alluring, and made a firm decision. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we can take Luan Shu with us. Just think of it as watching a top-notch, practical training video. Inside the villa's secret interior, Jiang Fan lay on the bed, watching the TV screen listlessly, waiting for the guests who are about to arrive. The Financial Channel host is passionately analyzing the future trends of various industries under the booming night economy with an energetic tone. The scene shifts, and the familiar logo of Wen's Group appears prominently. Especially for companies like Wen's Foodstuff Group, which own a large number of traditional commercial real estate properties in the city center. Once the nighttime prohibition for all draft is implemented, the value of their properties will experience explosive growth. We have reason to believe that Wen's Foodstuff stock price will soar to new heights when the market opens tomorrow. Jiang Fan curled his lip. Wen Xia, that woman, is quick to act. Chapter 39, Playing Landlord Tonight? The door to the secret room. The third time. Rude and impolite. It was pushed away. Jiang Fan didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He was already numb. Did the women of the Wen family kick down doors in their past lives? Have you become path-dependent in this lifetime? He leaned against the headboard without changing his position. My heart was completely unmoved. I even felt like laughing. The crisp sound of high heels striking the ground was powerful and rapid. However, when he heard the footsteps of more than one person, he finally couldn't resist and opened his eyes. Then he saw a sight that he would never forget. Leading the way was that crazy bastard Wen Xia. Today she changed into a more sophisticated white suit, her long hair tied back, exuding a sharp and capable aura. Jiang Fan could even see a hint of barely suppressed smugness on her icy face. However, Jiang Fan's gaze lingered on her for only 0.1 seconds. He was completely captivated by the figure behind her. Behind Wen Xia was a tall, beautiful stranger wearing a mask. This must be tonight's guest. Holy crap! Another gem. The woman was very tall, at least 1.75 meters. Wearing high heels, she was half a head taller than Wen Xia. Her figure was neither as voluptuous as Wen Jichuan's, nor as aloof and slender as Wen Jixia's. It's the golden ratio that only top runway models have. A little more and it's too rich, a little less and it's too dry. A light blue dress accentuated her porcelain white skin, giving her an elegant and refined air. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders. She was wearing a simple white face mask. His eyes, the only part of his gaze visible, were clear yet held a hint of inquiry and a touch of aloofness. Zhang Fan's brain instantly went blank. The women in the Wen family are already quite cunning. Why is the outside world so competitive? He subconsciously activated the micro-expression insight feature. Target, Song Qinghuan. Emotional assessment, curiosity 30%, anticipation 20%, nervousness 30%, apprehension 10%, confidence 10%. Song Qinghuan? Her name was Song Qinghuan. Hidden worries? Zhang Fan caught this interesting emotion. It seems that this distinguished guest of Wenxia is not as nonchalant as he appears on the surface. Zhang Fan's gaze drifted away from Song Qinghuan. An outrageous discovery was made behind this person. There was also someone with a flushed face and head down. They walk with their arms and legs moving in unison, as if they're about to be paraded through the streets. Luan Shu? Holy crap? Zhang Fan had a headache. What's going on? Buy one get one free? Or is tonight's program about playing Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game? How can he, a paralyzed man, sit at the same table with you? Further analysis of Zhang Fan's talent for micro-expression insight. Target, Wen Xia. Emotional assessment, feigning composure 70%, extreme embarrassment 20%, and inexplicable excitement? 10%. Excited? Zhang Fan shivered. This old woman, she doesn't seem to have any strange fetishes, does she? Let's look at Luan Shu next. Target, Luan Shu. Emotional assessment, shame 50%, fear 30%, despair 20%. Goodness, this guy can be carried away right now. Wen Xia also sensed the eerie atmosphere. Her queen-like face was filled with two completely opposite emotions, I'm so calm and I'm fucking embarrassed. She cleared her throat, trying to take control of the situation with her usual authoritative tone. Ahem. I've brought the person to you. A soft cough interrupted Zhang Fan's scan. When Wen Xia saw Zhang Fan staring intently at Song Qinghuan with undisguised amazement in his eyes, a sudden surge of lust rose within her. She walked to the bedside and announced from her elevated position. This is Miss Song. You'll be the entertainer tonight. The tone was exactly like that of an ancient brothel madam introducing her top courtesan. Zhang Fan rolled his eyes. Okay. The Duck King officially starts his job tonight. He couldn't be bothered to talk to Wen Xia. Instead, he turned to Song Qinghuan. She forced out what she thought was a charming smile. Song Qinghuan's clear eyes also scrutinized him with great interest. When I saw his devastatingly handsome face, her eyes flickered slightly. Hello, Zhang Fan. Song Qinghuan spoke first, her voice clear and pleasant. My name is Song Qinghuan. She actually knows my name? Zhang Fan was taken aback, then realized that it must have been that old hag Wen Xia who told her. You hello, Zhang Fan replied with difficulty. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. One is the top-ranked Duck King who is about to go to work. One is a mysterious big spender who is about to spend. Standing nearby were Wen Xia, the madam who was supervising the work, and Luan Shu, a maid who was about to faint from fright. This scene looks incredibly eerie. Wen Xia also felt uneasy about the strange silence. She's seen it all in her life. This particular matter, however, made her so anxious that she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of her shoe with her toes. I saw your photo in the report yesterday and thought it was photoshopped, but I didn't expect that the real person is even more exaggerated than the photo. Song Qinghuan's voice rang out again, generous with her praise. His tone was as if he were appreciating a perfect work of art. Zhang Fan twitched his lips, deciding to add fuel to the fire of this bizarre scene. He slowly squeezed out a few words in his still slightly hoarse, magnetic voice. Where are the tickets? The air froze instantly. Wen Xia's forced composure crumbled instantly. She glared at Zhang Fan, her eyes blazing with fury. His eyes seemed to say, you little cripple, what the hell are you barking about? Luan Shu trembled with fear and almost knelt down before Zhang Fan on the spot. My ancestor. My little ancestor. Would it kill you to say less? Only Song Qinghuan was taken aback at first. Immediately, her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons with laughter. Giggle. A clear and pleasant laugh rang out, shattering the silence in the room. Interesting, very interesting. She laughed so hard she almost fell over, and her cheeks, hidden behind her mask, must have been flushed a beautiful blush. President Wan, you dragon seed have quite a temper. She glanced back at Wenxia, who was on the verge of a heart attack from anger. However, I like it. She looked at Jiang Fan again, her eyes now showing more appreciation. There are no tickets, but I have the whole place to myself. As she spoke, she very naturally reached out and took off the mask from her face. A flawless oval face appeared before Jiang Fan without warning. Hiss. Beautiful. It is a kind of beauty that carries a sense of detachment and sophistication. Her looks are in no way inferior to the Wen sisters, and she even surpasses them in terms of temperament. If Wenxia is a queen, Wen Jichuan is a thorny red rose, and Shang Ranqing is a peony. The one before you is like a solitary orchid in a secluded valley, standing alone in the world. She is aloof and noble, yet reveals a hint of mysterious vulnerability. Jiang Fan silently gave her a score. 97 points, S grade. Seeing the two of them chatting as if no one else was around, leaving her and Luan Shu standing there, Wenxia's anger flared up. She felt like she wasn't there to supervise, but to be a doorman. Miss Song, it's getting late, she interrupted abruptly, her tone curt. Shouldn't we get down to business? Chapter 40 Jiang Fan goes on strike. The noblewoman of the capital cries in desperation. Wenxia, useless. 2 more bottles, please. Song Qinghuan glanced at Wenxia but didn't say anything, which was taken as tacit agreement. A fleeting blush crossed her face. After Wenxia finished speaking, she herself was at a loss. She set the rules herself. The successful bidder must personally supervise the entire bidding process. Now, karma has caught up with them. She wanted to see a battle scene with her own eyes? Or did you arrange it yourself? Wenxia's face turned pale and then flushed. No. I can't handle this alone. She abruptly turned her head, her gaze sharp as a knife, shooting towards Luan Shu, who wished she could disappear on the spot. Luan Shu shuddered under her gaze and almost knelt down on the spot. Mr. Wan. You, when Xia pointed at Luan Shu, her voice broking no refusal, stay. Come with me. Luan Shu? Will I stay with you? What should we do together? Want to go to the theater together? Luan Shu's mind went blank. A blush appeared on her charming face. Target, Luan Shu. Emotional assessment, embarrassment 50%, shyness 30%, resistance 19%, and, damn, something I can't even admit myself to, excitement 1%? Jiang Fan's system was almost overheating from the woman's emotional fluctuations. He lay in bed, looking at the absurd scene before him, and almost burst out laughing like a pig. Wenxia. You're a fucking genius. They dug their own hole and buried themselves in it. Before you die, do you want to drag someone down with you? Want your personal butler to accompany you and observe the whole process together? What kind of hellish joke is this? Song Qinghuan was also baffled by Wenxia's actions. A look of surprise flashed across her cool eyes. Luan Shu, what are you standing there for? Wenxia's voice was icy. Bring 2 chairs over. Just put it by the bedside. Good view. Wenxia and Luan Shu ultimately didn't have the heart to get close to the bedside and supervise the work up close. After all, Song Qinghuan was a noblewoman from the capital. They are easily embarrassed. She simply couldn't accept having 2 bystanders acting as referees while she was handling things. Under Wenxia's piercing gaze, Luan Shu still dutifully prepared all the foreplay. She helped Jiang Fan wipe his body clean. Changed the sheets to clean silk sheets. Even the room's aromatherapy was changed to deep-sea ambergris. Then, the 2 women, blushing, retreated to a distance. Luan Shu, like a primary school student who had made a mistake, silently huddled in the corner. Wenxia forcibly picked up a glass of red wine, sat on the sofa, and put on a haughty air, as if she were just here to inspect the work. She crossed her legs, but her eyes were fixed on the patterns on the ceiling, not daring to look down. Only Wenxia herself knows the truth. Her heart, which had been sealed away for over 30 years, was now beating violently. This was the first time she had seen it so clearly. The taste was a complex mix of flavors. Besides shock, she also felt a touch of curiosity that she herself dared not admit. Pooh! Wenxia cursed herself inwardly. You are Wenxia. She is an iron lady who has no interest in men and only loves her country. Don't be fooled by this good-looking but crippled little guy. She frantically told herself to keep her eyes glued to the ceiling. Meanwhile, on the bed, the grand drama had already begun. The focus of the entire event was Song Qinghwan. At this moment, she was wearing only a semi-transparent silk bathrobe as she gracefully walked towards the large bed. After all, it was her first time. It carries a kind of theoretical rigidity. I'd been busy for half a day. All methods strictly follow the couple relationship enhancement tutorial video in a certain paid app. Meticulous and methodical. But Jiang Fan remained unmoved. Song Qinghwan was somewhat bewildered. That's not how it's shown in the instructional video, is it? Fine beads of sweat seeped from her smooth forehead. That shouldn't be happening. The report Wen Xia gave me clearly stated everything in black and white. All indicators, especially key data, are top-notch. Could it be that I'm not good enough? Is it my charm that's so irresistible to him? An unprecedented sense of frustration overwhelmed this once proud young woman from the capital. Jiang Fan looked at this stunningly beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure whose bathrobe seemed about to burst. I almost burst out laughing like a pig. That figure, wow, it's on par with top international supermodels. It's simply a masterpiece of God. Seeing her flustered and on the verge of tears, Jiang Fan couldn't help but laugh. You think you can't be dealt with? On the surface, he remained calm and even gave Song Qinghwan an encouraging look. Song Qinghwan's patience gradually ran out. But no matter how hard she tried, it was all in vain. Having exhausted all other options, she leaned close to Jiang Fan's ear and, in a voice barely audible, asked with utter shame and indignation. What's going on? Jiang Fan grinned and used a whispered, seductive tone to ask her, is it that your power isn't enough? Strength? Song Qinghwan blushed shyly, but felt anxious inside. She didn't want to leave empty-handed after paying such a high price for her first recharging opportunity. She gritted her teeth, determined to take a desperate gamble. A piercing scream echoed through the secret chamber. Jiang Fan was in so much pain that tears were almost streaming down his face. Damn it! Big sister! You went way too far. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Song Qinghwan was terrified and hurriedly apologized. The commotion finally alerted Wen Xia, who was studying the patterns on the sofa, and Luan Shu, who was growing mushrooms in the corner. After all this time, all we hear are screams, and no crucial sounds. Wen Xia shot her a sharp glare. Luan Shu immediately understood and slowly moved over. Song Qinghwan's face was filled with helplessness and anxiety. Jiang Fan, on the bed, appeared relaxed and calm. He even raised an eyebrow at her. Luan Shu looked closely and instantly understood. Good heavens, Jiang Fan didn't even feel anything? Her heart was in turmoil. That shouldn't be happening. She's an authoritative expert who has personally experienced this guy's energy. Why does it not work when you change to someone else? Luan Shu didn't dare to delay and quickly called Wen Xia over, lowering her voice to report the emergency situation of hardware malfunction. President Wan, he can't do it. Wen Xia's face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot. What did you say? You can't do it anymore? She immediately launched into a tirade against Luan Shu. Didn't you personally inspect the goods? Didn't you say there were absolutely no problems? Waste. Her gaze suddenly fell on the huge temperature-controlled cabinet in the corner. No? Then give him 2 more bottles. Wen Xia gritted her teeth, the anger in her eyes almost solidifying. I refuse to believe it. With such a young body, how could it not be up to par? Chapter 41 Reverse Drug Use. My kidneys, my rules. Jiang Fan listened to Wen Xia's roar and sneered inwardly. You bitch, I said no, and that's final. Even before they came in, he had ordered the system to give him a full 6 milliliters of spinach juice. Effect, reduces activity. Double the dosage for double the efficacy. A chilling sensation, capable of turning a fierce tiger into a sick cat, washed over me. He then completely entered the saintly mode of emptiness of the 4 elements. Now, let alone Song Qinghwan. She is like a celestial being descended to earth. That means remaining unmoved by temptation and having a calm and composed mind. Don't even think about letting it raise its head. He went to great lengths to get revenge on Wen Xia. I'd rather suffer a little than never, as long as I can rub the damned woman Wen Xia's face into the ground, it's all worth it. He was certain that Wen Xia would not allow Song Qinghwan, this noble lady from the capital, to leave disappointed tonight. She thought she was still that paralyzed person who could be manipulated at will. Unexpectedly, he possessed the system. They have already firmly grasped the initiative in their own hands. Wen Xia, you just wait, you'll get what's coming to you soon enough. Luan Shu could only reluctantly comply. Song Qinghuan was slightly worried that an overdose of the medicine might harm Jiang Fan's body, so she said softly, let's forget it, I'll try again. Stop trying. Wen Xia stopped her and shouted at Luan Shu, go and feed him the medicine. After you're done, you get him up yourself. Seeing Wen Xia's resolute expression, Song Qinghuan did not refuse again. This is really tough on Luan Shu. 2 tubes of blue top-grade cell vitality restorer were forcibly poured down his throat. Jiang Fan felt full of energy and even thought about running 800 meters. Only, that place remained as still as a virgin. Luan Shu had no choice but to blush and bite the bullet to take the plunge herself. More than 10 minutes have passed. Inside the secret room, only Luan Shu's increasingly heavy breathing could be heard. Not only was Song Qinghuan panicked, but Wen Xia also couldn't sit still any longer. She looked at Luan Shu, who was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. The corners of her lips were red. But Jiang Fan, lying on the bed, still had a calm and collected expression. He acted as if everything before him had nothing to do with him, and even felt a little amused. This expression was the one Wen Xia hated most, an expression completely out of her control. Suddenly, she caught a fleeting glimpse of cunning in Jiang Fan's eyes. It's him. Was he behind this? He doesn't want to comply? The 2 words Jiang Fan had squeezed out of his throat last night flashed through Wen Xia's mind. No. I won't. Could this cripple really possess such abilities? You say you won't comply, and you just refuse? A bead of cold sweat slid down Wen Xia's forehead. She panicked a little. She rushed to the bedside, looked down at him, and asked in a chilling voice, don't tell me you did all of this? Jiang Fan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. His smile was both radiant and cruel. To Wen Xia, that smile was nothing short of merciless mockery. Yes, it was me who did it. Although Jiang Fan's voice was soft, every word was clear and resounding. I said. I won't comply, and that means. I won't comply. You. Wen Xia's rationality completely collapsed at this moment. She grabbed Jiang Fan by the collar of his bathrobe, lifting half of his body up, and screamed hysterically, say that again? Jiang Fan met her murderous gaze without fear, and repeated himself, word by word. No means, no. Song Qinghuan was startled by the sudden scene of violence. He rushed forward to break up the fight. President Wen, please don't do this, let's talk this out. Wen Xia snorted coldly, and finally loosened her grip on Jiang Fan's collar. Jiang Fan's body went limp and he slumped back onto the soft bed. The mattress bounced violently, without veering to either side. They bumped into Luan Shu. Cough, 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 cough. The poor butler choked so badly it was earth-shattering. Tears streamed down her face, and her beautiful, charming face flushed crimson. Stop helping him. Looking at the chicken feathers scattered all over the floor, Wen Xia growled in frustration. The anger in his eyes seemed about to materialize and erupt. Damn it, this cripple is really sick. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan not only did not get angry, but instead threw his head back and burst into laughter. His laughter was hoarse, yet it carried an endless, naked mockery. I'm sick? I think you're the one who's sick. His eyes were contemptuous, his gaze sweeping unabashedly over Wen Xia's well-tailored white suit. 30, well over, still, an old maid, right? Is this the first time we've seen the real thing today? How about it? Were you startled by Aunt Wen, who's never seen anything like this before? You. Wen Xia's anger flared instantly, and she raised her hand to slap him hard. Anger, humiliation, the will to kill is set. Jiang Fan's micro-expression insight instantly captured her next move. But he remained completely unperturbed, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Before Wen Xia could lash out, he turned to Song Qinghuan, who was watching the scene with great interest, and began to fan the flames. Miss Song, you've fallen for this bitch's trick. Look at me, cripple, I simply don't have that ability. She just wants to use me to lure you all one by one onto her Wen family's pirate ship. When the time comes, it will be difficult to get off the bus. What, borrowing sperm, having a child, it's all playing games with you. As he spoke, he glanced at Wen Xia with a cold smile. That look seemed to say, try touching me and see what happens? Wen Xia was so angry at his words that her chest heaved violently, and her face turned a deep purplish red. Of course, she didn't believe Jiang Fan's nonsense. This kid was full of energy just a moment ago, how could he suddenly become unable to do it? But Song Qinghuan's increasingly cold gaze made her heart tighten. She absolutely cannot take the blame for this. With nowhere to vent his anger, he could only direct it at the unfortunate guy next to him again. Luan Shu, she shouted angrily, did you do it or not? What did you write in the inspection report? Luan Shu shuddered at the sudden roar. She never expected that Jiang Fan, this little cripple, would have such a hidden trick up his sleeve. They hid it so well. Wasn't everything fine this morning? I also wanted to recharge myself. Why is it that you suddenly can't do it at night? She stammered, her voice trembling with tears. Mr. Wen, before, he really didn't have any problems at all. I can guarantee that last time we did it, he was perfectly normal except for the shorter duration. As soon as she said those words, she wished she could bite her tongue off on the spot. His cheeks instantly turned so red they looked like they could bleed. He was truly dead now. Sure enough, Song Qinghuan, who was watching the show from the sidelines, heard a shorter time and her lips twitched involuntarily, and an unnatural blush rose to her cheeks. Chapter 42, Dignity Collapses. The Iron Lady, with tears in her eyes, only wants to regain her dignity. Wen Xia could tell that Luan Shu wouldn't dare to lie to her. Therefore, the source of all the problems can only be this calm and collected paralyzed man in bed. That kid did it on purpose. He'd fallen for this cripple's trick. He was certain that he couldn't let Song Qinghuan leave empty-handed tonight. Otherwise, if the cooperation agreed upon at the previous auction falls through, it would be a miracle if the other companies didn't cause trouble for us. Moreover, for the sake of the Wen family's future, I dare not do anything to him. He's manipulating himself. Wen Xia almost ground her teeth to powder. She stared intently at Jiang Fan, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth. What do you want? I will grant you anything I can, as long as you cooperate. The last two words are brimming with threat. But as soon as she said that, Wen Xia knew she had already lost. Jiang Fan felt so pleased with her impotent rage that he wanted to pop champagne. Aren't you supposed to be awesome? Where is the queenly aura? Keep being so bossy. Don't lower your head, or your crown will fall. He sneered, his eyes full of mockery. Suddenly, he parted his lips slightly and spoke in a commanding tone that brooked no argument. Come over. Wen Xia was taken aback, as if she had misheard. What did you say? I said. Jiang Fan spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice not loud, but it struck Wen Xia's heart heavily. I want you to come here. Kneel, by the bed. Wen Xia was completely dumbfounded. You want me to kneel down? What audacity! Just as she was about to lash out, she met Jiang Fan's calm, unwavering eyes, which even carried a hint of compassionate smile. His eyes told her that if she didn't do things his way, today's matter would fall through. She glanced at Song Qinghuan beside her subconsciously. They noticed that the other person's gaze had turned completely cold, filled with scrutiny and displeasure. Wen Xia's heart skipped a beat. I can't let Song Qinghuan think that I set a trap to deceive her. For the sake of the Wen family, we must endure it. For the first time, her proud heart wavered violently between dignity and the future of the group. Ultimately, reason prevailed. A renowned Iron Lady in the business world of Jinghai City. Queen Wenxia, who always had the final say and the power of life and death. It actually happened. Slowly. He bent his knees that had never bent for anyone in over 30 years. Under Luan Shu's utterly shocked gaze, she crawled step by step to Jiang Fan's bedside. Luan Shu instinctively took a step back, covering her mouth tightly with both hands to prevent herself from screaming. The world she sees is collapsing. In her heart, there was a queen named Wen Xia who was like a god, whose word was law, and who ruled over everything. An indescribable chill surged from Luan Shu's coccyx and instantly spread throughout his limbs and bones. That stemmed from fear of Jiang Fan. Wen Xia's venomous eyes glared at Jiang Fan, as if she wanted to devour him alive. Jiang Fan ignored her gaze and instead intensified his attack, uttering the cruelest words in the gentlest tone. Continue. It's your turn. Buzz. In Wen Xia's mind, it felt as if 10,000 tons of explosives were detonating simultaneously. What did you say? Let me? You fucking bastard. Jiang Fan. You're asking for it. She couldn't hold back any longer, pointing her finger at Jiang Fan's nose and about to start cursing, while also trying to stand up abruptly. However, as soon as she stood up, Shang Ronqing's words, "the winner takes all," and the group's precarious financial statements flashed through her mind. No. This kid is deliberately trying to provoke and humiliate me. But for Wen's, for those hungry wolves eyeing the market, for the stock price that's about to hit its daily limit tomorrow, she has to endure it. Wenxia's raised finger trembled violently in the air before finally falling limply to the ground. A triumphant gleam, the light of a victor, flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes. Wenxia closed her eyes, her expression resolute. It was as if they were not going to fulfill some obligation, but rather heading to the execution ground. It is the most humiliating form of obedience. Song Qinghuan watched the play with great interest. Seeing this, the playful smile on his face slowly faded. His face turned to an unprecedented level of focus and scrutiny. This is no longer a farce. She had thought she was there to buy a rare tool. Unexpectedly, this tool possessed its own will. This is hardly a dragon seed. This is clearly a demon imprisoned in a wheelchair. Zhang Fan felt the mixture of anger and awkward submission that Wenxia brought him. An unprecedented sense of conquest surged within me. Aren't you a queen who is high and mighty? Now you should lower your proud head before me. As he enjoyed himself, a thought suddenly occurred to him. System. Give me another 3 milliliters. Command confirmed. The cool medicine slid down my throat. He was accompanied by the intense visual stimulation and psychological satisfaction that Wenxia brought him. The medicine took effect instantly. Wenxia's eyes widened. The first thought that flashed through my mind. It was a feeling of relief and joy. It was a success. But this joy was fleeting. It was immediately replaced by endless disgust and overwhelming rage. This cripple, he definitely did it on purpose. He has absolutely no problem. He's been playing himself. Wenxia had never suffered such a humiliating disgrace. Zhang Fan let out a cold snort, his eyes like knives. With an order that could not be resisted. Wenxia froze. Tears of humiliation welled up in her eyes. In the end, all I could do was suppress my emotions. 5 minutes later. Zhang Fan gently tapped Wenxia's head with his finger, as if soothing an obedient puppy. Then, he turned to look at Song Qinghuan, who was completely dumbfounded. He revealed a smile that could captivate all beings. Miss Song, look, Mr. Wen has already warmed up the bed for us. Now, let's get some sleep. You. Wenxia slowly stood up. Upon hearing this, she felt her blood rush to her head and was about to explode. A soft hand held her tightly. It is Luan Shu. President 1. President 1. The bigger picture is at stake. For the sake of the Wen family. While Luan Shu offered these words of advice, she was secretly overjoyed. Wenxia, you finally met your match. Ha 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 ha. She felt incredibly relieved. Chapter 43, 15 minutes. The queen watched it on her knees. The reward, heaven-defying talent. Zhang Fan ended his punishment of Wenxia with satisfaction. He looked at the queen who had been so arrogant just moments before. She stood up in humiliation, her lips swollen and red, her eyes vacant, as if her soul had been ripped out. But he did not let her go. Stand still. Zhang Fan gestured for her to stand in the corner and not get in the way. Then, he turned his head and gave a deeply apologetic smile to the blushing noblewoman from the capital who was already ready on the bed. I'm sorry, Miss Song, the foreplay took a little longer than usual, so I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Song Qinghuan. She now regrets getting involved in this mess. This is hardly a case of borrowing sperm. This is clearly the filming location for a large-scale family drama. She even became one of the female leads. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Fan's icy gaze swept over Wenxia in the corner, his words slow and deliberate, each one piercing to the heart. President Wen, you set the rules, so you're here to supervise them. Stand still, and look carefully. Don't blink. Buzz. These words were like a precise, deadly groin strike, completely shattering Wenxia's last psychological defenses. Her body swayed violently. He almost fainted. Supervision? Look closely. To kill someone, you must first destroy their spirit. This is killing someone by destroying their spirit. She went from being a high-ranking leader, a director who held the script in her hands. I was completely reduced to a humble spectator, forced to watch. At the center of the stage, what is about to unfold is the passionate lovemaking between the dragon seed she personally sacrificed and another woman. Wen Xia's body trembled violently, her nails digging deep into her palms, almost drawing blood. But she didn't say anything in the end, she just clenched her teeth. Faced with Song Qinghuan's awkwardness, Zhang Fan decided to stop teasing her. This is the future of high-quality power banks, we can't afford to neglect it. He had a sudden thought. System. Refill my spinach juice. 3 milliliters. This time, select Reduce Activity. Command confirmed. A completely different medicinal power unfolded in his body. He turned the tables and took complete control of the game. He began to guide this noble lady from the capital who was experiencing forbidden fruit for the first time. Song Qinghuan went from being nervous and shy at first to being overwhelmed by an unprecedented and ultimate experience. I felt as if I was floating on clouds, completely lost in the moment. The temperature inside the sealed room rose rapidly, and seductive music filled the air. Under the dim light of the wall lamp, silhouettes of lovers passionately entangled are visible on the silk bed. The air was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, a mixture of hormones and perfume, that made one blush and their heart race. In the shadowy corner of the room, Wen Xia and Luan Shu are like two cold statues forgotten by the world. Their pale faces contrasted sharply with the heat on the bed. It creates an absurd, oppressive, and visually striking atmosphere. Time passed, second by second. Luan Shu stood in the corner, mechanically holding up her phone, a stopwatch timer on the screen. When the number finally settled at 1500 hours, she was completely numb. Speechless with shock, my mind was in turmoil, as if a level 10 tsunami had struck. 15 minutes? How is that possible? How could this possibly be 15 minutes? The report clearly states 3.5 minutes, which I measured myself. Could it be that I tested a fake product back then? Is this paralyzed man's body equipped with a nuclear-powered engine? Or perhaps, it was when I inspected the goods that day. He wasn't really enjoying himself, he was just going through the motions. Wen Xia was equally shocked. But after the initial shock came a surge of intense anger towards Luan Shu. She lowered her voice, each word sounding as if it had been pulled from an ice cellar. Waste. Is this the data you personally detected? What use are you to me if you can't even figure out a man's true nature? The angry rebuke, though soft, struck Luan Shuxin with tremendous force. Luan Shu was speechless, her pretty face ashen. How did she explain it? This kid was really only 3.5 minutes old the day before yesterday, and today he's evolved into a Super Saiyan? Nobody believes that. Wen Xia looked at her with suspicion and disgust. The seemingly solid relationship of trust between the two was unwittingly shattered by Zhang Fan, creating a fatal crack. The clouds dispersed and the rain stopped. Song Qinghuan got up, satisfied. She dressed neatly and resumed her aloof and noble demeanor. But in the way she looked at Zhang Fan before leaving, it was filled with a complex mix of emotions, including admiration, curiosity, shyness, and amusement. After she left, the system notification sounded as scheduled. Ding! Detection indicates the host has completed a high-quality life harmony. Battery life exceeding 15 minutes, reward significantly increased. Reward, energy points plus 200. Ding! Bound to spouse number 4 Song Qinghuan 24 years old. Life furnace activated, refining the other party's talents. Purification successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Primal Power Chi Plunder Beginner. Proficiency plus 5. Chi Plunder Beginner passively absorbs trace amounts of chi from targets with whom the host has formed a deep connection, and converts them for one's own use. Note, luck is intangible, yet it truly exists and can influence the host's future opportunities, wealth, and romantic prospects. Holy crap! Can you even steal luck from others? Mystical talent. Zhang Fan was overjoyed as he looked at his energy level, which had skyrocketed to 500-1000, and this incredible new talent. Isn't this a million times more impressive than any business acumen? All I need to do is turn all these lucky women into my own power banks. Am I destined to become a walking European emperor? Moreover, we're just one step away from achieving our goal of exchanging for the nerve cell repair fluid. Ignoring the distraught Wen Xia and Luan Shu beside him, Zhang Fan spoke coldly. Tomorrow, who is it? The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an overwhelming pressure that seemed to control everything. Wen Xia, like a soulless puppet, numbly replied, "See wanting." Very good. Zhang Fan smiled cruelly. Tell her the time, as usual. Also, Mr. Wen, he paused, his eyes almost brimming with amusement, tomorrow night's warm-up exercises will be taken by you. You. When Xia suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with resentment and murderous intent that were almost tangible. Are you coming again? You still want me to. However, before she could explode, Luan Shu, who had reacted, pulled her back tightly. Premier 1. Calm down. The bigger picture is what matters. In the end, when Xia said nothing, she was like a walking corpse, being helped away by Luan Shu. The sound of high heels on the floor was no longer the crisp, powerful stride of a queen, but a weak, dragging sound. Her crisp suit was now wrinkled. Her meticulously styled hair was now disheveled, with several strands falling loose. This symbolizes the complete collapse of her inner order and dignity. Only one thought remained in my mind. I'm so dirty. After when Xia and Luan Shu left, Zhang Fan was immersed in the joy of his new talent. The icon 4 Lucky Plunder on the system panel suddenly flashed an eerie red light. A warning message that had never appeared before suddenly popped up. Warning, the Luck Plunder talent has been activated. An extremely powerful luck shackles have been detected attached to Song Qinghuan, who is linked to you. Forcible looting could trigger unforeseen risks. Please proceed with caution, host. Zhang Fan's smile froze. Chapter 44 When Xia breaks down in self-loathing, Luan Shu offers a kiss to surrender. I become a luck harvester. The door to the secret room closed behind them. When Xia was helped back to her room by Luan Shu, she kicked Luan Shu away. Get out. All of you, get out. Luan Shu trembled, dared not say a word, and left the room in fear, closing the door behind her. When Xia was left alone in the bedroom. When Xia slumped onto the carpet, covering her face with her hands. The nail dug deep into the skin, yet there was no pain. My mind is filled with the scene from just now. It plays on a loop over and over again. The paralyzed man commanded her with a condescending gaze. Kneel down. And yet, he actually knelt down. The pride and dignity built up over 30 years were instantly crushed. Ah! A suppressed scream burst from her throat. She frantically grabbed the crystal vase from the bedside table and smashed it against the wall with all her might. Whoosh! A shocking crack was left on the wall. A six-figure artwork was reduced to a pile of shimmering fragments. But the loud noise did nothing to make her feel any better. She staggered to the full-length mirror. The woman in the mirror had disheveled hair and empty eyes. The humiliation and swelling still lingered on her lips. This face was so unfamiliar that it terrified her. Wen Xia is a renowned iron lady in the business world of Jinghai City. For more than 30 years, she has never bowed her head to anyone. But tonight, she not only lowered her head, but also knelt down, and even did that kind of thing. I'm so dirty. She muttered to herself, her voice filled with self-loathing. Reason told her that all of this was for the Wen Group, for the greater good. But deep down, my proud self is screaming, howling, and tearing itself apart. She hates Zhang Fan. She hated him for trampling her pride underfoot in such a primitive and barbaric way. But what she hated most was herself. I hate myself for setting that damn rule. I hate myself for being so naive as to think that I could use a demon as a tool. When Xia climbed onto the bed and curled herself up into a ball, like a baby abandoned by the world. On the other side, inside the villa's secret interior, Zhang Fan was enjoying Luan Shu's meticulous care. That's right, after being kicked out, Luan Shu only lingered at the door for a second. Then, she calmly pushed open the door and went back to Zhang Fan's room. Premier Wen's order was to stay by his side 24 hours a day. She is now fulfilling her duty. A warm towel was gently wiping Zhang Fan's cheeks. Her eyes were focused and devout, just like a newlywed bride. Zhang Fan's talent for micro-expression insight allowed him to clearly see the emotions on her face. Target, Luan Shu. Emotional assessment, appeasing 60%, expectant 30%, shy 10%. He smiled slightly, a playful expression on his lips. Luan Shu's cheeks flushed as he looked at her, and her movements became even gentler. She leaned close to his ear and breathed softly into his ear. Mr. Jiang, what happened just now? President Wen was just confused for a moment. She only cares about the Wen Group. Zhang Fan snorted coldly, his voice laced with mockery. You're pleading for her? No. Luan Shu hurriedly shook her head, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. I just want to stand on your side. Zhang Fan sensed sincerity and undisguised ambition in her words. Very good. He deliberately slowed his breathing and spoke in a weak tone, Luan Shu. I want some water. Luan Shu immediately got up to pour it out. No, Zhang Fan called out to her as she turned around, I want you to feed me. Luan Shu's body stiffened. She bit her rosy lower lip, picked up her water glass, and sat back down on the edge of the bed. Then, hold warm water in your mouth. She bent down and used her own lips to pour the sweet spring water into his mouth. Zhang Fan enjoyed the exquisite service and felt secretly pleased. He decided to give the clever canary a little treat, whispering in a magnetic voice. From now on, follow me. I won't mistreat you. Luan Shu's eyes lit up with ecstatic joy, and he nodded emphatically. I do. Zhang Fan enjoyed the beauty's tenderness and his mind sank into the system. The talent of stealing luck made him extremely eager. Song Qinghuan is a tough nut to crack right now, but we can give it a try with these few who are already deeply connected. Qi Plunder Beginner passively absorbs trace amounts of qi from targets with whom the host has formed a deep connection, and converts them for one's own use. Currently linked targets, Wen Jixia, Wen Jichuan, Luan Shu, Song Qinghuan. Able to plunder the luck of Wen Jixia Breakthrough Luck, Wen Jichuan Connections Luck, Luan Shu Romantic Luck, Song Qinghuan. The column for Song Qinghuan shows 3 question marks. Moreover, next to her name, there was a flashing blood red skull icon. Warning, this target is under an extremely high level of luck shackles. Recommendation, wait and see, and make an attempt after your strength has improved. Zhang Fan gasped. What secrets does Song Qinghuan hold? Zhang Fan's gaze fell on the other 3 lucky babies. Target, Luan Shu. Potentially stealable luck, romantic luck minor. Post-plunder effect, the host's luck in finding a romantic partner slightly increases, making it easier to gain the favor of the opposite sex. Romantic luck? Zhang Fan's lips twitched. What use is romantic luck to me now, given my current state? However, he thought about it again. An improved romantic luck means that future recharging will be smoother. Those high-quality beauties will willingly offer themselves to you like moths to a flame. Thinking about it that way, it's not a bad deal after all. Networking luck. Breaking down barriers luck. Target, Wen Jichuan. Potentially stealable luck, connections minor. Post-plunder effect, the host's personal charisma is slightly increased, making it easier to gain the trust and following of others. Target, Wen Jixia. Potentially stealable luck, barrier breaking luck trace amount. Post-plunder effect, the host's insight and ability to break through obstacles are slightly enhanced when facing difficulties and barriers. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. This is truly God-tier support. System, plunder the luck of Luan Shu, Wen Jichuan, and Wen Jixia. Command confirmed. Looting begins. Plunder successful. Host's romantic luck +1, networking luck +1, breakthrough luck +1. At the very same instant. As Luan Shu was helping Zhang Fan cross the water, she felt a sudden emptiness in her heart, as if she had lost something important. But the feeling was fleeting, and she dismissed it as just a hallucination from not sleeping well the night before. An indescribable, mysterious warm current surged through Zhang Fan's entire body. He felt his thinking had become clearer, as if he could easily see through the appearances of all things and get straight to the core. He also exuded an inexplicable sense of approachability. Zhang Fan was content, and with the charming and docile housekeeper in his arms, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 45 Last Night's Dream. The backer has changed. The archenemy, the Hua group, emerges. It was late at night. When Xia tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. As soon as you close your eyes. The images became clearer and clearer in my mind. Zhang Fan's stunningly handsome face. His figure during his entanglement with Song Qinghuan. And the indifference and amusement in his eyes when he looked at me. Before she knew it, she had fallen into a dream. The scene is still that same secret room. This time, however, the woman lying in bed was no longer Song Qinghuan. It was her self. Zhang Fan looked down at her, his eyes filled with a possessive gaze that seemed to indicate he was in complete control. In her dream, her consciousness was struggling. My body feels like it no longer belongs to me. It's out of control. A strange feeling I've never experienced before. It is a mixture of contradictions and decadence. It overwhelmed her completely, like a tidal wave. When Xia woke up with a start, her whole body drenched in cold sweat. She was panting heavily, her heart pounding like a drum, as if it would burst out of her chest. Outside the window, the sky was already beginning to lighten. She sat blankly on the bed, her mind a complete void. That dream. That's so true. She dared not think any further. Meanwhile, on Jiang Fan's bed, Luan Shu, the usually dignified and composed professional housekeeper, was curled up in bed, her cheeks burning hot. She also had a dream. In my dream, there was neither Wen Xia nor Song Qinghuan. It was just her and Jiang Fan. He gazed at her with his deep eyes, his voice low and magnetic. Luan Shu, what do you want? I want to. In her dream, she finally mustered the courage to speak the answer that had been buried deep in her heart. I want you. Then, he pulled her into a tight embrace. That sense of belonging, of being forcefully accepted, captivated her. It was as if I was about to completely melt into this dream. Luan Shu let out a soft sigh in her dream. The next second, she suddenly woke up. I opened my eyes to see the man's sharply defined sleeping face beside me. She froze for a few seconds, her dream and reality intertwined, her cheeks flushed red enough to bleed. How could I have such a dream? She covered her head with the blanket, mortified. But the vivid sensations and surging emotions from the dream lingered in my mind. Luan Shu slowly sat up, looking at the gradually brightening sky outside the window, her heart filled with mixed feelings. What happened last night completely turned her world upside down. Wen Xia, who once looked up to the queen as a god, knelt before Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, whom she once thought was a paralyzed man she could manipulate at will, actually displayed a godlike level of control. She suddenly realized. Wen Xia is no longer that unbreakable support. Shang Ronqing's words echoed in her ears. You must bind yourself to a sufficiently sturdy war machine. Now, the most sturdy chariot is neither Wen Xia nor Wen Jichuan. It's Jiang Fan. She looked at the sleeping man beside her. This man possesses SSS-level chromosomes, an extraordinary business acumen, and the ability to tame a queen. She must, at all costs, cling tightly to his leg. It was midnight, on the third floor of the Wen family villa. Wen Jixia's room was pitch black, with only the laptop screen emitting a faint, cold light. A high-definition image is frozen on the screen. Her aunt, Wen Xia, knelt humiliatedly by the bed, while Jiang Fan on the bed wore a cruel, victorious smile. Wen Jixia's slender fingers lightly clicked the mouse, saving, encrypting, and backing up the complete surveillance video to the cloud. Throughout the entire process, her aloof face remained completely expressionless. Only the corners of his lips slowly curled into a cold smile. She closed her laptop and leaned back in her chair. Gazing at the deep night outside the window, she murmured to herself in a voice only she could hear. Aunt, it's really uncertain who will be in charge of the Wen family in the future. 8 o'clock in the morning. Morning light streamed through the gaps in the French windows and fell onto the silk sheets. The air still carried the lingering scent of last night. After having breakfast, Jiang Fan leaned lazily against the headboard. Luan Shu knelt by the bed, her voluptuous figure outlining breathtaking curves in the morning light. She was opening a financial news page on her tablet. On the screen, the stock price chart of Wen's Foodstuff Group showed a shocking red straight line. The stock hit its daily limit up immediately upon opening. Countless investors' funds poured in like a tidal wave. The headlines of major media outlets were dominated by the terms Wen's Group and Guang Industry. Wen's Group's transformation strategy under the night economy trend has been highly recognized by the market. This was a textbook example of a comeback from the brink of defeat. On the television, the excited, cracking voice of the financial news anchor echoed. Between the lines of these news articles, Jiang Fan astutely gleaned several key pieces of information. The commercial landscape of Qinghai City may be reshaped. The Huasher Group held an emergency board meeting, presumably to discuss countermeasures. Several investment institutions have expressed optimism about Wen's future development. Jiang Fan looked at the Wen Group logo on the screen, and a silent smile appeared on his lips. He understood the reasons behind all of this. It's highly likely that it was the work of this mysterious woman, Song Qinghuan. And he himself was the most crucial bargaining chip in this transaction. This woman is quite efficient. Wen Xia, that woman, took advantage of Song Qinghuan's influence. This directly boosted Wen's stock price. But she thought that was how she won? Can we finally rest easy? Innocent. The game has only just begun. He turned his head and looked at Luan Shu, who was as docile as a cat, with a hint of seduction in his voice. Luan Shu, tell me, what is Wen Xia most afraid of? Luan Shu was taken aback, and cautiously replied, President Wen is most afraid of the Wen Group collapsing, and also, she cares most about her reputation and control. Jiang Fan's eyes flashed, and he continued to press, does she have any leverage over someone else? Luan Shu's eyes flickered, and after hesitating for a moment, she finally lowered her voice. Hua Jiqiang of the Hua Group has always wanted to take over the Wen Group. He pursued President Wen back then, but was publicly humiliated by President Wen. This man is vindictive and has done a lot of dirty tricks on the Wen family over the years. Hua Jiqiang. Zhang Fan murmured the name, a calculating glint in his eyes. Perhaps this will be an interesting piece. Just as the ambiguous relationship between Zhang Fan and Luan Shu was heating up, there was a sudden knock on the door. It wasn't kicking the door down. This surprised Zhang Fan slightly. Luan Shu hurriedly got up and straightened her clothes. After opening the door, when she saw who was standing outside the door, she froze on the spot. Mr. Wen. Standing at the door was Wen Xia. At this moment, she no longer possessed the domineering queenly aura she once had. She was wearing a simple beige knit sweater, her long hair was loosely draped over her shoulders, and she wore no makeup. The dark circles under her eyes were frighteningly heavy. His eyes were vacant, as if his soul had been ripped out. Her whole being exuded a broken, precarious beauty. Wen Xia ignored Luan Shu and went straight into the room. Her gaze was fixed on the boy on the bed, who was leisurely watching the news. Zhang Fan also raised his head, looking at the woman who seemed to have fallen from her queenly throne to the mortal world overnight with great interest. Her usually meticulously styled hair was now slightly disheveled. He exuded an aura of exhaustion and struggle. Her eyes were no longer sharp. Instead, it added a touch of complex emotion. Target, Wen Xia. Emotional assessment, exhaustion 40%, humiliation 30%, struggle 20%, and a damned secret expectation that even she dared not admit 10%. Expect? Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. This woman. He's tormented himself to this extent. What else can we expect? Chapter 46. The Queen offers gold as an apology and begs for forgiveness. Zhang Fan, you still have to warm up, understand? Wen Xia stood by the bed and remained silent for a long time. The only sound in the room was the passionate voice of the news anchor. Finally, she took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Zhang Fan, let's talk. Zhang Fan smiled, looking at her with amusement. What should we talk about? Let's talk about last night, whether you felt comfortable kneeling there? You. Wen Xia's cheeks flushed red, her anger flashing briefly before quickly subsiding. She bit her lower lip tightly, forcibly suppressing the humiliation that was about to devour her. Last night. I went too far. She uttered the words slowly and deliberately. I apologize to you. After saying that, she actually bent down slightly towards Zhang Fan on the bed. Luan Shu, standing nearby, was stunned. This iron lady, who never admits her mistakes, is actually apologizing? Zhang Fan, however, acted as if he hadn't seen it and gave a cold laugh. Apologize? Mr. Wen, isn't your apology a bit too late? I was forcibly kidnapped by you and treated like a stud pig, and you think an apology is all it takes? Wen Xia's body trembled violently, her fingernails almost digging into her palms. I admit I underestimated you. But the future of the Wen family cannot be ruined in my hands. Her voice carried a hint of pleading. I hope we can work together. Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes, his gaze suddenly turning cold. Cooperate? Are you worthy? Wen Xia's face turned pale, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. She took a bank card out of her bag and placed it on the bedside table. Here's 10 million, it's what I promised you. I will personally arrange for tonight's guest, see wanting. She paused, looking at Zhang Fan with a complicated expression, her voice trembling. But I have one condition. For tonight's warm-up, please don't make me, let Luan Shu do it, okay? Zhang Fan was amused by her thought process. What's going on in this woman's head? Is she trying to use money to overwhelm herself for the sake of her pitiful dignity? He chuckled and glanced sideways at Wen Xia. Is this all you're going to give a beggar? Don't you know how valuable my dragon seed is? Then what exactly do you want? Wen Xia finally lost control. Money? Status? Or shares in the Wen's group? I'll consider anything you suggest. After hearing this, Zhang Fan suddenly burst into laughter. They laughed freely and wildly. Wen Xia, you still don't understand? His eyes turned icy cold in an instant. Now, it's not your turn to negotiate with me. It is I who will decide your fate. Money and shares? Jiang Fan scoffed, his eyes full of disdain. You think I care about those things? He changed the subject, his voice carrying a devilish allure. Hua Jiqiang of the Hua Group, hasn't he been trying to trip up the Wen Group quite a bit over the years? I can help you pull the Wen family out of the mire, and even crush the Hua family and all potential enemies. Wen Xia's pupils contracted slightly. She hadn't expected Jiang Fan to know all this. But Jiang Fan's eyes turned playful and cruel. You must listen to me. What I say you do. He paused, then spoke each word with utmost care, etching the final humiliation into Wen Xia's very bones. Including tonight's warm-up. Do you understand? Wen Xia's face turned deathly pale. She finally understood the man in front of her completely. It's not revenge at all, it's the most cruel way. Little by little, they stripped away her dignity. Tame her soul. She wanted to resist, to yell, to slap him. But when she thought of Song Qinghuan and Shang Ranqing's threats, she couldn't help but feel sad. Thinking of the boast she had just made at the board meeting, she dared not gamble. If Jiang Fan doesn't cooperate, all the plans will fall apart. A chill ran through her heart, and all her resistance turned into a powerless trembling. She understood that she had no other choice. She dared not gamble with the future of the Wen's group, which she cared about most. Since we already had the first time yesterday. Oh. Well, why not do it again? In the end, Wen Xia said nothing, but just bit her lower lip tightly. Her once sharp eyes were now filled with endless humiliation and resentment. Supported by Luan Shu, she staggered away from the secret room that had robbed her of all dignity, even more dejected than when she left the night before. When the door is closed. The smile on Jiang Fan's face slowly faded. He stared at the glaring red limit-up price on the tablet, his eyes as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. Wen Xia, do you think it's over once you give in? This is just the beginning. What I want has never been your body, nor your Wen's group. It's everything about you. Your dignity, your pride, your soul. I will wait until when you are willing and take the initiative to climb into my bed. The day you kneel before me and beg me to take you. I will make you, step by step, willingly and completely become my plaything. Luan Shu was very happy. I'm very happy. After seeing off the plague like Wen Xia, she felt the air in the villa was fresher. Especially when Jixia, that venomous girl, she was probably afraid of running into her aunt, so she slipped away yesterday and hasn't shown up since. Brilliant! This means that today, at least during the daytime. Apart from a few negligible nannies and bodyguards, only she and Jiang Fan remained in the villa. Let's enjoy some time together as a couple. She now serves Jiang Fan with utmost care and devotion. Jiang Fan was quite pleased with her submissive, wife-like demeanor. After last night's surrender, he has officially added Luan Shu, this ripe peach, to his list of potential concubines. This woman has no background, and her relationship with Wen Xia is now just a facade. Her heart is entirely with herself. Most importantly, she is a top-notch professional housekeeper. That ability to read people's expressions and moods is a game-changer when it comes to serving others. With just a glance, she can tell whether you're thirsty or hungry. With just a frown, she knows whether you want to turn over or watch TV. Comfortable. That felt so fucking good. The morning sunlight, like scattered gold, spilled into the luxurious private room. Jiang Fan leaned lazily against the headboard, looking every bit like a tyrannical emperor who had just finished the morning court session and was ready to enjoy life. Luan Shu, kneeling by the bed, was the most sensible and attentive little maid. While enjoying the beauty's meticulous service, Jiang Fan's mind was racing. Now, all he needs to do is recharge. More importantly, it's about how to transform these women from mere power banks into true private property, belonging to oneself both physically and mentally. For example, with Wen Xia, he wanted to make her completely fall for him, both physically and mentally. Now that he has announced that he will help the Wen family resolve the troubles of the Hua group, it is only natural that he will make some moves. Mr. Jiang. Luan Shu's gentle voice pulled him back from his thoughts. She was unusually docile today, like a cat whose fur had been stroked, her eyes full of flattery and adoration. Jiang Fan knew exactly what was going on. This woman was completely stunned by his amazing taming the queen maneuver last night. Sister Luan, Jiang Fan said lazily, his voice already 7 or 8 tenths clear and fluent, exuding a languid magnetism, don't call me Mr. Jiang anymore, it sounds too formal. Just call me Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan grinned mischievously at Luan Shu. Or, Brother Fan is fine too. Luan Shu's cheeks flushed as she listened to Jiang Fan's slightly teasing words. My heart warmed. Had this truly accepted me? She replied shyly, I'm more than 10 years older than you. Just call me Xiao Fan. Jiang Fan nodded. His woman could call him whatever she wanted. He stopped smiling and asked, by the way, what's the name of tonight's guest? It's Si Wanting, the president of Nebula Technology. Chapter 47. When Xia takes the initiative to warm up the scene? The Iceberg Queen's moral character shatters on the spot. Luan Shu quickly answered, while simultaneously retrieving the information she had prepared beforehand. This is all the publicly available information about her. Jiang Fan glanced at it and immediately activated his information torrent and business acumen talents. Target: Si Wanting. Biography: business empire, technology patents, network of contacts. In-depth analysis of Nebula Technology's internal projects, technical barriers. Countless fragments of information flooded into his brain like a tidal wave, colliding, deducing, and recombining at lightning speed. A hunting plan targeting this icy, aloof woman took shape in his mind at lightning speed. This time, he wants to take the absolute initiative. Of course, what he's most looking forward to right now is accumulating 500 energy points to exchange for nerve cell repair fluid. His body had been paralyzed for 18 years, and he longed to stand up again more than anyone else. 7 p.m. A sleek black Maybach, like a silent black panther, glided silently into the villa's courtyard. The car door opened. The person who stepped down was tonight's guest, Si Wanting. A well-tailored black suit perfectly accentuated her tall and slender figure. A pair of frameless glasses sat on his nose, and behind the lenses, his eyes were as calm as two bottomless, icy pools. He exudes an aloof aura that says don't touch me and an intellectual beauty. Wen Xia followed closely behind. She wore a perfect business smile, regaining her usual confident and composed queen-like demeanor. I don't know how this woman adjusted herself in just half a day. She was acting like nothing had happened. Luan Shu led the two women into the secret room. The first person Jiang Fan saw was Wen Xia. Goodness, she's already better after only half a day? It was as if she wasn't the one who was humiliated last night. But Jiang Fan's talent for micro-expression insight had already revealed everything about her. Target: Wen Xia. Emotional assessment: feigning composure 80%, fear 10%, shame and anger 10%. Ha, stubborn as a mule. Si Wanting's gaze immediately locked onto Jiang Fan on the bed. There was no surprise or shyness in his eyes. Instead, it's like a top-notch programmer examining a piece of unfamiliar code. But beneath her calm exterior, Si Wanting's heart was pounding for no apparent reason. A mysterious attraction that defies logical explanation. Like an invisible magnetic field, it made her feel absurd. She was even a little annoyed because it didn't fit her behavioral logic. Jiang Fan also noticed the fleeting glimpse of something unusual behind Si Wanting's glasses and understood immediately. It seems that the romantic luck I stole from Luan Shu has already begun to take effect. This feeling of being blessed with good fortune and having multiple buffs was quite peculiar to him. But if it's just one-sidedly drawing luck from one's own woman, this is not what Jiang Fan wanted to see. What he wanted was to cultivate a group of women with good fortune for his own use, not to be a fool who drains the pond to catch all the fish. Fortunately, when he obtained the luck plunder talent from Song Qinghuan, he had already carefully studied its description. This talent is not simply one-way plunder, but rather a combination of plunder and symbiosis. Jiang Fan and his bound spouse form a vast community of shared destiny. He extracts trace amounts of original fortune from them without damaging their original total fortune. And when he himself gathers various kinds of fortune and makes them stronger, this powerful fortune will then be passed on to all spouses through an invisible link of destiny. They will gain unimaginable benefits. For example, the romantic luck extracted from Luan Shu. After incorporating his own luck, it can not only enhance Jiang Fan's attractiveness to the opposite sex. In the future, as his overall fortune grows, it will also give back through connections. This subtly enhances Luan Shu's personal charm and interpersonal relationships. Similarly, Wen Jichuan's luck in building connections and Wen Jixia's luck in breaking through barriers are also like this. He is the absolute core and the only king of this enormous alliance of destiny. Jiang Fan snapped out of his reverie and focused his micro-expression talent on Si Wanting. Target: Si Wanting. Emotional assessment: calm 90%, curious 10%. This woman's emotional management is indeed quite skillful. Aside from a tiny bit of curiosity, she was remarkably calm. Unlike Song Qinghuan, Si Wanting did not show any surprise or shyness. She simply stared at Jiang Fan intently. Feeling a little uncomfortable under Si Wanting's gaze, Zhang Fan couldn't help but speak first. Miss Si, have you looked enough? His voice had fully regained its clarity, carrying a hint of teasing. Si Wanting pushed up her glasses. She had already learned from Wen Xia that Zhang Fan was already able to speak. She smiled knowingly, her voice crisp and cold. You're more interesting than the photos and the description of you given to Premier One. She paused for a moment, then got straight to the point, too lazy to go through any formalities. I only have 1 hour tonight, I hope you can cooperate. In addition, I don't like wasting time on meaningless foreplay. Puff. Zhang Fan almost burst out laughing on the spot. Wow. This woman is a true time management master. That's even more direct than Song Qinghuan. Upon hearing this, Wen Xia, who was standing next to him, was first stunned, and then a surge of joy welled up in her heart. No foreplay? Doesn't that mean I won't have to suffer that humiliation tonight? However, her secret joy didn't last more than 2 seconds before she met Zhang Fan's knowing, sly look. Wen Xia's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition arose within her. As expected. Before she could come up with any explanation, Zhang Fan had already spoken first, smiling at Si Wanting like a cat that had stolen some cream. Miss Si may not have much experience and may not know that warming up is actually very important for men in this regard. His gaze shifted to Wen Xia, his tone flippant as if he were ordering his own maid around. Our Premier One is very experienced, so let her do it for us. You just need to keep an eye on things. Come on, Mr. Wen. Please begin your performance. Under Zhang Fan's blunt verbal pressure and Si Wanting's suspicious and probing gaze, Wen Xia felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. My blood was flowing backwards, my limbs were ice cold, only my cheeks were burning hot. She was trembling all over. In the end, she really did walk stiffly and unsteadily towards the bedside, just like a puppet controlled by invisible threads. Then, under Si Wanting's shocked gaze, bending over. The scene before him left Si Wanting, a science and technology elite who prioritizes logic and believes in science, completely dumbfounded. She looked at the rumored ruthless business queen who treated men like dirt. At this moment, I am so humble in front of a paralyzed man. Her worldview was subjected to an unprecedented and severe shock. Her established logical thinking framework melted away instantly. Oh my God. This works? Is this Wen Xia still the same ruthless and cold-blooded woman I know who is indifferent to men? She's completely won over by this little cripple? Luan Shu, standing to the side, watched Si Wanting's expression of shock, as if she had frozen in place. Then look at your master's strange expression, which is both humiliated and seemingly numbly enjoying it. A morbid sense of comfort and unparalleled superiority welled up inside me. Snort! You bunch of high and mighty queens and CEOs. So what if they're all incredibly capable? They still have to bend down. Everyone has to line up behind me. I'm the first woman Zhang Fan decided to take in. Chapter 48 Luck takes over. Exposing AI vulnerabilities. I talked the tech CEO to the point of breakdown. After the initial shock, Si Wanting quickly calmed down. Her rational thinking immediately eliminated all impossibilities. Whatever remains, however outrageous, is the truth. This cripple is no ordinary person. He must have seized some fatal weakness of Wen Xia to tame this proud lioness to such an extent. In an instant, her interest in Zhang Fan shifted from simply being an SSS-level native sample. Her curiosity instantly surged to an extreme level, driven by an unknown, powerful, and even potentially mind-blowing mysterious being. The atmosphere in the sealed room quickly shifted from an initial awkward standoff to a bizarre scene that was both absurd and oppressive, yet full of alluring tension. Under the dim light, Si Wanting's shock, Wen Xia's bowed head, Luan Shu's secret pleasure, and Zhang Fan's desire for control intertwined. This created a magical scene that can be described as performance art. Just moments before the soft, seductive music was about to begin in the room, Si Wanting suddenly pushed up her glasses and spoke calmly. He asked a question that surprised everyone. Mr. Zhang, she said in her usual cool voice, as if the vivid scene before her was just a slideshow background. What are your thoughts on the Oracle artificial intelligence system that Nebula Technology is secretly developing? Upon hearing Si Wanting's words, the enchanting atmosphere in the secret room suddenly cooled down. Wen Xia, who was lying by the bed, almost threw up yesterday's dinner. Look at the occasion now. What's the atmosphere like? I'm here to warm up the atmosphere for you. You're talking to me about AI? Do they have absolutely no professional ethics? Luan Shu, who was standing in the corner as a backdrop, was also dumbfounded. Hey lady, did you wander onto the wrong set? Is it time for an academic seminar? The atmosphere had gotten to this point, and you suddenly started talking about work? Jiang Fan was also somewhat surprised. This woman's thought process is definitely different from normal people. Yesterday, at least Song Qingwan knew to follow the proper procedures, inspecting the goods before chatting. This guy, on the contrary, turned the Great Harmony of Life event into a Nebula Technology product launch. However, Jiang Fan thought about it again and understood. He spent a whole day studying this woman, Wanting. I discovered that she was a thorough rationalist. He exudes a chilling aura that says logic above all else, emotions to hell. She's a completely different species from the hesitant Song Qingwan of yesterday. Trying to win her over with conventional male charm tactics is by no means easy. She doesn't believe in superstitions or boasting. So, she's personally interviewing them. I want to see if my dragon seed is also up to par with the software. Interesting. That's so interesting. Jiang Fan was not offended at all, on the contrary, he became interested. Let's talk about artificial intelligence? Discussing divine pronouncements? Sister, you've really asked a dangerous question. His favorite thing to do is to utterly humiliate others in their most prized areas. The Oracle system? As Jiang Fan enjoyed the physical pleasure, he lazily spoke, his voice light and casual, as if he were discussing the weather. You mean, that artificial intelligence that claims to predict future business trends, but can't even accurately predict whether its own company's stock price will rise or fall tomorrow? Puff. Upon hearing this, Wen Xia nearly fainted. She fought off the urge to gag. He glared at Jiang Fan with murderous intent. You little bastard. Can't you speak properly? My mother was bragging to Wanting on the way. They say you're a once-in-a-century business genius. It's to increase the added value of your dragon species. And you, doing it right in front of the head of a technology company. Is this attempt to ruin the deal by belittling someone's hard work and dedication? She had hoped that Wanting, this tech elite, could effectively curb Jiang Fan's arrogance. Let him learn a lesson. And Jiang Fan actually dared to spout nonsense? However, to Wen Xia's surprise, far from being angry, Wanting's eyes behind her glasses flashed with admiration. It seems that your understanding of divine oracle is deeper than I imagined. Her voice was still clear and crisp, but it had lost some of its icy coldness that kept people at a distance. That's right. The core bottleneck of Oracle at present lies in the processing of unstructured data and the dimensionality reduction of high-dimensional information. It can analyze financial reports, but it cannot understand people's hearts. Our team tried various algorithm models, but the results were not ideal. Jiang Fan understood that he wanted to win over Wanting through purely rational thinking. It is necessary to present a sufficiently shocking viewpoint. What he didn't know was that he had plundered the luck in love, luck in breaking down barriers, and luck in building connections from Luan Shu and the Wen sisters. It is also exerting its influence subtly. These mysterious and profound energies. This gave him an inexplicable sense of approachability and credibility. It can make the opposite sex develop feelings of liking and trust in him without them even realizing it. High-level hunters often appear as prey. High-level business battles, on the other hand, often involve decisive, albeit often drastic, attacks within the most basic communication contexts. Ms. C, your Nebula Technologies Oracle AI system has a logical flaw in its random forest algorithm for dimensionality reduction of high-dimensional data. Have you noticed it? Jiang Fan's words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. For the first time, a crack appeared on Wanting's perpetually icy expression. She instinctively frowned and retorted, impossible. I personally led the team that optimized the random forest algorithm. By introducing information entropy and Gini impurity as the decision tree splitting criteria, its accuracy in processing time series data in the financial field has reached the industry's peak. How could there be a logical flaw? This is one of her proudest achievements, a crystallization of her wisdom. She will not tolerate any questioning from anyone. Seeing her protective manner, Jiang Fan's smile deepened. This is exactly the effect he wanted. First, lift your pride to the heavens, then smash it to pieces with your own hands. The pinnacle of the industry? Jiang Fan chuckled, his eyes filled with pity, as if he were looking at a stubborn frog in a well. Miss C, your algorithm is indeed excellent when processing linear, low-noise data. But when you introduce macro-level variables like nationwide nighttime travel that disrupt social structures, a massive amount of noisy, unstructured human behavior data floods in, and your random forest is no longer a forest, but a maze. Your over-reliance on historical data for pruning has resulted in a serious lack of generalization ability in the decision tree. When faced with a brand new, policy-driven night economy model, its predictive results are even worse than flipping a coin. Am I right? Every word Jiang Fan uttered struck precisely at Siwaning's most confident intellectual defenses. Siwaning's expression changed rapidly, from confidence to surprise and doubt, and then to shock. How could he know so much? These are the core challenges that were only discovered during internal testing by the Oracle project team, and they are top secrets of Nebula technology. This man is just a paralyzed man who has been lying in a welfare home for many years. How did he come into contact with these things? This is impossible. She muttered to herself, her usually impeccable logical thinking momentarily stalling. Jiang Fan gave her no chance to catch her breath and continued his mental attack. As for the logical flaws I mentioned. He paused for a moment, then dropped the final bombshell. When your algorithm performs feature selection, it sets a penalty term based on the minimum description length principle to prevent overfitting. However, the threshold of this penalty term is fixed. This leads to the system mistakenly filtering out critical black swan events as noise in pursuit of model simplicity when dealing with certain extreme discrete values. What kind of oracle is an AI that can't predict black swan events? It's more like a charlatan. In just a few minutes, Siwaning's mind went blank. She froze completely. He's absolutely right. Chapter 49 Jiang Fan instills quantum theory. Siwaning voluntarily sacrifices herself. This is a tiny flaw buried deep within the algorithm, which even Siwaning herself only vaguely sensed but could not find the root cause of for a long time. He saw right through it all. At this moment, the way she looked at Jiang Fan completely changed. She pushed up her glasses and, with an unprecedentedly sullen tone, extended an invitation to the man on the bed. Mr. Jiang, I formally invite you to serve as our Nebula Technologies Special Senior Advisor. Salary, benefits, stock options, it's up to you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fan merely chuckled and slowly shook his head. I'm not interested in those things. His gaze was no longer mocking, but suddenly became scorching and aggressive. Like a lion locking onto its prey. I'm more interested in you, Siwanting, than your company or your shares. Upon hearing this, Wen Xia, who had been forced to attend a top-level academic seminar, was dumbfounded. She had originally hoped that Siwanting could help her turn the tide and crush Jiang Fan. After all, on her way here, in order to raise the price, she had boasted to Siwanting that Jiang Fan had unique insights into business. But to her utter surprise, this guy not only understands business, but also the underlying algorithms of artificial intelligence. He even knows so much that he can impress Siwanting, a top figure in the industry, on the spot, and even offer her an exorbitant sum to hire her? Siwanting was an exceptionally intelligent woman. She instantly understood the naked declaration of a conqueror hidden beneath the man's words. She was neither surprised nor embarrassed. She simply gave Jiang Fan a deep look, as if confirming the final terms. Then, she silently took off her suit jacket and unbuttoned her shirt. When a woman is conquered on an intellectual level, physical submission becomes the most devout sacrifice. She let go of all her pride and defensiveness. In the most original and honest way. To the man who had overwhelmed all her intelligence. Offer your loyalty. Wen Xia was speechless. She glanced at Luan Shu, who was standing to the side in a daze, looking equally bewildered. What's wrong with this world? Siwanting, was she really fooled into becoming crippled by this paralyzed man in just a few words? He even took off his clothes on his own initiative? Jiang Fan looked at the beautiful scenery before him and nodded in satisfaction. Done. He had a sudden thought. System, spinach juice, first enhance, then prolong, max it out. During the life inheritance with this icy, aloof woman. At the moment of reaching the top of the clouds. Jiang Fan whispered the final, deadly blow in her ear with a magnetic voice. The underlying architecture of Oracle is built on the computational model of the classical Turing machine. If you want to truly break through, why not try the non-locality principle of quantum entanglement? Siwaning's body was as stiff as a stone. She suddenly opened her eyes, which were glazed over with emotion, her pupils filled with horror. Quantum entanglement. Non-locality. He actually. The double dam of reason and emotion was shattered by a single, casual remark from Jiang Fan. She went from being a high-ranking leader. Customers who come to spend money. A calm and rational interviewer. They were reduced to believers who were conquered, possessed, and led. under the dual stimulation of being crushed both physically and mentally. I experienced unprecedented fun. An hour later. Si Wanting left, dejected and heartbroken. She even forgot to greet Wen Xia. His mind was filled with Jiang Fan's last words and the unprecedented, ultimate pleasure that perfectly blended his spirit and flesh. In the corner, Wen Xia, who had been forced to listen to the song of harmony of life all night, was already numb. Looking at Jiang Fan now, she felt a distorted, morbid feeling. After completing another warm-up task, she no longer felt nauseous. Even while listening to Si Wanting's suppressed, melodious and moving chants. She realized that a fire had been ignited in her body, which had been empty for more than 30 years. Damn it! What's wrong with me? Wen Xia was internally screaming. Luan Shu, standing to the side, was in no better shape. She had developed genuine feelings for Jiang Fan. Watching other women writhe and groan beneath Jiang Fan, she felt a mix of jealousy and longing, wishing she could immediately take Jiang Fan's place and plunder him on the spot. After Si Wanting left, the system notification sounded as expected. Ding! Detection indicates the host has completed a high-quality life harmony. Battery life exceeding 20 minutes, rewards significantly increased. Reward, energy points plus 200. Energy points, 7001000. Ding! Bound to spouse number 5 Si Wanting 26 years old. The life furnace is activated, purifying the other party's talents. Purification successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Primal Power Absolute Rationality Beginner. Proficiency plus 5. Absolute Rationality Basic allows the host to remain extremely calm and rational under any circumstances, immune to most mind control and emotional interference, and significantly enhances logical analysis and decision-making abilities. Nice one. This is a divine skill tailor-made for a manipulative strategist like me. Before I could finish processing it, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Newly bound spouse Si Wanting detected. Do you wish to use luck plunder on her? Target, Si Wanting. Potentially stealable luck, computational power miner. Post-plunder effects, the host's brain's thinking speed and data processing ability receive a slight boost. The power of computing power. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up. This talent is a perfect match for his own information deluge. One team is responsible for capturing massive amounts of information, while the other is responsible for high-speed processing and analysis of powerful combination. Plunder, he said without hesitation. Plunder successful. Host's computing power plus 1. A cool, pure energy, full of logic and order, surged into his mind, instantly making his thoughts incredibly clear. After doing all this, Jiang Fan turned his attention back to the system panel. He was overjoyed to see his energy level surge to 700. The redemption threshold for nerve cell repair fluid has finally been reached. He began to think rapidly. Should we use this repair solution now? Wen Xia and Luan Shu were both present. If used, the secret to restoring one's bodily functions will be completely exposed to them. Especially Wen Xia, that woman, is very scheming. Once she discovers that she is not completely paralyzed, who knows what wicked thoughts she might have. But then he thought about it again. Luan Shu was now guarding him 24/7, so he couldn't find a completely private space. And Jiang Fan glanced at Wen Xia, whose expression was complicated, and Luan Shu, whose eyes were full of admiration, and then gave a cold smile. What are you hiding from? What are you concealing? These two women will be conquered and made my own sooner or later. His real goal is to stand up and rule the world. Instead of being a dragon seed who can only lie in bed forever. Instead of hiding it, let's just show them the miracle. Let them witness firsthand how a person who had been paralyzed for 18 years was given a new lease on life in front of them. This shock, this impact, is far more capable of breaking down their psychological defenses and making them submit than any conspiracy or scheme. Having figured out the key points, Jiang Fan no longer hesitated. His thoughts drifted into the shopping mall. System. Spend 500 stamina points to exchange 4 nerve cell repair fluid basic. Command confirmed. Redemption successful. Chapter 50. A miracle descends. I'm coming clean, I can heal myself by recharging. A vial of green liquid, radiating vitality, appeared in his system inventory. Nerve cell repair fluid basic. Note, this product can repair damaged nerve cell tissue in the host and restore its physiological function. Volume, 100 milliliters. Suggested dosage per session, 50 milliliters can be used to target a specific nerve injury site for complete repair. Note, one bottle can be used twice. System. Dispense 50 milliliters of nerve cell repair fluid, target right arm. The next second, an indescribable pain shot through the depths of his spine. It was neither tearing nor gnawing, but a forced awakening. Like a volcano that had been dormant for 18 years, it was forcibly detonated by a brute force, with scalding lava washing over every inch of the necrotic nerve fibers. Ugh! Jiang Fan could no longer hold back and let out a suppressed roar of pain. He convulsed violently, his muscles tensed uncontrollably, veins bulged, and his body was stretched like a fully drawn bow. Mr. Jiang Fan. Wen Xia and Luan Shu were terrified by this sudden turn of events and rushed over. Luan Shu, go and call the doctor. Need not. Jiang Fan clenched his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, and his consciousness nearly succumbed to the boundless pain. But he did not give up. He was paralyzed for 18 years. This pain is nothing compared to the despair of lying in bed. The pain lasted for a long time. When the tearing pain finally receded like the tide, an unprecedented warm life force surged through my limbs and bones. Every cell is cheering and jumping for joy. Jiang Fan was panting heavily, his whole body drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. But his dark eyes shone with a light as bright as stars. He sensed it. He could sense that those nerves that had been dormant for 18 years were awakening. Under the shocked gazes of Wen Xia and Luan Shu, Jiang Fan moved slowly, trembling. He concentrated all his will on his right arm. Get moving! Get moving! His arm, which had been paralyzed for 18 years, was so bad that he had almost forgotten it existed. First, my forearm twitched slightly. Immediately afterwards, amidst the gasps of the two women, amidst Jiang Fan's own ecstatic heart pounding as if it were about to burst, his right arm, slowly and laboriously, rose up. The arm raised in mid-air was both familiar and terrifyingly unfamiliar. The sense of control that had been lost and then regained surged through Jiang Fan's soul like an electric current. His eyes blazed with boundless ecstasy. Damn it, my arm is back. They're really back. I really felt it. After a brief moment of excitement, he quickly started calculating in his mind. The system has indicated that after 2 more charges, the energy level will reach 1000, unlocking primary recovery. However, the so-called primary recovery is mostly a basic recovery of the whole body. Perhaps it will help him sit up and turn over. But it can never be like nerve cell repair fluid. It can completely and perfectly regenerate a certain part of the body. Rather than waiting for an unknown overall improvement, why not maximize this immediate and miraculous effect? 1 bottle of medicine can be used twice. Now that the most flexible right arm has recovered. So let's go all the way and completely take care of the connected right hand as well. In this way, he can have complete freedom of movement on at least one side of his body. It's finally time to get started. Jiang Fan was determined to strike. Without hesitation, I silently recited it in my mind. System. Use the remaining 50 milliliters of nerve cell repair fluid, target right hand. Command confirmed. Another wave of tingling, bone-chilling warmth instantly flowed from his spine to his fingertips. His 5 fingers, which had been paralyzed for 18 years and stiff as chicken claws, began a miraculous recovery under his will. From stiffness to slight trembling. And then, to be able to flexibly curl and open one by one. He moved each finger, feeling the exquisite and powerful sensation that had been lost for 18 years. Then, under the stunned gazes of Wen Xia and Luan Shu, with his newly recovered right hand, he casually picked up a glass of water from the bedside table. Steadily, he drank it all in one gulp. This action, which is so simple for a normal person, caused a visual shock that was like the sky falling and the earth splitting apart in the eyes of the two women. Wen Xia completely lost her composure. She pointed her finger at Jiang Fan, her once proud queenly voice trembling violently with extreme fear. Your paralysis, what happened? Is it an act? Or can you heal yourself? Her mind went blank. It's over. All her plans targeting Jiang Fan, all her self-righteous attempts at control, were based on one premise. Jiang Fan is a mute paralyzed man who can be manipulated by her and has no way to resist. But now, this premise is collapsing suddenly in a way that she cannot comprehend. First, the mute man started speaking, and now, his paralyzed arm can move. She abruptly turned her head, unleashing her anger and resentment upon Luan Shu. These are the results of your previous tests? You keep making the same mistakes. What use are you to me? But this time, she didn't get any pleasure after she finished cursing. Instead, it's a deeper sense of powerlessness, originating from the depths of the soul. She was too lazy to vent her anger on this unreliable housekeeper anymore. I'm numb. When Xia realized that she had completely lost control over Jiang Fan. It might even bring a terrifying existence that she never expected to the Wen family. A fully healthy SSS class dragon. Its value is immeasurable. Its threat is equally immeasurable. What should we do next with Jiang Fan? In stark contrast to Wen Xia's fear. After a brief moment of shock, Wan Shu was so excited that she was almost in tears. Looking at the man who could raise his arm and drink water by himself, she seemed to see her own bright future. She made the right bet. She really made the right bet. Jiang Fan's future is limitless. And she will be the first and most loyal woman to follow him. Jiang Fan relaxed his right arm, slowly getting used to this long-lost sense of control. He took in Wen Xia's complex expression. I'm scared. This woman was truly terrified. The series of miraculous maneuvers she had displayed made her realize her extraordinary value and the uncontrollable threat posed by them. She originally thought the original sample was easy to handle and posed no threat, but now it has become a bomb that could detonate the Wen family. If I were to reveal that I was imprisoned by her, the Wen family's stock price, which just hit the daily limit today, would plummet to rock bottom tomorrow. The Wen family is very likely to be ruined by her. The more Wen Xia thought about it, the faster the cold sweat broke out on her back. She looked at Jiang Fan, and her tone of voice unconsciously dropped 3 octaves compared to before. Jiang Fan, what happened to your arm? Can you tell me? She paused, then quickly added. Should we call a doctor to take a look now? She was also worried that if anything happened to this national treasure level original sample, she couldn't afford to pay for it. Jiang Fan naturally saw through the woman's thoughts. She's speaking in a very humble tone, probably because she's afraid that something might have gone wrong with her and that the relevant departments will cause her trouble later. Serves them right. Jiang Fan felt no sympathy for her whatsoever. He only wanted to crush this woman's pride from the inside out. He spoke as if he were making a mysterious joke. I might as well tell you, I have a skill. As long as I keep recharging with women, I can keep recovering. He stared at Wen Xia with a smile, his expression seemingly teasing her. Look, my muteness is cured, isn't it? Now I can lift my arms again. Who knows, in a few days I might be able to run 800 meters. Wen Xia's face turned pale and then red as she was choked by Jiang Fan's half-true, half-false words. That bastard. Now that you can speak, why does your mouth smell so bad? Chapter 51. My God. These words were like a pinch of salt, precisely rubbing into Wen Xia's wounds from the humiliation she suffered last night. She was powerless to refute it. Because this is probably the only absurd reason that can explain all of this. She could also tell that Jiang Fan was unwilling to reveal the secret of his body. But she won't give up easily. She had to have the Wen family's most trusted private doctor give Jiang Fan another comprehensive examination. She has completely lost trust in Luan Shu, that good for nothing. Wen Xia braced herself and prepared to continue explaining the arrangements for tomorrow. She didn't expect that she would find it difficult to open her mouth. She was genuinely afraid. She was afraid that after she finished speaking, Jiang Fan would ask her to warm up again the next day. But she had to say it. She hesitated before speaking. Tomorrow night's guest is Shu Yao from Jinghai City's media circle. Before she could finish speaking, she added, and Miss Song will be visiting again later tonight. After listening, Jiang Fan felt his head was spinning. Shu Yao? Song Qinghuan? 2 in 1 night? This guy really doesn't treat me like a human being. Are you going to cut my kidneys off right here and now? He directly retorted to Wen Xia, without any politeness. Tell me, what are the plans for the next few days? Let me know. Will my kidneys be able to hold on? For some reason, Wen Xia's cheeks felt hot when she heard Jiang Fan's angry words. She awkwardly took out her phone, swiped the screen, and handed the schedule she had set up to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan picked up the phone with his recovered right hand. I gasped in shock after just one glance. Good heavens! The schedule on it is so densely packed, it's just like a university timetable. Wen Xia. You damned woman. Do you think I'm some kind of stud pig? He started cursing at Wen Xia directly. Now that he had the upper hand, he didn't need to hold back anymore. Are you fucking crazy? 2 a day, sometimes 3. Do you want me to die in bed? Wen Xia was scolded mercilessly by Jiang Fan, and her pretty face turned bright red. But this time, she unusually refrained from directly retorting. Instead, after holding it in for a long time, he finally squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth that left Jiang Fan and Luan Shu speechless. At worst, I'll warm up the atmosphere for you every time. This statement signifies the complete collapse of her queenly dignity. He went from being a high-ranking controller to a sacrificial offering who begged for cooperation. Luan Shu, who was watching the scene unfold, almost spat out her drink upon hearing this. She covered her mouth tightly with her hand to keep from laughing out loud. Is this still the same Queen Wen who was once so high and mighty? The way she said that sounded just like a lonely woman in her boudoir begging for her husband's mercy. Wen Xia fled in a disheveled state. She didn't dare say anything more in the end, but before leaving, she placed the bank card with 10 million in it on the bedside table. Jiang Fan glanced at the card but did not refuse. This is what he deserves for selling his body, he shouldn't refuse it. The door to the secret room was gently closed, as if separating two worlds. Outside the door, Wen Xia called out to Luan Shu, her voice cautious as she instructed, now that he can move his right hand, keep an eye on him and don't let him touch any electronic devices like tablets or cell phones. Absolutely do not allow him any opportunity to contact the outside world. Despite being repeatedly annoyed by Luan Shu's unreliability, Luan Shu was, after all, a trusted confidant who had followed her for many years, and she still chose to trust him from the bottom of her heart. But to her utter surprise, in just 2 days, the housekeeper she trusted most had completely betrayed her. As soon as Luan Shu returned to the secret room, she told Jiang Fan everything Wen Xia had told her. Jiang Fan listened and smiled dismissively. This woman is slightly cunning, but not much. Even those closest to him had turned against him, yet he didn't realize it. Did she think she would be foolish enough to report her imprisonment to the government? Joke. While handing oneself over to the state now might grant instant access to a position as a so-called national asset, it would also mean the complete loss of one's initiative. He will transform from a dragon seed imprisoned by a wealthy family into a specimen kept in captivity by the state. Essentially, there is no difference, they are still just pawns to be manipulated. Can you expect the state to let a paralyzed person dictate their choice of spouse? Impossible. Perhaps, in order to study his SSS-level chromosomes, the authorities will find all sorts of women with excellent genes but unattractive appearances and force them to be paired with him. Just thinking about that scene sent a chill down Jiang Fan's spine. Moreover, these power banks right now, from the Wen sisters to Song Qinghuan and Si Wanning, aren't they all S-class beauties? His vision and standards had already been elevated to the extreme without him even realizing it. Having grown accustomed to delicacies, who could stomach simple meals? Therefore, instead of reporting it, he should make the most of the current situation. He wants to use the Wen family's resources to recharge as much as possible and recover his paralyzed body. Furthermore, we must completely subdue these high and mighty women. Let them become the cornerstone of his future business empire. This gives you the confidence to maintain control even after being taken over by the state. His godlike talent wasn't meant to make him a breeding boar. He is no longer the weak, helpless, paralyzed, and mute Jiang Fan who lived in the welfare home for 18 years and was subjected to humiliation. His ambition, after awakening the system and being passively recharged, had already expanded wildly and become incredibly clear. He wants both the beautiful women and the empire. Wen Xia is underestimating her own potential and ambition. Only Jiang Fan and Luan Shu remained in the room. Jiang Fan glanced lazily at the system panel. Basic stamina potion 226 milliliters remaining. Recommended daily dosage, 3 times. I've used it twice today, once for strike and once for overtime. 1 credit limit remains. Adhering to the principle of doing today's work today and preparing today's medicine today, Jiang Fan thought that he couldn't waste any time. After all, even a small mosquito is still meat, and even with little energy, you still have to make up for it. He beckoned to Luan Shu with his finger, his voice tinged with the languor of someone who had just finished exercising. Sister Luan. I'm here, Xiao Fan. Luan Shu immediately came over, her fragrance filling the air. Go, get that, the little blue pill that President Wen treasures. Bring me the top-grade cell vitality restorer from the temperature control cabinet. Ha! Luan Shu was taken aback, then her pretty face flushed red as she understood. Is this more? He actually took the initiative to want me? Her heart was pounding, but she still felt a touch of reserved worry as she softly asked, "Xiaofan, you just finished, do you want to do it again now? Or, maybe not? I'm afraid your body can't handle it, how about tomorrow?" Although she couldn't wait for her turn to go on duty tonight, her precious kidneys were more important and needed to be taken good care of. Seeing her like this, Zhang Fan chuckled and used his now free right hand to hook her chin. "Don't worry, I'm only 18, I have plenty of energy. Your manhood is still going strong, no problem, go on." Hearing Jiang Fan's confident tone, and considering that he was only 18 years old, at the peak of his energy, I was struck by how confident he was. Working non-stop, doing it 2 or 3 times a day is no problem. Youth is truly an advantage. Luan Shu then stopped trying to persuade him. She took small, quick steps, retrieved a vial of blue medicine radiating life from the temperature-controlled cabinet, and, blushing, fed it to Jiang Fan. A warm current flowed through my whole body. Jiang Fan felt as if his nearly ruined kidney had been fully revived. He's doing it again. This time, he was no longer passive. With his right hand, which had just recovered and could move freely, he took the initiative to put his arm around Luan Shu's soft waist. "I'll do it tonight." Under the dim yellow light of the wall lamp, light and shadow intertwine. Jiang Fan's fair and slender right hand contrasted sharply with Luan Shu's plump and snow-white skin, creating an extreme interplay of light and shadow. That hand was full of magic. It was once a useless hand that had been paralyzed for 18 years, but now it has been transformed into a divine hand that explores the mysteries of life. Wherever it goes, it creates raging waves. Luan Shu was completely lost. She had never had such an extreme experience before. The previous attempt was like scratching an itch through a boot. It was a task, an evaluation. This time, however, it's a true fall from grace. That hand seemed to be able to read every inch of her body's desires and skillfully find the switch in the deepest part of her soul. It is precise, powerful, and aggressive. Every movement was perfectly timed to provoke her most sensitive nerves. She was like a small boat adrift in a storm, completely overturned and utterly controlled. Finally, in the throes of ultimate pleasure, her consciousness blurred, and all that remained were suppressed, broken murmurs. My God. Chapter 52, The Annihilation of the Hua Family. A sonata of revenge dedicated to the Queen. Ding. Detection indicates the host has completed a high-quality life harmony. Reward, energy points plus 200. Current energy level, 900-1000. System notification: when the energy value reaches 1000, the host's physique will be upgraded to basic recovery. Ding. God-level talent life furnace activated. Purifying the talent of target Luan Shu. Purification successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Primal Power Micro-Expression Insight Beginner. Proficiency plus 5. Jiang Fan was in a good mood as he looked at his soaring energy level. Just 100 points away. Try again, and you'll unlock basic recovery. Although the specific effects are unclear. But just from the name, you can guess that it's a reward for restoring his physical functions. Maybe it will actually get him to sit up in this damn bed. He held the beautiful woman, drenched in sweat and limp as a rag doll, in his arms and fell into a deep, contented sleep. The next day, Jiang Fan woke up feeling refreshed. Luan Shu had already prepared breakfast for him and was kneeling by the bed, opening a financial news page on her tablet. On the screen, the stock price chart of Wen's Foodstuff Group was once again a glaring red straight line. 2 consecutive days of limit up. A miracle. This is absolutely a miracle in Jinghai's stock market. Wen's Group's stock price has hit the daily limit for 2 consecutive days. Market confidence is at an all-time high. The news anchor's voice, as if injected with adrenaline, echoed throughout the sealed room. Beautiful. Jiang Fan was in a great mood. Luan Shu held up her laptop, looking at him with admiration. However, his smile didn't last 3 seconds before a business forum newsflash interrupted his expression and made him freeze. In the video, a middle-aged man with slicked back hair is talking animatedly to the camera. His name is Hua Jiqiang, the president of the Hua Group. I personally have great admiration for the light industry plan recently proposed by Wen's Group. Hua Jiqiang wore a hypocritical, sanctimonious smile. The concept of light industry is extremely forward-thinking. In fact, my Huasher Group's strategy team has been secretly incubating this project for over a year. He then sighed with feigned regret. We originally intended to announce it when the time was right, but we didn't expect Premier One to have such a keen sense of smell and to have great minds so quickly. These words immediately caused a huge uproar among the reporters. The flashes went off wildly, and the clicking sounds were incessant. Hua Jiqian looked at Wen Xia, whose face was ashen, and his smile deepened. He added, his tone becoming meaningful, as for Wen's impressive stock price these past 2 days, I personally have mixed feelings. The good news is that the market has seen the potential of this sector, but the bad news is, I heard that in order to obtain this capital support, President Wen made personal efforts that went beyond the scope of business. This kind of dedication at all costs is truly admirable. But how long can the light of burning oneself to illuminate the company's future last? The camera then pans to Wen Xia, who is about to explode in the audience. The reporters swarmed in like sharks smelling blood. Mr. Wen, is what Mr. Hua said true? Did Wen's group really steal Hua's business ideas? Did you really sell your body in exchange for the investment? Hua Jiqian looked at Wen Xia, who was surrounded by reporters and looked disheveled, and revealed a greasy and smug smile. Dear journalists, please calm down and don't make things difficult for Premier Wen. The business world is like a battlefield, and the pressure is enormous, especially for a female leader. Let's save some face for President Wen. It hasn't been easy for her, a woman, to get to where she is today. He appeared to be trying to defuse the situation, but his words were full of condescending pity and undisguised sarcasm. Hua Jiqian. You're talking nonsense. You're spouting nonsense. In the video, Wen Xia is trembling with anger, pointing at Hua Jiqian and cursing him. But her rebuttal was so weak and powerless in the face of the other party's insidious words and the noisy environment. The queen's usually haughty face flushed red, filled with anger and resentment. Looking at Wen Xia's expression, which showed that she had suffered all kinds of grievances but was powerless to refute them. Zhang Fan was not gloating at all. Instead, an inexplicable anger shot straight to the top of his head. Oh shit. This fat pig, has it got some nerve? Although Wen Xia was quite hated before, but no matter what, she was still the woman who warmed up the atmosphere for me. Who do you think you are? How dare you bully her? Zhang Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and an unprecedented violent aura burst forth from the depths of his heart. He himself didn't realize it. His mindset changed. From a passive prisoner seeking revenge, he began to truly regard women like Wen Xia as his private possessions. How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? My woman, only I can bully her. Luan Shu. His chilling voice made Luan Shu, who was beside him, shudder. Get me all the information on the Hua group and this fat bastard Hua Jiqian. Luan Shu had never seen Zhang Fan look like this before. That look in his eyes was no longer playful or mocking, but a true, chilling killing intent belonging to a king. She dared not delay and immediately projected all the public information about the Hua group and Hua Jiqian onto the wall. Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Information deluge. Business acumen. Breaking down barriers. Luck in computing power. Full power. In an instant, countless data, information, financial reports, and relationship diagrams converged in his mind into a dazzling galaxy storm. The Huasher Group's 20-year history, all publicly available financial statements, and the loopholes in every project. Even Hua Jiqian's personal scandals and hidden assets. Under the combined crushing force of the system's talent and luck, they were stripped bare. Found it. In just half an hour, Zhang Fan let out a cruel sneer. He discovered that the Hua Group, despite its outward appearance of success, was actually a case of all show and no substance. In recent years, they have borrowed heavily, resulting in an alarmingly high leverage ratio. Most fatally, Hua Jiqian had been secretly manipulating the stock prices of his subsidiaries and engaging in insider trading for years through a shell company registered overseas. This shell company is the Achilles heel of the Huasher Group. In the secret room, Zhang Fan leaned lazily against the bed, his eyes gleaming with a bewitching light, and commanded Luan Shu, who was completely dumbfounded beside him. Contact Wen Xia and tell her my plan. As for whether she does it or not, that's up to her. Luan Shu's heart was churning with emotion, and she trembled as she relayed Zhang Fan's divine message to Wen Xia word for word. On the other end of the phone, Wen Xia, who had just suffered humiliation on the forum, did not expect to receive Zhang Fan's plan so quickly. This surprised her greatly, but a warm feeling suddenly welled up inside her. This cripple still has some conscience. After listening, she fell into a long silence. This plan. The first step was to anonymously report the overseas shell company named Shangyuan Capital to the tax authorities and the China Securities Regulatory Commission for illegally manipulating the market and evading taxes. Involve official forces to create chaos at the rule level. The second step was to expose all the solid evidence of Hua Jiqiang's embezzlement of public funds in keeping a mistress to the media while Hua was preoccupied with his own tax investigation. To destroy his personal credibility through public opinion. The third step is to unite the capital power of Wunsher Group's allies and launch a devastating short-selling attack on Huasher Group in the secondary market, which has been affected by the stock price fluctuations caused by the first two steps. Each move is interconnected and deadly. Wen Xia's business acumen was severely impacted. If you look at these three moves individually, any experienced trader could come up with one or two ideas. But the ability to so skillfully link the official, public opinion, and capital fronts to form a series of interconnected and progressively escalating killer moves is remarkable. This is no longer a matter of business strategy, but an art. It is a ruthless and merciless art of strangulation, as precise as a machine. Is this really the idea of a paralyzed person who has never left an orphanage since childhood? She looked at her phone screen, where the online humiliation and insults against her were still brewing. Finally, she gritted her teeth and broke them. I'm taking the gamble. I'll believe you this once, you little bastard. Chapter 53, Huasher's stock price plummets. Wen Xia is thrilled, Fatty Pig is panicked, and two beauties appear. It's unrealistic to expect a plan to be completed in one fell swoop. But the first step can be implemented immediately. Wen Xia mobilized all her resources, and anonymous whistleblower letters flew to the tax department like snowflakes. At the same time, she contacted Xu Yao, the media queen of Jinghai City. This is the guest who will be arriving tonight. Ask her to do a small favor in advance. That afternoon. Breaking news. Huasher Group is suspected of using overseas companies to evade taxes and is under investigation by relevant authorities. A piece of news struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, igniting an uproar throughout Jinghai City's financial circles. The news triggered panic in the market. Huasher Group's stock price plummeted in response, hitting the daily limit down in less than half an hour. Countless investment institutions fled in panic, leaving investors devastated. On television news, reporters were gathered in a chaotic scene outside the headquarters of the Huasher Group. Surrounded by bodyguards, Hua Jiqiang faced the camera, his arrogance and pride from the morning gone, replaced by a look of embarrassment and panic. In Wen Xia's office. As she watched the stock price of Huasher plummet on the screen, the frustration that had been building up in her chest all morning finally vanished. On the candlestick chart, the stark contrast between the devastating decline of the Fahrenheit candlestick and the soaring rise of the Wen's candlestick creates a striking visual impact. Cool. This is the best I've ever felt. And all of this was because of that paralyzed man lying in bed. No, he's no longer paralyzed. All of this was brought to her by Jiang Fan. As Wen Xia looked out the window, her feelings for Jiang Fan unconsciously began to subtly change from simple humiliation and hatred to something more complex. Meanwhile, online speculation about a powerful figure behind the Wen family began to spread rapidly. Holy crap, the Wen family's move was too amazing. They were getting overwhelmed in the morning, and then they turned around and destroyed the enemy's base in the afternoon? This counterattack speed, this strike accuracy, is nothing like Wen Xia's style. She's made so many blunders in recent years, how could she possibly be this good? Could it be that the Wen family has a mastermind behind them? Hiss. It's terrifying to think about. Countless financial forums and stock trading groups are buzzing with discussions about this textbook-worthy business counterattack. They never would have imagined it. A man who stirred up the winds and waves in Jinghai City and caused the stock price of a business giant to collapse in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he was lying comfortably in bed, enjoying the hospitality of his top-notch butler. He was even still thinking. With my right hand now free, what position should I use tonight to welcome the next guest Xu Yao? Meanwhile, in the private villa of Hua Jiqiang, president of the Hua Group, the atmosphere was as oppressive as an icebox. The bloated and obese Hua Jiqiang was wearing a silk bathrobe. His oily face and triangular eyes were filled with a violent and fierce light. He grabbed the crystal ashtray from the table and smashed it hard at the feet of one of his subordinates. You idiots! I've been paying you all to be good for nothings. And you still can't figure out who's behind that wretched woman Wen Xia's troubles? The subordinate replied tremblingly, President Hua, we are working hard. It's generally difficult for outsiders to see the problems in our company. The other party must have an expert guiding them. Please give me some more time. Hua Jiqiang rudely interrupted him, go to hell. Do you think I don't know it was a master's guidance? With the level of intelligence that Wen Xia possesses, I'd rather go eat shit than even think of such a trick. Stop talking nonsense and get to the bottom of this. If you can't find it, none of you are coming to work tomorrow. Get out, all of you, get the hell out. The group of subordinates, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, retreated in a panic. At this moment, a charming and beautiful woman slowly walked out from behind Hua Jiqiang. The woman was about 30 years old and wore an elegant moon-white cheongsam, exuding a graceful charm reminiscent of the water towns of Jiangnan. She had pale skin, willow leaf eyebrows, and almond-shaped eyes. His eyes held a hint of melancholy, a complexion that seemed to be both furrowed and unfolded. Like a frightened deer in the forest, she exudes a fragile, sickly beauty. They are so pitiful that one can't help but want to hold them in one's arms and protect them. However, it is precisely this extreme fragility that arouses a man's most primal desire to conquer. She came to Hua Jiqiang's side and said softly, "Brother Chang, it's just a setback in the stock market, it's no big deal. Right now, the most important thing is to resolve the tax issues of the shell companies as soon as possible. I've already instructed them to negotiate with their superiors. Spending some money should be enough to suppress this." Hearing the woman's words of comfort beside him, Hua Jiqiang's anger subsided considerably. "Jingxiu, you're so good at comforting people, and you're also very efficient. I've been a bit annoyed by that little vixen Wenxia these past 2 days. I feel like she's been acting a little differently lately, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Please take good care of things over there." Hua Jiqiang spoke with extreme caution, showing great respect for the woman. Although a barely perceptible greed lurked deep in his eyes, he appeared outwardly respectful. Yi Jingqiu smiled gently, her smile as delicate as a rare orchid in a secluded valley, instantly dispelling the hostility that filled the room. "Don't worry, we'll find out sooner or later who's hiding behind Wenxia, whether they're a good person or a bad guy." Upon hearing this, Hua Jiqiang's violent expression lessened slightly, but a hint of apprehension appeared between his brows. As long as the merchants don't interfere, the Wen family won't be able to cause any major trouble in Wenxia's hands. Upon hearing this, Yi Jingqiu's lips curled into a meaningful, cold smile, and a hint of barely concealed hostility flashed quickly in her pitiful eyes. "Shang Ranqing," she asked softly, her tone gentle yet chilling. "As long as that Shang family member is still alive, her reach won't be that far." Hua Jiqiang nodded, but the fierce light in his eyes did not completely disappear. Instead, it became more lewd. "And that damn Shu Yao, I really regret not having taken her sooner. Now she's hooked up with Wenxia." He turned to Yi Jingqiu and asked urgently, "Jingqiu, is everything settled? I'm going to give them a taste of their own medicine and let them know that if they mess with me, Hua Jiqiang, they'll pay a heavy price. I won't let either Wenxia or Shu Yao, those two beauties, go." Upon hearing Hua Jiqiang's vulgar words, Yi Jingqiu's delicate eyebrows furrowed almost imperceptibly, clearly showing some repulsion. However, she still calmly replied, "Everything is ready. Just wait and see the show." "Good. I trust you to handle things." Hua Jiqiang nodded in satisfaction, a sinister smile spreading across his fleshy face. Night was falling. Wenxia hummed a little tune and left the company in a cheerful mood, getting into her familiar Rolls-Royce. She was going to pick up the main character for tonight, Shu Yao. Half an hour later, the vehicle stopped in front of a high-end club. Shu Yao walked out gracefully. Wearing a fiery red, floor-length gown, like a burning flame, she perfectly accentuated her mature curves. As soon as she got into the car, Wenxia gave her a big hug. "Shu Yao, thank you so much for today." If Shu Yao hadn't used media resources to spread the news of Hua's investigation to everyone in the shortest possible time, the market wouldn't have panicked so quickly. Shu Yao is a woman of great charm and allure. She is beautiful and seductive with fiery red lips and exudes the charm of a mature woman. She is a powerful woman in the media industry of Jinghai City, controlling a vast amount of media resources. She sank into the soft leather seat, her voice sweet and seductive. "Mr. Wen, you really have to thank me. I'm helping you out today, but I've really offended that fat pig Hua Jiqiang. He'll definitely hold me responsible for this. Now I'm completely tied to your chariot." She leaned closer to Wenxia, her warm breath brushing against her ear. "How should I express my gratitude?" Wenxia gratefully grasped Shu Yao's hand and assured her, "Don't worry, if Hua Jiqiang dares to cause you any trouble, I, Wenxia, will risk my life to uphold justice for you." She paused, then added, "Besides, with our relationship, you can ask me to thank you however you like." "Oh?" Shu Yao let out a meaningful soft moan, her alluring eyes scanning Wenxia up and down, revealing a lecherous and mischievous smile. "Why don't you tell me how that little fellow has been serving those two masters these past 2 days? Has anything interesting happened?" Chapter 54. Isn't this a good thing? These words shattered Wenxia's newly formed joy. Her smile froze. Awkward. It's more than just embarrassing. If Shu Yao knew that her main job was now warm-up princess, specifically responsible for providing foreplay for guests, she absolutely wants to disappear into a crack in the ground. Shu Yao was so shocked she almost dropped her jaw. It was hilarious. Thinking of this, Wen Xia cursed Jiang Fan, that devil, 100 times in her heart. Her facial muscles twitched, and her smile became forced. Shu Yao will most likely find out about this tonight. If that jerk Jiang Fan keeps forcing me to warm up, I'll definitely be exposed. But now, she couldn't bring herself to say it, no matter what. That's so embarrassing. Wen Xia quickly changed the subject, deciding to first demonstrate Jiang Fan's value to Shu Yao. She cleared her throat and began to pick out Jiang Fan's glorious deeds. There are certainly interesting things. See Wanting, you've met her before. She's the ice queen of Jinghai City's science and technology community, with an aloof and arrogant attitude. As a result, Jiang Fan broke her defenses on the spot with just a few words in the field of artificial intelligence, which she was most proud of. Finally, they even took the initiative to invite Jiang Fan to be a special senior consultant for their company, offering him whatever salary and stock options he wanted. After listening, Shu Yao simply dragged out an O and her eyes flickered. This little guy is quite smart, and his strong will despite his disability deserves encouragement. Seeing that she had a lukewarm reaction, Wen Xia dropped another bombshell. Shu Yao, now that you're on my ship, there are some things I don't need to hide from you. Guess who orchestrated this deadly move against the Hua family today? Shu Yao smiled, annoying slyness hidden in her smile. I've been wondering about this today too. Such a vicious method doesn't seem like something your brain, which has made so many blunders in recent years, could come up with. Wen Xia was taken aback and gave her a disgruntled look. It's Jiang Fan. What? These two words were uttered. Shu Yao sat up straight immediately. The playfulness and charm on her face vanished, replaced by an unprecedented focus. She also came across online posts today discussing whether there was a powerful figure behind the Wen family, and she's still wondering who it could be. Now, we learn from Wen Xia that there really was a master who gave her guidance. But this expert is actually the man she's going to borrow sperm from tonight? Interesting. This is so much fun. Her interest in Jiang Fan suddenly increased. I wish I could fly to the villa right now to see this top-notch looking, suddenly talkative, manipulative Wanting, behind-the-scenes dictatorship, who can cause a listed company's stock price to plummet with a flick of his finger, this paralyzed man. Wen Xia saw that Shu Yao was quite excited by her few words, and she secretly spat in her heart. How come Jiang Fan is so popular with women? However, she thought again that in today's society where there are more women than men, it is indeed an anomaly to find such a talented and good-looking man. In addition, the attributes of the Super S-level native sample. How could it not be attractive to women? Even she herself. Wen Xia's heart skipped a beat, thinking that if she warmed up Jiang Fan a few more times, she might really fall for him. Unbeknownst to her, as Jiang Fanjin began to help the One group, her hatred for Jiang Fanjin gradually dissipated. After all, she was in the wrong first. Jiang Fan was simply retaliating in his own way. Moreover, everything he is doing now is helping the One group, which she cares about most. She really couldn't muster any resentment in her heart. Instead, it sounds more like a woman complaining about her man's mistakes. The thought startled Wen Xia herself. She quickly snapped out of her daze and, turning to the excited Shu Yao, prepared to provoke her further. She pinched Shu Yao's charming cheek, drawing her attention, and smiled mysteriously. I forgot to update you on the latest information. Jiang Fan can move his arm now. He's no longer completely paralyzed. Shu Yao's smile froze. She slapped Wen Xia's hand away, her anger genuine. Wen Xia, how much about Jiang Fan are you still hiding from me? They used to say he was mute and paralyzed, but a few days later they said he could speak. Now, he's not even paralyzed anymore? Are you kidding me? Don't you even respect me as your sugar daddy? Are you even reliable? Wen Xia was quite embarrassed by Shu Yao's words, which were tinged with a hint of anger. She cursed Luan Shu, that unreliable housekeeper, in her heart again, all because she failed Jiang Fan's physical examination completely. But in front of Shu Yao, she couldn't very well shift all the blame onto a servant. She could only apologize in a low voice, making excuses that the time was too short and she hadn't been able to understand Jiang Fan's true situation. Shu Yao wasn't really angry. After all, he wasn't a mute or paralyzed person. Wouldn't it be more romantic to do that? She was secretly delighted. Looking at Shu Yao's expression, Wen Xia revealed a sly, hesitant look. Shu Yao looked and saw that the person was numb. What's wrong? There were also false military reports that she wasn't told? How unreliable can you be? No wonder the Wen family has almost gone bankrupt under your management these past few years. Even with a raw sample, you still can't figure out the body indicators? What a good for nothing. She urged impatiently, what else? Stop beating around the bush and just say it. I can take it. Wen Xia stopped keeping everyone in suspense. His performance in that area has deviated slightly. Shu Yao tilted her head to the side and raised her voice several decibels. Wen Xia, don't tell me he won't even last a minute? She thought that Wen Xia had been preparing for this for a long time because she wanted to tell her that this paralyzed man was all show and no substance, so that she could be mentally prepared. What Wen Xia said next left her speechless. Wen Xia shook her head, a blush suddenly spreading across her face without her even realizing it. No. His current target is 20 minutes. Shu Yao was rendered speechless by Wen Xia on the spot. For the first time, her alluring eyes were filled with astonishment. She stared intently at Wen Xia, trying to discern any trace of a joke on her face. 20 minutes? Are you sure the unit is correct? Not 20s? Is the 3.5 minutes written in black and white on the report just some kind of scribbling? Or was the person you, Wenxia, sent to inspect the goods a temporary worker? You can't even accurately measure a man's battery life? She slapped her smooth forehead and was completely convinced. Wen Xia, your intelligence work is truly watertight. Wen Xia blushed. You really can't blame her for this. Who would have thought that a paralyzed person's body contained a nuclear-powered engine? She gave an awkward laugh, forcing herself to save face. Well, isn't this a good thing? For you. After saying that, she imitated Shu Yao's usual frivolous manner, her eyes leering at Shu Yao's voluptuous figure, looking exactly like a scheming female hooligan. Shu Yao felt a chill run down her spine from her words, and goosebumps rose on her skin. Stop. She rolled her eyes at Wen Xia, clearly annoyed. What's wrong? Judging from your sour tone, are you envious? Do you want to join in too? She glanced at him with a seductive look, teasing him deliberately. This young man is young and energetic. I'm afraid I can't handle him alone. How about we team up tonight? Go for it together? You. Get out. Wen Xia blushed deeply, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and immediately lost her composure. You slut, what nonsense are you spouting? You know I'm not interested in men. Oh, really? Shu Yao, with a gossipy expression that said I don't believe you for a second, leaned closer. Not interested in men? I think you're about to be bewitched by this little guy named Zhang Fan, aren't you? She imitated Wen Xia's tone of voice in a high-pitched voice. Look at that smug little expression you made just now. People might think you were showing off your man. Wen Xia blushed so deeply that she almost bled after being teased by Shu Yao with a barrage of sarcastic remarks. He simply turned his head to the window and ignored the sleazy woman covered in raucous colors. The Rolls-Royce arrived at the villa amidst an eerie and ambiguous atmosphere. Chapter 55: A romantic night meets a decisive blow. Zhang Fan sees through the situation at a glance, leaving the media queen stunned. Inside a sealed room. When Shu Yao saw Zhang Fan on the bed, even though she had seen countless men and was used to the top young male celebrities in the entertainment industry, she couldn't help but cheer in her heart. What a stunningly handsome young man imprisoned on the bed. This appearance, this sense of fragility, is practically Nuwa's graduation project, perfectly hitting every woman's aesthetic point. Especially those dark eyes, languid yet scrutinizing, seem to see right through people's hearts. Coupled with his composed demeanor, a fatal charm belonging to a handsome young man is overwhelming. This isn't a paralyzed person at all, this is clearly a monster sealed in bed. Shu Yao licked her fiery red lips, her competitive spirit ignited throughout her body. She wore a fiery red, floor-length dress, swaying gracefully with every step, as she walked slowly to the bedside. His gaze lingered on Zhang Fan with great interest, especially on his right arm, which had regained its mobility. Little one, she said, her red lips parting slightly, her voice warm and gentle, her eyes sparkling, I heard you're doing quite well now? Let me see for myself? As Zhang Fan smelled the rich fragrance emanating from the tip of his nose, a blend of perfume and the scent of a mature woman, his heart fluttered. I love it. This woman is practically a walking hormone bomb. The maturity, allure, and control she exuded were at least a level above that of the little vixen Wen Jichuan. He was just about to speak, to showcase his charm with his magnetic voice. Buzz buzz buzz. A sudden, urgent cell phone ring broke the ambiguous atmosphere in the room. Zhang Fan's smile froze at the corners of his mouth. I've already taken my pants off, and this is what you give me? Xu Yao frowned slightly, also quite displeased with this untimely phone call. But after seeing the caller ID, she answered it anyway. What's up? The next second, the charming smile on her face vanished instantly, replaced by an icy coldness. What did you say? All the major investors received anonymous emails? On the other end of the phone was a senior executive from her company, whose voice sounded so anxious it was almost breaking down in tears. Hua Jiqiang actually hired a top-notch black PR team to detonate a black bomb against Shuyao Company across the entire internet at 8 p.m., the peak traffic time. They accused her company of engaging in large-scale tax evasion by signing dual contracts with its artists for many years. Even more ruthless, the other party forged a series of convincing fake evidence, anonymously packaged them, and sent them to all of Shuyao Company's top 10 advertising clients. President Xu. Our largest advertiser, Hongfa Group, has called to question us. They've threatened to suspend all cooperation and initiate a breach of contract investigation if we can't provide a reasonable explanation within 24 hours. This is a complete disaster. The goal is to cut off her company's cash flow and kill her on the spot. Hua Jiqiang. I'll fuck your grandpa. Xu Yao was so angry that she trembled all over and cursed. Hearing this, Wen Xia, who was standing nearby, also became anxious. It was obvious that Hua Jiqiang was retaliating against her, but he had dragged Xu Yao into it. That fat pig. He got humiliated this morning, and now he's resorting to underhanded tactics tonight. Xu Yao, don't panic. I'll use my connections right away to forcefully suppress the trending topic. Zhang Fan lay on the bed, observing coldly. Seeing Wen Xia jumping up and down in a panic, I shook my head inwardly. A big-breasted, brainless, stupid woman. Although this matter was troublesome for Xu Yao, the source was the Wen family, and it also disrupted his recharging plan for the evening, which made him very unhappy. Since he's unhappy about it, then he has to take charge of it. My woman, my power bank, only I can bully her. Idiot. A cold shout froze Wen Xia, who was about to make a phone call to call for help, and Xu Yao, who was furious. Both of them turned their gazes to Zhang Fan on the bed. Suppressing trending topics now is tantamount to telling everyone that you have a guilty conscience. Zhang Fan's eyes were filled with disdain. This directly confirms the accusations. Wen Xia turned pale upon being called a fool, a sense of humiliation welling up inside her. Just as her anger was about to erupt, Zhang Fan's next words were like a sharp blade, instantly dissecting the flaws in her panic thinking. I was so anxious I almost lost my mind. She suddenly realized that when faced with a crisis that truly touched upon her core interests, her first reaction was so emotional and short-sighted. The Zhang Fan before me is a prodigy who can cause the Huasher Group to plummet in the blink of an eye. With him around, how could we not come up with a solution? In an instant, the two strong women looked at Zhang Fan with intense longing. Luan Shu. Zhang Fan didn't bother with any more words and directly ordered, put all the network paths attacked by the other party, as well as the source files of those so-called dirt materials, onto the wall. Yes. Business acumen. Information deluge. Absolute rationality. The power of computing power. The power to break down barriers. Full power. In an instant, Zhang Fan's brain seemed to transform into a super quantum computer. On the large projection wall, countless lines of code, data streams, and IP addresses refreshed rapidly like a raging waterfall. He leaned lazily against the bed, his expression focused like that of a god looking down upon all living beings, calmly uttering one precise, terrifying command after another. Before long, they astutely identified several key attack accounts from the vast sea of data. Faint yet shared digital fingerprints left across different platforms and timelines. This IP address has been locked down, 172.16.254.12. It's overseas and extremely well hidden. Zhang Fan pointed to a coordinate that flashed by on the screen, his voice devoid of any emotion. And this signature, Xu Yao, give them to your technical team. Xu Yao was stunned by this incredible skill, but she reacted quickly and immediately sent the instructions given by Zhang Fan to her technical team. As a media queen, Xu Yao is well aware of the difficulty of tracking down top-tier black PR firms. Her expensively funded tech team is probably still searching for a needle in a haystack, not even knowing where the other party's server is. But the man in front of me didn't even touch the keyboard. With just a pair of eyes, he can precisely issue commands in this sea of data that appears as gibberish to ordinary people. Is this even human? Her team received this precise clue from the divine intervention. It's like having a map from God's perspective. Immediately, all the fog is cleared, and we strike straight at the heart of the enemy. Less than 10 minutes later, the good news arrived. President Xu. We've broken through. We've taken down their command center. And we've also identified the leader. Xu Yao looked at the familiar name sent by her subordinate, a fierce look flashing across her face. Having dominated the media industry for many years, she naturally holds the key to many people's fates. Contact him, send him photos of his son doing drugs and engaging in promiscuous sex abroad, and send him a friendly greeting. Xu Yao's voice was chillingly cold. Tell him that he can either betray his father or ruin his son's reputation, who has just started to make a name for himself in the entertainment industry. He can choose. As Jiang Fan listened, he couldn't help but admire the media queen's methods. He likes it because it's ruthless and direct. But even after the mastermind behind the trouble was dealt with, the crisis was far from over. Seeing the increasingly negative public opinion on her phone, Xu Yao was still extremely anxious. She looked anxiously at Jiang Fan, who was strategizing on the bed, and said, "No, this is only because we caught the ringleader, but the online public opinion has already completely taken hold. A large number of online trolls are systematically stirring up trouble. Should I contact all the major platforms immediately and force them to delete the posts containing false and defamatory statements?" Delete the post? Jiang Fan chuckled softly, his eyes filled with a calm acceptance that seemed to see through everything. It's meaningless, it only makes you look weak and insecure. Don't delete the post yet. Not only should you not delete it, you should also issue a public announcement. What? Xu Yao and Wen Xia were both stunned. Chapter 56 Two Beauties of Yangmo Town. The main event begins, but they clash. Who will go first tonight? Jiang Fan's lips curled up into a devilish smile. We admit that one of our tainted artists does have tax issues, but that was his personal behavior and he deceived the company. Your company is also a victim. Don't tell me that all the artists in your big media company have clean hands. Then, you immediately adopt the noble stance of cleaning house and rectifying industry practices, and tomorrow, under the guise of confessing and reporting major clues, proactively package this artist, along with the even more serious tax loopholes in their businesses that I found in the Washer Group's financial statements during the day, and hand them over to the tax authorities. Transform a public relations crisis targeting you into a positive action where you respond to the national call and proactively eliminate industry malpractices. Form yourself into a champion of justice, a whistleblower in the industry. This is called an open conspiracy. This plan was devised. Wen Xia and Xu Yao were stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Looking at the man on the bed, Wen Xia felt a chill that went straight to her bones for the first time. She prides herself on being a business queen, but her methods and schemes are nothing but child's play compared to Jiang Fan's cunning and manipulative tactics. She thought she had thought highly of him, but she realized that what she saw was only the tip of the iceberg. This man is a true dragon imprisoned on the bed. A fear of being completely stripped of her control made her tremble with fear. As a media mogul, Xu Yao was deeply shocked by what she felt. She has been manipulating public opinion for years and thinks she knows the ropes. Jiang Fan's move went directly beyond the scope of crisis public relations and rose to the strategic level of agenda setting. This is using someone else's strength against them, a complete reversal of fortune. He held the bullet that the enemy had shot into his heart in his hand with a smile. Then turn around and tell the whole world. Look, this bullet is one I prepared myself to fire the first shot of justice. He not only resolved the crisis, but also stepped over the corpses of his opponents to build a moral monument for her. This terrifying insight and manipulation of human nature, public opinion, and policies. It gave Xu Yao goosebumps all over her body. 1 hour later. The wind direction reversed. The head of the smear campaign suddenly turned against her, crying online that he was instructed by a real estate group to maliciously smear Xu Yao's company. Although no names were named, the Washer Group's true colors were practically exposed. Immediately afterwards, Xu Yao's company issued a statement, solemnly declaring that it would reluctantly execute Ma Su. They proactively reported their own disgraced artists to the tax authorities and provided more significant clues about industry violations, vowing to fight against organized crime to the end. The online discussion immediately erupted. On short video platforms and major financial forums, countless netizens expressed their indignation. Damn! The Hua family's behavior is too disgusting. They're smearing themselves, and then they turn around and throw mud at Queen Xu? My heart aches for Xu Yao. Who did she offend? She's being attacked like this. Luckily, Queen Xu just got a batch of people and immediately exposed herself to fight back. Shu Yao's company has always had a good reputation. This time, they took the initiative to clean house, reluctantly executing Masu, which is truly a conscience of the industry. I'm a fan now. The person upstairs is too young. This matter is not that simple. Didn't you see today's news? Huaz and Wen's are fighting to the death. This morning, the president of Huaz made a veiled criticism of Wen Xiao on the forum, and this afternoon Huaz was investigated for tax evasion, and its stock price plummeted. I get it. Shu Yao's company is an ally of the Wen family. The Hua family can't beat the Wen family head-on, so they're trying to destroy the Wen family's ally and cut off their supply lines. This tactic is fucking dirty. So this is a desperate counterattack by Shu Yao media. Not only did they not get crushed, but they also used Huasher's scandals to establish themselves as an industry whistleblower. Amazing. There must be a mastermind behind this. The crisis was not only temporarily resolved, but Shu Yao's company image actually improved instead of declining, and she was praised by netizens as the conscience of the industry and the last pure land in the Chinese entertainment industry. In the secluded room, looking at the overwhelming positive news on her phone, she glanced at the still languid and composed man on the bed. Shu Yao's heart was pounding. She once thought that power, money, and a top-notch appearance were the limits of a man's charm. But now she realizes that they were all just decorations. What the man before me was displaying was pure, overwhelming wisdom and strategy, a power that could manipulate the rules at will. This kind of power is most deadly to a woman like her, who stands at the top of the pyramid and has long been bored with mundane things. She leaned down, her red lips close to Jiang Fan's ear, her breath warm and gentle. This time, her voice was no longer a confident, seductive one, but rather carried a slight tremor of excitement and anticipation that she herself was unaware of. My little man, how can I ever repay you? She was prepared to express her deepest respect in the most direct way. Just when things were at a critical juncture, and the grand show was about to begin. Squeak! The door to the secret room was suddenly pushed open from the outside without warning. A figure, elegant and refined yet looking anxious, appeared at the doorway. It's Song Qinghuan. Why is she here? Wen Xiao was not surprised to see Song Qinghuan. This is the permission she granted. Song Qinghuan has been able to freely enter and exit this villa for the past few days, and she has also been given the key card for the secret room. According to the schedule, it should have been Song Qinghuan's turn in the latter half of the night. Wen Xiao raised her hand and glanced at her watch. It was just past midnight, so she could only be considered a little early. If everything had gone according to plan, Shu Yao should have already recharged and left satisfied. Who would have thought that Hua Jiqiang would have such an unexpected incident tonight? While the group was busy dealing with the crisis, their most important recharging plan was naturally delayed. Now that the crisis has just been resolved, Shu Yao is preparing to enjoy her spoils of war. As a result, the other party involved came knocking on their door. Song Qinghuan was not wearing a mask when she entered the room. She looked anxious, as if she had rushed over. In her mind, the previous guest should have left long ago at this time. But as soon as she entered, she realized that something was wrong. Inside the room, besides Wen Xia and Luan Shu, there was also a woman in a fiery red dress with a hot figure, leaning over the bed and looking at Jiang Fan intimately. Her mind went blank for a moment, and she instinctively tried to find something to cover herself. It's too late. Shu Yao had already stood up straight and was walking towards her with swaying steps. Hey, young lady, you look familiar. Haven't we met somewhere before? Shu Yao looked at Song Qinghuan with suspicion, her gaze sweeping over him from head to toe. The embarrassment on Song Qinghuan's face flashed by, and she simply stopped trying to hide it. She understood. The client wasn't done yet. I arrived too early. There was a car crash. She quickly composed herself, her voice calm and even. Is this President Shu? I am Song Qinghuan. We did meet a few days ago at the auction. Oh, Shu Yao drawled, then suddenly realized, so you're the legendary noblewoman from Beijing that President Wen was talking about. As she spoke, she walked up to Song Qinghuan and began scrutinizing him without restraint. Truly a natural beauty, her stunning looks are beyond compare. After Shu Yao finished speaking, she felt it was inappropriate to say such things to a strange woman, so she waved her hand apologetically. I'm so sorry, I was being abrupt. I hope I didn't offend you? Song Qinghuan simply smiled faintly. As a daughter of a wealthy family, she naturally possessed the refinement cultivated from childhood and would not get angry over a few teasing compliments. She calmly said she was fine. Shu Yao joked, but inwardly she became wary. This woman, in terms of looks alone, was subtly more attractive than herself. Seeing this, Wen Xia quickly interjected, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. Miss Song, Xu Yao, this hee, what a coincidence. Xu Yao completely ignored her and simply rolled her eyes at her. He had already cursed Wen Xia to the bone in his heart. How was this arranged? How could there be a clash? She naturally wouldn't blame herself for tonight's accident, but rather attributed it to Wen Xia's fault for not arranging the charging time properly. Now that things are in such a state, what should we do? Who goes first and who goes last? She cannot back down. She arrived first tonight and waited for hours. Why should someone else get ahead of her? Chapter 57. Stop arguing. Tonight, let's build a human pyramid. Wen Xia noticed Xu Yao's dissatisfaction and could only force herself to explain to Song Qinghuan, Miss Song, I'm so sorry, there was a little accident tonight, we just finished dealing with it. Her meaning was clear, Xu Yao hasn't started eating yet, why don't you wait a bit? Of course, she didn't dare say that directly. She didn't want to offend Song Qinghuan, this powerful and influential noblewoman from the capital. Song Qinghuan understood the meaning behind Wen Xia's words. She didn't care what was happening here, she was very anxious. That damned woman in the capital has probably already realized she sneaked out. They might catch up here soon. She didn't have time to wait. We must complete the recharging as soon as possible. These next few days happen to be her ovulation period. Whether she can get pregnant or not depends on fate. She didn't want to waste another second. President 1. Song Qinghuan interrupted her, her tone indifferent. According to the schedule, it should be my turn now. As for what you said, that Miss Xu was delayed by something, then why don't we wait until I'm finished here before she starts? These words left Wen Xia speechless. This woman is really hard to deal with. Upon hearing this, Xu Yao immediately became unhappy. What do you mean by you go first? I've been waiting all night, and my anger is almost gone. How could I let you get there first? She crossed her arms and said sarcastically, what do you mean you went first? Little sister, don't you know how to respect the elderly and care for the young? Pa! Don't you know how to follow the rules of first come, first served? I've been waiting all night, and dinner is almost ready. You come here trying to beat me to it and steal my peaches? Even when you go out to eat, you have to queue up. You're such a well-bred young lady, don't you understand this basic principle? Who taught you this since you were little? Song Qinghuan was enraged by her barbed words, and her cold and beautiful face turned frosty. President Xu, there are rules for everything. The timetable set by President 1 is the rule. It's your own fault for not finishing within the allotted time, what does it have to do with me? Song Qinghuan stood her ground, I will only do things according to the agreed time. The auras of two top women suddenly collided in the small, enclosed room. One is a charming and alluring media queen, the other is a cold and elegant noblewoman from Beijing. The clash between ice and fire made the air feel oppressive. Wen Xia was caught in the middle, in a dilemma. She tried to mediate several times, but her words were immediately rebuffed by both of them. In the end, seeing that she and Song Qinghuan couldn't reach a conclusion due to their irreconcilable differences, Xu Yao rolled her eyes. She turned and rushed to the bedside, grabbed Jiang Fan's right arm which had regained mobility, and gently shook it with her plump body, her voice so sweet it could drip water. Little man, you choose. Tonight, who do you want to serve you first? Song Qinghuan was reserved and couldn't make such a move, but her cold gaze was also fixed on Jiang Fan, the meaning of which was self-evident. Choose me or her. Luan Shu, standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded. Oh my god. Two phoenixes vying for a dragon. This is a battle of gods. Will I still be able to get a bite of soup among this group of women in the future? She felt both bitter and numb inside. Jiang Fan watched coldly for a long time, seeing the two stunning beauties fighting over him, and a tyrannical sense of pleasure welled up in his heart. Select? Only children make choices. He sneered and gestured for both of them to come to the bedside. Under the puzzled gazes of the two women, his only functional right hand suddenly reached out. One hand hooked around Xu Yao's supple waist and pulled her towards him. He then grabbed Song Qinghuan's slender wrist and pulled her to the bedside with irresistible force. Ah! You! Both women gasped in surprise at the same time. Jiang Fan, in a tone as ruthless as a demon king, cruelly announced. Stop arguing. Here, I am the rule. There is no such thing as first come, first served. I want them all. The room fell silent upon hearing this. Xu Yao, Song Qinghuan, Wen Xia, and Luan Shu, all four women were frozen in place. Has he gone mad? Xu Yao was the first to react. Instead of resisting, she felt incredibly excited, her blood boiling. Song Qinghuan, on the other hand, was filled with shock and shame. She was a well-bred young lady from a prominent family in the capital. How could she have ever suffered such humiliation? Wen Xia felt that her worldview had been completely shattered. This cripple, no, this demon. He actually thought. Zhang Fan didn't give them any time to react. He used his right hand, which had regained its strength, to pull hard. Xu Yao and Song Qinghuan were then unable to resist falling into each other's arms. Nobody's leaving tonight. Zhang Fan's voice carried an overbearing air of control. He is no longer a passive recipient of the dragon seed, but a hunter who takes the initiative. He wanted to use the most direct and brutal method to completely conquer these two proud phoenixes. Song Qinghuan was completely bewildered. It's not that she was completely unaware of the concept of 2 women and 1 husband. On the contrary, in truly top-tier wealthy families like the Song family in the capital, it was common for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Her own father had several wives. She never expected that such an absurd drama would befall her so quickly. She had just given away her virginity, which she had guarded for over 20 years. The shyness and lingering feeling hadn't completely faded yet. Is he about to share a power bank with another woman in the blink of an eye? She hadn't even had time to process the fact that Zhang Fan's arm could move again. The person was already being pulled onto the bed by an irresistible force. The tip of my nose smelled the man's clean, pleasant scent mixed with the rich perfume of another woman. What kind of mess is this? She instinctively tried to struggle, but Zhang Fan's right hand, which had regained its strength, gripped her wrist firmly, making her unable to move. That's all. The thought of that crazy woman in the capital who wanted to devour her alive, and who might come to kill her at any moment, was unbearable. The anxiety in Song Qinghuan's heart overwhelmed everything else. Time is precious. We can't waste time arguing with this woman named Xu Yao. She sighed softly, gave up resisting, and resignedly lay down on her side next to Zhang Fan. But her beautiful, aloof face was now so red it looked like it was about to bleed. It looks just like a perfectly cooked, top-quality hairy crab. Xu Yao, on the other hand, reacted quite differently. This queen, who wields considerable influence in the media industry and has seen it all, showed no shame or anger in her beautiful eyes after her initial astonishment. Instead, it ignited a flame of excitement. Stimulate. That was fucking exciting. Having spent years in the world of fame and fortune, what kind of men hasn't she seen? But someone like Zhang Fan possesses top-tier looks and extraordinary intelligence. A man who dares to make a tyrannical declaration like "I want them all" in front of 2 women. This was the first time she had ever seen it. Add to that Zhang Fan's damn, almost imperceptible, romantic luck, and it's a devastating blow to a mature woman like her. She felt that she was almost 30 years old and had remained chaste until now. Wasn't it all just to wait for such a perfect man? In a society where there are more women than men, it is common for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Not to mention a peerless genius like Zhang Fan. What's wrong with 2 women charging their phones together? Just standard procedure. In her opinion, this was no big deal at all. On the contrary, it was exciting. Far from feeling ashamed, she was quite interested. Her alluring eyes swept back and forth between Zhang Fan and Song Qinghuan. The smile on her lips was impossible to hide. This extreme contrast struck a chord with her deepest, most secret desire to conquer, or rather, to be conquered. Chapter 58. Wen Xia's job was stolen. Even this is competitive? The 2 people standing by the bed weren't in such a good mood. Wen Xia and Luan Shu, one a queen, the other a housekeeper. The 2 of them stood there like telephone poles. There was nowhere to put their hands and feet. The 2 stared at each other, bewildered. They looked like 2 statues frozen in place. The world has finally gone mad in a way they can't understand. Luan Shu is still the quick-witted one. She suddenly remembered her new identity. Zhang Fan's close confidant and number 1 lackey. The master has important business to attend to. As a maid, how can she just stand by and watch? We absolutely must provide logistical support. Now that the master has to fight 2 opponents at once, his physical strength must be greatly depleted. Instead of offering words of comfort, give a large sum of money. Oh no, I'm sending you little blue pills. She dashed to the temperature-controlled cabinet. He skillfully retrieved a tube of top-grade cell vitality restorer. Be ready to replenish your master's blue buff at any time. Wen Xia, on the other hand, stood there dumbfounded. Her mind is a complete mess right now. Who I am? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Should we, like last night, take the initiative to fulfill our duty of warming up? Or should I retreat to the sofa, look up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, and pretend to be a background figure? Just as her mind was about to go blank, a lazy yet teasing voice guessed exactly what she was thinking. President 1, come on, what are you standing there for? Jiang Fan's voice was soft, yet it was like a demonic whisper. Have you forgotten what your job is? Puff. Song Qinghuan was preparing to stage a double phoenix playing with a dragon scene. Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Her clear, cold eyes were filled with a mischievous, amused look. Interesting. It seems that this legendary Iron Lady of the business world has been completely controlled by this little man, Jiang Fan. What is your primary job? Could it be? A bizarre thought popped into Song Qinghuan's mind, and when she looked at Wen Xia again, her eyes showed more sympathy. Why does she always get to do all the dirty and tiring work? Xu Yao, on the other hand, was completely confused. She turned her head and looked at Wen Xia suspiciously, her eyes filled with a curious desire to explore. What's your main job? President Wan, what's this? Did I assign you a task tonight? Didn't we say you were only in charge of supervising? She sensed something unusual and had a strange, ominous feeling. Wen Xia blushed deeply at Xu Yao's question, wishing she could disappear into the ground right then and there. This is so embarrassing. Jiang Fan. You heartless devil. You've really humiliated me today. How am I supposed to ever hold my head up in front of these women again? But when she met Jiang Fan's undeniable gaze, the little flame of resistance in her heart was instantly extinguished. I knew it, this scoundrel was determined not to let her off easily. She sighed with grief and indignation. That's enough. This little bastard has helped the Wen family out of trouble time and time again, and today he helped Xu Yao resolve such a big crisis. I'll sacrifice my looks as a way of repaying him. Anyway, it's not the first time. It's numb, just destroy it already, hurry up. She thought viciously to herself, Xu Yao, you bitch, if you dare to laugh at me later, I'll teach you a lesson. With that thought, she steeled herself, closed her eyes, and, in a fit of desperation, reluctantly and stiffly moved to the edge of the bed. Xu Yao's expression shifted from confusion to astonishment, and then to utter disbelief. Wen Xia lowered her noble head slowly and humiliatingly. Boom! Xu Yao felt as if her worldview had been shattered by a dump truck hitting her head on. Heavens above! Oh, Earth! What's wrong with this world? She stared at the surreal scene before her, her mind blank. A full half-minute passed before she stammered out a sentence. The voices all changed tone. I said, Wen Xia, you're fucking stealing my job? The media queen's first reaction was not shock at why Wen Xia was so humble, but rather jealousy and a sense of crisis stemming from her female instincts. She immediately realized that Wen Xia was definitely her number one rival in the future competition for Jiang Fan's favor. No! We can't let her do this job. In a moment of impulsiveness and driven by her competitive spirit, Xu Yao shoved Wen Xia aside, bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and leaned down on her own initiative. Get out of the way. Let the professionals handle this. Wen Xia, whose job had been taken away, stood there dumbfounded. Holy crap, they can even steal this job? You slut, you're so desperate for men. However, before she could finish being shocked, she saw Xu Yao's pretty face turn red from choking. Seeing this, Wen Xia crossed her arms and gave a mocking sneer, immediately spouting sarcastic remarks. Ha, if you don't have the skills, don't try to do something you're not qualified for. Xu Yao was choked half to death, but ignored Wen Xia's mockery. She despised Wen Xia to the extreme. Pack. Stop pretending. You, Wen Xia. She used to play the role of a chaste and virtuous woman in front of me, showing no interest in men and being indifferent to them. That's it? Forget it. All women are the same when they see such a stunningly handsome man, they can't even move their legs. She didn't say anything, but she worked even harder. Wen Xia was so angry at Xu Yao's silent contempt and blatant actions that she trembled with rage. Having her deepest secret exposed on the spot made Wen Xia both ashamed and angry. They were humiliated in this way. This feeling is worse than killing her. A nameless anger suddenly flared up. Who are you to judge what I do? Fuck you. She got hooked too. His temper flared, and he shoved Xu Yao aside, reclaiming his own territory. Get out of my way. My affairs are none of your business. Shu Yao's innate competitive spirit was also ignited. Instead of getting angry, she laughed, her eyes full of provocation. Fine, Wenxia, I'm going to stand up to you, you two-faced woman, today. As she spoke, she leaned closer again. Then, an extremely magical scene unfolded in the secret room. Two strong women who could cause an earthquake just by stomping their feet in Jinghai. At that moment, they looked like two little girls fighting over a toy. Intense competition in business operations began. Zhang Fan, who was lying in bed watching the show, almost felt like he was in heaven. I love it. These two women are really interesting. Can this kind of work really become competitive? He consciously did not favor either side and happily enjoyed this emperor-like treatment. Go ahead and fight, it's good that they're fighting, just don't hurt your own precious baby. Well, speaking of which, he took a closer look. The skills of these two seem clumsy and just so-so. One is someone with abundant theoretical knowledge but no practical experience, a mere armchair strategist. The other one was even more of a heavyweight, a complete novice who relied entirely on brute force. It seems I'll have to discipline them properly from now on. Song Qinghuan, who was lying on the other side of Zhang Fan, had never seen such a scene before. She was originally waiting for Zhang Fan to get to the point quickly. Who would have thought that before the main show even started, I would be the one to have my eyes opened? Looking at those two proud and aloof women. They fought like roosters over the right to provide services. A feeling of absurdity and comicality welled up inside her. Zhang Fan, this man. Just how charming is he? Are all the women in the world going crazy for him? She subconsciously touched her burning cheeks. Looking at Zhang Fan's profile, which was unbelievably handsome under the light. A chilling thought popped into her head. Does that include myself? Chapter 59. Two Phoenixes clash, noble lady steals a house. Initial recovery is actually beautiful skin? Zhang Fan sensed something was wrong and quickly spoke up to stop him. Stop. His low shout finally brought both sides to a halt. The two women refused to give in to each other. Two beautiful eyes met in mid-air, sparks flying. Shu Yao took the initiative and relentlessly insulted the other party. Mr. One, are you even familiar with the warm-up act? When Xia's sore spot was touched, her pretty face flushed red, and she retorted sarcastically, and what about you? What's the rush? You have no sense of strategy at all. Me, in such a hurry? I'm a VIP guest who paid for the ticket. But you, the one in charge of supervision, why are you trying to steal the spotlight? If you liked it so much, you should have said so earlier. Shu Yao was completely enraged. So they simply stopped caring about saving face. With a glare, she made her intentions clear. I'm going all out today, so don't pretend if you're not capable. At this point, why pretend to be reserved? Let's just be frank and see who's truly sincere. It's all going to happen sooner or later anyway. Shu Yao's words were very direct, piercing through Wen Xia's last shred of pitiful self-esteem. Wen Xia was rendered speechless. You stammered for a long time, but couldn't get a complete sentence out. In the end, she chose to give up. After all, Shu Yao was her sugar daddy. I was just provoked, it was purely out of control. Now that I've calmed down, I realize I made a stupid mistake. I got into a fight with her over a single sentence. In fact, they didn't realize that it was all due to Zhang Fan's invisible charm attracting women around him. I'd do anything for him, I'd go crazy for him. Of course, as long as Zhang Fan doesn't tell them, they will never know. Just as Shu Yao and Wen Xia were arguing, Song Qinghuan, who had always been relegated to the background, made an unexpected move. She quietly crawled to Zhang Fan's side. Shu Yao was still battling with Wen Xia when she suddenly realized what was happening when she heard a soft moan coming from beside her. That little girl, Song Qinghuan, has already taken the lead before me. She was furious and immediately started to make sarcastic remarks. Oh, Miss Song really knows how to seize opportunities, she just takes advantage of any opening. The venue has been warmed up for you, which is very convenient. Song Qinghuan was too lazy to pay attention to Shu Yao's sarcastic remarks. She had already mentally prepared herself and completely let go. Since being embarrassed is useless, let's get down to business. Time is very precious to her. She was completely absorbed in enjoying herself with Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan's right hand, now restored to its former strength, brought her an unprecedented experience, allowing her to finally understand the ultimate joy of being a woman. Shu Yao and Wen Xia, along with their maid Luan Shu, could only stand by and watch helplessly. Even though Shu Yao was so angry that her teeth itched, she could only glare at Wen Xia resentfully. It's all your fault. You ruined my plans, and this girl beat me to it. Wen Xia smiled awkwardly, not daring to reply. The argument between the two was quelled by the soft, seductive music coming from the secret room. Half an hour later, Song Qinghuan got up with satisfaction, and Wan Shu quickly stepped forward to wipe and tidy up Jiang Fan. Song Qinghuan then went straight to the bathroom. As expected, the system notification sounded in Jiang Fan's mind. Ding! Detection indicates the host has completed a high-quality life harmony. Reward, energy points plus 200. Ding! A second life inheritance with your spouse Song Qinghuan has been achieved, triggering a 30% chance of doubling the repeated charging reward. Congratulations, host! Your luck plunder beginner talent proficiency has increased by 10. Good luck, it doubled again. It's just unclear how much proficiency is needed to level up these talents. It should be even more powerful after the upgrade. The system did not give him time to think about it. Current stamina, 1,100. Host's energy level has met the primary recovery requirements. Activate immediately to improve host's physique? Activation. After a moment's thought, Jiang Fan made a decision. There's no need to hide it anymore. The woman in front of me will be mine sooner or later. Letting them witness the moment of miracle will only make them more devoted to you. Moreover, he was eagerly anticipating just how much of a recovery this initial recovery would allow him to make. With a thought, he chose to activate it. The expected excruciating pain did not occur. What followed was a warm current from the depths of his soul, gently cleansing every inch of his necrotic nerves and dried up cells. It's warm and cozy, very comfortable. He could even clearly feel the delicate warmth of Luan Shu's slightly cool hands as she wiped his chest. Ah! Luan Shu was the first to notice something was wrong and exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Fan, what happened to your chest? Why do I feel it's getting bigger and stronger? Is it just my imagination? Her exclamation immediately drew the attention of Wen Xia and Shu Yao. The two women curiously approached. Having experienced Jiang Fan raising his arm before, Wen Xia was still surprised, but much more accepting of it. She lay on the edge of the bed, mimicking Luan Shu, and gently placed her hand on Jiang Fan's chest. The tactile sensation of those living, rhythmic muscles sent a shiver down her spine. It's really different now. Shu Yao had never experienced this before and was unaware of the inside story. Out of curiosity, she followed the example of the two of them and placed her hand on Jiang Fan's chest to see if she could feel any difference. Nothing? She realized something was wrong as soon as she finished speaking. Wait a minute, why are his muscles twitching? What's going on? She finally realized something was wrong. This body possessed a magical power, making her unwilling to let go once she touched it. Jiang Fan was both amused and exasperated as the three women's 6 delicate hands explored his chest. The three women placed their hands on him and refused to let go. On the contrary, it's an addictive feeling that gets more and more intense the more you touch it. He tried to move his body, but found that apart from his chest becoming warm and full of strength, there was no change in the other paralyzed parts of his body. My legs still feel incredibly heavy. My waist is still weak and limp. His heart sank. What happened? After waiting for so long, this is it? Is it possible that the initial recovery that cost me 1,000 energy points is just a breast enhancement effect? Even if it's bad, you should at least let me sit up, right? Crawling would be fine too. And what was the result? Apart from feeling warm in my chest and my body getting warmer, there were no other changes. I was so happy for nothing. A strong sense of loss welled up inside me. Just as Jiang Fan was utterly disappointed and about to unleash a torrent of curses, a brand new system notification sounded suddenly. Warning! The host's understanding of initial resuscitation is seriously flawed. Jiang Fan was taken aback. Deviation? What do you mean? Primary recovery is not healing the body in the conventional sense, but rather the opening note on the host's path to divine body evolution. Divine evolution? This marks the beginning of your ascension from mortal to God. The system is planning your divine body evolutionary blueprint. Planning complete. With the prompts, a magnificent evolutionary map unfolded in his mind. Chapter 60 The Awakening of the Divine Body is too outrageous. A table of mahjong tiles gathered on his chest, the Empress gains his temptation and offers his first kiss. Phase 1, Initial Awakening of the Divine Body activated. Effect, gradually transforms the host's mortal body into a divine body possessing a fatal attraction to the opposite sex and extraordinary self-healing abilities. Current modification area, torso. Further full body modification: head, torso, upper limbs, lower limbs, and internal organs will be gradually unlocked as energy levels increase. I see. This is just the beginning. Zhang Fan's heart began to race. Phase 2, Life Transformation. Unlock conditions, reach 5,000 stamina and give birth to 10 divine offspring. But effect, the host's life level will undergo a qualitative leap, completely breaking free from the genetic constraints of mortals. At that time, you and your bloodline will become an extraordinary race walking in the world, a god in the eyes of mortals. Gods. Zhang Fan's breathing became heavy. Is there a next phase? Final stage, invulnerable to all laws. Unlock condition, unknown second stage must be unlocked first. Effect, your genetic sequence will be perfected, reconstructing into the immortal divine gene. Every cell of yours will become the eternal foundation of life, immune to all physical, biological, viral, and curse-related damage. Time will leave no trace on you, and ordinary weapons will not harm you in the slightest. You will become a truly perfect life form, an immortal myth walking among mortals. Zhang Fan's mind was jolted, and his spirit wavered. He was stunned. The intense sense of loss was instantly replaced by an even more overwhelming ecstasy. The disappointment and confusion in his eyes vanished, replaced by an abyss burning with golden flames. It turns out that the ultimate goal of many children, many blessings, is to evolve into a mythical being that walks among humans and becomes a perfect life form that is invulnerable to all laws. It is truly indestructible and eternally immortal. This cold system actually paved a flesh and blood ladder for him to immortality. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Fan could no longer suppress the turmoil in his heart and let out a few low, suppressed laughs, his chest heaving violently. The sudden laughter startled the three women who were experiencing his chest. They looked up and met Zhang Fan's fiery eyes. His eyes no longer held the previous playfulness and languor, but rather an ambition and madness that seemed to want to devour the world. Xu Yao, Wen Xia, and Luan Shuo felt a tremor in their hearts. They suddenly realized that the man in front of them had become a completely different person in an instant. It became more dangerous and more fascinating. The three goddesses looked at Zhang Fan, who was laughing loudly on the bed, with different expressions. They didn't understand why he suddenly laughed, but an inexplicable infatuation was growing wildly in their hearts. Especially Xu Yao, whose alluring eyes burned with an almost obsessive flame. Just then, the bathroom door clicked open. Song Qinghuan came out wearing a silk bathrobe and drying her wet hair. When she saw Wen Xia, Xu Yao, and Luan Shu, as if on a pilgrimage, they all placed their hands close to Zhang Fan's chest. As they looked on in a daze, they were completely stunned. Her cool, beautiful eyes suddenly widened, filled with question marks. What is this going on? Are they going to perform some kind of mysterious ritual? What are you all doing? What happened to Zhang Fan? She thought something was wrong with Zhang Fan's health, so she hurried over. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Fan's complexion was rosy and his breathing was strong. There was no sign of any problem. Looking at the faces of the three women, they were all completely entranced, as if their souls had been bewitched. What exactly is going on? Her gaze eventually fell on the area covered by the hands of the group. Zhang Fan's chest is like a piece of white marble. Under the warm light, the skin glowed with a gentle, ivory-like sheen. The muscle lines are smooth and perfect. Not a penny more, not a penny less. It is brimming with vitality. As if guided by some unseen force, Song Qinghuan also reached out and gently placed her hand on it. The moment it touches the warm, moist skin, Song Qinghuan trembled violently. A unique quality, as warm and smooth as divine jade, yet brimming with the rhythm of life, welled up in my heart. It was as if the body beneath his palm was not made of flesh and blood. It is a divine stone containing the power of nascent life. An indescribable warm suction came from within. This texture feels poisonous. This magic captivated her. She understood why the other three had lost their composure. Because she didn't want to let go either. What happened? Why is this man's chest so captivating? Zhang Fan snapped out of his reverie about the grand blueprint of divine body evolution. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found another pair of mischievous jade hands. He was speechless. Goodness, that's enough to make a whole mahjong table. The system is absolutely right. He finally experienced firsthand just how outrageous the effects of the divine body awakening transformation were. It's even better than I expected. The torso alone possesses such a fatal attraction for these top women. Jiang Fan was overjoyed and began to imagine what he would look like after his entire body was completely transformed. A hormonal demon king walking the earth? Wherever it went, nothing grew, only women screamed. Brilliant! At that time, will I still have to worry about not being able to conquer all the women in the world? Jiang Fan's ambition is growing wildly again. Just as he was lost in his daydreams, he felt a growing tightness in his chest. My breathing started to become difficult. I said. He finally couldn't help but speak up. Stop touching me, can't you let me catch my breath? Wen Xia was the first to react, and her pretty face flushed red instantly. It's as if I've done something wrong and been caught red-handed. He hurriedly pulled Luan Shu, who still looked like she hadn't had enough, to her feet. Song Qinghuan awkwardly withdrew her hand, her ears burning. Only Shu Yao seemed completely captivated, unable to extricate herself. Driven by the fatal attraction of the divine body and her inherent competitiveness, this media queen completely lost her mind. Instead of letting go, she glared at him and unbuttoned the buttons on her fiery red dress. Her skirt slipped down, revealing a black lace outfit that had been prepared beforehand. Under the shocked gazes of the other three women, she pressed herself directly onto Jiang Fan. It's finally my turn. Her breath was sweet and her voice alluring. Jiang Fan, quick, eat me. These outrageous and unrestrained words made Wen Xia, Song Qinghuan, and Luan Shu blush with embarrassment. Wen Xia secretly cursed her even more thoroughly. You shameless little slut. Shu Yao, oblivious to everyone else, leaned down and kissed him precisely with her fiery red lips. Jiang Fan was stunned for a moment when he felt a warm, sweet scent wash over him. Etc. Could this be his first kiss after he transmigrated? None of the women who had recharged before, whether it was the aloof Wen Jixia, the enchanting Wen Jichuan, or the coy Song Qinghuan, had reached this point. Even the most considerate and docile Luan Shu only dared to feed him water with her lips and dared not take the initiative to kiss him. Unexpectedly, this media queen stole the show today. Shu Yao was no ordinary person. Her ability to read people and situations was already unparalleled. She immediately noticed the surprise in Jiang Fan's eyes, paused, and asked, Jiang Fan, don't tell me this is your first kiss? Chapter 61, take the lead first, then get on board. Reward, top-tier PUA skills. Jiang Fan glanced at Luan Shu and Song Qinghuan, who had different expressions, and nodded frankly, that's right, congratulations on finally winning first place. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Shu Yao immediately smiled broadly, her bright and beautiful face radiating a dazzling light. I actually got this little man's first kiss in his life, what a lucky break. As she spoke, she glanced smugly at the other three women, her eyes gleaming with undisguised pride. Sisters, I'm so sorry. He wasn't the first one I slept with, but I was the one who got to drink his first kiss. Seeing his smug and self-satisfied expression filled Luan Shu and Song Qinghuan with regret. Why are you being so reserved? I should have been more proactive. Now look what's happened. I'm afraid I'll be laughed at by this slut for the rest of my life. Even Wen Xia, who was usually indifferent to men, felt a strange, inexplicable sourness and displeasure. What happened? What's wrong with me? After triumphantly declaring her ownership, Shu Yao hugged Jiang Fan's cheek and gave him another long kiss. Jiang Fan originally thought she was a seasoned veteran, but after a round of verbal sparring, he discovered that this empress was quite inexperienced. He's just recklessly charging around with pure enthusiasm, and we need an experienced driver like him to guide him. He took the initiative and began to guide Shu Yao in exploring the true meaning of life. The ambiguous atmosphere in the enclosed room escalated rapidly once again. Wen Xia, quite self-aware, sighed and resignedly sat down on the sofa some distance away. She looked up at a 45-degree angle at the ceiling and began to study the patterns on the crystal chandelier intently. Luan Shu also resumed her role as a personal maid, ready to serve her master water and wipe his sweat at any time. Only Song Qinghuan was torn between her inner turmoil and her own conscience. Should we leave now, or wait until they're done? She originally wanted to tell Jiang Fan in person that she probably wouldn't be able to come for the next few days. The crazy woman in the capital may come knocking on your door at any time. For some reason, she could have just told Wen Xia, the madam, about this, but deep down, she inexplicably wanted to tell Jiang Fan in person. Could it be that because of these two intimate encounters, he has already taken a place in my heart? After much hesitation, she finally made up her mind and silently walked to the sofa. I sat down next to Wen Xia and joined her in counting stars. I could hear Shu Yao's unrestrained, melodious, and high-pitched chanting and shouting in my ears. Song Qinghuan's pretty face flushed, and she cursed inwardly that this woman was truly shameless. She has no self-respect at all. Why is she shouting so loudly? Are they afraid others won't hear them? She and Wen Xia exchanged a glance, both seeing a deep sense of awkwardness in each other's eyes. The two could only smile awkwardly, turn their heads away, and pretend nothing had happened. In this battle, Jiang Fan gave it his all. He used up all of his last donation quota for the day. That was barely enough to satisfy Shu Yao, this insatiable woman. Damn it, this woman is clearly a virgin. Why are you so assertive in bed? If it weren't for the divine body providing him with a continuous source of assistance, it brought a subtle boost to the body, I might not be able to handle it. Ding. Detection indicates the host has completed a high-quality life harmony. Battery life exceeding 30 minutes, reward significantly increased. Reward, energy points plus 300. Current energy level, 1400 5000. Ding. Bound to spouse number 6 Shu Yao 29 years old. Life furnace activated, refining the other party's talents. Purification successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the primal power word weaving beginner. Proficiency plus 5. Verbal weaving beginner allows the host's language to be highly persuasive and seductive, subtly influencing others' emotions and decisions. It is a top-tier skill in negotiation, public speaking, and PUA. Nice one. Isn't this the talent of a master of trash talk? Ding. Newly bound spouse Shu Yao detected. Do you wish to use luck plunder on her? Target, Shu Yao. Potentially able to plunder, public opinion minor amount. Plunder. Plunder successful. Host's public opinion luck plus 1. Public opinion management beginner allows the host to more easily guide and control public opinion, making their words and actions more likely to be interpreted and disseminated positively by the public. Effectively resolves public relations crises and can even transform negative news into positive publicity. A series of system notifications satisfied Jiang Fan. He slumped into his arms, limp as a rag doll. The media queen who can't even be bothered to move a finger. With his right hand, which had regained its strength, he gently patted her pert buttocks. That fat pig Hua Jiqiang suffered such a huge setback tonight, he certainly won't let it go. He'll definitely use even more insidious tricks later, so you have to be careful. Shu Yao gave a lazy She buried her face in his firm chest. Feel the reassuring rhythm. With you here, what do I have to be afraid of? Jiang Fan smiled, but his gaze suddenly turned cold. He whispered in Shu Yao's ear, his voice a mixture of doting affection and domineering. He won't be able to keep this up for much longer. I'll make this fat pig understand what happens when he touches my woman. Just as Jiang Fan was enjoying the bliss of having two wives, embracing beauties, and feeling triumphant. Some, however, are destined to be sleepless. Hua Jiqiang's private villa. He paced back and forth in the living room late at night. On the expensive Persian carpet lay the remains of the crystal ashtray he had just smashed. His eyes were malevolent as he gripped his phone tightly. Yi Jingqiu's signature, slightly effeminate voice came through the receiver. In such a short time, not only were the leaders of the black PR team exposed, but they were also persuaded to turn against them. Brother Chang, it seems that I underestimated the mastermind behind Wen Xia. The background and methods of this person are probably very profound. I don't care if he's backed by a human or a ghost. Hua Jiqiang's gaze was fierce and irritable as he rudely interrupted Yi Jingqiu. I just want to know if we can turn this around. Damn it, the Hua family suffered 2 defeats today, I can't swallow this. His tone of voice became harsher. All the politeness and respect he had shown to Yi Jingqiu before had been burned away by his anger. Yi Jingqiu, on the other end of the phone, frowned slightly, revealing a look of disgust, but her voice remained calm. Don't worry, Brother Chang. It's just stirring up public opinion, isn't it? He can do it, and so can we. Moreover, our methods will only be dirtier and more unscrupulous than his. Just wait and see what happens tomorrow. It will definitely surprise Shu Yao and Wen Xia behind her. Hua Jiqiang's agitated emotions calmed down somewhat when he heard Yi Jingqiu's confident tone. He didn't ask any more questions, gave a deep and hung up the phone. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the deep night outside, lost in thought. After a long pause, the thick, fleshy muscles on his face squeezed out a sinister smile. Chapter 62 The Battle for a Man Escalates. Danger warning. A perverted witch is approaching. After the ultimate pleasure. Xu Yao lay lazily on Zhang Fan's firm chest. She was like a well-fed and contented cat. I don't even want to move a finger. Feeling the alluring rhythm and warmth emanating from the body beneath me. She felt a surge of intense satisfaction and possessiveness. I'm not leaving. She rubbed her cheek against it, her voice carrying a hint of allure. I'm sleeping here tonight, I'm not going anywhere else. This assertive murmur caused Wenxia, who was studying the chandelier on the sofa, to suddenly sharpen her gaze. What? Sleeping here? You wish. Wenxia rushed to the bedside, looking down at Xu Yao with a voice devoid of warmth. No. Mr. Xu, your recharging time is over. Xu Yao raised her head, her phoenix eyes slightly raised, full of displeasure. Wenxia, what do you mean by this? Are you kicking me to the curb after I've served my purpose? I just helped you deal with that fat pig Hua Jiqiang, and you're already kicking me out? Besides, I paid a lot of money, what's wrong with lying down a little longer? Wenxia remained expressionless and gave a cold reminder. According to the rules, you should leave now. She deliberately emphasized the word rules, attempting to suppress the other party with the rules she set. There's Ji Xiwan from the Ji family waiting in line. You're taking up all the time. How am I supposed to explain this to the others? Upon hearing this, Xu Yao slowly sat up, her face no longer showing any languor, but rather blatant provocation. Rules? Wenxia, you're talking to me about rules? She chuckled, and her silk robe slipped down, revealing a large expanse of her snow-white skin. When you were rushing to warm me up, why didn't you mention that there were people waiting in line behind you? What, are you uncomfortable seeing me being intimate with a younger man? She stretched out her finger and lightly traced it across Wenxia's tense cheek, saying sarcastically, you should have said so earlier. If you wanted to, beg me, and I'd let you go first. Why put on that stern, businesslike face? I think you're not following the rules, you're just jealous. I'm jealous that I can sleep next to him while you can only watch from the side. Jealous that I got the young man's first kiss, jealous that we were so intimate. These words were nothing short of a resounding slap across Wenxia's face. Wenxia was so angry that she trembled and her pretty face turned bright red. Her secret was exposed. She slapped Xu Yao's hand away and took a step back in disgust. Xu Yao. You have no shame. You. What do you mean, you? Xu Yao sneered and retorted without any politeness, let me tell you, Wenxia, don't try that on me. She stretched out her finger and gently traced its path across Zhang Fan's chest, declaring possessively. One day, I will make Zhang Fan completely mine, inside and out. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing again, Zhang Fan felt a headache coming on. All right. A calm voice interrupted their argument. Zhang Fan activated his word-weaving talent. He looked at Xu Yao, without giving orders or blaming her, but speaking slowly in a tone of doting and comforting. The voice was almost magical, each syllable like a gentle feather, scratching at the softest part of Xu Yao's heart. Xu Yao, be good and go back first. After what happened today, Hua Jiqiang definitely has other plans. You need to go back and oversee the company, just in case. We have a long future ahead of us, don't we? Your departure is for the sake of our better cooperation in the future. Next time, I promise I'll give you a unique special treatment so you can experience something different. Xu Yao's pupils contracted slightly. She felt that Zhang Fan's words were turning into countless invisible threads, entangling her thoughts. It easily soothed her anger and resentment, transforming them into a secret delight of being given special treatment. The phrase special treatment sparked her imagination and had a magical quality, igniting a fire in her heart. The media queen, who had been as combative as a fighting cock just moments before, was now actually calmed down. Okay, you said it yourself, you can't lie to me. Xu Yao leaned down and gave Zhang Fan a long, passionate kiss, filled with intense possessiveness. After the kiss, she straightened up and glanced back at Wenxia. He left behind a defiant look that said, you just wait. Only then did he turn and leave, satisfied, with his rear end sticking out. Watching Xu Yao being coaxed away with just a few words, Wenxia felt a mix of emotions. This man's methods are becoming increasingly terrifying. After Xu Yao left, the secret room became quiet. Wenxia had just breathed a sigh of relief when she noticed that Song Qinghuan hadn't left with her, but was standing quietly to the side. He looked serious, as if he had something to say. Wenxia was incredibly astute and immediately discerned the other party's intentions. She briefly weighed her options. This noblewoman from the capital city possesses unfathomable power and is the key to the Wen family's breakthrough. Jiang Fan is the key to whether he can control his future. Tying these two together would be entirely beneficial to the Wen family. Luan Shu, let's go. Wen Xia acted decisively, taking her personal butler Luan Shu with her when they left the secret room, and gently closed the door behind them, creating a private space for the two of them. Inside the secret room, only Jiang Fan and Song Qinghuan remained. The ambiguous and romantic atmosphere instantly turned solemn and quiet. Song Qinghuan walked to the bedside, her previous composure and reserve in front of everyone completely gone, leaving only deep worry and anxiety. She looked at Jiang Fan, composed herself, and spoke in an extremely serious tone. Jiang Fan, I have to tell you something. Something that might concern our future. Jiang Fan used his right hand, which had regained its strength, to pull her to sit down on the edge of the bed, and then took her slightly cold hand in his own. Don't rush, tell me slowly. The warmth emanating from her palm sent a shiver down Song Qinghuan's spine. Looking into Jiang Fan's calm eyes, she began to recount her life story under his reassurance. I was born into the Song family in the capital, a family that appears glamorous to outsiders but is actually a cage of brutal internal struggles. My mother died early, and I had an awkward position in the family. From childhood to adulthood, I have lived in the shadow of one person. She is my half-sister, Song Mingyue. Song Qinghuan's voice trembled slightly. She is sick, a kind of mental illness. To be precise, she has a twisted fetish, which is to take everything from me. From the toys I had as a child, to the opportunities one had as an adult, and even every honor I've received. Anything that belongs to me, she must have. What she enjoys is seeing the pain on my face when I lose everything. Jiang Fan was startled when he heard the word rob. He immediately thought of the strange, luck shackles on Song Qinghuan's body. Could it be that these shackles are related to her older sister, Song Mingyue? What Song Mingyue stole was not just physical objects. Did she steal Song Qinghuan's luck in this way? Song Qinghuan, unaware of Jiang Fan's thoughts, continued to express her concerns. The reason I'm so eager to have a boy is to improve my status in the family, gain the power to protect myself, and completely break free from her control. But my biggest worry is that her intelligence network covers the entire country, and I know that I ran away will not be able to keep it a secret for long. She looked up at Jiang Fan with a worried expression. Once she finds out you exist, knows you're an SSS level native sample, and that you've had a relationship with me. Given her personality, she'll definitely stop at nothing to steal you away. Chapter 63 The Allure of a Powerful Woman, the sordid deals behind her. Jiang Fan sensed from Song Qinghuan's words a genuine concern for his safety, rather than simply seeing him as a tool for procreation. His heart warmed. He raised his right hand, which had regained its strength, and gently wiped away the tears that had seeped from the corners of her eyes. The talent of word weaving has been activated again. Rest assured. Jiang Fan spoke in an extremely domineering tone, enunciating each word clearly. I am not an object to be taken away at will. If that woman named Song Mingyue dares to come, I will show her what true despair is. This calm yet firm promise carries a power that touches the heart. Enveloped by this powerful sense of security, Song Qinghuan's anxiety and fear vanished. Looking at the man in front of her, her defenses completely crumbled. She leaned down and offered a deep kiss filled with gratitude and dependence. After a long while, their lips parted. I might not be able to come for the next few days. Please take care of yourself. Her face flushed slightly, and she looked deeply at Jiang Fan, keeping this promise firmly in her heart. He then silently got up, turned around, and left. Shortly after she left, in the shadows at the corner of the street where the villa was located, inside an inconspicuous black sedan, a woman whose appearance bore a resemblance to Song Qinghuan, but whose temperament was cold and ruthless, put down the high-powered binoculars she was holding. The woman licked her lips and let out a chilling chuckle. Found her, my dear sister. And that new toy you hid, it's making me really excited. The next morning, Jiang Fan woke up with Luan Shu's help. On the financial news screen of a tablet computer, the host was excitedly predicting that Wen's Foodstuff Group would undoubtedly see its third consecutive daily limit up today. Everything seemed to be moving in the best possible direction. The stock market opened promptly at 9 a.m. Just as Wen's Foodstuff Group's stock price was poised to surge towards its third consecutive daily limit up, a sudden change has occurred. Mainstream media websites, social media platforms, and short video apps. At the same time, all traffic was instantly hijacked by an in-depth investigative documentary. The documentary's title is highly provocative, with black text on a white background, making it shocking. The glamorous side of a powerful woman, the sordid deals behind her. The well-produced visuals, coupled with somber and oppressive music and a calm, objective, and emotionless narration, make this documentary highly credible. The documentary did not directly fabricate any core evidence, but rather presented all of Wenxia and Xu Yao's publicly disclosed business activities over the years. Issues such as land auctions, equity changes, and artist contract terminations are all linked together and maliciously distorted. The film is filled with leading questions and editing techniques that take things out of context. It makes a blatant implication that they rose to power through selling their bodies and commercial blackmail. Even more insidious is the inclusion of numerous incredibly realistic, secretly taken photos of the two entering and leaving upscale hotels and clubs together. The narrator uses the most ambiguous tone to imply that the two strong women are a lesbian couple with perverse fetishes. This shocking gossip instantly went viral across the internet. The president's office of Xu Yao Media. Xu Yao opened the video and watched it for less than 3 minutes. She smiled. His smile was cold, yet it revealed a thrill at being provoked. A theory of attacking the mind? Interesting. As a queen who has dominated the media industry for over a decade, she immediately understood the viciousness of this move. The other party did not fabricate any core evidence. Instead, they use objective and calm narration to maliciously distort all their normal business activities in a way that conforms to the public's dark imagination. They pollute the source of the facts and then exploit the public's natural prejudice against strong women to carry out indiscriminate character assassination. She was left speechless. Xu Yao did not call Jiang Fan immediately. She is the queen of media. In her own field, she is the rule. Why would you seek help from a man at the slightest sign of trouble? Then all those years of her life have been for nothing. She pressed the internal phone, her voice frighteningly calm. Connect the directors of the technical and public relations departments for an emergency meeting with the highest authority. Now, immediately. Technology department. Contact all platforms immediately. Delete this post. Suppress the trending topics. No matter the cost. Public relations department. Xu Yao's voice echoed throughout the department via speakerphone. Immediately draft the highest level clarification announcement and lawyer's letter, in triplicate, and send them to Huasher, the video publishing platform, and all the top influencers with over 10,000 reposts. However, 2 hours passed. Unexpectedly, her well-developed and swift counterattack plan was effective. Faced with the overwhelming naval offensive that the other side had prepared in advance. It's like a clay ox sinking into the sea. The post was deleted, and in less than a second, 100 new ones appeared. The moment the statement was released, the comments section was flooded with endless slut-shaming and serves her right comments. The screenshot of the lawyer's letter was photoshopped into a love letter, mocking them for being enraged and desperate. For the first time, Xu Yao experienced the feeling of being utterly devastated by the very weapon she was most skilled at. She sat in the boss's chair, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Half of it was rage. Half of it is powerlessness. At the same time, at the headquarters of Wen's group. When Xiao watched as photos of her in Xu Yao's normal business meeting in the video were maliciously photoshopped with suggestive lighting, interpreted as a late-night rendezvous. The narrators slandered their relationship as that of perverted homosexuals. Bang! She trembled all over and violently swept a set of expensive purple clay teaware off the table to the ground. Less than 10 minutes after the stock market opened, the share prices of Wen's Foodstuff Group and Xu Yao Company plummeted. Massive sell orders shattered all support levels, gushing out like an out-of-control waterfall. Hashtag Wenxia Xu Yao, a stunning beauty from a wealthy family hashtag. Hashtag business bus hashtag. Hashtag lace-trimmed female CEO hashtag. One after another, highly insulting terms surged to the top of the trending searches across the internet with unstoppable momentum. Countless netizens flooded their personal and company accounts, launching frenzied personal attacks and slurs. The atmosphere inside the emergency meeting room of the Wen's group was extremely tense. More than a dozen senior executives of the group sat upright, even their breathing became soft. No one dared to provoke the livid female CEO sitting in the main seat. Mr. Wen, the PR director, stood up, sweating profusely, and proposed the first solution. I suggest that you immediately issue a strong statement condemning the other party for malicious defamation, and attach original photos and meeting minutes of your previous meetings with Mr. Xu to prove that we are just normal business partners. Madness. When Xia slammed her hand on the table, her voice cold and hard, they used our original photos. They didn't fabricate facts, they just distorted the interpretation. The so-called evidence we release now will only be seen as sophistry and cover-up in the eyes of the already incited public. It will only make them think we're guilty. It will only make things worse." The director, who had been publicly reprimanded, turned pale and dared not utter another word. Seeing this, the marketing director hurriedly added, "Then, can we immediately create a bigger news story to divert public attention? Or, can we find a celebrity who has recently had some negative press to take the fall?" Shifting the focus? Xia gave a bitter laugh, her laughter filled with self-mockery and helplessness. "Do you think there's any news more sensational than 2 billionaire female CEOs being lesbians or business brothels? You're handing ammunition to the enemy, reminding everyone to keep their focus on us." Each seemingly perfect solution appears pale and powerless in the face of attacks on the heart. The more you explain, the more it seems like a cover-up. The pressure came crashing down like a mountain or a sea. She felt a sudden darkness before her eyes, her blood rushing to her head, and she almost fainted. Chapter 64. Cry louder, I like to hear it. When family manner. Shang Ranqing was leisurely enjoying morning tea with her eldest daughter, Wen Jichuan. She had witnessed the strong rebound in Wen's stock price and the textbook-level business counterattack in the past 2 days. Xia really impressed her. That smooth and effortless operation, that seamless crisis management, is this really my impulsive and reckless sister-in-law? Could the Wen Group really be brought back to life through her absurd act of surrogacy? Shang Ranqing was skeptical, but vaguely sensed that Xia had a powerful backer. As discussed online. But who exactly is behind this? The image of a young, lecherous boy unconsciously surfaced in her mind. Jiang Fan? She immediately shook her head, extinguishing this rather unreliable idea. Just as she was making her own guesses, when Jichuan came across the latest news and exclaimed in surprise, "Mom! Look!" She quickly moved closer to her mother and shared the video on her phone with Shang Ranqing. After reading it, Shang Ranqing's usually calm face showed a rare look of astonishment. Xia and Xu Yao? How could that be? However, the documentary's interpretation of their business practices, while offering a unique perspective, doesn't seem to have any major logical flaws. This final wave of mudslinging implying their relationship was a stroke of genius. It imposes moral constraints on them, leaving much to the imagination. She gently touched her forehead. This is a big problem. Wen Jichuan was dumbfounded. As a bystander, she watched with great interest, but she also knew that this was a smear campaign against her aunt. Mom, isn't this a big problem? Look, Wen's stock price is almost back to normal, what are we going to do? Looking at her daughter's anxious expression, Shang Ranqing couldn't tell whether she was worried about Xia or the stock price. She took a sip of tea, her expression calm. What can we do? You saw how powerful your Aunt Wenxia was yesterday. She can turn the world upside down with a flick of her wrist. Even I, your mother, am ashamed of my abilities. Are you still worried that she won't be able to get through this? These words sounded like a compliment to Xia, but Wen Jichuan always sensed something was off. However, she also thought her mother was right. My aunt has been acting like she's been blessed these past few days. She should be able to solve the problem, right? If Shang Ranqing hadn't stopped her, Wen Jichuan would have really wanted to go to Xia's place right now to find out what was going on. By the way, take a look at the little man I've been thinking about day and night, Jiang Fan. Little did she know. That is the truly enlightened God. Under Luan Shu's guidance, I calmly watched the entire documentary. His innate ability to be absolutely rational made him immune to all emotional manipulation. He saw through the core of Hua Jiqiang's combination of moves at a glance. They muddy the waters, commit character assassination, and leave the victim speechless. The methods were underhanded, but they were undeniably effective. Buzz buzz buzz. Luan Shu's phone rang repeatedly. It was from the company and Xu Yao's assistant. Upon learning that Xia nearly fainted from anger at the group meeting, and that Xu Yao had tried everything to stop the public outcry from spreading and was on the verge of collapse, Wan Shu's pretty face turned pale. She rushed to the bedside and tearfully reported to Jiang Fan. Xiao Fan. President Wan, she's about to collapse. Miss Xu Yao is also on the verge of a breakdown. In her eyes, Jiang Fan was their only hope. President's Office of Huashur Group. Hua Jiqiang looked at the plummeting stock price of Wen's on the screen and the overwhelming insults directed at Xia and Xu Yao online, and burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. You two stinking women are still too green to mess with me. Yi Jingxiu stood behind him, holding a glass of red wine, a cold smile playing on her lips. She gently swirled the wine in the glass, enjoying the enemy's wails. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of a top-tier 5-star hotel in Jinghai City, a woman with a cold demeanor and an aggressive expression is watching an online farce on a tablet with great interest. She was Song Qinghwan's half-sister, Song Mingyue. The Wen family, the Hua family, what is the relationship between these two women? She asked without looking up. Behind her, a female subordinate in black respectfully replied, Miss, according to our surveillance last night, Shu Yao came out of Wen Xiao's private villa. Oh? A glint flashed in Song Mingyue's eyes, and a playful smile curled her lips. Keeping a mistress in a golden cage? The man who can catch the eye of my proud and demanding sister must have something special about him. She had just received intelligence yesterday that Song Qinghwan had come to Jinghai City. Although her specific purpose remains unclear, clues have emerged from the network of relationships she has cultivated. Song Qinghwan had an ultrasound at the hospital. Song Mingyue had already guessed most of it. There's probably a man living in this villa. But instead of alerting them, she was quite interested in seeing how this drama would unfold. By the way, she put down her tablet and spoke slowly, if I remember correctly, that woman from the Yi family named Yi Jingqiu lives in Jinghai City, right? I heard she's getting close to the Hua family. It's been a long time since I've seen her. Could you arrange a meeting for me? After listening to Luan Shu's tearful report, Zhang Fan's face remained completely expressionless. He simply raised his right hand, which had regained its strength, and gave the order to Luan Shu. Take the video call. The screen lights up. What appeared were two stunningly beautiful yet equally haggard faces. Wen Xia was pale and had red eyes. She was trying to maintain the last bit of dignity of a queen, but her slightly trembling lips betrayed her inner collapse. On the other side, Shu Yao was in a particularly disheveled state. Her exquisite makeup was ruined, tears and mascara mingled, leaving faint tear stains on her face. Her eyes were empty, filled with despair. The two women, who were usually high and mighty, were like two fallen phoenixes drenched in a downpour. Pitiful. And I feel helpless. TSK. Zhang Fan leaned against the headboard, letting Luan Shu tuck soft pillows behind him, adjusting himself into the most comfortable position. Looking at the two stunningly beautiful faces in the video, their faces streaked with tears, he even felt like whistling. Oh. Aren't these the two powerful queens of Jinghai City? They cried like two disheveled little wildcats soaked by the downpour. If all the animals on the internet saw this pitiful look, wouldn't they get so excited they had a heart attack on the spot? He didn't rush to speak. With amusement in his eyes, he quietly and with great interest watched their breakdown. At this moment, silence is the best weapon to win hearts and minds. Time passed by, second by second. The silence in the enclosed room was more penetrating than any malicious words, crushing their last shred of strength inch by inch. Finally, Wen Xiao's psychological defenses completely collapsed under Zhang Fan's amused gaze. Are you laughing at me? Her voice trembled, filled with heavy sobs, sounding both like a desperate question and a humble plea. Zhang Fan's smile remained unchanged, and a captivating magic emanated from his deep eyes. Word-weaving talent quietly activated. He uttered a single word in a strange, deadly, and soothingly magnetic voice. Cry. He paused, then added. Speak louder, I like to hear it. Chapter 65, Unveiling the Mysterious Mastermind, Mr. J behind the Wen's Miracle. Upon hearing this, the two women on the other end of the video call froze. They had anticipated any reaction from Zhang Fan: cold mockery, gentle comfort, or an immediate, overwhelming solution. I never imagined he would say that. A statement that was incoherent, even somewhat cruel. These words, however, were like a red-hot key, instantly scalding open the floodgates of their emotions. Wow. Wen Xia could no longer hold back. The humiliation, anger, and helplessness that had been building up all morning burst forth like a torrent. She covered her face and burst into tears. Shu Yao's heart was also broken down by these words. All the carefully constructed facades crumbled. She cried her heart out, gasping for breath. Luan Shu stood by the bed, watching the two queens on the screen crying their eyes out. Then look at your master's nonchalant, devilish demeanor. Even breathing stopped. Xiao Fan. How terrifying. But the more he does this, the more. Why is it that the more I admire and become infatuated with someone, the more I can't extricate myself from this state? Zhang Fan listened quietly. He needs them to completely break down. They must be made to weep until all their pride, rationality, and dignity are shattered into pieces. All that remains is a blank wasteland. In this way, he can draw his own unique pictures on it. After a long while, the crying gradually stopped, leaving only intermittent sobs. The two women, with their swollen, red eyes, stared at him blankly. Zhang Fan then spoke slowly and deliberately. Do you know what the most insidious part of Hua Jiqian's move is? He didn't give them a chance to answer and continued talking to himself. It's not a homosexual rumor. In an era where there are more women than men, there are plenty of women who have good relationships with each other. This is just a spice to add some curiosity, and it's harmless. His real ruthlessness lies in exploiting the public's natural prejudice and malicious speculation about the success of strong women. Zhang Fan's voice was calm yet sharp, cutting through the core of the problem like a knife. He nailed you to the pillar of shame as businessmen's public transport and high-class prostitutes. Once this label is attached, any explanation you give will be seen as sophistry, and any counterattack will be seen as retaliatory. Delete posts? Send lawyers letters? That will only confirm your guilty conscience and create a vicious cycle where you make things worse by trying to explain. Ultimately, I was driven to depression and collapse by this endless public opinion. Xu Yao felt a chill run down her spine. She asked in a hoarse voice, unwilling to accept the situation, are we just supposed to stand by and watch them smear us without doing anything? Who said we needed to be clean? Zhang Fan chuckled softly. Under the astonished gazes of the two women, he unveiled a groundbreaking plan. Since they want to see the dirty deals behind powerful women, then we'll give them a more exciting and sophisticated show. Didn't they say you have a man backing you? We admit it. In the video, Wen Xia and Xu Yao's expressions froze. His face was filled with shock and absurdity. Are you crazy? Xu Yao asked in a trembling voice. Ignoring their shock, Zhang Fan unleashed his, words weaving, talent at full power, his voice brimming with seductive magic. People don't want to see the truth, they want to see the story they want to believe. They prefer to believe that there must be dirty deals behind powerful women, and the more you deny it, the more excited they become. So what we need to do is not to defend ourselves, but to give them a new story that is more exciting, more sophisticated, and more desirable and enviable. It's a story about the queen and the god behind her. This man is not the greasy and disgusting capitalist they imagined. It is something that you cannot reach even with the utmost imagination. What we need to do is not to refute the rumors, but... Zhang Fan's voice suddenly turned deep, filled with an all-encompassing domineering air. Creating a god. The words had barely left his mouth. Wen Xia and Xu Yao's minds went completely blank from those two words. Creating a god? Zhang Fan continued to describe the grand blueprint in his demonic voice. Xu Yao, your PR team mistakenly leaked the news, admitting that there is a mysterious man behind you, but he never shows his face. The essence of the public is to admire the strong. They despise business buses, but they will worship God as apostles. We want to transform you from harlots who climbed the social ladder by relying on men into commercial spokespeople chosen by gods to walk among the people. You are not traitors, but lucky chosen ones. You need to announce to the outside world that the mystery man has extremely high standards and only chooses to work with the most outstanding, excellent, and ambitious women. To receive his guidance is the highest honor in itself. In this way, the slander of business bus becomes the ticket to Queen's Alliance. Others will only be jealous of why you were chosen by the mystery man, and will no longer care about how you were chosen. We have redefined the rules of the game. After hearing this turning decay into magic scheme, Wen Xia and Xu Yao were completely stunned. They looked at the man still lying paralyzed on the bed in the video and felt that he was not human. Rather, he is a demon god who looks down upon all living beings and manipulates their hearts. Fear, worship, fanaticism. Amidst a mix of emotions, their dependence on Zhang Fan reached its peak. Xu Yao was the first to react. As the media queen, she immediately understood the terrifying nature of this plan. She trembled with excitement, her eyes shining with an alarming intensity as she looked at Zhang Fan, like a fanatical believer who had witnessed a miracle. I understand. I completely understand. She immediately ordered her subordinates, cancel all deletions and public relations efforts. Prepare for a real counterattack. Zhang Fan looked at the two excited people, his smile growing even deeper. It's not over yet. Sister Xu, he continued, speaking into the video to Xu Yao, the above was just a warm-up for the online audience. This afternoon, have your most famous and trusted financial news anchor publish a column article titled, Unveiling the Mysterious Mastermind, Mr. J behind the Win's Miracle. However, the enticing headline calmed Wen Xia down from her initial excitement. She frowned, expressing her concerns. Isn't this method too risky? Once Mr. J's existence is made public, it will inevitably attract countless investigations from those with ulterior motives. At that time, your identity. The words were not finished, but the meaning was already clear. Jiang Fan was kidnapped from the orphanage by her. If this is exposed, and not handled properly, it could cause her and the Wen group enormous trouble. Xu Yao also thought of this, and the fervor on her face faded. She subconsciously echoed, "Yeah, how about, we just let this report go?" The trending topic of mysterious man alone should be enough to quell the gossip among the public. Jiang Fan shook his head as he looked at their anxious and uncertain expressions. Chapter 66: The God-Making Operation. Your worries are unnecessary. Jiang Fan chuckled softly. Putting aside the fact that I won't appear in public in my paralyzed state, they can only dig me out if there's a traitor within our ranks. Otherwise, who would have thought that Mr. J, who holds sway behind the scenes, would be a cripple? Therefore, outsiders will not know the truth about Mr. J in a short period of time, and he continued. People online aren't so easily fooled. If you don't throw out some logically sound and undeniably shocking information, you won't be able to satisfy them. Only by throwing out enough explosive material can you truly whet their appetite and make them forget the mud they previously smeared on you. He paused, his gaze shifting to Wenxia, as if he could see through her deepest fear. His voice suddenly softened. "Wenxia, I know what you're worried about. Don't be afraid, I won't retaliate against the Wen family. Otherwise, why would I go to all this trouble to help you?" At the end, his tone took on a playful, ambiguous quality. "Also, remember this, my body is under my control, and no one else can command it. You know this best." This domineering yet suggestive declaration made Wenxia blush. She understood what it meant, of course it was a subtle dig at her. The warm-up exercises of the past 2 days are the best proof. If Jiang Fan doesn't comply, there's nothing anyone can do in the end, she'll have to humiliatingly submit to him. Jiang Fan's words also implied that even if the country comes knocking on his door in the future, he will not let others lead him by the nose. This little man's domineering, devilish aura completely dispelled Wenxia and Xu Yao's last concerns, reigniting their newly arising fear into a fervent flame. Xu Yao's eyes lit up as she repeated the title over the phone in a trembling, excited voice. "That's settled then. I'll arrange it right away." A storm that is about to overturn public opinion across the entire internet has officially begun. Under Xu Yao's swift and decisive execution, the online sentiment began to reverse in a bizarre way. At noon, entries such as "the mysterious man behind Wen's group" and "the mysterious man behind Xu Yao" suddenly appeared. The buzz spread like wildfire, quickly overshadowing the humiliating comments directed at Wenxia and her husband. At 2:30 p.m., just as public opinion was at its peak, the most credible financial anchor under Xu Yao Media released a major column, unveiling the mysterious mastermind behind the Wen's miracle, Mr. J. The article did not deny the existence of the mysterious man, but instead provided an in-depth analysis from a highly professional perspective. All of Wen's recent brilliant moves, from proposing the light industry to strangling the Hua Group, are remarkable. This was not something Wenxia could accomplish alone. There must have been a truly exceptional king's advisor behind her. This article immediately went viral online. All the onlookers and professional online trolls were dumbfounded. The script is wrong. Why didn't they cry, make a scene, or clarify? Instead, they took the initiative to admit it. Subsequently, Xu Yao Media's official account released a formal announcement. It announced that it will form a business alliance called the Phoenix Society with Wen's group and several other unnamed top conglomerates. The announcement hinted that the core of the alliance was the mysterious mastermind Mr. J, and that those who could join the Phoenix Society were all top women in their respective fields who had been approved by him. This announcement completely ignited the public's curiosity. The online sentiment has suddenly reversed 180 degrees. The initial wave of slut-shaming has shifted to a frenzied search for and speculation about the mysterious manipulator, Mr. J, and the Order of the Phoenix. Holy crap! This melon is getting bigger and bigger. Turns out it wasn't dirty, it's high class. No wonder. I was wondering why the Wen family has been acting like they're on a winning streak lately, defeating the Hua family and seeing their stock price soar. It turns out that Mr. J is behind it all. How could that big-breasted, brainless woman like Wenxia possibly have this kind of ability? Indeed. How could someone with such a brilliant vision as the light industry possibly be interested in such a low-class power for sex scheme? So Wenxia and Xu Yao aren't public bosses, but rather chosen strong women? Being noticed by Mr. J is proof of their abilities? A business boss? I think it's more like a Phoenix Society express train. You have to queue to get on. This time, the Hua Group has humiliated itself and given others free publicity. Order of the Phoenix. That name sounds incredibly impressive. Only queens can get in, right? The previous incriminating videos now seem to have become the ticket to prove that Wen Xia and Xu Yao were chosen. We wouldn't have known about this relationship if it weren't for this. Now that you mention it, we really misunderstood Wen Xia and Xu Yao. Thinking about it carefully, that documentary was full of misleading and malicious interpretations. There was no solid evidence at all. The cost of spreading rumors online is too low these days. The government really should step in and crack down on this. The public's attention was completely diverted from insulting Wen Xia and Xu Yao to a large-scale online puzzle game involving the entire population, finding the mysterious man, Mr. J. Hua Shi Group. Hua Jiqiang and Yi Jingqiu were stunned by the dramatic reversal of public opinion. Bang! Enraged, Hua Jiqiang smashed the computer monitor in front of him on the ground, and the screen shattered. What the hell is going on? Mr. J, the mysterious man? The Phoenix Society? He roared at the PR manager, his eyes bloodshot. Could this bastard be the one pulling the strings behind the scenes these past few days? What kind of monster crawled out of the cracks in the rocks? Jingqiu. Investigate this. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find this Mr. J. Yi Jingqiu also felt the pressure for the first time. She frowned and realized that there was a master manipulator in Wen Xia's camp who had a far-reaching and cunning plan. She nodded gently. Don't worry, Brother Chang, I'll take care of it right away. Inside a 5-star hotel suite, Song Mingyue looked at the heated discussion about Mr. J on her tablet and revealed a highly aggressive smile. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. She ordered her subordinates behind her, contact the people at Tianshu Network and find this so-called Mr. J for me. I want to see who he really is. The capital market reacted most quickly. The stock prices of Wen's and Shuyao Media, which were at their daily limit down, were pulled up by several mysterious large investors, halting their downward trend. Miraculously, both stocks hit their daily limit before the market closed. The crisis has been temporarily averted. During the video call, Wen Xia and Xu Yao looked at Jiang Fan with unwavering focus in their eyes. All that remained was pure worship, fanaticism, and an intense, unyielding possessiveness. Facing the camera, Xu Yao boldly declared in her most alluring voice, Mr. J, from today onwards, I am your most loyal follower. Although Wen Xia didn't say anything, she just stared blankly at Jiang Fan in the video, her defenses completely broken. She then realized how ridiculous her previous hatred and resistance towards Jiang Fan had been. This man is an abyss she can never reach. The thought of willingly being controlled by him first clearly surfaced in her mind. Luan Shu, who was standing nearby, witnessed everything and her admiration for Jiang Fan had become deeply ingrained. She secretly clenched her fist, determined to work even harder to serve in order to secure a place in the future harem. Is the J in Mr. J in Chapter 67 the same as the Jiang in Jiang Fan? Presidential Suite, Hilton Hotel, Jinghai City. Looking at the 2 glaring red candlesticks on the tablet, Song Qinghuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wen's Foodstuff Group and Xu Yao Media both hit their daily limit. This little man, he really is an absolute devil. He managed to turn this seemingly hopeless, heart-piercing argument around using the inconceivable and overt strategy of creating a god. That's absolutely outrageous. He ultimately used his connections to get several familiar investors in Beijing to inject capital frantically before the market closed. They managed to pull the stock price back from the daily limit down, and finally fulfilled their promise to Wen Xia. Thinking of Jiang Fan, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on Song Qinghuan's usually cool and aloof face. But this gentleness was soon shrouded in gloom. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the bustling traffic below. A chill, as if locked in by an invisible gaze, crept up my spine once more. Song Mingyue. That woman who had haunted her like a leech for over 20 years. They should have arrived in Jinghai City by now. Song Qinghuan lightly bit her lower lip, a resolute glint in her eyes. I have to go. Staying any longer would not only put myself in danger, but also implicate Jiang Fan. Little man, wait for me. See you in the capital. Wen Family Manor. Shang Ranqing leaned back on the sofa, holding a cup of red tea, her gaze fixed on a certain point in the void. A man's face was playing uncontrollably in her mind. His face was unbelievably handsome, yet his eyes held a knowing, mocking, and aggressive gaze. When he looked at himself, it was with the naked, hunter-like gaze of someone eyeing their prey. It's like examining a collectible that you're determined to acquire. Unrestrained, yet brimming with deadly allure. Mr. J. Jiang Fan? The two names kept overlapping in her mind. Her woman's intuition, combined with her keen business acumen honed over years of experience, was frantically sending her warning signals. That's him. Apart from this lawless little pervert. She simply couldn't think of anything. When did Wenxia start keeping such a person around? They possess such extraordinary means and the ability to manipulate people's hearts. Mom! Who is this Mr. J? He's amazing. He managed to turn the tables, he's practically a god descended to earth. When Jichuan, dressed in adorable bunny pajamas, lay down beside her, swaying her arm with a face full of curiosity and excitement. Why do I feel like this person's style of doing things is somewhat familiar? Shang Ranqing was struck by her daughter's words, and her fingers tightened slightly as she held the teacup. She glanced at her silly daughter and sighed inwardly. Familiar? Of course you're familiar with it. You've been taken advantage of twice already, how could you not be familiar with them? But she couldn't say that. She didn't answer directly, but simply took a sip of tea and said, your aunt has found a master this time, and she might actually be able to save the one group. TCH, when Jichuan said unhappily upon hearing this, pouting and saying sourly, that's not her own ability. What does it mean to rely on others? If it weren't for Mr. J, she would have been forced out of the market by now. She's actually waiting for Wenxia to fall from power so she can smoothly take over. Shang Ranqing was too lazy to argue with her, and instead asked, alright, forget about your aunt. Where's your sister? She hasn't been home for days, where has she run off to this time? When Jichuan's face fell as soon as Wen Jixia was mentioned. How would I know her? She's always so secretive, either messing around with those stupid stocks or fiddling with incomprehensible stock codes. Who knows where she's gone? Mom, just call her and ask her yourself. After saying that, she angrily turned over and faced away from Shang Ranqing. Well. Shang Ranqing shook her head helplessly. One is passionate but lacks common sense. She was as aloof as the moon, yet harbored deep scheming. What sins did I commit in my past life to be born into such an antagonistic couple? Headache. The warmth lingered in the sealed room. Jiang Fan had already ended the call with Wenxia and Xu Yao. He leaned against the headboard, with a goose-down pillow carefully adjusted to the most comfortable angle behind him. The beautiful housekeeper, who had completely become a fangirl, was holding a bowl of bird's nest porridge, gently blowing on it with a small spoon to cool it down, and preparing to feed it with eyes full of admiration. Xiao Fan, open your mouth. Jiang Fan lazily opened his mouth, enjoying the attentive service. Not bad. This little housekeeper is getting better and better. He has evolved from a subordinate forced to work into a loyal and devoted #1 lackey. A promising talent. He looked at the tablet computer that Luan Shu handed him, admiring his freshly made masterpiece. On the screen, the headlines of all the major financial sections were dominated by the words Mr. J and Phoenix Society. Hashtag the 1S miracle. Who exactly is the mysterious stock manipulator, Mr. J? Hashtag. Hashtag from business public transport to the Order of the Phoenix, the power of top-tier public relations in turning the mundane into the magical. Hashtag. Hashtag in-depth analysis, want to join the Order of the Phoenix? Are you qualified? Hashtag. Hashtag my heart goes out to the CEO of Huasher for 3 minutes. Hashtag. The reversal of public opinion was incredibly smooth. After 3 consecutive days of limit-up trading, Wen's Foodstuff Group's market value surged by billions. The comments sections were a veritable surreal spectacle. The keyboard warriors who were still frantically spewing slut-shaming during the day. At night, they all transformed into loyal followers of Mr. J and fervent fans of the Order of the Phoenix. I hereby declare that from this day forward, Mr. J is my one and only male god. He's so handsome. This is true strategic brilliance. Upstairs, draw your sword. Mr. J is mine. Any woman he chooses is a queen. Wenxia and Xu Yao, I'm sorry, I was too loud yesterday. So what are the membership criteria for the Phoenix Society? I'm a 28-year-old female, a vice president of a listed company, with an annual salary of 3 million. Is there any chance that Mr. J will choose me? Shy.jpg. Go to sleep, you guys. Didn't you see that the alliance is full of families like the G and C? Your 3 million annual salary, is it even enough for one of their meals? Jiang Fan couldn't help but laugh. Goodness, this generation of netizens changes their minds faster than turning the pages of a book. In the morning, I was so angry that I wanted to nail Wenxia and Xu Yao to the pillar of shame. Now they're crying and begging to carry their shoes. TSK, admiring the strong is an instinct etched into human genes. Brilliant. Zhang Fan gave himself a thumbs up. The feeling of hiding behind the scenes, stirring up trouble, and manipulating a group of exceptionally talented women. It's much better than just charging. He now understands completely. What defines a high-level hunter is that they often appear as the prey. He, Zhang Fan, is an ordinary paralyzed and mute boy who is forced to work as a duck king. He's just a simple boy who wants to stand up as soon as possible, achieve a full-body divine transformation, and incidentally experience the fun of being a sea king. Xiao Fan, you're amazing. Luan Shu said with utmost admiration while feeding him. I heard from the company's senior executives that Miss Song used several funds to forcefully push up the stock price before the market closed, which is how she fulfilled her promise to President One. Oh? Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. No wonder. He said that relying solely on a deification plan to reverse public opinion would take time to restore market confidence. It's impossible for it to rebound so quickly. It turns out that this noble lady from the capital was the one who made the move behind the scenes. It seems she takes good care of herself. All that hard work last night wasn't in vain. Thinking of Song Qinghuan's aloof yet stubborn face, Zhang Fan couldn't help but smile. Just then, Luan Shu's phone vibrated slightly. She opened it and saw a text message from Wen Jichuan. Sister Luan Shu, my mom asked you, is the J in Mr. J the same as the Zhang in Zhang Fan? Puff. Zhang Fan almost spat out the mouthful of bird's nest porridge he had just drunk. Damn it. This mother-in-law has a better sense of smell than a police dog. I've only just put on this vest, and I haven't even had a chance to warm it up yet. Is it about to be exposed? Chapter 68. A stunning married woman arrives late at night. The witch, that man is mine. Wen's Group, President's Office. After finishing the last document, Wen Xia let out a long sigh of relief. Today was more exciting than the rest of her life combined. From hell to heaven, it's an extreme roller coaster ride. She looked out the window at the city lights just coming on, and a smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. That man. He really is like a god. Just as she was packing up to leave work, her personal phone rang. Caller ID, Ji Shiwan. Wen Xia slapped her forehead. Broken. I was so caught up in having fun that I forgot about the important things to do tonight. According to the schedule, it's time for the unfathomable female head of the Ji family to recharge tonight. She quickly cleared her throat and answered the phone. Hey, Mr. Ji, I'm so sorry, there's just been a lot of work at the company today, Hee, Mr. Wen, congratulations. Ji Shiwan's calm yet amused voice came from the other end of the phone. You fought a brilliant comeback today. Wen Xia chuckled dryly, President Ji, you flatter me. It's just a little trick I had to use out of desperation. A little cleverness? Ji Shiwan chuckled. President Wen is too modest. May I ask, how can I join your Phoenix Society? I'm quite interested in that mysterious Mr. J. We also want to ask him to give us some pointers on the Ji family's business empire. Wen Xia realized that the other party wasn't angry, and she finally felt relieved. Oh, Mr. Ji, please stop teasing me. I only came up with this stupid idea because I was pushed to the limit by that fat pig Hua Jiqiang. Look, I'm so busy I've completely forgotten you were supposed to come tonight. I'll send a car to pick you up right away. No need, you've already sent me the address, I'll go myself. Ji Shiwan's tone remained calm. This afternoon I also had someone add fuel to the fire for your Wen family. We're all in the same boat now. Wen Xia was grateful and thanked her repeatedly. When we meet, you'll have to tell me all about this Mr. J. Just who is he? Ji Shiwan changed the subject, her smile widening. And the new information you sent me, saying that the little man's arm can move again, and his battery life is super long? Interesting. I can't wait. Alright, see you at the villa. After hanging up the phone, Wen Xia leaned back in her chair and rubbed her throbbing temples. Ji Shuwan. The person in charge of the Ji family is quite different from Shu Yao. Shu Yao and she had known each other since they were young and had a close relationship. They could joke around together. But Ji Shiwan is the head of a long-established wealthy family, shrewd and cunning. I heard that she became a widow at a young age, raised her 2 daughters on her own, and managed the Ji family business to a great extent. She couldn't handle a woman like that. As for Mr. J's identity, Wen Xia pondered for a moment, then finally gave up thinking about it. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Once we arrived at the villa, we simply followed the young man's instructions. Unbeknownst to her, Wenxia had developed a blind trust and dependence on Zhang Fan. She had already gotten used to relying on him as her only support. Zhang Fan is using his devilish methods to tame this business queen into his most loyal executor. Even Wenxia herself was unaware of this shift in mindset. She grabbed her coat and hurriedly left the office. Jinghai City, Huayang No. 1, a top-tier private restaurant with outrageously high prices. The private room was decorated in an antique style. Song Mingyue was slowly and methodically twirling the spaghetti on the plate with a silver fork. Opposite her sat a beautiful woman with a pretty face but a somewhat sickly demeanor. Yi Jingqiu was the mastermind behind Hua Jichang, the president of the Hua Group. Sister Jingqiu, it's been a long time. You're still as beautiful as ever. Song Mingyue put down her knife and fork, smiled, and raised her wine glass. Sister Mingyue is too kind. How can I compare to your natural beauty? Yi Jingqiu raised her glass in response, her smile polite, but a hint of apprehension lurked in her eyes. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Song Mingyue got straight to the point. I heard that Sister Jingqiu has recently been having a power struggle with a woman named Wenxia. Yi Jingqiu's eyes flashed, but she did not deny it. And you lost pretty badly? Song Mingyue's smile deepened, but it was chilling. You were completely fooled by a Mr. J who appeared out of nowhere. Yi Jingqiu's face immediately turned ugly. Sister Mingyue, what exactly are you trying to say? Nothing. Song Mingyue leaned forward, close to Yi Jingqiu's ear, her voice as soft as a devil's whisper. I just wanted to tell you. That so-called Mr. J, his pawns include Wenxia, Xu Yao, and even my good-for-nothing sister, Song Qingwan. The men they've set their sights on. Be mine. You, and that fat pig behind you, don't move. Zhang Fan had just finished eating the bird's nest porridge that Luan Shu fed him when Wenxia called him on video. Ji Shiwan is coming, she'll arrive in about half an hour. Wenxia's tone was slightly hurried. She asked me about Mr. J. What should we do next? Zhang Fan almost burst out laughing when he saw Wenxia in the video, looking like she was making all the decisions on her own. Sister, you are one of the founders of the Order of the Phoenix. Can't you act like a queen? What's the panic? Zhang Fan's voice was calm yet powerful. When she arrives, just have her come see me directly. As for Mr. J's matter, you don't need to say anything, I'll talk to her. You Zhang Fan paused, a devilish smile appearing on his face, and slowly added, you just need to do your job well, that's all. My main job? Wenxia froze, her pretty face instantly turning red. The surreal scene from last night, where Xu Yao stole my job and the two women were locked in a fierce battle for service rights, is still vivid in my mind. A deep-seated sense of shame welled up in my heart again. That demon. I knew he wouldn't let me go. I understand. Wenxia bit her lower lip and hung up the phone in humiliation. Is it Ji Shiwan? Zhang Fan was looking at the information of this new guest through Luan Shu's tablet, his interest growing stronger. Ji Shiwan, 40 years old, chairman of the G Group, widowed, with two daughters 10 and 8 years old. Wow! Good heavens! This isn't the legendary perfect wife? That's awesome. Zhang Fan licked his lips, a hunter's fire burning in his eyes. The head of a long-established wealthy family, with two children in tow? This question is a bit beyond the scope of the curriculum. However, I like to challenge myself with difficult tasks. I wonder what kind of top-notch talent this elegant and wealthy patriarch possesses. 8 p.m. A black Cullinan silently glided into the tree-lined road of the villa area and finally stopped in front of Wenxia's villa. The car door opened, and a woman dressed in a plain-colored cheongsam stepped out, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. It was Ji Shiwan. Chapter 69, starting by exposing his heartache, he conquers a top-tier married woman. The door to the secret room was pushed open. Wenxia appeared, but this time, she was no longer the focus of attention. The woman behind her made Zhang Fan, who was leaning against the bed, raise an eyebrow. Micro-expression insight, his talent was instantly activated, and a massive amount of information surged into Zhang Fan's mind. Emotions, curiosity 70%, scrutiny 20%, determination 10%. Zhang Fan's gaze fell on her. Good heavens! This isn't just S-class, it's clearly the T0 class ceiling in the category of top-quality wives. The woman was in her early 30s, but looked nothing like the 40-year-old woman described in the documents. Time has left no trace of hardship on her face. Instead, it develops a richness and charm like a ripe peach. She was wearing a well-tailored dark gray cashmere dress. The dress clung tightly to her incredibly mature and graceful figure. A captivating figure cannot be concealed by thin fabric. Especially the magnificent peaks on her chest, which seemed to be about to break through the last restraints. Upon its first appearance, it gave Jiang Fan a strong visual impact. That figure, that aura, says, "You're really good at this." Unlike any of the women before her, Ji Shiwan lacked the naivety of a young girl and the forced tension of Wen Xia. She is like a perfect fruit hanging on a branch, having drunk her fill of sunshine and rain. He exudes a calm and sophisticated charm that suggests he has seen through the ways of the world and is in control of everything. Her gaze was direct and frank as soon as she entered the room, her eyes locked onto Jiang Fan on the bed. There was no trace of a young girl's affectation in her eyes, only pure curiosity and scrutiny. Like examining a priceless work of art, a calm demeanor tinged with intense passion. "Mr. Wen, is this the dragon seed you mentioned?" Ji Shiwan was not stunned by Jiang Fan's national treasure-level good looks. Instead, she asked Wen Xia beside her with great interest. "However, I am more interested in the Mr. J who stirs up trouble than him. Mr. Wen, could you perhaps introduce me to someone?" His words revealed that he was far more interested in Mr. J than in Jiang Fan's handsome appearance. Wen Xia was a little embarrassed by the question and didn't know how to answer it. She could only subconsciously look at Jiang Fan on the bed, her eyes full of pleading. "Mr. J is just a code name." Before Wen Xia could speak, Jiang Fan chuckled softly. "This married woman actually looks down on me? What a failure!" He immediately activated the word-weaving talent. His deep, magnetic voice was incredibly captivating, attempting to capture Ji Shiwan's attention. "You can call me Jiang Fan." He was implicitly admitting that he was Mr. J. A glint flashed in Ji Shiwan's beautiful eyes as she walked straight to the bedside, her gaze fixed intently on him. Her calm yet inquisitive gaze made the air thicken. "Oh? It's you," she said gently. "I admire Mr. J's methods. I'm very curious, in this grand drama of the Order of the Phoenix, whose pawn are you? Or are they all pawns in your game? This woman is not simple. He tries to probe my background as soon as he opens his mouth." Instead of answering directly, Jiang Fan calmly asked, "Instead of worrying about me, President Ji should be more concerned about the dilution of the Ji family's equity in the Surami New Energy project. I heard that a young man named Ji Tianyu has been quite active lately." The words fell. Ji Shiwan's elegant and noble expression froze on her face. Micro-expression insight captured the intense storm of her emotions, shock 80%, alert 20%. The name Ji Tianyu is known only to her and a few family elders. No outsider could possibly know it. Where did this paralyzed man lying in bed get the news? Wen Xia, who was standing to the side, was completely stunned. She couldn't understand what kind of riddle the two of them were talking about. But she could clearly sense Ji Shiwan's calm and composed aura. With just one sentence from Jiang Fan, the whole thing was on the verge of collapse. Before Ji Shiwan could recover from her shock, Jiang Fan continued his attack, his voice soft but every word piercing. The previous head of the Ji family was a womanizer and had an illegitimate son in his 20s. Now, this illegitimate son has been pushed to the forefront by your good uncles and is forcing you to give up the position of head of the family in the name of being the only male heir of the Ji family. Mrs. Ji, am I right? You want to use my original sample to have a son, to use new bloodline to fight against old bloodline, in order to consolidate your and your two daughters' position." Boom! Ji Shiwan's mind went blank. She looked at the still paralyzed man on the bed. For the first time, I felt myself standing in front of him. Like a naked, transparent person, with no secrets whatsoever. This is no longer a business strategy. This little man's intelligence network is simply incredible. How did he do that? Ji Shiwan, of course, could not possibly know. Jiang Fan possesses two extraordinary skills, the information torrent and the business acumen, further enhanced by his good fortune. Given enough information, he can deduce everything. Ji Shiwan steadied herself and forced herself to calm down from the shock. She truly lived up to her reputation as a powerful woman who had managed a wealthy family for many years. She regained her composure in just a few seconds and even managed to retort. "Why can't I have a child to solidify my position? The plan is too slow, too passive, and too stupid." Jiang Fan pointed out the fatal flaws in her plan without any mercy. "If you have a son, it's fine, at least you can delay things for a few years. But if you have a daughter, not only will you not be able to consolidate your position, but she will also become the perfect handle for the other party to attack you for immoral private life and disgracing the family's reputation. Ji Shiwan's expression darkened completely. The initial air of authority and pressure she exuded had long since vanished as Jiang Fan pressed closer. She withdrew all scrutiny and probing. This was the first time I had truly looked at the man I had just gotten up from. There was a hint of awe in her voice that she herself was unaware of. In Mr. J's opinion, how should I break this deadlock? Therefore, don't play such low-level games as bloodline theory. Jiang Fan offered his solution: you need to take the initiative, publicly acknowledge Ji Tianyu's identity, and announce to the entire board of directors and the family that you are launching the successor challenge. The core of the challenge is not about whose bloodline is purer, but about who can create more value for the Ji family within a calendar year. And the judge of the outcome cannot be your Ji family elders. A mutually agreed upon third-party independent committee should be established to oversee and enforce the judgment, preventing anyone from playing tricks in the middle. Jiang Fan explained in detail, and Ji Shiwan pondered for a moment before understanding the key point. That's a ruthless plan. The focus of the competition was shifted directly from her disadvantageous bloodline theory to her strongest business acumen. Ji Tianyu, a mere 20-something-year-old, even with the support of his uncles and elders, was still a young man. When it comes to creating value for the group, how could she possibly be a match for her, the one who has been in charge of the Ji family for many years? Even if I gave him a handicap, let alone fair competition, he still couldn't beat me. Then think about the bunch of good-for-nothings around you who only come up with bad ideas. A sense of absurdity rose in Ji Shiwan's heart. At that moment, she had no more doubts. Mr. J, that's Jiang Fan. Only Mr. J, who could stir up trouble in Jinghai. Only then could he point out such an unsolvable plan to her in the midst of conversation. In an instant, the way she looked at Jiang Fan changed completely. Chapter 70: The Antidote to Desire. Ji Shiwan takes the initiative to save lives. Her talent and luck increase by another one, and her left arm revives. These past few years, Ji Shiwan has lived a very repressed life. Her husband died young, and she, a woman, took charge of the Ji family under immense pressure. Countless eyes were watching her from behind, wanting to devour her alive. She endured it all, turning herself into a cold fortress. When he found Wen Xia, he decided to join this absurd sperm donation game. Isn't it also partly due to being driven mad by those old fogies in the Ji family? She wanted to take a gamble, and also, indulge herself. As the saying goes, 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger. She locked all her desires and vulnerabilities deep inside her heart. She was feeling very uncomfortable from holding it in. Today, this little man is standing before me. First, his handsome face, resembling that of Pannon, stirred a slight flutter in her heart. Then, he used his all-knowing wisdom and his readily available, ruthless schemes. It shattered her pride and joy in her cunning. In just a few minutes, she felt the defenses she had held for years crumble. It is willingly and gradually collapsing and sinking. This man brought not only hope for breaking the deadlock. It was also a remedy for her desires that appeared after years of repression. A fervent possessiveness grew wildly from the deepest part of my heart. Expensive ambergris filled the air, mingling with the mature and alluring perfume scent on Ji Shiwan's body. This creates a strange yet thrilling tension. The rise and fall of Ji Shiwan's chest became increasingly astonishing. She slowly took off her gray cashmere dress and casually tossed it onto the sofa. A black lace lining that accentuated her curves was revealed underneath. She walked step by step to the bedside, looking down at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, your wisdom is worth everything I give. Tonight, I am your woman. Before she finished speaking, she bent down and prepared to personally warm up Jiang Fan. Wen Xia, who was standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded. No. This. She thought it would be her turn to do her regular job again tonight. I'm torn between accepting the humiliation. It's still worthwhile to offer a token resistance. Unexpectedly, Ji Shiwan was so direct, taking her job right away. And judging from her practiced movements. Yes, he's clearly much more professional than me and Xu Yao, who are both only half-baked. When Xia looked at Ji Shiwan's proactive attitude and then caught a glimpse of the satisfied expression on Jiang Fan's face. He didn't even ask me to do it for him. A strange sense of sorrow and loss quietly welled up in my heart. What happened? Shouldn't you feel relieved when your job is taken away? Why do I feel a little annoyed? She eventually gave up the idea of going forward to fight for it. I prepared to quietly retreat to the sofa some distance away. Be a qualified backdrop. However, just as Ji Shiwan was diligently warming up, Jiang Fan suddenly spoke up. He said to Wen Xia, who was facing the sofa, "Have you seen enough? If you have, come over and join us." Wen Xia's body stiffened. That demon! Faced with Jiang Fan's irresistible order, she struggled for a few seconds. In the end, he walked past with a mixture of humiliation and a strange sense of pleasure. Ji Shiwan didn't seem surprised at all. In her opinion, Wen Xia would probably have already taken advantage of Jiang Fan, such a stunningly handsome and charming man. Under the tutelage of Ji Shiwan, this master teacher, Wen Xia's skills also improved by leaps and bounds. Jiang Fan enjoyed top-notch service. I was so happy I almost hummed out loud. An hour later, system notifications rang in my mind one after another. Ding! Detected that the host has completed a high-quality life harmony. Rewards greatly increased. Reward, energy points plus 300. Current energy level, 1705,000. Jiang Fan could clearly feel that the power within his body had grown stronger. Ding! Bound to spouse number 7, Ji Shiwan, 40 years old. Life furnace activated, purifying the other party's talents. Purification successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Primal Power Strategy and Manipulation Beginner. Proficiency plus 5. In an instant, Jiang Fan's thinking seemed to have been opened up to a completely new dimension. He could keenly perceive the most hidden desires and power aspirations of every woman in the room. Power Strategies and Manipulation Beginner significantly enhances the host's sensitivity to power struggles and their ability to control people's hearts. Ding! Newly bound spouse Ji Shiwan detected. Do you wish to use luck plunder on her? Plunder. Plunder successful. Host's preservation luck plus 1. A mysterious sense of security took root in Jiang Fan's heart, as if laying the first indestructible foundation for his future empire. Balance of Success Beginner enhances the stability and risk resistance of the host's business, making it easier to maintain the foundation and avoid unexpected collapse. A series of system notifications satisfied Jiang Fan. He looked at his energy level, which was as high as 1700 points, and found that the exchange button for nerve cell repair fluid could be clicked twice. System, exchange for 2 bottles of nerve cell repair fluid basic. Apply to the left arm and left hand. Redeem successful. Repair in progress. A pain even more intense than before suddenly struck from the left side of my body. Billions of dormant nerves were forcibly activated, like lightning storms tearing flesh apart. Jiang Fan grunted, veins bulging on his forehead. Ji Shiwan was startled and looked at him with concern. What's wrong? Jiang Fan said there was nothing to worry about. He clenched his teeth tightly. A few minutes later, the pain subsided like a receding tide. What follows is an unprecedented sense of control. Under Ji Shiwan's shocked gaze, Jiang Fan slowly raised his left hand, which had been paralyzed for 18 years. He grabbed Ji Shiwan's plump and soft waist and pulled her towards him. Then, he kissed her. Ji Shiwan felt a sense of suffocation. It's not because of lack of oxygen. Instead, they were gripped by a mixture of shock and fervor. She lay in Jiang Fan's arms, feeling those arms that had just been limp and powerless. At this moment, however, he held her tightly in his arms like an iron clamp. His domineering and fiery heat still lingered on her lips. The irresistible sense of plunder shattered her pride and composure into nothingness. Your hand. Ji Shiwan finally broke free from the long kiss that was making her feel like she was melting. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Jiang Fan's left hand, which was wrapped around her waist and wandering around improperly, and her voice was trembling. How come your left hand can move now? She instinctively reached out and pinched Jiang Fan's arm hard. Solid, powerful, and full of explosive power. An absurd conjecture flashed through her mind like lightning. She didn't care about her disheveled appearance, her voice even changed tone. You've been faking being paralyzed the whole time? Good grief, are you cosplaying here? Pretending to be paralyzed to scam free food and drinks? This reaction is exactly the same as Wen Xia's back then. Jiang Fan almost burst out laughing inside. TSK tisk. Before Jiang Fan could speak, Wen Xia, who was standing to the side, had already crossed her arms and walked over leisurely. Looking at Ji Shiwan's shattered worldview, she felt a strange sense of superiority welling up inside her. That's what you get for stealing my job. Now you're dumbfounded. Chapter 71, A Second Blossom. The intensification of competition. Wen Xia's feeling of losing in Ji Shiwan's proactive attack. Wen Xia cleared her throat and, in a tone of knowing wisdom tinged with a hint of boastfulness, began to speak leisurely. Sister Ji, you'll get used to it. This is Zhang Fan's standard procedure. Ji Shiwan, ? You call it standard procedure when a man who has been paralyzed for 18 years suddenly regains full mobility in both hands? Wen Xia walked to the bedside and bent down. With an expression as if introducing a rare treasure, she looked at Zhang Fan with a complicated gaze and explained to Ji Shiwan, this little ancestor is no ordinary person. He has the ability to recharge and heal himself. Charging, self-healing? Ji Shiwan felt like her CPU was about to burn out. Yes. Wen Xia nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world, and even reached out her finger to poke Zhang Fan's chest, which had regained its strength. A couple of days ago, he could only move his right hand. Well, you guys took turns giving him a few treatments, and now both of his hands have recovered. She paused, her gaze towards Zhang Fan growing increasingly fervent, and said, half jokingly and half seriously, I reckon that after a few more times, he'll be able to walk on his own. These words were less meant for Ji Shiwan and more like Wen Xia hypnotizing herself. Deep down, she had begun to vaguely regard Zhang Fan as some kind of non-human god who needed sacrifice to regain his power. There's no way around it, this is just too outrageous. A man who is paralyzed in bed and has never stepped out of his room can still strategize and win battles from afar. They manipulated a behemoth like the Huasher group with ease. This is a method that is meticulous and insightful. If not God, then what is he? Ji Shiwan slowly digested this unbelievable information. This sounds a million times more outrageous than Mr. J's God-making plan. But the facts were right in front of her, leaving her no choice but to believe them. She turned her head, her gaze returning to Zhang Fan, and asked in a deep voice, what Wen Xia said, is it true? Zhang Fan glanced at Luan Shu, who was busy wiping her body and whose eyes lit up with anticipation after hearing this. I feel it's time to give my harem a little shock and boost their confidence. We'll have to get back up sooner or later anyway. Showing off miracles in advance will only make them more infatuated and worshipful of you, and they will work even harder when you're charging up. Soon. Zhang Fan didn't answer directly, but instead confidently raised the corners of his lips. It won't be long before I get out of this bed myself. These words were most damaging to the housekeeper, Luan Shu. Really? Xiao Fan. Luan Shu was so excited that her pretty face turned red, and she almost crushed the towel in her hand. This little man really needs to stand up. Countless indescribable images flooded her mind. What a morning embrace in front of the French windows. A chase in the garden in the afternoon. Playful moments in the bathroom at night. She was so excited. Looking into Zhang Fan's eyes, which seemed to be burning with flames, Ji Shiwan finally believed him completely. She forcibly suppressed the turmoil in her heart. Then, an even crazier and more tempting idea came to mind. Her voluptuous, mature body pressed tightly against Zhang Fan once more, her breath warm, her voice carrying a deadly allure. Mr. J, I want to join the Phoenix Society too. And, the entire Ji family will be your most loyal ally. Even I myself can be used as a bargaining chip. She gently rubbed her ample bosom against Zhang Fan's arm, her voice becoming increasingly alluring. As long as you help me get rid of that trouble with Ji Tianyu. After she finished speaking, a charming blush appeared on her elegant and graceful face. Good heavens! Was he so impressed by my domineering presence that he brought his own investment to join the production? Zhang Fan felt the amazing softness and elasticity of his arm. The flames inside his body were reignited with a whoosh. Damn it! This top-tier T0 level married woman has such a powerful after effect. President Ji, aren't you being a little too proactive? Zhang Fan teased. Ji Shiwan's eyes sparkled as she whispered in his ear, there's nothing I can do, Mr. J is just too charming. Who could withstand this? Zhang Fan felt that the primordial power within his body was about to burst forth again. Faced with the full force output of this perfectly mature and exquisite married woman, relying solely on one's own energy might be a bit risky. We have to use cheat codes. He turned his head and commanded Luan Shu, who was watching from the side, feeling agitated and parched. Sister Luan, another vial of top-grade cell vitality restorer. Ha? You want more? Luan Shu was taken aback. Wen Xia was also stunned. No. Little brother, you just finished. A second chance at winning? Seeing Zhang Fan's unyielding gaze, Luan Shu dared not be negligent. She hurriedly took a vial of blue medicine from the temperature control cabinet and fed it to Jiang Fan with her face flushed. After taking the medicine, a surge of energy immediately coursed through my body. With a swift turn, Jiang Fan seized the initiative amidst Ji Shiwan's exclamation. The temperature inside the sealed room rose sharply once again. Soon, the blush-inducing symphony began to play again. Wen Xia and Luan Shu watched the intense battle unfolding on the bed once again. Listening to Ji Shiwan singing, which was even more melodious and high-pitched than before. The two looked at each other and saw two words in each other's eyes. Involution. This job will probably be harder and harder to get in the future. The two women retreated to a sofa some distance away, one studying the ceiling and the other studying the floor. Yet, inside, it felt like ants were crawling all over him, and his desire was insatiable. Especially Wen Xia, looking at Ji Shiwan's seductive and aggressive demeanor. Looking at myself, I can only be a background character, adding atmosphere to the scene. A strange, bitter feeling of being a loser welled up inside me. The clouds dispersed and the rain stopped once again. Ji Shiwan was completely drained this time. She was drenched in sweat, limp and weak in Jiang Fan's arms, so soft and boneless that she didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. She never imagined that at 40 years old, she would be so crazy about a man. Jiang Fan held this perfectly ripe and exquisite body in his arms, feeling its breathtaking softness, his face full of satisfaction. He activated his two divine skills, words weaving, and strategy and manipulation, and began to meticulously plan the future succession challenges for this newly recruited favorite general. The so-called successor challenge is just the first step. On the surface, it's giving Ji Tianyu a fair chance to compete, but in reality, it's putting him in a very difficult position. Jiang Fan's voice was mesmerizing as he spoke softly into Ji Shiwan's ear. You should use this opportunity to portray him as an ambitious and ruthless usurper. At the same time, it is also a perfect filter, and the family elders and company executives who support him behind the scenes will step forward on their own. Once we've rooted out all these disloyal people and wiped them out in one fell swoop, the Ji family will truly belong to you, Ji Shiwan, alone. It will allow us to eliminate Ji Tianyu legitimately, remove dissidents, and take this opportunity to consolidate resources. Moreover, this challenge itself is a huge public relations show. If handled properly, the Ji family can be transformed into a modern, powerful family that values meritocracy and is ambitious. His reputation in Jinghai City will reach a new level. Killing two birds with one stone, no, killing three birds with one stone. Ji Shiwan was exceptionally intelligent, and after Jiang Fan gave her some pointers, she suddenly understood. The deadlock that had plagued her for so long suddenly became so clear. The solution to this impasse is already clear in my mind. She looked at the man's profile beside her, her eyes brimming with fervor and adoration. This is no longer a monster, this is a demon god. The two discussed the details for a long time until Ji Shiwan had thoroughly memorized the entire plan. After lingering in bed for a while, Ji Shiwan checked the time and reluctantly got out of bed. Before leaving, Ji Shiwan specifically pulled aside Wen Xia, whose face was flushed, to finalize the in-depth cooperation between Wen's real estate project and the Ji family. Now, the Wen family is completely tied to Ji Shiwan's chariot, and their interests will be intertwined for at least the next few years. I have to go back to see the kids. Ji Shiwan reluctantly straightened her clothes, regaining her dignified and elegant demeanor as the head of the family. However, I will come again tomorrow. After saying that, she planted a long, deep kiss on Jiang Fan's lips before turning away, satisfied. Chapter 72: The Villainous Alliance. Guofu is defeated. Mr. J is in danger. In the darkness of night, a black sedan sped down the street. Yi Jingqiu sat in the back row, rubbing her throbbing temples, processing the seemingly calm but actually turbulent conversation she had just had with Song Mingyue in the restaurant. This woman is utterly unscrupulous. Domineering, crazy, and full of aggression. Her tone was frighteningly arrogant. She actually thought Jinghai City was the backyard of the Song family in Beijing? And what's with this "that man is mine" thing, and the Hua family isn't allowed to touch him? She had long heard about Song Mingyue's perverse fetish of taking everything from her younger sister. Hearing firsthand that even men are being fought over is truly an eye-opener. Yi Jingqiu's lips curled into a cold, sarcastic smile. Who do you think you are? You really think you're a queen? This is Jinghai, not Beijing. Your reach is a bit too far. But she then realized that her short-term goals were at least aligned with Song Mingyue's. That is, to thoroughly uncover the mysterious Mr. J behind Wen Xia. Therefore, she has reached a temporary cooperation agreement with Song Mingyue. Both sides will utilize their top intelligence resources to conduct a thorough investigation into the identity of Mr. J. Song Mingyue wields immense influence in the capital, and her Yi family is no pushover in Jinghai City. With both factors combined, she has absolute confidence. Yi Jingqiu looked at the rapidly receding night view outside the window, a sinister smile appearing on her face. Mr. J, is that right? Let's see how long you can hide. Perhaps there will be a surprise tomorrow. Antai Welfare Home, Director's Office. The air was filled with a strange smell, a mixture of cheap incense and greasy sweat. Li Guofu, with his fat head and big ears, was sitting in his boss's chair with his eyes closed, looking quite content. His enormous head jiggled as the young female caregiver behind him kneaded it. Yes, right here, push, hiss. Shaoli, with your skills, it's a waste that you're not working at a club. He hummed an off-key tune, a lewd smile plastered on his greasy face. Beside him, his deputy, Tianqi, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was humbly preparing tea, a standardized obsequious smile on his face. A vivid and engaging account of the realities of the contemporary workplace. Bang! The office door was pushed open from the outside without warning. The force wasn't great, but it was enough to break the brief moment of the emperor and his subjects enjoying themselves together. Li Guofu opened his eyes in annoyance, about to curse whoever dared to kick down his office door, but when he saw who it was, he swallowed his curses. A woman was standing at the door. A woman who was unbelievably beautiful, yet so ill that she seemed as if she might be blown away by the wind at any moment. She wore an elegant white dress, her figure was slender, her face was sickly pale, and her lips were bloodless. Only his eyes, as black as a bottomless icy pool, exuded a chilling deathly aura. Yi Jingqiu, the chief strategist of the Hua Group. Behind her stood two towering black-clad bodyguards, their eyes sharp and menacing. Who are you people? Don't you know the rules? You come in without knocking? Li Guofu's mood was disturbed, and relying on the fact that this was his territory, he instinctively put on the airs of a local bully. But as soon as he spoke, his confidence faltered when he met the woman's gaze. That wasn't the look of an ordinary person. That was the indifference and coldness of looking down on ants from the clouds. The female caregiver, Tianqi, was so frightened by the scene that she didn't dare to breathe. When Yi Jingqiu saw the scene inside the door, her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a hint of physical disgust flashed deep in her eyes. She ignored Li Guofu's clamor, walked straight to the sofa and sat down, her movements elegant, as if this were her own backyard. Her calm eyes swept over Li Guofu, her voice soft, yet her words carried immense weight. Dean Li, you're living a pretty comfortable life. My name is Yi Jingqiu, assistant to the president of Hua's Group. As she spoke, she slowly and deliberately took out a document from her handbag and gently placed it on the coffee table. The amount of donations that the Hua family makes to the Antai Welfare Home every year is not small. Yi Jingqiu picked up the tea that Tianqi had just brewed, smelled it only at the tip of her nose, and then put it down with disgust. I'm curious, how much of this donation actually goes to the children, and how much ends up in someone's private pocket? Li Guofu's heart tightened, and the fat on his face trembled violently. What nonsense are you spouting? Every single item in our orphanage's accounts can withstand scrutiny. Yeah? Yi Jingqiu laughed, a sickly and eerie laugh. As for the tax planning clause in this donation contract, I wonder if Dean Li could explain it clearly to the colleagues at the tax bureau? I heard that part of this money was used by Dean Li to cover your personal losses. Does this count as malicious tax evasion and misappropriation of charitable funds? Li Guofu's heart skipped a beat. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. Looking at Yi Jingqiu's seemingly harmless, sickly face, he felt that she was more terrifying than a deadly demon. This woman, with the sweetest voice, said the harshest things. What exactly do you want to do? Li Guofu's voice was already trembling. Yi Jingqiu didn't say anything, but gave the bodyguard a wink. The bodyguard understood, stepped forward, and placed a tablet computer directly in front of Li Guofu, then pressed the play button. The screen lit up, and a surveillance video began to play. The scene shows Li Guofu and Hu Ditsai, the director of another welfare home, fighting like two teddy bears in heat in a hospital room just a few days ago over a paralyzed boy, making a complete spectacle of themselves. High definition, uncensored. You bastard surnamed Li. What nonsense are you spouting? Hu Ditsai, you think you have the nerve to do this? The shouts and insults exchanged between the two men in the video, reminiscent of traditional Chinese culture, were particularly jarring in the quiet office. Li Guofu's face drained of all color in an instant. Only one thought remained in his mind. It's over. Barbecue is here. He illegally transferred original samples and accepted bribes. If this gets out, he'll have to spend the rest of his life working on a sewing machine. I. Li Guofu's lips trembled, his psychological defenses on the verge of collapse. Looking at Li Guofu's face, which was even uglier than pig liver, Yi Jingqiu smiled with satisfaction. Her gaze, seemingly unintentionally, glanced at Tianqi standing beside her. The assistant, wearing refined glasses, was giving him a fawning smile, his shrewdness and obsequiousness barely concealed in his eyes. Yi Jingqiu gave him a disdainful look. Tianqi shuddered under their gaze and instinctively lowered his head. Yi Jingqiu sneered inwardly. Ha, you traitor! Yesterday, my subordinates reported that someone claiming to be from anti-welfare home contacted them, claiming to have key evidence that Wen Xia had privately kept original samples, and asking for 2 million. 2 million is all it takes to sell out your master for personal gain? It's such a bargain. She immediately made the decision and bought it. In retrospect, it was a worthwhile investment. Yi Jingqiu's next words completely shattered Li Guofu's already fragile mental defenses. Dean Li, do you still want to watch the video showing you colluding with Wen Xia in secret? She spoke the harshest words in the gentlest tone. Holding up original samples and interfering with the dragon-seeking project. If this gets reported to the Dragon Kingdom's Reproductive Protection Organization, guess where you'll spend the rest of your life? Can I still enjoy a massage from a beautiful woman like this? Splash! Li Guofu could no longer hold on. He went limp and slid off the boss's chair, tumbling and crawling to Yi Jingqiu's feet. No! Grandma, I was wrong. I'll tell you everything. I'll confess everything. Chapter 73 Shocking. The mansion is actually a den of iniquity for wealthy women. A queue of male bodhisattvas waiting to save all sentient beings? The dean, who had been so domineering just moments before, now spilled everything out like beans from a bamboo tube, revealing everything completely. From how he accepted 1 million from Wen Jichuan, to how Wen Xia intercepted his offer with 2 million, to how he agreed to Wen Xia's request to conceal the fact that Jiang Fan was a paralyzed, mute orphan, from the truth for a week. Wen Xia said it's only a week. She'll send him back in 3 days, and I'll report it to the government immediately. Miss Yi, please have mercy and spare my life. Li Guofu cried so hard that he had snot and tears streaming down his face. Yi Jingqiu frowned in disgust and gestured to the bodyguard to pull out Jiang Fan's photo from his phone. When that pale, handsome face appeared on the screen, even Yi Jingqiu, who was used to seeing top handsome men in the entertainment industry, was momentarily speechless. My mind was stirred. The boy in the photo has his eyes closed, his features are exquisite, and his thick eyelashes cast a faint shadow under his eyes. It is a pure beauty that transcends gender, mixed with a morbid sense of fragmentation, like a fleeting work of art. She understood immediately. No wonder those arrogant women in the Wen family would go crazy for a paralyzed man like him. This face, combined with the identity of a native sample, is simply a game changer. The fact that Wen Xia was willing to risk breaking the law to keep it hidden away means it's definitely not just some low-grade item. Wen Xia, you've given me such a wonderful surprise. Possessing national treasures, interfering with the Dragon Search Project, and even using native samples as bargaining chips. Any one of these is enough to ruin you forever. Yi Jingqiu sneered inwardly, looking down at Li Guofu, who was weeping bitterly at her feet. Dean Li, I will keep your secret for you for the time being. After saying this, she turned and left amidst Li Guofu's tearful kowtows. Just as Yi Jingqiu got into the car on her way back, her phone rang. Caller ID, Song Mingyue. On the other end of the phone came Song Mingyue's teasing laughter. Sister Jingqiu, let me share something funny with you first. I spent several 100,000 yuan to bribe an aunt who came out to buy groceries at Wen Xia's villa. Yi Jingqiu raised an eyebrow. She knew Song Mingyue well. She always acted simply and brutally, relying on brute force to achieve miracles. Oh? What did you find? This discovery is huge. Song Mingyue described it vividly in an extremely sarcastic tone. Do you know what that auntie said? She said she had long disliked Wen Xia's hypocritical and sanctimonious appearance, and knew she was incredibly promiscuous in private. According to her observation, Wen Xia's villa is no longer a luxury mansion, but now it's practically a VIP club exclusively for the top rich women in Jinghai City. There's a stunningly beautiful but paralyzed girl living in a secret room. Every night she chooses a concubine, just like an ancient emperor selecting his consorts. That woman, Wen Xia, is a pimp. She brings different top-tier rich women in almost every night to recharge. My dear sister Song Qinghuan, tech upstart Ziwanting, media queen Shuyao TSK, sometimes when Xia herself even stays overnight there. Tell me, isn't that fancy? He's like a male bodhisattva saving all sentient beings. With an extremely sarcastic tone, Song Mingyue revealed all the information she had gathered, each word sounding like a slap in the face to Wen Xia. Jingqiu, how's your investigation going? Found him. After hearing this absurd yet exciting information, Yi Jingqiu responded succinctly, the orphanage is missing a paralyzed and mute orphan named Zhang Fan. He should be a native sample, and he was kidnapped by Wen Xia. Giggle. Song Mingyue let out a series of silvery laughs, her tone full of mockery. Looks like it's him, now we're matched up. The two reached an agreement instantly. Everything became clear. The Duck King in Wenxia Villa is Zhang Fan, a paralyzed man from the welfare home. As for the so-called Mr. J, both of them were inclined to believe that it was just a fabrication by Wen Xia and her group of women to cover up their true intentions. The real core is Zhang Fan. After all, he claimed that he was chosen by a mysterious Mr. J and joined some order of the Phoenix. It sounds much better than saying you paid money to sleep with a paralyzed giant male prostitute. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that Mr. J and Zhang Fan are the same person. But the possibility is too low. How could a mute person who has been paralyzed in an orphanage for 18 years possess such extraordinary abilities? You're kidding me. Wen Xia is doomed. Yi Jingqiu made a calm judgment, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. I'll have someone leak the news right now that the president of the One Group is secretly keeping raw samples and using them as a tool for sexual bribery. I guarantee that by tomorrow morning, she and the One Group will be on their way to the afterlife. No. On the other end of the phone, Song Mingyue's voice suddenly turned cold and domineering, all traces of laughter vanishing. What I want is that man, not the One Group. If you expose him, and the people from the reproductive organization come, how am I supposed to continue? Yi Jingqiu fell silent. She immediately understood Song Mingyue's almost perverse possessiveness. This crazy woman really wants to treat Zhang Fan as her personal toy. She didn't care whether Wen Xia lived or died. All right, Yi Jingqiu compromised. We can hold off on the news for now. But my goal is to bring down Wen Xia, and your goal is Zhang Fan. We will each rely on our own abilities. Hee, of course. Song Mingyue's voice regained its cheerful tone. Sister Jingqiu, it's a pleasure working with you. The call ended. Silence returned to the carriage. Yi Jingqiu looked at Zhang Fan's photo on her phone, a sinister smile on her face. Does it depend on individual ability? Song Mingyue, do you think you've already won? A young lady from the capital? Oh. Jinghai City is not Song family territory. It's still uncertain who will have the last laugh. After hanging up the phone, Song Mingyue walked barefoot to the large floor-to-ceiling window of the suite. Outside the window is the bustling daytime cityscape of Jinghai. The sunlight gilded the rows of skyscrapers with a dazzling golden edge. It was brimming with vibrant life. But none of these things caught her eye. In her pupils, only a reflection of herself was shown, with a mad smile playing on her lips. Wait? That word never existed in Song Mingyue's dictionary. Whatever she sets her sights on, whether it's a person or an object, must be in her hands immediately, right now. State apparatus? Project Dragon Seeking? In her eyes, everything was a stumbling block to her fun. We must get there before those official flies even smell it. To see him, to possess him, and to turn him into a private plaything that belongs only to oneself. Someone come here. She didn't turn her head, her voice devoid of warmth. From the shadows, a subordinate dressed in black appeared silently and knelt on one knee. Find Wen Xia's private number for me, Song Mingyue said emotionlessly. I want to talk to her in person. Just say. She turned around, a fierce smile spreading across her face, and spoke slowly and deliberately. The Song family of Beijing, the true masters, want to join her Phoenix Society. Chapter 74. A bombshell dropped. The Dragon Seed auction exposed. Is the Phoenix Society a supersized group of prostitutes? Office of the President's Assistant of Huasher Group. Yi Jingqiu frowned slightly. Song Mingyue is a madwoman, her possessiveness is pathological. If she manages to get her hands on that crippled Zhang Fan first, it will probably take her much longer to bring down Wen Xia. We need to think of another way. Just then, his subordinate strode in, looking strange. Mr. Yi, we received an anonymous email in the company mailbox, claiming to contain some major inside information about Wen Xia. It doesn't seem fake. Please confirm. Mail? Yi Jingqiu's eyes narrowed. She took the tablet from her subordinate and opened the email. The sender's address was encrypted through multiple redirects, but the content was simple and crude. I can provide Wenxia with bombshell inside information that could ruin her completely. The condition is that the Hua Group must intervene and save my husband's company from bankruptcy. At the end of the email, a phone number was attached. Yi Jingqiu's eyes lit up. Someone brings you a pillow when you're sleepy? Or is it a honey trap? She immediately realized that this might be a golden opportunity. She didn't make a fuss, nor did she inform Song Mingyue. However, a separate, secret meeting with the sender was arranged. Half an hour later, in a secluded private room of a coffee shop in the west of the city, Yi Jingqiu met the simply dressed, haggard-looking woman. When the woman saw her, she stood up awkwardly, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Qin Fong. A few days ago at Wenxia's secret meeting, the real estate tycoon's mistress was the first to slam her fist on the table and walk out. Madam Qin, please have a seat. Yi Jingqiu wore an impeccable smile and maintained an elegant demeanor. The Qin Fong before us has lost even a trace of her former arrogance. She sat down timidly, like a defeated quail, her eyes darting away. Miss Yi, Yi Jingqiu interrupted her directly. Madam Qin, time is precious, let's get down to business. What is that bombshell inside story you mentioned in your email, the one that could ruin Wenxia forever? Qin Fong grasped at the last straw and no longer cared about saving face. She recounted everything that happened that day in detail, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. That day, Wenxia gathered more than a dozen prominent women from Jinghai City together, saying she wanted to auction off something. She calls that thing dragon seed. They even showed us a physiological data report that was ridiculously detailed. It said something like, the Y chromosome activity was as high as 50%, making it the only SSS-level original sample in the entire country. Yi Jingqiu's hand, holding the coffee cup, paused in mid-air. SSS level? She suppressed her shock and continued listening. Qin Fong's voice trembled slightly with excitement and shame. The most outrageous thing is that when Xia announced the rules on the spot, saying that in order to prevent the dragon seed from flowing out, the successful bidder would not provide any form of specimen, and must be at a location designated by her, under her full supervision, personally. Qin Fong's face turned bright red, and the words she was about to say got stuck in her throat. Personally what? Yi Jingqiu pressed. Personally, take charge. Qin Fong shouted, her eyes closed, and in a desperate act, she said, dine in only. Puff. Even someone as sophisticated as Yi Jingqiu almost spat out her coffee when she heard the words, dining in only. Wenxia. You're a fucking genius. Others sell goods, you sell yourself. They're even offering on-site experiences, aiming for an immersive consumption experience? This is a shocking scandal that has crossed the line of social ethics and national policy. Openly auctioning off national strategic resources? And engaging in mass promiscuity on site? Qin Fong left early and was unaware that Dragonseed was Zhang Fan. But the information she provided was deadly enough. Yi Jingqiu's heart was in turmoil, but her face remained calm. She put down her coffee cup, her voice suddenly turning cold. Mrs. Qin, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. If this is fabricated, you should know the consequences. With the power of the Hua family, it wouldn't be difficult for your husband's company to disappear from Jinghai City tomorrow. I swear. Everything I said is true. Qin Fong was almost crying. Wenxia was very strict back then. No one was allowed to bring electronic devices in, and you had to sign a confidentiality agreement to go in. I really had no choice. My husband was scammed, and the company is about to go under. I've been seeing the fierce battle between the Hua and Wen families lately, so I came up with this despicable method. In the end, she lowered her head in shame. Yi Jingqiu sneered, hitting the nail on the head. Then why don't you just take these to Wenxia and threaten her? Wouldn't that be a faster way to make money? Qin Fong hurriedly shook her head, her face filled with fear. No. Wenxia is ruthless. If I dare to threaten her, it will only make my husband's company die even faster. So, you thought of us? Yi Jingqiu continued for her, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Qin Fong nodded awkwardly, not daring to look Yi Jingqiu in the eye. Yi Jingqiu was already 8 or 9 parts convinced. She took a pre-prepared check out of her handbag and pushed it over. Here is a deposit of 10 million. However, Yi Jingqiu's fingers gently pressed on the check, her voice soft yet tinged with coldness. I have one more condition. Qin Fang's face turned pale instantly. I need you to come forward as a witness at a suitable time in the future and publicly testify against Wen Xia for everything she did. Yi Jingqiu's eyes were piercing. This is the prerequisite for giving you this check and saving your husband's company. Qin Fang's hand froze in mid-air, her face full of struggle. She understood that once she agreed, it would mean a complete break with Wen Xia, with no turning back. Getting on the Hua family ship means making an enemy of the entire Wen group. Images of her husband's haggard face and the company's impending bankruptcy flashed through her mind. Finally, she gritted her teeth and nodded emphatically. I promise you. Yi Jingqiu then released her fingers, a smile returning to her face. Very good. Once it's done, the Hua family will keep their promise and save your husband's company. Qin Fang accepted the check with trembling hands, thanked him profusely, and left in a daze. Silence returned to the private room. Yi Jingqiu could no longer maintain her composure. The corners of her mouth slowly turned up, eventually transforming into an ecstatic, almost distorted smile. She finally understood. What Order of the Phoenix? That's not a business alliance at all. Instead, it was a group formed around that paralyzed little guy named Zhang Fan, comprised of the wealthiest women in Jinghai City. Super Pimps Group. Wen Xia, you are so hopelessly stupid, so stupid, that I can't help but fall in love with you. Yi Jingqiu chuckled softly, two eerie blushes appearing on her sickly cheeks. She knew that once she played this card in her hand, not only will the Wen's group be wiped out, all the women involved, Xu Yao, Si Wanting, and even Song Qinghuan from the Song family, will be utterly disgraced. Chapter 75A Two-Pronged Killing Scheme. A Blessing with Two Women. The king in a wheelchair faces the witch of the capital. Yi Jingqiu returned to her secret hideout. She then assembled her top-notch black PR team. The previous drama, The Beauty in the Bone, was too gentle. She looked at the core members of the team with a cold smile on her face. This time, I want you guys to pull off a big heist for me. She relayed the information she obtained from Qin Fang to her team in the most sensational way. I've already thought of the theme. Wealthy and powerful families keep male concubines. Outrageous. Openly auctioning off national strategic resources. A documentary that is more explosive and irrefutable than glamour of the rich and powerful. I want everyone to see what filthy and lewd faces those high and mighty queens really have in private. Mr. J? When Yi Jingqiu thought of this code name, the sarcasm on her face deepened. I want the whole world to know that the so-called Mr. J is nothing but a gigolo in the orphanage, a man who can be ridden by anyone. I want to turn their deification drama into a top-tier, lewd party that the whole nation will watch. She opened her arms as if embracing an impending victory, her voice trembling with extreme excitement. Wen Xia, are you ready for your doomsday? Inside the Wen family villa, in Zhang Fan's safe house, a lingering, enchanting warmth still hung in the air. Unbeknownst to Zhang Fan, a web of conspiracy woven by two top powers in Jinghai City and Beijing was quietly tightening around him. He had just finished a thoroughly enjoyable academic exchange. Xu Yao and Ji Shiwan arrived quite early today, and bumped into each other at the door. Neither of them were pretentious women, and the real person was clearly inside. They simply staged a battle between two females. Zhang Fan enjoyed the tranquility after the battle, feeling different warmth emanating from his sides. Just moments ago, she was radiating confidence and determined to prove herself. At this moment, however, they were as docile as two lazy, content cats. Xu Yao's fingertips unconsciously traced circles on his chest, which had regained its strength. Ji Shiwan then discussed with him in a low voice the detailed plan for dealing with Ji Tianyu. It gives you a great sense of control. This tranquility was broken by an urgent video call. On the screen was Wen Xia's face, which looked somewhat strange and nervous. Zhang Fan. Something's happened. Wen Xia's voice revealed a panic that she herself was unaware of. A woman claiming to be the true master of the Song family in the capital has just made contact with my private, confidential line. They specifically requested to speak with Mr. J to discuss joining the Order of the Phoenix. Upon hearing this, Xu Yao and Ji Shiwan, who were in Zhang Fan's arms, simultaneously stopped their little movements. The fact that they were able to find Wen Xia's secret route, which even they didn't know about, means that the person behind it is no ordinary individual. Seeing that Zhang Fan remained silent, Wen Xia's unease was amplified. She had a feeling that things weren't so simple, and an ominous premonition lingered in her mind. Will the fact that I auctioned off Zhang Fan's sperm donation be leaked? Jiang Fan remained calm and composed, his face showing no emotion. Song Mingyue. Song Qinghuan has a sadistic older sister with a food-stealing fetish. They moved really fast. Don't panic. Jiang Fan offered a reassuring remark, then confirmed, she should be Song Qinghuan's older sister, Song Mingyue. He briefly mentioned Song Mingyue's situation. Wen Xia only knew from Song Qinghuan that she wouldn't be able to come for the next few days, but she didn't know the specific reason. Only now, after hearing Jiang Fan's explanation, do I fully understand. It turns out it was a perverted older sister who chased him all the way to Jinghai City to steal his man. Wen Xia panicked immediately. Then, what do we do? This woman doesn't sound like someone to mess with. The fact that she was able to get my secret phone number clearly shows that she's coming on strong and won't give up until she gets what she wants. For the first time, she began to genuinely worry about Jiang Fan's safety. How about, we quickly find another place? I suspect this villa is no longer safe. Maybe that crazy woman has already set her sights on this place. It must be said that, in some matters, a woman's intuition is frighteningly accurate. Jiang Fan possesses several top-tier talents, and his intuition far surpasses that of ordinary people. Although I stayed in the safe room the whole time, I still felt a subtle sense of being watched. However, he directly rejected Wen Xia's suggestion. Changing locations now wouldn't make much sense. With Song Mingyue's methods, finding herself is only a matter of time. Passively hiding will only put you at a disadvantage. Taking the initiative is the only way to break the deadlock. Jiang Fan has been quite busy these past few days. He first used his talent to study the temperament of this young lady he had never met before. Song Mingyue is a paranoid and extremely self-centered psychopath. If she sets her sights on something and no one gives it to her, she'll snatch it. Once you get tired of it, you throw it away. He also subtly inquired about Song Mingyue through his conversation with Song Qinghuan. He always felt that the shackles of fate on Song Qinghuan were inextricably linked to this older sister. Sure enough, Song Qinghuan inadvertently mentioned a few strange things that happened in her childhood. This brought Jiang Fan an unexpected gain. No need. Hiding is the instinct of the prey. Jiang Fan's voice was steady and authoritative. And I am the hunter. One sentence sent a shiver down the spines of Wen Xia on the other end of the phone, as well as Xu Yao and Ji Shiwan beside her. This is the Demon King they follow. Jiang Fan then issued the order. Have everyone clear the room, I'll wait for her in the living room. Then, he turned his head and looked at the beautiful housekeeper beside him, who had long since become his loyal follower. Luan Shu, push me out. This was the first time he had voluntarily asked to leave the bed that had imprisoned him for 18 years. Heading to the real battlefield. Luan Shu's body trembled slightly with excitement. She nodded vigorously and walked to the wheelchair. Under the complex gazes of Xu Yao and Ji Shiwan, a mixture of worry, excitement, and fervor. The wheels of the wheelchair rolled over the threshold of the secret room for the first time and slowly drove out. For the first time, the corridor light shone completely on Jiang Fan. At this moment, he was no longer a paralyzed man who could be manipulated at will in bed. Rather, he is the king who was about to rule the world. The villa gate opened, accompanied by a crisp tap, tap sound. A pair of black knee-high leather boots with sharp high heels stepped in first. It carried a bone-chilling cold. Song Mingyue has arrived. She was wearing an outfit that perfectly combined wildness and sexiness. Her upper body was covered in a striking red, tight-fitting leather outfit that accentuated her breathtaking curves. Her lower body consisted of extremely short black leather hot pants, paired with matching tall leather boots. A large expanse of snow white, long legs dazzled under the lights. It is full of undisguised aggression and a desire for conquest. Two intimidating female bodyguards in black followed behind him. Her haughty gaze swept contemptuously over Wen Xia, who looked as if facing a formidable enemy, and the other two equally stunning queens, Xu Yao and Ji Shiwan, in the living room. Finally, her gaze settled on the man sitting peacefully in a wheelchair in the center of the living room. What a face that can captivate all beings! A sense of amazement flashed through Song Mingyue's mind. No wonder his arrogant younger sister would risk being discovered by the family and travel all the way to Jinghai City to borrow seed. This man possessed a clean yet sickly, broken quality that was incredibly alluring to women. An almost perverse possessiveness sprouted from the darkest corner of her heart. You're their kept man? Chapter 76 100 million, to be Song Mingyue's man? I'll predict your death right here and now. Song Mingyue looked down at Jiang Fan, ignoring all the women present, and walked straight up to him. She originally intended to completely overwhelm him with words and presence, making him understand who the master of the Song family was. But for some reason, when she met Jiang Fan's deep and calm eyes, an inexplicable impulse welled up in her heart. She seemed to be influenced by some invisible aura. I just want to use the simplest and most brutal way to brand this man with my own mark. She casually tossed a pure black card onto Jiang Fan's lap. My name is Song Mingyue. 100 million, and you've forgotten about Song Qinghuan. Be my man, Song Mingyue's man. The women were horrified. This woman from the capital is incredibly arrogant. When Xia, Shuyao, and Ji Shiwan's faces immediately turned icy, and they were about to lash out when Jiang Fan calmly stopped them. He completely ignored the black card that represented enormous wealth. With the simultaneous activation of the talents of verbal weaving and strategic maneuvering, micro-expression insight has already locked onto every subtle change in the other party. He asked a question that struck right to the soul. Have you ever thought about why you had to take her things? For the first time, Song Mingyue's aggressive smile froze. She never expected that this man, described by intelligence as a mute and paralyzed person, could actually speak clearly and converse with her. Oh? So you can talk. After a brief moment of surprise, Song Mingyue smiled knowingly. It seems the previous intelligence was wrong, which makes things even more interesting. She had conquered countless men and women, but no one had ever dared to speak to her in this way. She instinctively wanted to get angry, but Jiang Fan's soul-piercing eyes made her feel something strange for the first time. Before she could retort, Jiang Fan's voice became deep and captivating as he continued. That's not a fetish, it's a fear that you yourself haven't even realized you have. His luck plunder talent had already been activated, and he clearly sensed that between Song Mingyue and the mysterious Song Qinghuan, there was a faint thread of luck that ordinary people could not detect at all. Because your fortune is connected to hers. You are not robbing her of the object, but stealing the life force that is attached to her. You are a vine without roots, and you can only survive by clinging to her. Absurd! Song Mingyue rebuked him sharply, saying that this man seemed like a charlatan. Yeah? Jiang Fan chuckled and began to present evidence. When you were 8 years old, you fell seriously ill for no reason, and on the same day, Song Qinghuan, who was far away abroad, also fell into a coma with a high fever. Song Qinghuan broke her left leg at a ski resort when she was 15, while you, thousands of kilometers away at home, mysteriously slipped down the stairs and fractured your left ankle on the spot. There are many more such coincidences. Do you need me to list them one by one? The smile on Song Mingyue's face vanished completely. Her eyes suddenly turned cold, and her heart was in turmoil. These things, these secrets that she herself had almost forgotten, secrets that existed only in the deepest part of her memory. How did this paralyzed man find out? She doesn't believe in ghosts or gods, the only explanation is Song Qinghuan. That bitch must have told him. She suppressed her surprise and doubt, maintaining an air of arrogance on the surface. However, the way he looked at Jiang Fan changed from a playful gaze towards a toy to a more suspicious and scrutinizing one. She remained skeptical, feeling that Jiang Fan was likely playing a trick on her, using the few words Song Qinghuan had told him to deceive her. Seeing Song Mingyue's outwardly strong but inwardly weak expression, Jiang Fan emphasized his tone. You are a parasite that lives by sucking blood, Song Mingyue. And your life already had its ending written. You won't live past 26. You're talking nonsense. Song Mingyue was completely enraged, and a bloodthirsty murderous intent appeared on her face. A cripple dares to curse me? Believe it or not, I'll have your tongue cut out right now. For a witch as arrogant as her, such words not only failed to frighten her, but instead stirred up the savagery in her bones. Jiang Fan showed a compassionate expression, as if looking at a pitiful and tragic dying person. He used the gentlest tone to drop the final straw that broke the camel's back. Because of your host, I'm about to die. Under Song Mingyue's blank stare, Jiang Fan slowly spoke. Song Qinghuan came to Jinghai City to find me not just to borrow sperm. She has a terminal illness. The doctor said she only has 1 year left to live. These words struck like a bolt from the blue. Song Mingyue's mind went completely blank. She regarded him as a toy for life, a waste that she could manipulate at will. Am I going to die? She suddenly remembered that her subordinates had reported that Song Qinghuan had undergone a comprehensive physical examination at the hospital while in Jinghai City. At the time, she thought it was just a routine medical checkup before sperm donation and didn't pay much attention to it. But now, after Jiang Fan's words, the two things were immediately connected. Is Song Qinghuan terminally ill and about to die? And what about her? Is it really true, as this paralyzed man said, that he won't live past 26? Jiang Fan's enchanting voice, amplified by his talents in word weaving and strategic manipulation, resonated like a bewitching melody, continuously amplifying the cracks in Song Mingyue's heart. Fear, like a black tide, engulfed her. A look of childlike fear and bewilderment appeared on his face. But who is Song Mingyue? The eldest daughter of the Song family in the capital. A crazy person living in their own world. Her life motto has always been simple and straightforward: what I set my sights on is mine. Therefore, when Jiang Fan appeared in her sight, she assumed that this new toy was already hers. As for Jiang Fan's rambling fatalism, to her, it was nothing more than a clumsy performance by a toy trying to raise its price. Ridiculous. Would she be afraid of a paralyzed charlatan's curse? But I have to admit, this line of reasoning is much more interesting than a man kneeling and begging for mercy. Song Mingyue's personality is suspicious and abnormal. Jiang Fan's research over the past few days has allowed him to figure her out completely. He knew her suspicious nature, which is why he wove this absurd lie that Song Mingyue found terrifying upon closer inspection. Song Mingyue's panic was fleeting. The stiffness on her face caused by fear was quickly covered by a layer of even colder frost. Song Qinghuan is my sister. I will find out for myself whether she has a terminal illness. Song Mingyue suppressed the wavering in her heart that she was unwilling to admit, put on an aggressive smile again, and looked down at Jiang Fan. You charlatan, all you've said is to get my attention. What is your purpose? She took a step forward, closing in on Jiang Fan, the fragrant breeze carrying a chill. Speak, I'm listening. When Xia, Xu Yao, and Ji Shiwan were all on tenterhooks. This crazy woman has such a powerful aura. Jiang Fan smiled. He leaned back in his wheelchair, his posture languid, as if he were playing with a cat in his own backyard. Words weaving, his talent was quietly at work, and his voice contained regret and amusement. What purpose could I, a paralyzed man, possibly have? He looked up, his gaze sweeping over Song Mingyue's beautiful yet cold face, and sighed softly. It's just that I felt sorry for you, such a beautiful woman, who was about to pass away, so I couldn't help but offer a word of advice. Sigh, how can you not appreciate kindness? These words, coupled with Jiang Fanchuan's heartbroken yet devastated expression, were incredibly impactful. Song Mingyue was caught in a dilemma by his "I feel sorry for you" expression. Damn it! This cripple kept cursing himself to die. She was furious, but at the same time, a more crucial question slithered into her mind like a venomous snake. Who exactly is Mr. J? Chapter 77: Reverse Recruitment. The witch of the capital city is so easily manipulated that she questions her existence. A premonition of a cold that was so absurd that even Song Mingyue herself wanted to laugh was about to appear. Mr. J, could it really be this paralyzed man in front of us? This joke has gone way too far. If Mr. J really is Jiang Fan, then the credibility of what he just said needs to be reassessed. Who is Mr. J? Song Mingyue's voice turned cold, her gaze sharp as she swept towards Wen Xia beside her. Wen Xia's body tensed instinctively as she looked at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan nodded slightly to her. Wen Xia understood. She straightened her back, her expression filled with pride, and met Song Mingyue's gaze, speaking slowly and deliberately. It's him. These three words struck like a thunderclap. Although Song Mingyue had a premonition, when the answer actually came from Wen Xia's mouth, her brain still buzzed and swayed 3 times. Is it really him? Mr. J, who is touted online as a god, a strategist who can win battles from afar and manipulate the Washer Group at will. Is this the orphan who has been paralyzed for 18 years right in front of us? What he just said, about luck, about the host, about not living past 26. Could it all be true? For the first time, Song Mingyue's heart, which was shrouded in layers of paranoia and suspicion, began to waver under the influence of Jiang Fan's talent. Jiang Fan's talent for micro-expression insight was fully unleashed, like a high-precision radar, capturing the fleeting surprise and confusion deep in Song Mingyue's pupils. Target, Song Mingyue. Emotional analysis, shock 40%, doubt 30%, fear 20%, feigning calm 10%. Overall assessment, trust level has reached 60%. It's almost done. Jiang Fan was secretly delighted and decisively threw out the last straw that broke the camel's back. Song Mingyue, his voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. I can cure your illness. Do you believe it? Song Mingyue suddenly opened her eyes wide, her gaze filled with surprise and doubt. But deep in her heart, a primal fear of death, like wildly growing weeds, gripped her heart. For the first time, the instinct to survive overwhelmed her pride and reason. She blurted out, "How do you treat it?" "The fish is about to bite the hook." Jiang Fan sneered inwardly. She calls herself the eldest daughter of the Song family in the capital? What a stupid woman. He began to coax her gently, his voice imbued with a divine magic, painting a false picture of salvation for her. "It's very simple, just sever the invisible connection of fate between you and Song Qinghuan. In this way, you will no longer be a vine clinging to her, but a large tree that can grow independently. I have a secret method that can completely separate the two of you. From now on, you will be you and she will be she, and you will have no connection with each other in life, death, fortune, or misfortune. Even if Song Qinghuan dies tomorrow, you can live peacefully and safely until you are 100 years old." These words were uttered under the dual influence of Jiang Fan's verbal manipulation and political maneuvering, as well as the blessing of several unseen and intangible auras surrounding him. Extremely persuasive. The temptation is off the charts. Not to mention Song Mingyue, even when Xia Shuyao and Ji Shiwan next to her thought this matter was incredibly plausible, and believed that Jiang Fan was a living god walking among mortals. Song Mingyue's heart was struck a heavy blow. How do we cut it? She was completely led by the nose by Jiang Fan and stepped into his trap. Jiang Fan's smile finally carried a hint of the greed and desire that belonged to a hunter. First, his gaze roamed brazenly over Song Mingyue's shapely figure, encased in black leather pants. "You have to become my woman." These words were spoken. The living room was deathly silent. When Xia Shuyao and Ji Shiwan stared wide-eyed at the same time, their eyes filled with, "Holy crap, you can do that." Song Mingyue, who was the first to be affected, froze on the spot. She came to hunt, to make this man her own possession. But now, the prey has turned the tables, using a more domineering and irresistible attitude to demand that she be recruited. A sudden, unfamiliar shiver rose from the depths of her heart. It wasn't pure fear, but a mixture of anger at being offended, excitement at being challenged, and a morbid pleasure of meeting a worthy opponent. This toy, no, it's not a toy. He is a more dangerous, more domineering, and more direct predator than she is. For the first time, she had the urge to escape, but her legs seemed to be nailed to the spot, unable to move. Jiang Fan took in her expression and pressed his advantage. "What, scared?" He smiled contemptuously, reached down, and picked up the black card from his lap, tossing it casually between his fingers. "Weren't you just shouting 100 million and asking me to be your man? I promise you." Jiang Fan's smile turned sinister and chilling. "Since Song Qinghuan is going to die anyway, I have no problem finding a new mistress. I have no objection to being your male concubine. I'll accept this 100 million without hesitation." After saying that, he didn't turn around and threw the pure black card to Luan Shu behind him. "Sister Luan, please accept this. Consider this 100 million as Miss Song's pledge of allegiance to our Phoenix Society." "Yes, Xiao Fan." Luan Shu blushed with excitement, her hands trembling as she accepted the black card worth 100 million yuan, feeling as if she were in a dream. Song Mingyue was completely dumbfounded by Jiang Fan's actions. She felt that the title of perverted witch should be given directly to the paralyzed man in front of her. How did I fall into his trap? She regretted it. She regretted coming to his door so directly today. This man is far more difficult to handle than I imagined. On the contrary, he had me completely under his control and I couldn't move. She is now in a dilemma. Given Song Mingyue's personality, she never bows down to anyone. But ever since she stepped into the villa, she has fallen into Jiang Fan's verbal trap step by step. Unfortunately, her damnedly suspicious nature made her start to genuinely doubt that her life and death were closely related to that bitch Song Qinghuan. Jiang Fan's words echoed in her mind like a spell. Words weaving, power strategies and manipulation, the plunder of fortune. These combined talents had already laid a trap around her. Song Mingyue was unaware of all this. She only felt, in the darkness, that she was truly about to die. She was truly terrified. But beneath this fear that originates from the depths of one's soul, a more distorted and unfamiliar emotion quietly sprouted like a poisonous ivy stimulation. She had never met a man like this before, nor had she ever experienced being completely seen through and manipulated. Is it humiliating? Certainly. But even more than that, she felt an unprecedented, exhilarating excitement that sent shivers down her spine. She felt as if she had stumbled into the hunting grounds of a top hunter. And I am the prey that is locked in and has nowhere to escape. Chapter 78 is finished? If you're done, come over here and fill it in. Slap. The moment Song Mingyue became the prey, the deepest string in her heart was plucked hard. She was like a madwoman dancing on the edge of a cliff. Below me was a bottomless abyss. But what welled up in my heart was an extreme, perverse sense of excitement. This is the first time I've felt this way in my more than 20 years of life. A worthy opponent. She, the self-righteous hunter, became the one being toyed with. This feeling. That was fucking exciting. She even wanted to burst out laughing and dance a wild tango. The terror and bewilderment deep in her eyes were replaced in a fleeting second by an even more intense, burning madness. You want to recruit me? You're still too green, you little cripple. Song Mingyue licked her red lips, her expression shifting from stiff to utterly mocking. Giggle. She let out a series of crisp laughs, but there was no warmth in them. Instead, they were like shards of icy glass scraping past the ears of everyone present. Even from his wheelchair, Jiang Fan's talent for micro-expression insight allowed him to fully perceive Song Mingyue's psychological state. Target, Song Mingyue. Emotional analysis, excitement 40%, frenzy 30%, fear beneath a bold exterior 20%, testing 10%. Overall assessment, a pathetic performer who attempts to mask inner fears with aggression. Jiang Fan smiled slightly, as if he were watching a poorly executed one-man show. Song Mingyue glanced disdainfully at Wen Xia, Xu Yao, and Ji Shiwan, who looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. That look was like looking at a flock of caged canaries. What a fine order of the phoenix! What a fine Mr. J. Wen Xia, I really underestimated you before. Your mansion is really lively. Her voice suddenly rose, filled with undisguised malice and the pleasure of exposing everything. Who would believe it if I told them? This is the VIP-only money pit for Jinghai City's top richest women. There's a stunningly handsome male bodhisattva living in a secret chamber. Every night, people line up to have him save them. She extended her slender fingers, painted with bright red nail polish, and pointed at Wen Xia from a distance, her tone flippant as if she were discussing street gossip. Especially you, Mr. Wan. You're quite the pimp. The Phoenix Society? I think it's more like the Phoenix Pavilion. This isn't some kind of business alliance, I'd call it a super brothel. Upon hearing this, Wen Xia's face turned pale instantly. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and a strange, absurd sense of relief arose within her. She forced down the turmoil in her heart, barely managing to maintain her composure, and spoke in a dry voice, Miss Song, you can't just throw mud at people like that. What evidence do you have? However, Song Mingyue seemed not to hear her at all, not even bothering to glance at her, and only let out a contemptuous snort. She watched Wen Xia's wonderful expressions with great interest, her smile becoming increasingly unrestrained. Then, her gaze swept contemptuously over Xu Yao and Ji Shiwan, whose faces were already ashen. And you two, big shots in Jinghai City, one a media queen and the other a tycoon patriarch, TSK, you actually came here to be clients of prostitutes? This is truly shameless. It has completely shattered my worldview. Upon hearing this, the air in the living room momentarily froze. Ji Shiwan's elegant phoenix eyes suddenly turned icy, and her aura became extremely oppressive. Miss Song, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Mr. Jiang and I have a purely business partnership. She was saying it, but her mind was racing. Song Mingyue, from the Song family in the capital, has connections that reach the highest levels. Since she dared to say it, she must have something up her sleeve. How significant is this card? Is it enough to overthrow the Wen family? Is overthrowing the Wen family beneficial or detrimental to the Ji family? And how will Jiang Fan respond? In this game, how should I position myself to maximize my interests? Jiang Fan almost burst out laughing while in his wheelchair. I love it. Sister Ji, do you even believe what you're saying? They're so pure they're practically invisible. Xu Yao's reaction was more direct and more fiery. Who the hell are you calling a client of prostitutes? She already had a fiery temper, and this time her sore spot was touched, so she immediately exploded. This anger was partly motivated by a desire to protect his reputation. The other half stems from a more primal and wild instinct to protect food. This crazy woman not only insulted her, but also coveted her man. The man who made her crave more and completely submit to him. I'm happy to. I'll sleep with him, it's consensual. What business is it of yours, Miss Song, if I sleep with my own man? As she spoke, she stepped forward and faced Song Mingyue directly. Her full breasts heaved violently with rage, and her beautiful face was filled with murderous intent. She crossed her arms and sneered, just because you're from the capital doesn't mean you're so great. You think you can control everything and even what other people do in bed? Wen Xia. Good grief, I was still acting, and you just dropped the act and came clean, huh? Oh, you're not pretending anymore? Song Mingyue clapped her hands exaggeratedly, her face becoming even more sarcastic. Yes, that's commendable, I admire you. She abruptly changed the subject, her gaze returning to Wen Xia, her voice suddenly turning icy. President Wen, are you still going to be stubborn? Let me tell you, Yi Jingqiu of the Hua Group has already found out everything about your petty affairs. She went to the anti-welfare home in person and obtained all the evidence of your kidnapping and abduction of the original sample from the Fat Pig director, Li Guofu. If I hadn't pleaded for you and asked her to suppress the news. Song Mingyue leaned closer to Wen Xia, a condescending smile on her face, and whispered, right now, the headlines on all the major websites are about your shocking scandal, Wen Xia, a madam, kidnapping native samples and sexually bribing rich women. Giggle giggle. She laughed so hard she nearly fell over, her laughter unrestrained and wild. What? Why don't you kneel down and properly thank your savior? As she spoke, her gaze passed over Wen Xia and fixed intently on Jiang Fan in the wheelchair. That defiant attitude of "you can mess with me, I'll mess with you," who's afraid of who was on full display. Jiang Fan's mind is as clear as a mirror. Several talents, such as micro-expression insight, political intrigue, and absolute rationality, have already thoroughly analyzed Song Mingyue's psychological state. She's obsessed. The presence that could challenge or even suppress her excited her. This woman is an absolute madwoman. You can't understand it using ordinary thinking. You must be more perverted, more ruthless, and more unreasonable than her. Only then could her perverse desire for conquest be satisfied. In the end, I willingly submit to your feet. He watched calmly as Song Mingyue uttered those filthy threatening words to the women, his face remaining impassive until her laughter subsided. He lazily raised his eyelids and slowly opened his mouth. The sound was soft, yet it clearly carried to every corner of the living room. Are you done talking? Song Mingyue raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to continue. Come over here when you're done talking. Jiang Fan's lips curled into a devilish smile. His voice was as soft as a loveress whisper, but the words he uttered were icy, carrying a godlike air of filth and majesty. Give me a duck's foot. Chapter 79, Using Madness to Cure Madness. The witch has really gone gay. After these words were spoken, the living room fell silent. Apart from Song Mingyue, everyone else was completely dumbfounded. Wen Xia, Xu Yao, Ji Shiwan, and even Luan Shu, who blindly worshipped him, were all dumbfounded. What did Jiang Fan say? This is Song Mingyue, a powerful and eccentric witch from the capital. If even a tiny bit of what that crazy woman just said were to be revealed, Wen Xia will have to go to jail, and everyone present will become the target of public criticism, their reputations ruined. Has Jiang Fan gone mad? Saying something like that at this time, isn't he determined to offend Song Mingyue to the death? The three queens, whose mere stomp of their feet could cause an earthquake in the business world of Jinghai City, all had their brains go blank at this moment. Their thinking slid into an incomprehensible abyss. Xiao Fan. Luan Shu was so frightened that her pretty face turned pale. She subconsciously tugged at Jiang Fan's sleeve, signaling him not to provoke this crazy woman any further. However, to everyone's surprise, it happened. Song Mingyue was neither furious, surprised, nor bewildered. She simply suppressed her smile, her gaze turning cold as she stared at the smiling man in the wheelchair. Those extremely aggressive eyes gleamed with an even more excited and perverse light. Don't waste your time, Jiang Fan said slowly, his tone like he was scolding a child who didn't know any better. All this useless talk is just to cover up your inner fears. Song Mingyue, are you scared? If you're scared, come and lick my feet. This is your only chance. I'm scared? Song Mingyue chuckled sinisterly. What am I afraid of? I think it's you who are scared. You're afraid of dying. Jiang Fan hit the nail on the head. You're afraid that Song Qinghuan really has a terminal illness. Deep down, you've already admitted that what I said is right, you're just being stubborn now. Ha, charlatan, Song Mingyue sneered, I thought you were all that capable, but it turns out you're nothing special. The threats you mentioned, Jiang Fan completely ignored her sarcasm and continued in a steady tone, precisely crushing her psychological defenses like a sharp blade, have forgotten the most crucial point. Who is the only variable in this farce? It's me. The information you received before was that I was paralyzed and mute, so you thought you could manipulate me at will, right? But now, the person in front of you is not only not mute, but can also move both hands. As Jiang Fan spoke, he deliberately and slowly raised his hands, which had returned to normal, and waved them in front of Song Mingyue. Tell me, when the time comes, will the relevant departments believe the mudslinging you've thrown at them, or will they believe a living, breathing victim standing right in front of them, able to speak? Upon hearing this, Song Mingyue's smile froze once again. She slowly came to her senses. It seems, that's really the case. She hadn't thought about this question before. The so-called evidence that Yi Jingqiu obtained from Li Guofu was utterly worthless in the face of the living, breathing person in front of her. How weighty are the words of a national treasure that is being restored? As long as he insists that when Xia and the others found him and took good care of him, treating his illness, that so-called dirty water will soon be transformed into banners praising benevolence and virtue and saving lives and healing the wounded. At that time, when Xia will not only be blameless, but will actually be credited. Once they understood this, Wen Xia, Xu Yao, and Ji Xiuan also realized what was going on. Wen Xia, in particular, breathed a long sigh of relief and looked at Jiang Fan with eyes full of relief at surviving a disaster and even more fervent admiration. It has to be you, Mr. J. With just a few words, a massive crisis that could have brought down the Wen family was averted without a trace. Seeing the fascinating expressions on Song Mingyue's face, Jiang Fan knew that the time was right. He emphasized his words, his voice carrying an oracular, irresistible power. Quick! Do as I say. Then, I'll tell you how to break free from your fate and live peacefully. Otherwise. He paused, a sinister smile playing on his lips. You will not live past 26. The person who started this, sitting in a wheelchair, looked completely calm and collected. Jiang Fan's talent for micro-expression insight had already captured the fleeting glint in the depths of Song Mingyue's pupils on her beautiful face, which was slightly contorted with shock. That wasn't anger. Instead, it was a mixture of terror, humiliation, and morbidly extreme excitement. Jiang Fan sneered. My judgment was completely correct. That crazy bastard, he really likes this kind of thing. To deal with this kind of thoroughly deranged witch, conventional threats, bribes, and negotiations are all ineffective. What she enjoys is the thrill of trampling all the rules under her feet. The only way is to crush her pride and madness completely in a way that is even crazier, more perverse, and more unreasonable than hers. What, scared? Don't dare? Jiang Fan raised the stakes again, his tone full of undisguised contempt and sneer. He leaned back lazily against the wide back of his wheelchair. His hands, now free of movement, were even casually folded and placed on his lap. His gaze was like that of a god high in the heavens, looking down upon an ant that knew no death. If you're scared, get out of here and never show your face in front of me again. He paused, then spoke the most vicious words in the gentlest tone. I feel disgusted just looking at you. These extremely humiliating words were like a red-hot branding iron, fiercely burning Song Mingyue's morbid excitement spot. Giggle. The icy coldness on Song Mingyue's face suddenly blossomed, becoming eerie and fanatical. Instead of flying into a rage, she let out a series of sickly giggles. The laughter was crisp and clear, but it sent chills down Wen Xia's spine and sent shivers down her spine. The two female bodyguards in black behind her tensed their muscles, their eyes fixed on Jiang Fan. Just waiting for the master's order, they stepped forward and tore this clueless cripple to pieces. But what they received was an order that shocked everyone. Song Mingyue waved her hand, her laughter still ringing, but her tone was chillingly cold. You, get out. Stand guard at the door. No one is allowed to come in without my order. What? Wen Xia, Xu Yao, and Ji Xiuan exchanged a shocked glance. What is this crazy woman trying to do? Under their astonished gazes, the two imposing female bodyguards, without a word, bowed and left the villa, closing the door behind them. In the living room, only they and the strangely confronting man and woman remained. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels clicking on the marble floor rang out again. Song Mingyue strode forward with her long, straight legs, step by step, toward Jiang Fan in his wheelchair. A strange flush rose on her face, a mixture of humiliation and pleasure. Wen Xia's heart was in her throat. She suddenly had a strange sense of déjà vu. In a daze, I saw myself from not long ago. But she soon realized that the scene before her was 100 times more insane than the humiliation she had suffered before. Xu Yao's palms were covered in cold sweat, but her eyes were fixed on Jiang Fan. She was looking forward to it, looking forward to how this devilish man would completely tame this madman from the capital. Ji Xiuan's phoenix eyes also contracted sharply at this surreal scene. Her brain was analyzing rapidly. This was not a simple suppression. This is extremely precise psychological manipulation, a top-level power tactic that plays with people's hearts. Every word Zhang Fan uttered, every expression he made, was pushing Song Mingyue into the abyss he had set out for her. The women watched in disbelief as the arrogant and dismissive witch from the capital city turned her back on them. He stopped just a step away from the wheelchair. Then, his knees buckled. With a plop. It bent down straight down. Chapter 80. Mr. J, you are a devil. Holy crap! Xu Yao could no longer hold back and let out a soft cry. Although Wen Xia and Ji Shiwan didn't say anything, their wide-eyed stares said it all. They couldn't believe that the usually arrogant witch of the capital would do something so despicable. They watched this proud predator, and like the most devout believers, they crawled on their knees across the polished floor to Zhang Fan's wheelchair. Then, slowly, with an eerie, sacrificial sense of ritual, she lowered her noble head. Song Mingyue worked with utmost seriousness and meticulousness. Zhang Fan looked down at the woman beneath him, whose eyes were filled with fanaticism and whose face had a morbid sense of satisfaction. The tyrant's thrill of conquest surged to his head. Cool. Conquering this morbid soul to its very core would satisfy his ever-growing desire for control far more than making Wen Xia and the others submit. However, things took an even more bizarre turn than he had anticipated. He discovered that his body, modified by the divine body awakening, exerted an even stronger and more fatal attraction on Song Mingyue, that madwoman. Because, in the heat of her emotions, she actually. He got up on his own. Like a beautiful snake. It went straight to the little man's thigh. The leather pants, which were so short they couldn't cover any of his figure, clung tightly to Zhang Fan. Hiss. Even Zhang Fan was taken aback by this unexpected benefit. But the most outrageous things are yet to come. Song Mingyue ignored the alluring sight between her legs. Her jade-like hands, as if possessed, caressed the divine body. Feeling the smooth, jade-like texture, his eyes glazed over, and a satisfied whimper escaped his throat. Then she lowered her head again. They began to devoutly clean the duck breast. This situation shattered Wen Xia, Xu Yao, and Ji Shiwan's last psychological defenses, leaving them completely speechless. Their worldview was crushed, covered in dirt, and trampled on. As Wen Xia watched this scene, a ridiculous sense of superiority and relief welled up inside her. Fortunately, I was only forced to warm up the crowd. But this madwoman from the capital was like a believer offering herself up as a sacrifice. It seems I didn't lose so badly? Xu Yao watched with rapid breathing, her beautiful face filled with undisguised possessiveness. She's jealous. She was insanely jealous that Song Mingyue could be so close to Zhang Fan. Seeing Song Mingyue pushing her luck, Xu Yao's rationality snapped. His body instinctively lunged forward, wanting to tear this shameless woman off the man she loved. However, she had just taken a step when Ji Shiwan grabbed her arm. Ji Shiwan shook her head at her, her eyes calm and deep. The message is conveyed silently: don't act impulsively, keep watching, and don't disrupt the young man's plan. Xu Yao's chest heaved violently with anger, and she bit her red lips in resentment. In the end, he let out a cold snort through his nose, forcibly suppressing his impulse. But the burning jealousy in her heart still made her want to rush up and push Song Mingyue away, to take her place. Ji Shiwan was filled with endless shock. At this point, it's no longer a method that ordinary people can accomplish. This is a god or demon. No, they are demons walking among humans. I enjoyed a brief moment of top-notch, crazy, special service. Zhang Fan reached out and pressed down on her restless forehead. Under Song Mingyue's lingering gaze, Zhang Fan activated his words-weaving talent, and his voice became sacred and seductive. Very good, you have passed my test. Now, I can tell you how to cure you. Zhang Fan began to spout nonsense with a straight face. The root of your illness lies in the connection of your destiny with Song Qinghuan. To cure it completely, a special separation ritual must be performed. He described to Song Mingyue a seemingly mysterious, luck-cutting ritual. It needs to be at a special time and in a special place. And most importantly, Song Qinghuan and Song Mingyue, as the host and parasite, must be present at the same time. Zhang Fan further explained that this ritual not only requires Song Qinghuan's consent, but also that the two sisters must simultaneously exchange their life essence with him. Only in this way can he serve as a transfer station and a purifier. The death aura that was entangled with Song Mingyue was completely stripped away and purified, allowing her to gain a true new life. Song Mingyue raised her face, flushed with humiliation, her eyes filled with a desolate yet desperate longing, and asked in a hoarse voice, when? Zhang Fan lifted her chin with his hand, as if admiring a newly captured, still wild trophy. Then, he released it with disdain. His tone was as indifferent as if he were ordering a dog. Wait for my notification. Now you can get out. The longing and infatuation in Song Mingyue's eyes suddenly froze. What follows is a deeper sense of humiliation and a pleasure derived from being treated roughly. She slowly slid off Jiang Fan's lap and knelt down again. It even lightly swept over the duck's foot again, seemingly still wanting more. Then, she slowly got up from the ground and straightened her extremely short leather pants. She raised her head, a strange and satisfied smile on her face, but her eyes were chillingly cold. She spoke in a whisper, audible only to the two of them. I'm waiting for you, master. That smile, in the eyes of Wenxia, Xu Yao, and Ji Shiwan, was more terrifying than the devil. It profoundly illustrates the extremely twisted and submissive attitude of a top-tier madman. After Song Mingyue left, the living room fell silent. Wenxia, Xu Yao, and Ji Shiwan looked at the nonchalant man in the wheelchair. His gaze had shifted from worship to awe of the gods. They understood that this man could not only control their bodies, but also manipulate everyone's souls at will. Ji Shiwan saw things more deeply. Jiang Fan had been exploiting Song Mingyue's suspicious, paranoid, and abnormal personality weaknesses from beginning to end. They used precise psychological manipulation to ultimately win them over. This manipulation of people's hearts and minds was so skillful that it terrified her. At the same time, I feel extremely honored to be a woman who exists in this way. Xu Yao's reaction was even more direct. She was the first to rush forward, throwing herself onto Jiang Fan's wheelchair, hugging his legs, and saying in a trembling voice, almost a moan, "Mr. J, you're a devil." She raised her head, her beautiful face flushed, her eyes filled with undisguised possessiveness and lust. "I love you to death, you devil." Meanwhile, inside the Huasher group's secret base, Yi Jingqiu received a report from an informant planted outside the Wen family villa. President Yi, the target, Song Mingyue, has left the Wen family villa. She entered less than an hour ago. When she left, her expression was calm, revealing no emotion. 1 hour? Yi Jingqiu frowned deeply. Was it over so quickly? Did the talks break down, or did they reach some kind of agreement she wasn't aware of? Given Song Mingyue's erratic personality, it's abnormal that she didn't demolish the Wen family villa. Things took an unexpected turn. A strong sense of foreboding enveloped her heart. Chapter 81, Countdown to Identity Reveal. Song Mingyue walked away with the gait of a cat. Her back swayed like a beautiful snake that had just eaten its fill. Jiang Fan leaned lazily back in his wheelchair, enjoying the admiring gazes from the women. The actions just now have planted a seed of Stockholm Syndrome in the mind of that crazy woman, Song Mingyue. After leaving, the first thing this woman would do would undoubtedly be to use all her resources to investigate whether Song Qinghuan really had a terminal illness. I must contact that silly girl Song Qinghuan immediately and feed her the script. Cough. Ji Shiwan, the T0 level married woman, was the first to recover from the shock to her soul. Her elegant phoenix eyes gleamed with a strange light, but her tone was somewhat solemn. Xiaofan, Song Mingyue just mentioned that Hua Jicheng's strategist, Yi Jingqiu, has already found out your identity. The moment she opened her mouth, she instantly pulled Wenxia and Xu Yao back from the fervent fan filter of Mr. J is awesome to the cold reality. She will likely contact the media immediately, or even a reproductive health organization, to expose Wenxia's hoarding of natural samples. Upon hearing this, Wenxia's heart, which had just settled down because Song Mingyue had been killed, jumped into her throat again. Yes. Her expression changed slightly, and her voice trembled uncontrollably. Yi Jingqiu is malicious. If she exposes this, distorts the facts, and maliciously edits the footage, then Wenxia didn't dare to think any further. Once the truth comes out, she and the One Group will be overwhelmed by a deluge of online condemnation. The public opinion that was just turned around by Mr. J and Phoenix Society will collapse in an instant. The prestige she had painstakingly built up within the group would also vanish. Even more frightening is that once the authorities are alerted, will the Wen's group face annihilation because of her risky gamble? Then she, Wenxia, is a sinner of the Wen family. The more she thought about it, the paler her face became, and her body began to tremble slightly. Xu Yao's face also darkened. Her thinking was more direct. If the relevant authorities come, how will I ever see my little man again? Jiang Fan was taken away and imprisoned in a secret base, where he may become a real stud pig. How can she recharge? How could she possibly enjoy the ultimate pleasure this devilish man brought her? Thinking of this, she looked at Jiang Fan, her eyes filled with reluctance and intense possessiveness. It was so hard to find such a treasure. It's not even warm yet. Is it about to be taken away by the state? No. Absolutely not. Even Luan Shu, who blindly worshipped him, was so nervous that her palms were sweating. She looked at him with worry, her eyes filled with fear that her master was about to be taken away. Zhang Fan's series of miracles in the past few days, along with his demonic charm that manipulates people at will, have already completely captivated the women. He subconsciously ignored a fact that was right in front of him from the very beginning when Wenxia kidnapped him from the orphanage. She only had 7 days' worth of usage rights. Before we knew it, only 2 days remained. This forgotten deadline now hangs like the sword of Damocles over our heads. This made the women's desire to not let him be taken away stronger and more obsessive than ever before. For a moment, an atmosphere of despair filled the living room. Zhang Fan took in the horrified expressions of the 3 women and the servant. Micro-expression insight, the talent even captured 80% of Wenxia's fear and 20% of relief in her heart? Relief? He was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter. This stupid woman probably thinks that now that things have blown up, she'll finally be free from being forced to warm up the atmosphere anymore? Dream on. What's wrong? His lazy opening remarks, exuding a playful and composed air of control, instantly eased the heavy atmosphere in the living room. Look at you all, so scared, like the sky is about to fall. I was just saying, things aren't as bad as you think. He extended his right hand, which had been fully restored, to Wenxia. Wenxia subconsciously placed her icy little hands on it. A warm and powerful sensation emanated from her palms, dispelling most of the chill in her heart and miraculously calming her chaotic mind. Now you know fear? Zhang Fan squeezed Wenxia's soft, boneless hand, but his words were full of teasing. Who gave you the courage to kidnap me from the orphanage in front of so many people? President Wan, your audacity is even greater than your chest. Wasn't it just a matter of time before she was exposed? Stupid woman, you never use your brain when you do things. You. Wenxia blushed with embarrassment and anger at his words. She wanted to defend herself, but found that she couldn't utter a single word. She really brought this on herself, and she has no one to blame but herself. At the time, I was so angry with Wen Shichuan that I lost my mind. Now look what's happened, they've got a firm grip on our weaknesses. She was unaware that Yi Jingqiu had already thoroughly investigated her shady dealings with the Dragon Seed auction. If I had known, I probably would have had a heart attack on the spot and been sent straight to the ICU. Rest assured. Zhang Fan chuckled softly, released her hand, and patted the back of her hand to comfort her. He looked around at the crowd, his voice having a calming magic. The initiative is still in our hands. Even if Yi Jingqiu exposes this, it won't cause any major problems. He paused, then added, at most, it just means I'm stepping out from behind the scenes and reporting to the national team ahead of time. Anyway, I can't stay in bed forever, I'll have to see people eventually. Now, it's just a matter of moving the time forward by a few days. He looked at the 3 women, sighed deliberately, and gave a meaningful smile. It's just. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you. Zhang Fan's gaze became ambiguous. I'm afraid I'll have to reduce the number of times I need to recharge in the future. Boom. Upon hearing this, Wenxia, Xu Yao, and Ji Xiuan all blushed deeply. Especially Xu Yao, whose beautiful face was full of resentment. Her eyes seemed to say, what? I just got a VVIP annual membership, and you're telling me the gym is closing early? What kind of time is this to be making jokes like this? But it must be said that this joke immediately lightened the somber atmosphere in the living room. The invisible and intangible aura emanating from Zhang Fan is exerting its miraculous effects. Every word he uttered was magical, making the women wholeheartedly believe and blindly worship him. Yeah, what's there to be afraid of? With Mr. J around, even if the sky falls, we can use it as a blanket. It's getting late, everyone should go back and rest, Zhang Fan said, dismissing them. All 3 women wanted to stay, but seeing his tired expression, they obediently listened and left reluctantly. Xiaofan Luanshu stepped forward, looking at him with excitement and admiration. Push me back into the house. Yes. Back in the safe house, Zhang Fan immediately asked Luanshu to bring him his new phone. This was personally provided to him by Wenxia a couple of days ago. It's the latest foldable screen model, and she even got him the highest level of security card. He skillfully dialed Song Qinghuan's video call. The phone was answered after only 1 ring, and a beautiful face with a hint of weariness and longing appeared on the screen. Zhang Fan Song Qinghuan's voice was soft and sweet. Where is it? Just arrived in Beijing, at the hotel. Your sister, Song Mingyue, came to see me just now, Zhang Fan said, getting straight to the point. What? She really came to our door? Chapter 82, Documentary Part 2, The Super Pimps is coming soon? In the video, Song Qinghuan jumped right out of bed, almost dropping the tablet in her hand. She was wearing cute cartoon pajamas, but her face was full of shock and anxiety. She was too naive, thinking that once she left Ginghai, her crazy sister would stop bothering Zhang Fan. They completely underestimated Song Mingyue's twisted possessiveness. What did she do to you? Are you alright? Song Qinghuan leaned close to the camera, as if she wanted to crawl over and check if he was missing any limbs. Seeing the little face on the screen, filled with genuine emotion and worry, Zhang Fan felt a warmth in his heart. Silly girl. I'm fine. Your sister has been completely fooled by me, and she's probably searching all over the world for information about your illness right now. He smiled and then briefly recounted how he had tricked Song Mingyue by fabricating the charade of symbiotic destiny and terminal fatalism. Song Qinghuan was speechless, her mouth agape in an O shape. This works? She did mention to Zhang Fan a few strange things that happened between her and her sister when they were young, but in her opinion, they were just unlucky coincidences. How come the taste completely changed once it came out of Zhang Fan's mouth? Etc. She suddenly realized a crucial issue. You're saying I have a terminal illness? And I only have a year left? Song Qinghuan's cheeks flushed bright red, both ashamed and angry. She yelled at the screen, Zhang Fan. Are you cursing me to die young? You big bad guy. Humph. When a little girl throws a tantrum and becomes unhappy, the consequences can be severe. Hey, don't be angry, Zhang Fan quickly comforted her. Silly girl, I was only acting to help you, wasn't I? Only in this way can you completely get rid of her entanglement. Think about it, once this is over, she'll never bother you or steal your things again, won't she? I don't care. You're cursing me. Song Qinghuan got into a little tantrum and was quite difficult to appease. Helpless, Zhang Fan had no choice but to activate his words-weaving talent, making his voice gentle and persuasive. 3 minutes later. Really? She actually believed it? Song Qinghuan's anger vanished instantly. She hugged her pillow and rolled around on the bed laughing, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. This little temper of hers comes and goes quickly. She had already begun to imagine the comical sight of Song Mingyue being completely fooled. Then, how should I cooperate with you next? She interrupted Zhang Fan's PUA rhetoric and asked excitedly. After being suppressed for over 20 years, she finally had the chance to turn the tables and make fun of that perverted witch, and she couldn't wait. It's very simple. Seeing her excited little expression, Zhang Fan didn't keep her in suspense any longer. Next, find a few top private hospitals in Beijing. Remember, you must do it discreetly and realistically, making it seem like you are really seeking medical treatment everywhere. So that the informants planted by Song Mingyue can just happen to find out this information. But you must be careful and make sure she doesn't catch you. I'm worried that crazy woman might do something insane. Once the play is over, you can go back to Jinghai. Leave the rest to me. Once Song Mingyue confirms that you are terminally ill, she will fall completely into the trap I've set. Good. Song Qinghuan nodded repeatedly, as excited as a little agent who had received a secret mission. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Seeing how happy she was, Zhang Fan smiled and hung up the phone. Done. After that, you just have to wait for the fish to swim into the net on their own. He leaned against the bed, pondering the next steps of his scheme, how to gradually transform Song Mingyue, this crazy witch, into his most loyal female slave. Just then. Buzz. My phone vibrated. The screen lights up. An encrypted text message popped up. The text was only a few lines long, but it froze the lazy smile on Zhang Fan's face, and his pupils shrank. Yi Jingqiu has discovered Wen Xia's dragon seed auction incident. The second documentary, Super Prostitute Group, has been completed and is ready for online release. Zhixia. I love it. The Super Pimps? Yi Jingqiu is truly a genius. This headline is pungent, vicious, and hits the nail on the head. It has the potential to spread virally. With this level of naming ability, it's a waste of her talent that she's not a web novel author. After a brief moment of shock, Zhang Fan quickly calmed down. He had previously boasted to Wen Xia and the others that Yi Jingqiu couldn't cause any trouble, but that was just empty talk to appease them. He had a premonition that this woman's killer move was far more than just the sordid affair at the orphanage. Now, when Jisha's intelligence confirms his judgment. Moreover, it was even more exciting than he had imagined. Dragon Seed Auction. He suspected that when Xia was able to bring this group of wealthy women to recharge, and that there must have been some kind of shady agreement behind it. But I never expected that she would openly come up with such a shocking and outrageous idea as auctioning off dragon offspring. You, Wen Xia, even when someone chased you to your doorstep, you still wouldn't reveal it. Does she not yet consider herself her husband? Although he was annoyed by Wen Xia's big breasts and brainless stupidity, things had already happened. The most important thing is how to solve this thorny problem. Jiang Fan immediately understood, this was Yi Jingqiu's real trump card. Once this card is thrown on the table, everything about Mr. J and Order of the Phoenix will instantly become a huge joke. Faced with scandals like openly auctioning national strategic resources and a top-tier wealthy woman keeping male lovers, which are enough to ignite public outrage, any public relations efforts will be in vain. By then, Wen Xia and her colleagues will no longer be business representatives chosen by the gods. Instead, they are a group of depraved, lawless, and ethically reckless super prostitutes. And himself. He's a top-tier male prostitute kept by wealthy women and with a clearly marked price. This script is 100 times more outrageous than his own fatalism. As Jiang Fan processed this bombshell news and gradually calmed down, another question suddenly came to mind. Why would Wen Jixia tell me such crucial information? Given her hacking skills, it's not surprising that she was able to infiltrate Yi Jingqiu's network and obtain this much information. But what was her motive? Logically speaking, this cunning woman would love for Wen Xia to fall from power so she could seize the opportunity to take over the entire Wen group. The only explanation. Jiang Fan's gaze darkened. This girl still retains some blood ties with her foolish aunt. After all, if Wen Xia were to be imprisoned for this, the Wen group would inevitably fall apart. By then, the stock price will have collapsed, and even if Wen Jixia were to take over, she would only be facing a rotten mess. Rather than collecting a pile of scrap metal, it's better to save this leaky but still navigable old ship. TSK, what a hypocritical and arrogant girl. Xiao Fan, what's wrong? Beside me came Luan Shu's gentle, caring voice. The beautiful housekeeper, who had completely become his number one lackey, sensitively noticed the change in his expression. Her soft body instinctively pressed against him, wrapping her arms around his, her eyes full of concern. Fine. Jiang Fan snapped out of his daze, reached out and touched the micro-expression expert's hair. It felt smooth to the touch. He gently reassured her, I'll make a phone call. As he spoke, he dialed Wen Jixia's video call right in front of Luan Shu. There's no need to hide your own woman. The phone was answered after only one ring. A stunningly beautiful face, cool and aloof like the moon, yet capable of inexplicably warming Jiang Fan, appeared on the screen. I haven't seen her for a few days, and she's gotten even prettier. After all, she was the first woman he had met since he transmigrated, and the feeling was ultimately different. I still vividly remember the feeling of that night. Jiang Fan blurted it out, his voice containing a tenderness he himself was unaware of. Where is it? I miss you. Chapter 83: The Yi Family of the Capital. The true identity of the vicious strategist. There was a long silence on the other end of the video call. Wen Jixia didn't expect Jiang Fan to say such a cheesy thing right off the bat. She had never been with a man before, and she didn't understand sweet talk at all. I usually deal with either code or candlestick charts. He caught them off guard with his sudden straight shot. For once, his icy face was flushed, and even his ears started to burn. Damn it! The iceberg has reached red temperate temperature. This peach blossom luck is really powerful. These past few days, Wen Jixia hasn't returned to the villa, but she's still grappling with advanced hacking techniques. She knew everything about Jiang Fan and the other women's behavior. It stemmed from some complex emotion that even I couldn't explain. She only kept the video of Wen Xia and Song Qinghuan. That time she didn't record anymore after that. But that one time alone was enough to shock her. In the following days, she watched as Jiang Fan transformed from a paralyzed man who could be manipulated by others into someone who could speak and move his arms. They even manipulated the usually arrogant queens at will. The speed at which this man evolved startled her, and it also made her increasingly fascinated. She wanted to question him, but his words, "I missed you," made her flustered. All the prepared words got stuck in my throat. In the end, she simply suppressed her embarrassment and turned her face slightly away. He used his usual cool and aloof tone to mask his panic. Stop being so cheeky. Your whole place is about to be wiped out, and you're still here indulging in romance. You're something else. When Jixia shook off the strange feeling in her heart and resumed her usual voice, with a hint of mockery in her tone. Oh? Zhang Fan also put away his joking thoughts and became serious. His purpose in making the call was not to confirm the documentary. But it was for something more important. Yi Jingqiu. This woman is the root of all the trouble. Now, she has two royal flushes in her hand. One photo shows a welfare home, and the other shows an auction. Time is running out for him. He had to remove the fuse before the bomb exploded. Get rid of her. If the scandal is truly exposed online, then things will become really complicated. The dragon seed auction is extremely egregious and, if it escalates, will incite widespread public outrage. Even if he personally speaks up for Wenxia, it will probably be to no avail. In his view, the reason Yi Jingqiu hadn't made a move yet was because of the pressure from Song Mingyue's crazy behavior. But the cooperation between these two women is as fragile as paper, and could break at any moment. If the alliance breaks down, Yi Jingqiu will not hesitate to press the detonation button. At that time, the Wen family will be wiped out, and Wenxia will be imprisoned. These are all certainties. Why are you telling me this? Zhang Fan stared into Wen Jixia's beautiful eyes on the screen and cut to the chase. Don't you want to see your aunt get into trouble? Wen Jixia did not answer, but let out a soft snort from her nose, with a faint sneer on her lips. Target, Wen Jixia. Emotional analysis, sarcasm 40%, pity 30%, reluctance to let go 20%, enduring 10%. Zhang Fan understood it was just as he had guessed. This girl, though she doesn't say it, she still can't let go. He stopped asking questions and changed his tone, becoming more affectionate. Sister Jixia. That sister came out naturally and smoothly. After all, they'd had physical intimacy. If he actually gets pregnant on the first try, he'll become a father. The woman in front of me is the mother of my child. It wouldn't be good to be too distant with her. When Jixia on the other side of the screen trembled slightly with her eyelashes, but did not refute. Tell me about this woman, Yi Jingqiu, based on the information you have. Zhang Fan finally asked about his real purpose. He has yet to meet this behind-the-scenes strategist of the Hua Group. All his intelligence comes from indirect sources. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Ha, clever little cripple. When Jixia gave a cold smile, as if she could see through his thoughts. What kind of scheme are they plotting now? This time, they've set their sights on this femme fatale? I just want to know. Zhang Fan looked completely innocent. Why is she targeting the Wen family like this? Is there some deeper reason behind it? Or is she just a dog that Hua Jiqiang keeps, obeying its master in everything? You underestimate this woman. When Jixia shook her head, her expression becoming serious for the first time. She is not Hua Jiqiang's vassal. On the surface, she is Hua Jiqiang's strategist and assistant, but even if you gave Hua Jiqiang 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to treat Yi Jingqiu like a dog. Because. When Jixia paused, then uttered a message that shocked Zhang Fan. She is from the Yi family. The Yi family in the capital. The capital city. It's the capital again. Zhang Fan's temples throbbed. Has Jinghai City stirred up trouble in Beijing? One after another, powerful figures with immense influence are flocking here like dumplings being dropped into a pot. First the Song sisters, and now the Yi family has emerged. How did I, a mere paralyzed person, become the center of the storm, the Tang monk's flesh that everyone wanted to snatch? These days are getting more and more unpredictable. Zhang Fan's heart sank. The Song family in the capital wields immense power. He knew that the Song family was one of the top wealthy families in the capital. As for the Yi family's status, he hadn't really inquired about it. On the other end of the video call, when Jixia saw through his thoughts, and her cool voice came through, offering him some answers. The Yi family has a deeper foundation than the Song family, but they keep a low profile and have become somewhat weak in recent years. The Yi Jingqiu lineage has been rooted in Jinghai for more than 10 years, and can be considered a hidden wealthy family that does not show off. However, she is not considered a core disciple in the Yi family because her mother passed away early. In recent years, she has gotten on the Hua family's coattails and has been causing trouble for our Wen family behind our backs. The suffering my aunt endured at the Hua family was mostly orchestrated by her. When Jixia's tone was calm and indifferent, as if she were talking about an old story that had nothing to do with her. But Zhang Fan sensed a chill in his voice. This cunning strategist caused her aunt, Wenxia, to suffer quite a few setbacks. Why is she targeting the Wen family at every turn? Zhang Fan wondered. Is there some hidden reason behind this? His innate business acumen detected a strong scent of gossip. Why would a collateral branch of the Yi family in the capital want to fight the Wen family to the death for no reason? Something unusual must be going on. Something's definitely going on here. Oh. When Jixia chuckled softly, surprised that Zhang Fan had such a keen sense of smell. She had only said a few words when he discovered the suspicious nature of the matter. She let out a rare soft sigh, her tone carrying a hint of resignation that came from seeing through everything. My aunt's brain is so busy that she's overwhelmed with anger and arguments with people that she doesn't even think to investigate why Yi Jingxia was singled out for her. I investigated secretly for 2 years, and I finally found out the truth recently. Oh? Zhang Fan's spirits lifted, his curiosity fully piqued, and he even politely asked. Would you mind revealing this? Chapter 84 Secrets of a Wealthy Family. Is the sickly beauty really incurable? A miracle drug appears, I become the only savior. When Jixia rolled her eyes at him through the screen, as if to say, you're quite polite. This guy is more enthusiastic about gossiping than anyone else. She paused for a moment, then said, she targeted the Wen family because of my deceased father. I investigated for a long time before I found some clues. Her mother's death back then was closely related to my father, Wen Yudao. Our whole family was kept in the dark about this. Holy crap! The exclamation didn't come from Zhang Fan, but from Luan Shu, the beautiful housekeeper who had been listening intently the whole time. She covered her mouth with her little hand, her eyes wide open, her face full of the expression that said, today's melon harvest is bountiful, we've made a fortune. Zhang Fan glanced at her sideways. Where is your professional ethics? The masters are discussing confidential matters, and you're here providing the straight man? When Jixia on the other end of the screen did not continue speaking. Perhaps they sensed the presence of Luan Shu, this outsider. Or perhaps, the twists and turns behind this are simply not something outsiders can easily understand. She wanted to save face for her father, who had already been laid to rest. She simply sighed softly, after I found out, I could understand why she was causing trouble for my aunt everywhere. It turns out, she was avenging her deceased mother. Zhang Fan smacked his lips, thinking to himself that this plot was too classic. Why bother? It only leads to endless cycles of revenge. Besides, your father and her mother are both gone. Why cause trouble for the younger generation? Who said they're all gone? When Jixia sneered. When Xia was involved back then, but she herself didn't know it. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. When Yi Jingxiu comes to us later, she'll probably tell my aunt everything that happened back then. Zhang Fan could tell that this young girl didn't intend to tell him about the grudges and entanglements from back then. He was too lazy to ask any more questions. As long as it doesn't affect his own recovery, he can't be bothered with your family's petty, old problems. He was about to ask Yi Jingxiu if she had any personality weaknesses or vulnerabilities that he could exploit. When Jixia's next words made his heart skip a beat. However, it's uncertain whether Yi Jingxiu will live long enough to see the Wen family go bankrupt and her aunt become a stray dog. Zhang Fan became interested. You mean, Yi Jingxiu is sick? Has an incurable disease? He felt it was absurd and subconsciously exchanged a glance with Luan Shu beside him, both seeing something bizarre in each other's eyes. Good heavens! A script can be written like this? He had just finished conning Song Mingyue by saying that her sister, Song Qinghuan, had a terminal illness. Before long, a real terminally ill patient came knocking on the door? She has been sick since birth, inherited from her mother. When Jixia's voice is devoid of emotion. A rare, progressive neurological disease, similar to ALS. As people age, their limbs gradually become paralyzed and weak, eventually leading to respiratory failure and death. We don't even know how many years she has left to live. It's pitiful for this sickly beauty. Hiss. Zhang Fan gasped after hearing this. Why does this woman sound so similar to how he was when he transmigrated? Are they all destined to be paralyzed? Her symptoms are just not obvious yet. Etc. Paralytic? A thunderbolt seemed to strike Zhang Fan's mind. Thanks to the system's recharging, my hands have fully recovered. You'll be able to walk on the ground soon. The nerve cell repair fluid in the system shop, if used on someone else, what might happen? Will it have the same effect? This idea was like a ray of light, illuminating every corner of his mind. He was so shocked that his breath caught in his throat for a moment. He had been so focused on his own recovery that he had never considered whether the items in the system shop could be brought into the real world. If these miraculous potions could be made available and given to others? What does that mean? His thoughts sank into the system's inventory, focusing intently on the bottle of basic stamina potion strongman spinach juice that was still mostly full. He held his breath and, in his mind, cautiously issued a command to the system that he had never tried before. Transfer the basic stamina potion to my right hand. Location, in bed. The next second. A miracle has happened. A cool, smooth glass medicine bottle appeared out of thin air and landed squarely in his palm, which was covered by a blanket. The bottle has a cool, refreshing feel to it. The slight weight felt when the liquid in the bottle sloshes around. Everything was telling him this was no illusion. Jiang Fan's heart pounded wildly, and a surge of ecstatic joy coursed through his entire body. He steadied himself, suppressed his turmoil, and ordered the system to return the potion. The next moment, the medicine bottle in his hand disappeared, and the spinach juice in the system warehouse returned to its original state. Damn it! It really works! It can be taken out. You can put it back. This means that all the items he redeems from the system in the future will no longer be limited to his own use. The nerve cell repair fluid, priced at 500 energy points in the system shop, suddenly seemed to have increased in his mind countless times. That was no longer just his own hope for recovery. That would be a miraculous drug that could drive any desperate person in the world mad. For example, treating a beautiful but terminally ill woman like Yi Jingqiu. Hey! Are you stupid? In the video, when Jisho's cool voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, could be heard. When Jiang Fan came to his senses, he realized that he had completely lost control of his facial expressions because he was too excited. When Jisho watched Jiang Fan's ever-changing face on the camera, sometimes shocked, sometimes overjoyed, her brows furrowing slightly. I told you she had a terminal illness, and you're already feeling sorry for her? What, you've fallen for her now that you're a sickly beauty? I love it. This is about to explode. Jiang Fan quickly explained, No. I've never seen this woman before, I don't even know what she looks like. He quickly came up with a brilliant excuse for himself. In my opinion, women who get terminal illnesses must be mentally disturbed. Yes, mentally disturbed. No wonder they're so ruthless. Oh. When Jixia didn't believe his nonsense. This little cripple is cunning, he's probably plotting something underhanded against Yi Jingqiu again. Really? Jiang Fan's next question confirmed her suspicions. Sister Jixia, he smiled innocently, could you get Yi Jingqiu's contact information? I'd like to have a chat with her. When Jixia raised an eyebrow after hearing this. Just as expected. That cripple never has any good ideas. When Jixia was able to find Yi Jingqiu's personal contact information, but she still gave him a cold warning. I advise you not to do anything reckless. Yi Jingqiu is a madwoman. If you provoke her, she's capable of anything. Oh, I know, thank you for your concern, Sister Jixia. Jiang Fan grinned and made a heart shape with his hands on the other side of the screen. The blush that had finally faded from when Jixia's icy face returned. She spat out shameless and hung up the phone decisively. The busy signal came through, but Jiang Fan wasn't annoyed at all. The next second, a string of phone numbers was sent over. Chapter 85. The pirate ship is on board, we're in the same boat. The top-tier wives grew plots to protect their husbands in the dead of night. Jiang Fan put away his phone with satisfaction and then pulled the beautiful butler next to him closer. He took a deep breath of the fragrance emanating from Luan Shu's hair, and felt much more relaxed. Xiao Fan, are you really going to go find that Yi Jingqiu? Luan Shu was a little worried, and her soft body pressed against him, her voluptuous curves bringing an amazing tactile sensation. Jiang Fan's one hand wandered restlessly, while the other swiped open the tablet that Luan Shu handed him. On the screen was all the publicly available information about Yi Jingqiu that Luan Shu had just collected. The accompanying photo shows a woman wearing a plain white dress. She possessed a cool and aloof demeanor, and her face showed signs of illness, yet her breathtaking beauty remained undeniable. She truly is a sickly beauty. Several talents were operating simultaneously in Jiang Fan's mind. A woman with a terminal illness, seeking revenge for her mother, and suffering from extreme psychological distress. How should I approach her? Jiang Fan began to rapidly construct a perfect killing plan against Yi Jingqiu. Yi Jingqiu had two trump cards in her hand, one was the orphanage, and the other was the auction. Any one of these cards, once printed, could plunge him and his women into an abyss of no return. But now, he himself holds a real trump card. A royal flush that can turn the tide of life and death. Nerve cell repair fluid. A miracle drug that can cure her terminal illness. A woman who is about to die from illness. What kind of crazy energy will be unleashed in the face of the hope of new life? Zhang Fan's blood began to heat up. He couldn't wait to see this venomous strategist in front of him. They abandoned all dignity and wisdom, humbly begging for their own charity. That would definitely be more interesting than conquering that madwoman Song Mingyue. At the same time, the atmosphere in another luxurious living room of the villa was exceptionally somber. None of the three women, Wen Xia, Xu Yao, and Ji Shiwen, left. They sat around the sofa, each with a worried expression. As Jiang Fan had previously told me, I have anonymously reported the overseas shell company called Shengyuan Capital to the tax authorities and the China Securities Regulatory Commission. When Xia spoke first, her voice filled with barely suppressed frustration and hatred. But the effect was not ideal. It's probably because Hua Jichang spent money to settle things with some people, and the matter didn't cause too much of a stir. Her beautiful face revealed exhaustion and resentment. I suspect that fat pig Hua Jichang bribed some officials inside, and this matter was suppressed. Damn it, collusion between officials and businessmen, these bastards. Xu Yao, with her fiery temper, cursed on the spot. Collusion between officials and businessmen is very common in China. Money talks, and there was nothing she could do about it. She looked at Wen Xia and suggested, since the first step isn't working, let's do as the little man said and take the second step. Before they make a move, let's strike first. I have already had all the irrefutable evidence of Hua Jichang embezzling public funds and keeping a mistress prepared. Right now, mobilize all the media in Jinghai City and expose all these scandals. 24-hour rolling bombardment. I refuse to believe he can just pay money to cover this up. No. Ji Shiwen shook her head, rejecting the suggestion. Her dignified face remained calm as always, but her words calmed Xu Yao and Wen Xia down. This move is likely to alert the enemy. Moreover, compared to the cards they hold, our evidence can at most cause them some minor damage, but it's not enough to deliver a fatal blow. If we push him too far, he'll become desperate and fight to the death, and we'll be the ones who are at a disadvantage. She paused, seemingly considering her words. Moreover, I always feel that Ji Jingqiu has more than just the evidence that you kidnapped Jiang Fan. Ji Shiwan's words plunged Wen Xia into an icy abyss. She had a very ominous premonition. Could it be that? She was a little uneasy, and her voice was dry as she replied, you mean, the dragon seed auction? Ji Shiwan didn't speak, but just looked at her silently. But this silence itself is an answer. Wen Xia's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. She belatedly realized how big a time bomb her supposedly brilliant plan had planted. Ji Shiwan looked at her pale face and saw that she had figured it out, so she continued to make arrangements. Wen Xia, go and contact all the women who participated in the auction right now, one by one. No matter what method you use, whether it's threats or bribery, you have to make them shut up. I'm worried that your confidentiality agreement from back then is just a piece of waste paper. The Wen family and the Hua family have been fighting to the death lately, making such a big fuss. They're not stupid, who wouldn't see it? There's no guarantee that someone won't try to exploit this situation. They might even use this as a pledge of loyalty to sell themselves to the Hua family. These words completely awakened Wen Xia. Ji Shiwan is right. She was too confident at the time, thinking that a single agreement would shut those women up. When faced with significant interests, anything can happen. She nodded fiercely, and the ruthless look that had not appeared on her face for a long time returned. Don't worry, I'll find them one by one. If any of them dare to cause trouble, try to trip me up at this time, or stab me in the back, let's see how I deal with them. Ji Shiwan was fairly confident in Wen Xia's methods. Although this woman is all brawn and no brains, she's known as the Iron Lady for her ruthlessness when it comes to playing pranks. With our little man here, we don't need to worry about public opinion, Ji Shiwan reassured. What we need to do now is figure out how to deal with the maternity support organizations that will definitely come knocking on our door. Upon hearing this, both Xu Yao and Wen Xia were startled. Is there any way to stop them from taking Jiang Fan away? Xu Yao was the first to get anxious. She certainly didn't want her power bank to be confiscated by the government so soon. But as someone working in media, her resources in this area are indeed limited. Ji Shiwan smiled gently, her natural charm captivating. I don't have the connections in Beijing, but in Jinghai City, I do have some connections with the head of the Reproductive Health Organization. This woman's name is Li Jinran. I've dealt with her a few times. But, as Ji Shiwan finished speaking, a strange and doubtful look appeared on her face, as if she were deep in thought. This woman has a very strange temper. She quickly concealed her unusual behavior and did not elaborate, but continued, I will talk to her. At least, I can guarantee that Jiang Fan will not become a breeding pig in the hands of the reproductive department in Jinghai. That's wonderful! Shu Yao exclaimed, grasping Ji Shiwan's hand with delight. If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know. Wen Xiao looked at her gratefully. Thank you all. Ji Shiwan patted Shu Yao's hand and laughed, don't be so polite, we're in this together now. We've all boarded that little man's pirate ship. If we don't stick together, the ship will capsize, and we'll all be doomed. Chapter 86: A three-pronged attack. The witch uses her backing to snatch someone. Jiang Fan, I can cure your illness. The night was deep. Inside a luxury villa owned by the Huasher Group, Hua Jiqiang, his large upper body bear, lay on the massage bed, enjoying the massage from his bikini-clad female secretary kneeling on his back. A subordinate quickly approached and whispered something in his ear. Hua Jiqiang suddenly opened his closed eyes, a glint of shrewdness flashing within them. Let me see it. His subordinate quickly handed him a tablet computer. The video playing on the screen is a segment from a documentary that Yi Jingxiu's team is currently producing, but which is not yet finished. Hua Jiqiang watched with great interest, a cold and lewd smile gradually appearing on his greasy face. After the video finished playing, he could no longer hold back and burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha! Good! Great! He roared at himself, his voice filled with lewdness and glee. You little slut, Wen Xia! You always act like a damn ice queen in front of me, never giving me a second glance. So he was so lewd behind the scenes. He kept ducks in his villa. Funny. This is fucking fun. He abruptly sat up on the massage bed, shoving the female secretary off him, his eyes filled with undisguised greed and tyranny. Someone come here. He gave orders to his men at the door. Make an appointment for me with the head of the one group. I want to see her kneel down and beg me in person, and then I'll let her taste what a real man is like. Jinghai City, Hilton Hotel, Presidential Suite. On a top-of-the-line mattress worth 6 figures, Song Mingyue curled up barefoot, unable to fall asleep. In the darkness, Jiang Fan's casual words transformed into the most vicious curse, repeatedly washing over her mind. You won't live past 26. She sat up abruptly, grabbed the soft down pillow beside her, and slammed it against the opposite wall with all her might. Bastard! Liar! You charlatan! Who do you think you are? You charlatan! She screamed and cursed, her chest heaving violently. When the hysterical rage subsided, all that remained was a bone-chilling coldness and fear. Fear of death. She was scared. For the first time in over 20 years, she experienced the feeling of being choked by the unknown. After calming down, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, she transformed back into that aloof, domineering witch of Beijing. Activate the Tianshu network and investigate. Investigate Song Qinghuan's whereabouts in the capital over the past 6 months, especially her medical records. I need to know, at any cost, whether she really has a terminal illness. A respectful reply came from the other end of the phone. Before hanging up, Song Mingyue added another sentence, her words filled with undisguised ruthlessness. If it's confirmed, find her immediately, protect her, and wait for my next instructions. The so-called protection is actually house arrest. Even after arranging all of this, Song Mingyue was still restless. Jiang Fan's face appeared uncontrollably in her mind. Those eyes, seemingly able to see through everything, were filled with compassion, yet also brimming with a demonic quality. And then there was the humiliating and morbid trembling feeling of kneeling at his feet. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily, and her body felt slightly hot from this shameful memory. No! She shook her head vigorously, trying to shake that absurd image out of her mind. Live on. A strong will to survive overwhelmed everything. After much deliberation, she made a difficult decision. She pulled out another encrypted phone and dialed it. The call connected, and a woman's voice, both languid and exuding supreme authority, came from the other end. The eccentric and ruthless look on Song Mingyue's face vanished instantly, replaced by a respectful and slightly coquettish expression. Aunt Long. I want to ask you for a favor. Oh? Our little Yuer, she can still ask me for help in Jinghai? The woman known as Aunt Long chuckled. It's nothing serious. I had found a very interesting man, who seems to be the original sample. I'd like to stay for a few days. Could you, please speak to the people below and tell them not to take the person away too quickly? Song Mingyue gave vague answers, concealing her motives as mere playfulness. Is that all? The woman on the other end of the phone smiled even more, her eyes full of doting affection for Song Mingyue. Don't worry, it's just a local sample. I'll put in a good word for you, and no one will dare to touch anything that my little Yuer has her eye on. The woman then casually remarked, a man who can make Xiaoye care so much is quite interesting. With Aunt Long's promise, Song Mingyue felt a little relieved. But when she thought of Yi Jingqiu, this uncertain factor, her eyes turned cold, and she decided to give this so-called ally a warning. She dialed Yi Jingqiu's number. Miss Song, are you having a good time at the Wen family villa? Yi Jingqiu's sarcastic teasing came through as soon as the call connected. Song Mingyue's anger flared instantly. You dare to follow me? It just so happens that there are informants over there, Yi Jingqiu replied casually. She then chuckled softly and explained gently, just showing concern for an ally. What, has Miss Song successfully tamed Mr. J? Song Mingyue naturally wouldn't tell her that Zhang Fan was Mr. J. He would not reveal the humiliation he suffered in the villa. The two women were exchanging words on the phone, each trying to probe the other's intentions. This fragile alliance is now defunct in name only. Suppressing her anger, Song Mingyue coldly warned, Yi Jingqiu, I don't care what cards you have in your hand, you are not allowed to expose Wen Xia's secret hiding of him. I will handle this matter personally. This man is mine now, and no one else can have him. She tried to regain the initiative by adopting the posture of someone in a superior position. Of course, I will definitely give Miss Song that face. Yi Jingqiu readily agreed over the phone. However, after hanging up the phone, a cold, extremely contemptuous smile appeared on her sickly, beautiful face. Looking at the final cut of a documentary titled Super Pimps, Top Male Prostitutes Raised by the Rich and Powerful on her tablet, she felt a surge of intellectual superiority. Stupid woman. They're still fixated on the trivial matter of Wen Xia kidnapping someone. They couldn't find out at all that the dragon seed had already been put up for public auction. Your Tianshu network is nothing special. I won't announce the kidnapping, but I can announce the auction, right? She then gave orders to the team behind her. On call 24 hours a day. Once my friendship with Ms. Song comes to an end, I will immediately release it across the entire internet. The Wen family villa, inside a safe house. Zhang Fan abandoned all complicated probing. To deal with a self-righteous woman like Yi Jingqiu, you have to use the most direct and irresistible method to strike at her weak points. He picked up a brand new encrypted phone, sent a text message to the number Wen Zhixia had sent him. Send. The content is very concise. I can cure your illness. Chapter 87 Using divine medicine as bait to drive a sickly beauty mad. I awakened the arm of God in bliss. Inside Yi Jingqiu's stronghold of the Huasher Group. Yi Jingqiu, who was reviewing public relations documents, had her phone vibrate. She glanced at it casually, initially thinking it was spam, but the word's treatment made her heart skip a beat. She had a terminal illness, which was her deepest secret in life. Apart from a very few people, no one knew about it. An ominous premonition gripped her. Who is it? How could he have known? Just as she was filled with surprise and doubt, a second text message followed immediately. The screen lit up, and those words exploded in her mind like a thunderclap. You inherited a progressive neurological disease from your mother. I have a miracle cure. Snap. The phone slipped from her hand and fell onto the carpet. Yi Jingqiu completely lost her composure, abandoning her pride in her calmness and wisdom. It shattered completely in an instant. She screamed at the technicians around her like a madwoman. Investigate. Investigate the origin of this number. Quickly. Immediately. However, a dozen minutes later, the technicians reported back, their foreheads covered in sweat. The source address has been redirected hundreds of times, making it impossible to trace. A bunch of idiots. The desire for life and the fear of the unknown were locked in a fierce battle within her. Who is this mysterious person? How could he know his biggest secret? Miracle drugs, do they really exist? Early the next morning, Zhang Fan instructed Xu Yao to release a carefully packaged, vague message to the outside world. Mr. J of the Phoenix Society is suspected to be a mysterious scientist who has made revolutionary breakthroughs in the field of life sciences. This is paving the way for him to produce a miraculous drug like the nerve cell repair fluid in the future. This move would not only further mythologize his identity and increase his value, but also precisely cast the hook to Yi Jingxiu's mouth. Zhang Fan was certain that the 2 text messages last night had made this sickly beauty restless and her mind in turmoil. Sister Luan, it's time to go to work. After doing all this, he embraced the beautiful butler beside him and began his new day of recharging. No way. His energy value is currently 2,805,000, with only 900 points available. This isn't even enough to exchange for 2 bottles of nerve cell repair fluid. Moreover, the next stage of transformation of the Divine Body Awakening also requires more energy points to accumulate. The last time the torso was awakened, it cost 1,000 points. The next part of the body will require at least 3,000 points to modify. Time waits for no one. He had no choice but to work overtime, even if it meant ruining his kidneys, to extract as much energy as possible. As a result, Luan Shu was tormented by him for the entire morning. From initially actively accommodating her to later pleading for mercy in a sweet voice. Finally, he collapsed onto the bed, too lazy to even move a single one of his pale toes. Zhang Fan's energy value finally broke through the 3,000-point mark thanks to her hard work. Looking at the numbers flashing on the system panel, he felt satisfied. Ding! Detected that the host has completed a high-quality life harmony. Reward, energy points plus 300. Current energy level, 3,105,000. Congratulations, host. Your accumulated energy points have exceeded 3,000. The Divine Body Evolution Blueprint has been updated. Phase 1, Initial Awakening of the Divine Body, new part unlocked upper limbs. Renovation begins. The moment he finished speaking, a warm current, 100 times more powerful than when his chest was modified last time, burst forth from deep within his spine. The violet energy, like lava bursting its banks, instantly washed over his shoulders, arms, elbows, and down to the tips of every finger bones. Zhang Fan let out a muffled groan. His arms felt as if they had been thrown directly into the furnace of the gods. Every muscle fiber and every nerve ending is being brutally torn apart and then reassembled in a perfect form. This power is absolutely domineering. He could clearly see that his arms, which were slightly thin due to years of paralysis, were undergoing an amazing transformation. The muscle lines under the skin begin to bulge, becoming smooth and perfect, full of explosive power. Yet it wasn't like those lumpy muscles in the gym of my previous life, but rather like a sculpture of an ancient Greek god. Every point is just right, any more would make it too strong, any less would make it too weak. The skin also became more delicate and smooth, even faintly shimmering with a warm, jade-like luster. Luan Shu, lying next to Zhang Fan, was in a dazed state after the ultimate pleasure. She instinctively rested her head on Zhang Fan's arm, but suddenly felt an astonishing heat coming from the arm beneath her. She struggled to open her heavy eyelids, and what came into view was a sight she would never forget. Beneath Zhang Fan's skin, it seemed as if golden lava was slowly flowing. The arms, which were originally pale and slender due to paralysis, have now become flawless, with smooth and firm lines. An indescribable divine aura emanated from his arm, solemn yet deadly alluring. From her perspective, Zhang Fan's entire upper body, from the chest that she was so fascinated by, to these newly grown arms. They all seemed to have been resculpted by a master craftsman with unparalleled skill. Luan Shu's breathing became rapid, and she reached out her trembling hand, as if bewitched, and gently stroked it. Its texture was as smooth and warm as jade, yet as firm as metal and stone. What comes from the fingertips is no longer the body temperature of an ordinary person, but a sacred texture containing the power of new life. Luan Shu was completely infatuated. She looked at the man beside her, who was resting with his eyes closed, yet already exuded a godlike aura. The last shred of reason in his heart was completely devoured by fanatical worship. Inside a quiet and elegant private tea house in Jinghai City, Ji Shiwan used her connections to finally arrange a meeting with Li Jinran, the head of the Jinghai City Maternity Support Organization. The woman in front of me was in her early 30s, with neat short hair and wearing a proper civil servant uniform. She had a natural air of heroism between her brows. She's not the kind of beauty that immediately takes your breath away, but she has a unique, mature and capable charm that grows on you the more you look at her. Director Li, it's been a long time. You still look as radiant as ever. Ji Shiwan gracefully poured a cup of tea for the other person and spoke first. Li Jinran picked up her teacup but didn't drink. Instead, she scrutinized her with her sharp eyes and chuckled, "President Ji, you're too kind. Dealing with a bunch of half-dead little darlings every day, how can I possibly maintain my composure?" "Oh." Director Li is referring to the original sample that's been making headlines and being searched extensively in Jinghai lately? Li Jinran took a sip of fragrant pu'er tea. What, even Boss G is interested in this now? Could it be that he wants to find a native specimen to have a baby with? Ji Shiwan was taken aback by her blunt and unpolite words, and felt that this woman was more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. With just a few words, it's as if he could see right through me. Director Li is too kind, Ji Shiwan said, maintaining her composure. The dragon-seeking project is a matter of national importance, so of course I am concerned about it. President Ji, stop beating around the bush. Li Jinran directly saw through her polite words and put down her teacup. You're such a busy person, you didn't ask me out just to talk about this kind of nonsense that you can see in the newspapers, did you? If you have something to say, just say it. Chapter 88 3 Palaces and 6 Courtyards? No, an S-rank can possess all the women in the world. I am your only antidote. Ji Shiwan decided to stop probing and get straight to the point. I'd like to ask Director Li, do fertility organizations really match native samples with the most genetically superior partners? Or, are they just being used as guinea pigs, or as breeding stock? I'll be frank. It's a friend of mine. She has a suspected original sample around her and is worried about being taken away for experiments, so she hasn't dared to report it. Upon hearing this, Li Jinran's expression changed slightly. Concealing original samples and failing to report them is a serious crime. Surely President Ji is aware of that? I advise you to have your friend hand him over as soon as possible. Of course I understand, Ji Shiwan said non-committally. My friend didn't want to defy the country and refuse to hand over the money, he just wanted to understand the process first, worried about any unspoken rules. Humph, there are no unspoken rules. Li Jinran snorted. We strictly follow the requirements of the Reproductive Health Organization. Native samples of grade B or above receive extremely generous treatment and are indeed assigned a spouse. The higher the rank, the better the benefits. But she changed the subject, her tone revealing a hint of helplessness and self-deprecation. Grade S samples are still extremely rare. Moreover, these samples are all very weak. Think about it, can someone who has never seen sunlight since childhood be healthy? Most of them are unable to complete the mating tasks we assign them on their own. Therefore, the progress of the dragon-seeking project is actually very slow. The pressure from above is immense, and it's tough for us too. This job isn't as glamorous as outsiders imagine. Ji Shiwan listened, her heart stirred slightly. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but things will get better eventually. She tentatively asked, so, no S-level samples have been found so far? S-rank? Li Jinran shook her head, as if she had heard something unbelievable. It's not that easy. I even doubt that such a national treasure exists at all. Solar radiation has been acting on Earth for hundreds of years. Is it possible that the Y chromosome in males has almost become abnormal and its activity exceeds 40%? That's a no-brainer. If it really appears, it's even rarer than a national treasure, and it should be treated like an ancestor. After hearing this, Ji Shiwan felt a great weight lifted from her heart. This means that if Jiang Fan's identity is exposed, he will not be treated as a breeding pig and slaughtered at will, but will instead receive the highest level of support. Still uneasy, she continued, no matter how capable he is, he still has to serve the country, right? We can't really let him become emperor, with a harem of concubines? Li Jinran chuckled, a hint of almost manic fervor appearing on her face. If he really had an S-grade sample, let alone a harem, he could choose any woman in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Ji Shiwan's head buzzed. This woman is insane. Judging from her expression, if she really knew that Jiang Fan was an SSS-level prodigy, she would probably tear him apart on the spot. Ji Shiwan got the information she wanted, at least for now. The official stance is mainly one of appeasement. She naturally wouldn't expose Jiang Fan right now. Having achieved her goal, she said meaningfully to Li Jinran, if I can help Director Li find an A-level original sample and submit it to the country, what kind of reward will I receive? Li Jinran paused for a moment, then smiled, a smile that held amusement. She stood up, leaned close to Ji Shiwan's ear, and replied in a voice only the two of them could hear. Award? How about I reward him by having him give you a son? Ji Shiwan was completely defeated. This woman truly cannot be judged by common sense. On the other side, Yi Jingqiu was tormented by Jiang Fan's 2 anonymous text messages and couldn't sleep all night. As dawn broke, she put aside all distractions and decided to ignore Song Mingyue. Let's ruin Wanxia first. She wants her team to release the second documentary to the public immediately. But at that moment, she habitually refreshed the news. A trending topic that had just gone viral suddenly caught her eye. Hashtag Mr. J's true identity is suspected to be a life scientist. Hashtag life scientists. She clicked on the entry, which contained a carefully crafted exposé article. The article cites an unnamed source from the Phoenix Society that Mr. J is not only a business genius, but also a mysterious scientist who has made revolutionary breakthroughs in the field of life sciences, especially in the repair of nerve cells. The article also suggests that Mr. J may possess a miracle drug capable of changing the history of human medicine. After reading those few short lines, Yi Jingqiu felt a shiver run through her body. The text message from last night naturally came to mind. I can cure your illness. I have a miracle drug. Mr. J, miracle drug, life scientist. Is there any connection between these three? No matter how Yi Jingqiu thought about it, she felt that something was wrong. As if possessed, she shouted something to her team behind her. Stop. The documentary, don't release it yet. On the phone screen, a text message from an unknown number lit up faintly. Who exactly are you? These 5 short words are like a trapped beast struggling in a cage, its words revealing an uncontrollable panic and a fierce but cowardly exterior. Zhang Fan's lips curled up in a smile. The fish has taken the bait. Judging from his impatient appearance, he had clearly been tormented by those 2 text messages about the miracle drug all night long, and his Dao heart was on the verge of collapse. He lazily turned his head and gently gestured with his lips toward the beautiful housekeeper beside him who was peeling grapes for him with her slender fingers. Xiao Fan, what's wrong? Luan Shu responded softly and gently brought a peeled, translucent grape to his lips. Zhang Fan opened his mouth and took it in, letting the sweet taste melt on his taste buds, but his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing the gleam of a hunter locking onto his prey. Sister Luan, please give this Miss Yi a call back. Use our private line to arrange a meeting with her. Zhang Fan thought for a moment and added, as for the location, let's set it at Jianshan Tea House, it's quiet there. He thought the tea house had a very clever name, and hoped that the sickly beauty would have a pleasant chat today. Okay, Xiao Fan. Luan Shu nodded obediently, put down the fruit fork in her hand, and then picked up an encrypted phone to begin making arrangements. Looking at her voluptuous, slender, and stunningly curvaceous back, Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. It's always more comfortable using your own lackeys. They can hit any target you point to, without hesitation. Inside the secret meeting room on the top floor of the Wen's Group headquarters, Wen Xia is dealing with the lingering problems left by the Dragon Seed auction with lightning speed. Mrs. Li, I'm sure you don't want his father to know about the shameful things your son did while studying abroad, do you? Chairman Wang, your husband's company's recent cash flow. We're all smart people, so I won't say more. Using both soft and hard tactics, coercion and inducement. Leveraging her extensive network of connections in Jinghai City and the various incriminating materials she possessed, Wen Xia swiftly and decisively resolved the situation. After a whole day's effort, she had successfully subdued these shrewd and wealthy women. Threats, bribery, empty promises, a whole series of tactics were employed. Aside from tech upstart wanting, she needed to visit him in person. Only Qin Fong, the mistress of the real estate tycoon, is still unreachable. The others have all signed even stricter shut-up agreements. The reason it went so smoothly was not only because Wen Xia was ruthless, but also because of the media storm stirred up by Mr. J and Phoenix Society in the past few days. These shrewd and wealthy women had already seen through the prevailing winds. Under Wen Xia's friendly persuasion, those wealthy women who were initially hesitant finally sided entirely with the One Group. They all expressed their willingness to follow the unified command of the Phoenix Society. People would go to great lengths to squeeze into this mysterious, top-tier circle. To finally see the true face of the legendary Mr. J. Wen Xia leaned wearily against the sofa, rubbing her throbbing temples. Just as she was about to use her connections to find Qin Fong's whereabouts, her personal cell phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID displayed a name that she found physically repulsive: Hua Jiqiang. That fat pig? Anger flared in Wen Xia's eyes, and she instinctively wanted to hang up immediately. But for some inexplicable reason, she still pressed the answer button. Chapter 89. Wen Xia single-handedly faces the deadly trap. Yi Jingqiu's Dao heart collapses. Hello? Wen Xia's tone was so cold it could drop ice crystals. Hey, Mr. Wen, you're in such a bad mood, aren't you? Hua Jiqiang's greasy and smug laughter came from the phone. Are you free tonight? How about having dinner with me? I have something very, very important that I want to talk to you about in person. I'm busy. Wen Xia frowned and coldly refused. Don't be so quick to refuse, Wen, my beauty, Hua Jichang said unhurriedly. Don't you have any idea how dirty your own hands are? Don't regret it if you don't come today, he added sarcastically, his voice full of undisguised threat. I guarantee I can ruin your reputation, Wen Xia, overnight. Wen Xia's heart sank, and she suddenly tightened her grip on her phone. A strong sense of foreboding swept through my body like a cold front. Could it be? She hung up the phone, and an address sent by Hua Jichang popped up on the screen. Wen Xia gripped her phone, her chest heaving violently. Should we give Jiang Fan a call? She hesitated for a long time. Ultimately, the remaining queenly pride prevailed. She decided to go and meet this fat pig herself first, to see what tricks he was up to. If they're just using Yi Jingqiu's little bit of kidnapping information to threaten me, I'll just turn on them on the spot. With Jiang Fan around, what is she afraid of? Thinking this, she straightened her back again, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes, and hurriedly left with her 2 female bodyguards. At 7 p.m., at Jianshan Tea House, Jiang Fan arrived in a business car, attended by Luan Shu. He was carried out of the car by 2 female bodyguards, placed comfortably in a wheelchair, pushed into the elevator, and taken straight to a private room on the top floor. Neither of them noticed that shortly after they entered the tea house, a black Bentley also silently drove into the restaurant's underground parking lot. Inside the private room, the air was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. Yi Jingqiu had been waiting for a long time. She sat upright in the pearwood chair. The tea in front of her had been changed 3 times, but she hadn't touched it. This cunning strategist, known for his ruthless and cunning nature, was inwardly turbulent and filled with unprecedented anxiety. She was used to strategizing and controlling everything from behind the scenes. But after the mysterious person sent her the text message last night, she experienced a loss of control for the first time. Fear of her unknown fate kept her awake all night. Just as she was lost in thought, the door to the private room creaked open. A familiar yet unfamiliar face came into her view. Jiang Fan. When Yi Jingqiu saw the handsome, otherworldly man in the wheelchair, her absurd premonition finally came true. It really was him. Her expression was incredibly complex, a mixture of shock, realization, apprehension, and even a hint of curiosity that she herself wasn't aware of. She didn't get up, but just stared blankly for a few seconds. Looking at the playful smile on Jiang Fan's face, she suddenly smiled too. He. I should call you, where's Jiang Fan? Or, Mr. J. Jiang Fan was pushed to the opposite side of the tea table by Luan Shu, and upon hearing this, he casually curled his lip. It's just a code name, whatever you want. He was fully unleashed with his talent, and beneath Yi Jingqiu's feigned composure, he saw the turbulent emotions surging within her. Target, Yi Jingqiu. Shock 40%, fear 30%, feigning calm 20%, curiosity 10%. Wow, this sickly beauty has a pretty strong mentality. Even at this point, how can you forcefully maintain a facade of calm? She's on a much higher level than Wen Xia, who's a paper tiger whose defenses crumble at the slightest touch. The two of them carefully examined each other through the aroma of tea. In Yi Jingqiu's eyes, the boy in the wheelchair was even more impactful than in the photos. Even though he was sitting, the composure and sense of control he exuded were more oppressive than any standing strongman. He had a face so beautiful that even the gods would be jealous, with deep-set features. Especially those unfathomable eyes, which seemed to see right through people's hearts, possessing both compassion and a demonic quality. In Jiang Fan's eyes, this sickly beauty strategist, though beautiful, was like a poisonous flower blooming on the edge of a cliff, exuding a chilling aura that warned no one should approach. Her beautiful eyes revealed a wisdom and ruthlessness that were completely opposite to her delicate appearance. I'm curious, Jiang Fan spoke first, his voice calm. What kind of hatred could make you hold a grudge against Wen Xia for a lifetime? Yi Jingqiu was surprised that the other party's opening remarks were like this, and for the first time, a clear look of astonishment appeared on her face. It seems this woman cares a lot about this. Jiang Fan noticed the intense fluctuations in her emotions. You know me very well, Mr. J. Yi Jingqiu quickly regained her composure, a mocking smile playing on her lips. No wonder you've managed to humiliate me time and time again. She picked up the teacup, gently blew on the steam, and took an elegant sip. When Wen Xia is disgraced, I will tell her these things to her face in person, about the evil she did back then. Jiang Fan didn't press further, he just smiled. You're very smart. From the moment I walked in, you knew that I was both Jiang Fan and Mr. J. Then you should know even better how valuable the information I sent you yesterday was, right? Ha! Yi Jingqiu let out a disdainful sneer. You think you can fool me with just these two pretentious words? What a waste of your time. Really? Zhang Fan said sarcastically. Then you still obediently came over, didn't you? Exclamation point. Yi Jingqiu was taken aback, but she was not angered. Instead, she leaned back in her chair with even more composure. I came here just to see who this person is who can manipulate those two stupid women, Wen Xia and Xu Yao, so easily. You really think you can make me give up on ruining Wen Xia's reputation with such a small trick? Don't dream about it. Then why don't you put your second documentary online? Zhang Fan unleashed his true killing move. In short, it was earth-shattering. Yi Jingqiu's pupils contracted, and her hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. How could he have known? This is her trump card. Aside from her and her core team, nobody knows. Could it be that there's a mole within our ranks? Suppressing the turmoil in her heart, she calmly replied, Don't worry, it won't be long before I have Wen Xia on the front page of all the major platforms today. And you, this top-notch male prostitute from the orphanage, will become an overnight sensation and be famous throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Oh? Zhang Fan sneered, but changed the subject again. A progressive neurological disorder, inherited from your mother. The initial symptoms are weakness in the extremities, accompanied by intermittent tingling. With each word he spoke, Yi Jingqiu's face grew paler. In the middle stage, your muscles will begin to atrophy, gradually losing control from your legs to your arms, making swallowing and speaking difficult. He looked at her leisurely, as if stating a fact that had nothing to do with him. In the later stages, you will become like I was, step by step, a living pile of rotten flesh. Finally, his skin festered, his face was covered in pustules, and he became a grotesque, inhuman creature, dying in some dark, unknown corner. Enough! Chapter 90. The Paralyzed Man Speaks. The mute raises his hand. The Demon King's gentle blade. Yi Jingqiu finally broke down completely. A scream shattered the tranquility of the private room. Like an enraged lioness, she suddenly stood up and grabbed Zhang Fan by the collar. His pale, sickly face was contorted with extreme anger. Do you think what you said is funny? Believe it or not, I'll make sure Wen Xia dies without a burial place right now. I'll make you the laughingstock of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Fan. Luan Shu was shocked and immediately ordered the female bodyguard behind her to step forward. Don't move. Zhang Fan spoke up to stop them. All of you go out and stand guard at the door. No one is allowed to come in without my permission. Under Luan Shu's worried gaze, the bodyguards withdrew and closed the door behind them. Zhang Fan let Yi Jingqiu grab his collar, staring intently at the pretty face twisted with anger in front of him with his deep eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice soft yet clearly reaching Yi Jingqiu's ears. A few days ago, I was in the welfare home, just a living pile of rotten flesh, unable to even speak. Oh, you should have seen what I look like in the surveillance video, right? These words startled Yi Jingqiu, and she unconsciously loosened her grip a little. She did see it. Is the vacant-eyed, easily manipulated paralyzed man in the video really the same person as the Demon King in front of us who stirs up trouble with a laugh? Looking at the confusion in her eyes, Zhang Fan smiled cruelly and whispered in her ear in a clear and magnetic voice. Haven't you noticed? Am I now able to speak completely independently? The words fell. Yi Jingqiu suddenly loosened her grip on his collar. She felt as if all her strength had been drained away, and she froze on the spot. My mind went blank, with only that one sentence echoing repeatedly. Yes. Isn't he mute? This thought, like a black lightning bolt, exploded in the calm, rock-solid lake of her heart. She investigated all of Zhang Fan's information. The welfare home's records are written clearly in black and white. 18 years old, an orphan, suffering from acquired aphasia and total paralysis. The boy in the surveillance footage was completely unable to make a sound. But the man in front of her spoke clearly, and his voice had a playful magnetism. He spoke eloquently, yet every word he uttered was piercing to the heart. Where is there even a hint of a mute? Yi Jingqiu's thoughts were completely in disarray. Just as she was filled with doubt and uncertainty, an even more unbelievable scene unfolded, sending chills down her spine. Zhang Fan moved. His hands, which should have been limp and resting on the armrests of the wheelchair like his legs, actually, slowly rose up. Then, under the gaze of Yi Jingqiu's rapidly contracting pupils, he used his hands, which were well-defined, long, and beautiful. He slowly and deliberately straightened his collar, which she had just messed up. The movements were fluid and natural, without the slightest hesitation. It was as if he was born to be this way. What's going on? To say that she spoke only shocked her. Those movable hands completely shattered all her understanding. Isn't he just a piece of mud who can't move anything except his neck and above? It's only been a few days? Is the information provided by Li Guofu incorrect? Impossible. She watched the welfare home's surveillance footage repeatedly after that. Zhang Fan's appearance as a living dead, completely at the mercy of others, cannot be faked. He must be a severely paralyzed person who has never gotten out of bed since childhood. How did his hand heal? How could someone who has been paralyzed since childhood and has never gotten out of bed recover to this extent in just a few days? Countless questions flooded her mind, leaving her completely blank. Compared to Song Mingyue, who witnessed this scene in the villa back then, Yi Jingqiu's shock was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger. Because she herself was someone on the verge of paralysis. She knows her body too well. She knew better than anyone that it wouldn't be long before she gradually became a paralyzed and mute person just like Zhang Fan, and eventually died in despair. Therefore, she was more sensitive to any changes in Zhang Fan's body than others. She knew very well that this progressive neurological disease was incurable and no different from waiting to die. Logically speaking, she and he should have been fellow sufferers who sympathized with each other and shared the same plight. However, fate played a cruel trick on them, and because of a woman named Wen Xia, they found themselves on opposite sides, attacking each other. But now, this fellow patient, who should have been struggling in the mire with her, is gone. Not only was he able to speak, but his hands also recovered completely. Sit in front of me like a normal person. This is no longer a medical miracle. This is a fucking miracle. Zhang Fan observed the fascinating expressions on Yi Jingqiu's face. Micro-expression insight, the talent finally captured this woman's most intense psychological fluctuations. Target, Yi Jingqiu. Sentiment analysis, horrified 50%, disrupted 30%, incredulous 15%, and a glimmer of hope buried deep in the grassroots 5%. Zhang Fan understood that his body was the only key to unlocking this woman's defenses. He spoke slowly, his voice devoid of the previous sarcasm and playfulness. Instead, he adopted a peculiar tone that was gentle yet compassionate. After I learned about your background, I felt very sorry for you. I can't quite describe the feeling. Perhaps, it's because I've been paralyzed for 18 years, and I feel the pain here too deeply. Seeing such a beautiful and charming woman like you, I know that in the near future you will slowly experience the same pain I have suffered, and slowly become a completely useless person. The helplessness and sorrow in my heart prevented me from feeling even a trace of hatred towards you. Even though, you did a lot of things that were troublesome for me. As he spoke, he sighed softly, and his gaze towards Yi Jingqiu softened. At this moment, his talents were fully unleashed, the seductive power of his verbal skills, the affability brought by his romantic luck, and the persuasive power granted by his influence over public opinion. All sorts of invisible auras combined together, like a gentle net, wrapping Yi Jingqiu up layer by layer. This sickly beauty experienced empathy for the first time in front of a man. These words were like a warm current, touching the softest and most hidden part of Yi Jingqiu's heart. The deepest fear and despair of the future that had been suppressed in his heart was easily brought out by his few words. She always disguised herself with coldness and ruthlessness, fighting against the demon within her that kept devouring her life. But when someone shares her suffering, or is even worse off than her, it's a different story. When these words were spoken in such a gentle tone, the mental defenses she had built up over the past 20 years crumbled in an instant. My eyes welled up with tears without my noticing. She abruptly turned her head away, not wanting him to see her vulnerable side. But his shoulders were twitching slightly out of control. A suppressed sob escaped from her throat. Luan Shu, who was standing to the side, was completely numb from watching. This works? Oh my God. With just a few words, he made this ruthless strategist, who had almost ruined President Wen and Miss Shu, cry. Wow. Xiaofan, you're practically a god descended to earth. I'm completely in awe. Chapter 91 I am a miracle. Paralyzed for 18 years, today, I am revived in your palm, standing as king. Zhang Fan did not press his advantage, but instead gently handed over a tissue at the opportune moment. Yi Jingqiu didn't look at him, silently took it, wiped her eyes, and tried to calm her turbulent emotions. After a long while, she slowly turned her head. She was no longer as arrogant as before. Her voice, tinged with sobs and a hint of nasal resonance, made her appear even more pitiful. You came, just to humiliate me? To humiliate a woman who was about to become like you, a paralyzed woman? She was smart she didn't ask Zhang Fan why he was able to recover in such a short time. She understood that since Zhang Fan dared to send that miracle drug text message yesterday, it was all because of him. Today, she performed another miracle before her. He will definitely tell himself the reason. Zhang Fan's bargaining chip was curing her illness. So she wasn't in a hurry and just waited. As expected. Seeing that Yi Jingqiu had recovered and regained some of the composure of the scorpion strategist, Zhang Fan stopped speaking in riddles. He took out 2 bottles of neural cell repair fluid from his pocket, which he had already obtained from the system and were now in the real world. This was the miracle drug he had carefully prepared. He only used 1 bottle to repair his left arm and left hand last time, so he exchanged 2 more bottles for today's plan. Now, with 3 bottles of the miracle drug in his hands, he is full of confidence. However, it is different from the power spinach juice. When he brought the nerve cell repair fluid into the real world, the system reminded him that he must attach an invisible label, usage location instructions. Zhang Fan had an idea. Since a bottle of repair fluid could be used twice, he branded one of the bottles with the words, affected areas, right leg, right foot. Considering the unknown nature of Yi Jingqiu's condition and the uncertainty about the effects of these 2 doses of medication on her, the other bottle was simply injected with, action site, any. Clatter. 2 identical, crystal-clear medicine bottles, carved from the purest crystal, were placed steadily on the pearwood tea table. The bottle contained a deep blue liquid, which had a strange, dazzling golden hue, as if it contained a galaxy of life. It flowed slowly and rhythmically within the bottle, emitting a faint and sacred halo. Even Luan Shu, who had witnessed Zhang Fan's arm heal itself, widened her beautiful eyes instantly. She had always been by Zhang Fan's side, but she had never seen him take out such a thing before. What kind of miraculous potion is this? How many secrets is he still hiding? Her sense of mystery surrounding her young man has been elevated to a whole new level. This is. Yi Jingqiu stared intently at the 2 bottles of medicine on the table, her breathing becoming rapid. Zhang Fan, staring intently into Yi Jingqiu's eyes, began his long plan script. I have some experience in the life sciences. Zhang Fan began to spout nonsense with a straight face. These 2 bottles on the table represent my latest research findings in the field of nerve cell repair. Yes, it can treat paralysis-related diseases like yours and mine. He pointed to his hands and casually moved his fingers. My hands only recovered after I took it. Yi Jingqiu's throat bobbed, her eyes filled with extreme longing, but reason told her that it was too absurd. She didn't believe it. This is outrageous, it's simply a fantasy. He. Zhang Fan saw through her suspicion but wasn't annoyed. He reached out and grabbed Yi Jingqiu's small hand that was on the table. Cold and delicate, like a piece of soft jade without warmth. What are you doing? This sudden movement made Yi Jingqiu freeze, instinctively wanting to shake it off, her pretty face turning bright red. Are you trying to be a pervert in broad daylight? Her cheeks instantly flushed a sickly red. She has never let any man touch her hands. Don't misunderstand. Zhang Fan looked innocent. Instead of letting go, he pulled her soft, boneless hand and placed it on his right leg. You understand your own condition, and having been sick for so long, you must know a lot about the bodies of paralyzed people, right? Feel my legs. Aren't they the legs of a paralyzed person? Don't they feel absolutely no muscle strength? Seeing that his eyes were sincere and he didn't seem to be trying to take advantage of her, Yi Jingqiu followed his advice and focused her attention on the feel of her hands. Through the thin layer of trousers, she could clearly feel that the muscles on that leg were weak, loose, and lacked any elasticity. It completely lacks the firmness that a normal young man should have. It's a state of long-term paralysis and muscle atrophy. This cannot be faked. He is indeed paralyzed at the very least, his legs are currently paralyzed without a doubt. Seeing the confirmation in Yi Jingqiu's expression, Zhang Fan understood that she no longer doubted the fact that he was paralyzed. This is exactly the effect he wanted. The next moment. Under the shocked gazes of Yi Jingqiu and Luan Shu, Zhang Fan picked up a bottle of blue potion from the table, unscrewed the cap, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. Glug glug. The dark blue liquid slid down his throat and into his stomach. Yi Jingqiu's mouth was slightly open, her brows furrowed, completely baffled as to what he was up to. To demonstrate in public that it is not poison? Just as she was about to ask Zhang Fan what he meant. A sudden change has occurred. The hand she placed on Jiang Fan's right leg suddenly sensed an unusual change. A surge of scorching energy, like a volcanic eruption, burst forth from the depths of that lifeless leg. The muscles that were originally weak and powerless began to become taut, firm, and full of power at a speed visible to the naked eye. The feeling was like dried out rotten meat being refilled with fresh life force in just a few seconds. This, how is this possible? Yi Jingqiu stared wide-eyed in disbelief, completely dumbfounded as she felt the earth-shattering changes happening to her hands. Luan Shu had witnessed her master's miracle before, and although she was still shocked, she quickly recovered and stepped forward to support Jiang Fan's arm. Xiao Fan. Jiang Fan nodded to her, getting used to the long-lost feeling of strength coming from his right leg. Then, under Yi Jingqiu's completely stunned, petrified gaze. With Luan Shu's support. Slowly, from the wheelchair. He stood up. Although he was a little unsteady, he really managed to get out of that damn wheelchair on his own. He took a breath, feeling his feet firmly planted on the ground, and then took his first step in 18 years. 1 step, 2 steps. With the help of Luan Shu, he limped along, relying on his newborn right leg. A paralyzed person who could only look up at the world from his bed or wheelchair. I finally stood up. Cool. This feeling is even better than conquering 100 queens. The entire private room was deathly silent. Yi Jingqiu stared blankly at the figure pacing around the room, at the indifferent smile on his face that seemed to look down on everyone else. Her brain had completely stopped functioning. A living miracle unfolded right before her eyes. A terminally ill patient, about to be sentenced to death, witnessed Jesus walking on water. At this moment, the pride, cunning, and hatred she had maintained for over 20 years. It collapsed with a crash, shattering into dust. Chapter 92. I grant you a new life. The price is becoming my woman. Jiang Fan could clearly see that the emotion panel above the femme fatale's head had turned into an undecipherable jumble of characters. Target, Yi Jingqiu. Sentiment analysis? Data stream overload. It is recommended that the target reboot their brain. Good grief, the CPU was completely overheated. Jiang Fan was overjoyed, but his face still maintained the joy of being reborn. He walked slowly, step by step, with faltering steps. Yet he remained unusually resolute. The sensation of my feet stepping on the thick carpet was both so unfamiliar and so real. This is his own strength. No longer a piece of rotten meat to be manipulated, but a truly upright man. Yi Jingqiu finally snapped out of her petrification. She subconsciously stood up, like a bewildered little follower, and followed closely behind Jiang Fan. She watching him wander around the private room like a toddler learning to walk. Looking at the undisguised joy on his handsome face, the vibrant feeling of breaking free from shackles could not possibly be faked. She was now completely convinced. Jiang Fan, your legs were paralyzed just now. After drinking that potion, my right leg immediately returned to normal. This absurd and unbelievable miracle actually happened right before her eyes. Even if she didn't want to believe it, she was forced to accept this fact. But what lies deepest in her heart is not fear, nor horror. It was a scorching, fiery heat. This is fucking a miracle drug. Jiang Fan used his own practical experience to deliver the most authentic and hardcore advertisement of therapeutic effects to Yi Jingqiu. This is 1,000,000 times more real than those quack doctors on TV who spout rhymes and try to trick people into buying miracle cures. She had no choice but to believe it. Jiang Fan looked at Yi Jingqiu, who was following him closely, and saw her absent-minded and comical appearance, and felt a little amused. Girl, you're looking at me like I'm having a CT scan. My brand new legs are a little shy. If you keep looking, you'll have to pay. He stopped and looked at her. Stop looking, this is the first time in 18 years that I've stood up and walked, I'm not used to it. He transmigrated here, retaining muscle memory in his mind, so he naturally knew how to walk. If it were still the original owner, even if her legs were healed, she probably wouldn't be able to walk directly on the ground. I'm a little tired, I need to rest for a while. He feels like he's just finished a marathon. His right leg muscles are full of power, but his nerves and brain haven't fully adapted to this high-intensity output yet. Xiao Fan. Luan Shu carefully helped Jiang Fan back to his seat. She was also bewildered, but she had become numb to the miracles that Jiang Fan had performed that were beyond her comprehension. His eyes were filled with nothing but adoration and love, so intense it was almost overflowing. Yi Jingqiu blushed with embarrassment at Jiang Fan's words, realizing her lapse in composure. She then returned to her seat. His eyes, however, were like iron nails drawn to a magnet. It was firmly nailed to the remaining bottle of medicine on the table. After a long silence, she finally spoke, her voice trembling slightly, without her even realizing it. Tell me, what the price is. As a descendant of the Yi family in the capital, she had previously sought out renowned doctors and experts all over the planet. She had taken plenty of the latest neuro-targeted drugs, but the one Jiang Fan brought out was something she had never heard of or seen before. The effect is beyond description. It can no longer be described as miraculous. This is absolutely mind-blowing. One bite, and a paralyzed person becomes a cripple. If he takes another bite, wouldn't the cripple instantly become a flying man? Although she was deeply shocked, she was, after all, different from ordinary people. After a brief moment of shock, she quickly suppressed her astonishment and asked the question that Jiang Fan had clearly been waiting for her to ask. Jiang Fan looked at the sickly beauty whose complexion had suddenly become rosy. I am no longer surprised by her unusual calmness at this moment. He said calmly, this miraculous medicine comes in more than one bottle. I think that for treating such a complex genetic disease as yours, one bottle is far from enough. The implication is self-evident. Do you want to get treatment? Do you want to live? Can. Hop aboard my pirate ship, and I guarantee you'll be cured of all your ailments and live to be 100. After hearing this, Yi Jingqiu had completely regained her composure. She asked a question that even she found incredibly stupid. What's your relationship with Wen Xia? Jiang Fan chuckled after hearing this. Luan Shu, who was standing nearby, immediately perked up her ears, her gossip-loving soul burning brightly. She is my woman. Jiang Fan's answer was crisp and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Upon hearing this, Yi Jingqiu sneered, Mr. J really is a womanizer, a playboy. She's too embarrassed to call him king of gigolos anymore. Are you kidding me? A man who can produce miraculous medicine and ascend to immortality on the spot, you call him a gigolo? Jiang Fan didn't feel embarrassed. He now had a very clear understanding of himself. My friend, you're helping all living beings and contributing to the great cause of human reproduction. How can he be called the Sea King? Isn't that too narrow-minded? Our dragon offspring are priceless. This is the Dragon King descending to Earth, okay? He said half-jokingly, I don't mind adding one more. His eyes gleamed mischievously as he looked Yi Jingqiu up and down, sizing up her shapely figure. You filthy scoundrel! Yi Jingqiu spat, and the sickly blush on her cheeks deepened. She quickly composed herself and said coldly, Wen Xia and I have an irreconcilable feud, and I will make her pay the price. However, if you can really save my life, I'll at most make her less embarrassed. But I will still take my revenge. Hearing the compromise in her tone, Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that women with terminal illnesses would go completely insane. Regardless of the consequences, they insist on dragging everyone down to hell with them. It seems that Yi Jingqiu isn't that sick yet, and there's still room for discussion. He then asked a crucial question, did you give Hua Jichang the auction evidence you have? I know you two are now cooperating. If he manages to silence Yi Jingqiu, but Hua Jichang has the same leverage over her, then he'll have wasted the magic medicine and gained nothing in return. What's the point? Did he want her body? Yi Jingqiu was exceptionally intelligent and naturally understood the implied meaning. She chuckled and said, Hua Jichang is not worthy of taking something as important as this from me for free. The complete documentary has always been in the hands of my own core team. He has no chance of getting it, so don't worry about that. Despite this, a sense of unease arose in her heart. How exactly did Jiang Fan know that she had the documentary of the Dragon Seed auction? Could there really be a mole within my team? The thought sent a chill down her spine, but she didn't show it on her face. Jiang Fan nodded, picked up the bottle of potion radiating a life-giving aura from the table, and waved it gently in front of Yi Jingqiu as if holding a devil's contract. That movement was incredibly alluring. Drink this and stop all actions against Wen Xia. I will continue to provide you with medication, okay? Jiang Fan's words, carrying the magic of word-weaving, echoed repeatedly in Yi Jingqiu's mind like a bewitching melody. She was caught in a turbulent internal struggle. On one hand, there is her long-held obsession with avenging her mother. On the other hand, there are the gradually appearing symptoms of his terminal illness, and the new life that is right in front of him and within reach. Weighing the two options, she found herself in a dilemma. Right at that moment. Bang! Clang! A sudden, loud commotion, accompanied by the sound of shattering plates, came from the next private room. Chapter 93. Your grandpa can not only talk, but also hit people. The sudden commotion startled all three people in the private room. Jiang Fan had just managed to completely subdue Yi Jingqiu, this thorny and poisonous rose. Just as he was enjoying the thrill of the hunter toying with his prey, the noise interrupted his spellcasting. He frowned, inwardly complaining. This Jianshan Tea House claims to be the most upscale private club in Jinghai City, but is this all the soundproofing they have? Thumbs down. Yi Jingqiu was also jolted awake from her inner struggle, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. It looks like a fight broke out next door? Everyone perked up their ears without prior arrangement. The soundproofing in the next private room was indeed terrible. A man's greasy and arrogant laughter and a woman's suppressed anger and rebuke could be heard intermittently. Hey, you slut, getting all worked up? Don't push your luck. The gentlest warning I'm giving you is to come and fill this out. If you serve me well, maybe I'll be happy to let you off the hook. The greasy sound of stir-frying vegetables could only belong to that fat pig Hua Jiqiang. Immediately afterwards, a woman's shrill and angry curse pierced through the wall and came through clearly. Hua Jiqiang, you bastard. You dare touch me? I'll fight you to the death. That sound. Jiang Fan's face instantly darkened. He knew that voice all too well. Isn't that Wen Xia, the big-breasted, brainless, and stubborn queen in his harem? Jiang Fan's eyes turned cold and piercing. How did she end up here, and with her nemesis Hua Jiqiang? And judging from the noise, they clearly suffered a great loss. Damn it! How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? How dare you touch my woman? That's practically suicide. Wen Xia was completely enraged by Hua Jiqiang's word slut, and she was so angry she felt like her lungs were about to explode. Just as she was about to rush up and slap this fat pig, two female bodyguards stepped forward and shielded her tightly behind them. The female bodyguards knew very well that this fat pig in front of them was just waiting for their boss to lose control. They absolutely cannot let Wen Xia fight this foul-mouthed man to the death. At this moment, Hua Jiqiang had a smug look on his face and was still spewing out vulgarities. You bitch, if you don't come and fill this in for me today, you, Wen Xia, will be utterly disgraced as soon as you leave this door. His obese body leaned forward, his lewd eyes practically glued to Wen Xia behind the bodyguard. This super pimp gang show will sweep across the entire Dragon Kingdom, letting everyone see how you, this slut, act as a madam and bribe a group of rich women. Ha ha ha. On the tablet computer beside him, a documentary video produced by Yi Jingqiu's team was playing on a loop. Did you hear me? Get your ass over here right now and do as I say. If you serve me well, I might just let you off the hook if I'm in a good mood. Vicious words were like buckets of swill, splashed all over Wen Xia's face. Her face was full of anger, her chest heaving violently, but her heart was cold because of the video clips that Hua Jiqiang showed her. He actually obtained evidence of the dragon seed auction. Hua Jiqiang would only let her go if she became his woman. Wen Xia naturally refused to grant his wish. But the other party used this as leverage to press her further, and she felt like she was about to collapse. The image of the little man kept appearing in my mind. Jiang Fan, where are you? Please appear soon. I'm about to die. But she knew that this was self-deception. He's just a paralyzed man. Even if he can move his hands, what good will it do? How could he suddenly appear in front of me? Wen Xia thought sadly, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. At worst, we'll fight this fat pig to the death today. Just as she lost her temper and was about to order her bodyguards to beat him up. Bang! The door to the private room was kicked open from the outside. The loud noise was like a thunderclap from a clear sky, making everyone shudder. Amidst the flying sawdust, an unexpected yet vividly present figure descended from the sky and appeared before her. Wen Xia rubbed her eyes. In the wheelchair, the handsome man, as beautiful as a god, had an indifferent expression, but his eyes were chilling and piercing. It's not a dream. Why would he come? I didn't tell him. Who told him? But now is not the time to think about that. Little man, you've really arrived. Boundless joy and an unprecedented sense of security instantly filled her heart, overcoming all fear and anxiety. He's here. I'm not afraid anymore. Hua Jiqiang, you should die. Jiang Fan's gaze swept across the private room. This was the first time he had met the president of the Hua Group in the real world. Previously, I only found information in documents and news. Well, how should I put it? The photo makes it look like a pig that has just crawled out of a swill bucket. She's much uglier in person than in photos. A spherical species that is less than 1.7 meters tall and weighs more than 200 kilograms. He sported a slicked back, balding hairstyle and had a face full of fat. Add to that her body, hollowed out by wine and women, and her smug, lewd face. It's ugly in a unique way. Especially the lewdness and violence that gleamed in his squinted eyes. He looks so good you just want to gouge his eyes out. That's it? Wen Xia's arch-nemesis? A prominent figure in Jinghai City? It practically lowers the average attractiveness of villains. Hua Jiqian learned about Zhang Fan's information from the mole last night and also saw his photos. I was genuinely stunned by that face at the time. But more than anything, there was disdain upon learning that this kid was a paralyzed duck king who could be manipulated by anyone. At this moment, when the real person suddenly appeared in front of him, a trace of panic still flashed through his heart. But he was, after all, the CEO of a large corporation, and he quickly reacted, pointing at Zhang Fan and angrily saying, "Ha, Zhang Fan? Wen Xia's top male prostitute? Who let you barge in? A cripple trying to play the hero and save the damsel in distress?" Zhang Fan didn't even bother to give him a glance. He completely ignored the barking of the fat, dead pig. He gestured for Luan Shu to push him, and they went straight to Wen Xia. Looking at the complex expression on Wen Xia's face, from overwhelming anger to ecstatic joy upon seeing him, and then to a hint of guilt and fear at being caught doing something wrong by her parents, I felt both annoyed and amused. Zhang Fan glared at her, then pretended to be angry and lowered his voice. "I'll settle the score with you later." Wen Xia trembled slightly, but instead of being afraid, she felt a sweet warmth in her heart and nodded obediently like a timid young wife who had made a mistake. As Zhang Fan passed by the dining table, he caught a glimpse of Hua Jiqiang's tablet, which still had its screen lit up, out of the corner of his eye. The footage is a clip from a documentary that Yi Jingqiu has not yet released. In an instant, he understood the full purpose of today's situation. Did they intend to use the video to blackmail Wen Xia into submission? "You fat, ugly pig. How dare you touch my woman?" Zhang Fan had already placed Hua Jiqiang's name at the top of his must-kill list in his mind, and then bolded, highlighted, and pinned it to the top, adding 3 exclamation marks. He turned his head, and Luan Shu, understanding, gently pushed him to Hua Jiqiang's side. The bodyguards on both sides immediately tensed up, their muscles taut, their eyes hostile, and the air thick with tension. Hua Jiqiang spoke first, his voice somber. "So you're not mute after all. It seems my intelligence was wrong." Zhang Fan spoke coldly, his voice like the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe. "Heh, your grandpa can not only talk. They can even hit people." Chapter 94, throwing a fat pig with one hand. A leg that will cut off his offspring. The queen kneels, awaiting the family discipline. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Fan made a move. He had already figured out that there were no cameras in the private room. He was sitting in a wheelchair, and his right hand, which had been greatly enhanced by the divine body modification, shot out like lightning and grabbed Hua Jiqiang's tie. "Holy crap! What are you going to do?" Hua Jiqiang didn't even have time to react. To everyone's astonishment, Zhang Fan suddenly exerted force in his arm. "Call." He lifted the over 200-pound body up with one hand. It traced an arc in the air and slammed heavily onto the mahogany dining table behind it. Clang crash. The bowls, dishes, and wine bottles on the table were all broken on the floor. Hua Jiqiang was thrown around so hard he was dizzy and seeing stars. His face was covered in grease and vegetable stains, looking like a drowned pig just pulled out of a swill bucket. The whole process was lightning fast. Hua Jiqiang had assumed that Zhang Fan was a paralyzed man with no limbs and was completely unprepared. His bodyguards were completely blank-minded. I watched my boss take off and land without even realizing it. Just kidding, with an arm modified by the divine body evolution blueprint, throwing a 200-pound fat man is like child's play. This throw was quite heavy. Hua Jiqiang felt like his bones were about to fall apart. "Little man." Wen Xia was overjoyed to see Zhang Fan's domineering manner in standing up for her without saying a word. Looking at Hua Jiqiang, who was rolling around on the ground and groaning, the anger that had been building up in her heart vanished instantly. "I really want to go up there right now, grab the little man's face and give him a big kiss." "Boss." Hua Jiqiang's bodyguard finally realized what was happening and rushed over to help him up. "Ouch. Ouch. It hurts so much." Hua Jiqiang howled in pain, but he shoved the bodyguard aside and pointed at Zhang Fan, cursing, "Damn it, don't worry about me. Kill this cripple. I want him dead right now." Several burly bodyguards, their faces menacing, were about to step forward. Wen Xia and the female bodyguards that Zhang Fan brought went straight to meet them, and the two sides instantly became entangled in a fight. Bang! 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 The private room immediately descended into chaos. The commotion inside attracted the hotel's security personnel. Stop fighting! Stop! Everyone stop! Several security guards rushed in to break up the fight. Hua Jiqiang got up from the ground and saw that security guards had arrived, which made him even angrier. In a moment of madness, he broke free from his men and, like a raging bull, bypassed the chaotic crowd and charged straight at Zhang Fan. Xiao Fan! Luan Shu exclaimed in surprise and was about to step forward to stop her. You cripple! Die! Hua Jiqiang had already swung his fist and viciously smashed it toward Zhang Fan's face. Zhang Fan, watch out! Wen Xia and Luan Shu exclaimed in surprise at the same time. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Fan, sitting in his wheelchair, gracefully shifted his body to the side, effortlessly dodging the menacing punch. Meanwhile, in a blind spot where no one was watching, his newly recovered right leg suddenly thrust forward with his knee. Bang! A muffled thud. Bullseye! A whoa! Hua Jiqiang let out a scream that was not human, his eyes bulged out, and he collapsed to the ground in pain, clutching his groin and rolling around on the ground, cold sweat pouring down his face. Zhang Fan, the instigator, sat innocently in his wheelchair, even showing a hint of fear, and shouted at the top of his lungs. Hey! They're bullying the paralyzed guy. Someone is bullying a disabled person. Is there no law anymore? Their noise had already attracted the attention of the other guests in the private rooms, and many people peeked out to see what was going on. Hua Jiqiang was, after all, a prominent figure in Jinghai City. Despite being so hurt by Zhang Fan's schemes that he questioned his existence, seeing more and more people gathering in Zhang Fan, this vulnerable group, shouting nonsense, he realized that this place was not a good place to stay. In terms of public opinion, he has already lost. Even if they were unwilling, they could only swallow their anger for now. His face was grim as he endured the pain, covering half of his face with his suit jacket. Escorted by bodyguards, he limped and stumbled out of the private room. Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn back and say something harsh. Wen Xia! Zhang Fan! You just wait. You'll be the headlines tomorrow. From the shadows behind the door of the private room, Yi Jingqiu witnessed everything expressionlessly. She didn't let Hua Jiqiang discover her. From Hua Jiqiang's outburst, she had confirmed that there really was a mole within her team and that the documentary had been leaked. She has to go back and deal with this immediately. And as she watched Zhang Fan go in, he performed a series of fluid and seamless actions. From fiercely protecting Wen Xia, to violently overturning the table, to insidiously grabbing her crotch, and finally turning the tables. A complex light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Immediately, her gaze became more resolute than ever before. It was as if they had made up their minds. She turned quietly and disappeared at the end of the corridor. As the onlookers gradually dispersed, the restaurant manager arrived with his men to clean up the mess, but didn't dare mention compensation. But Luan Shu still took the initiative to go over and discuss compensation with the manager. After all, she couldn't give anyone grounds for criticism. At Zhang Fan's request, Wen Xia pushed him back to their private room next door. Zhang Fan originally wanted to arrange a meeting between Wen Xia and Yi Jingqiu to see if they could clear up the grudges between them. But when he entered, he found the private room was empty. Yi Jingqiu has already left. The bottle of nerve cell repair fluid, on the table, radiating a life-giving aura, remained crystal clear. The liquid inside, however, was already. It was completely empty. Zhang Fan stared thoughtfully at the empty crystal bottle in front of him. That faint blue aura of life seemed to still linger on his retina. After a moment, he smiled silently. They've taken the bait. This beautiful but ruthless woman, with ambitions exceeding the heavens and a life as fragile as paper, was even more afraid of death than he had imagined. That's true. The smarter a person is, the more they understand the importance of respecting the unknown. When a miracle is delivered right to your face, the longing for new life is enough to burn away all hatred and scheming. What's this? Wen Xia's voice pulled Zhang Fan back to reality. She stared at the empty bottle on the table, so exquisitely crafted it seemed otherworldly, filled with suspicion. She had no idea what a terrifying psychological battle had just taken place here. She subconsciously looked at Luan Shu. In her view, Luan Shu was her personal housekeeper and should know everything about this place. However, Luan Shu didn't even lift her eyelids. She seemed not to hear Wen Xia's question, but stood quietly behind Zhang Fan, her gaze fixed intently on her master's profile. Look at your nose with your eyes, and your heart with your nose. It's an attitude of, don't ask me, I don't know anything, I'm just a heartless feeding machine. Wen Xia. You bastard Luan Shu. Did they eat the gall of a bear and the heart of a leopard? Wen Xia's chest heaved violently with anger. This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. Who is your master? Who are the king and queen? Can't tell the difference now, huh? She was about to rebuke this traitor who had betrayed her own people. Snort. A very soft nasal sound escaped from Jiang Fan's throat. Although the voice was soft, it made Wen Xia's nerves tense up instantly. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and the anger that had just reached her throat was instantly extinguished, replaced by a sudden, inexplicable feeling of guilt. Like a primary school student caught red-handed by the teacher, she subconsciously lowered her head, silently sat back in her chair, and dared not say another word. Jiang Fan glanced at her sideways, his tone calm but exuding an undeniable authority. You still have the nerve to sit here? Get up, I'll deal with you when we get home. Chapter 95 Disciplining the Queen. The Iron Lady cried and begged for mercy. Master, I was wrong. Content retrieval failed. Chapter 96 The T0 level headlights shine. Wen Xia collapses after being conquered, angrily dragging the butler to play cards. Wen Xia felt a sudden, inexplicable tingling sensation in her heart, a faint electric current coursing through her body from her chin. Do you know what I was thinking when I saw Hua Jiqian pointing fingers at you and using foul language? He paused, looking at Wen Xia's bewildered eyes, a cold, menacing glint flashing across his face. I want to throw that fat, dead pig straight off the roof. Looking at the undisguised murderous intent on his face, Wen Xia had no doubt about the truth of his words. A warm current flowed through my heart. Gratitude, excitement, and a touch of inexplicable sweetness, all sorts of complex emotions intertwined. She stammered, Xiaofan, no, there's no need. He wouldn't dare do anything to me. I'm not someone to be trifled with. Snort. Jiang Fan tightened his grip on her chin and interrupted her coldly. You are my woman. In this world, anyone who dares to point a finger at you and curse you deserves to die. This domineering declaration, like that of a demon king, stirred Wen Xia's emotions, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Jiang Fan's tone softened again. Don't do this again. You must tell me in advance about these things, okay? Jiang Fan stared into her eyes, his tone becoming extremely serious. You hold a special place in my heart, and I don't want you to suffer even the slightest harm. Wen Xia listened to these cheesy love words that made her toes curl up, and her cheeks turned as red as if they were ripe. He could only give a soft and nod like a chick pecking at rice. Jiang Fan saw that the domineering CEO had transformed into a shy and demure young lady. I felt a burning sensation in my heart, and an unbearable itch. He was too lazy to act anymore. With a sudden burst of strength, he pulled Wen Xia from the ground into his arms. Ah! Wen Xia gasped in surprise and instinctively tried to struggle, but was held tightly by Jiang Fan's arms, which had been modified by his divine body and were as strong as iron hoops, and could not move. Jiang Fan buried his face in her fragrant hair and chuckled softly in a seductive voice. Now, it's time to enforce real family discipline. Do you know that because of all the mess you've made, I almost got myself into a passive position? If it weren't for, humph. Jiang Fan decided halfway through his sentence not to tell Wen Xia about tipping her off, to avoid causing any more trouble. If these two, aunt and niece, start fighting again, my harem will never have peace again. Now is a critical time, and that fat pig Hua Jiqian will certainly not let this go. On my side, it's like dancing on the edge of a cliff. I can't afford to make any mistakes, or all these women, including myself, will fall into an abyss. Anyway, from now on, you're not allowed to hide anything from me anymore, understand? Wen Xia nodded in agreement. Right now, her mind was completely on the young man, and Jiang Fan's hands had already begun to wander restlessly over her body. She didn't catch the problem in Jiang Fan's words either. I felt hot all over, my mouth was dry, and it felt like countless ants were crawling all over my body. She shifted her body, trying to get away from the source of the danger. But would Jiang Fan let her succeed? He held her voluptuous, mature body tightly in his arms, his nose filled with a unique scent that blended the fragrance of shower gel with the rich aroma of a woman's body. He could even identify the base notes of her perfume. It was Guerlain's Shalimar, a legendary women's fragrance that symbolizes conquest and desire. Ha, you've got a good eye for choosing. This aura acted like a powerful catalyst, instantly igniting the hormones within him. Somewhere, things began to stir restlessly. It's about time. They've completely subdued this tough on the outside but weak on the inside woman. This person is already very familiar with the warm-up routine and is quite adept at it. Zhang Fan lazily instructed Luan Shu, who was outside the door, to come in and wipe his body. Luan Shu pushed open the door and entered, immediately seeing her former owner, Wen Xia, blushing and huddled next to Zhang Fan. Well, another one. Luan Shu felt a sudden tightness in her chest. Judging from this, her former owner won't be leaving this safe house tonight. Having finally secured the #1 lackey niche, how come even the former owner has personally joined the fray? There are more and more stumbling blocks in my path. In her frustration, she scrubbed harder, as if I were giving her a full bath. Zhang Fan grimaced as she rubbed him, but he saw through the little housekeeper's jealousy and said with a smile, "All right, Sister Luan, stand aside and watch, don't leave." Snort. Luan Shu's thoughts were seen through, her pretty face flushed, she pouted, but still obediently stepped aside. She casually took a tube of blue top-grade cell vitality restorer from the temperature-controlled cabinet, skillfully unscrewed it, and fed it to Zhang Fan's mouth. But he couldn't help muttering, "Xiao Fan, if you can't handle it, don't force yourself. Didn't you just finish this morning? You need to control yourself and know when to stop." Zhang Fan drank it all in one gulp, patted her plump face, and looked at her with burning eyes. "Shut up. Don't you know whether I'm capable or not?" Luan Shu blushed instantly and turned her head away, ignoring him. Wen Xia, standing to the side, was caught off guard by the two flirting so openly that she felt awkward and uneasy. Zhang Fan's large, now powered hand roamed freely over her body. A strange flame suddenly ignited from the depths of my heart. Without waiting for Zhang Fan's order, she inexplicably bent down and began her job, which she already knew by heart. The movements were so smooth and seamless that Zhang Fan let out a muffled groan of pleasure. This tough woman has a strong learning ability, she's teachable. No wonder he's a top student with perfect theoretical knowledge, his muscle memory is amazing. Zhang Fan's right leg has recovered, and this is the first real victory he has achieved since he was able to stand up. Wen Xia suffered greatly. The torso and upper limbs modified by the divine body allowed Zhang Fan to reach a whole new level of endurance and explosive power. But Wen Xia, who was new to the world, was no match for him. For more than an hour, this usually aloof and tough woman was subjected to all sorts of torment by Zhang Fan. He especially admired Wen Xia's headlights, which were absolutely top tier among all the women. It has a warm and smooth feel, and an amazing size, I simply can't put it down. The visual impact is simply perfect. Finally, Wen Xia couldn't take it anymore. She was completely tortured into kneeling on the ground like a peach. His whole body was limp as mud, and he only had the strength to beg for mercy. "No. I really can't take it anymore. Xiao Fan, please spare me." Zhang Fan laughed angrily. "Can't handle it anymore? Can't handle it that quickly? When you were all high and mighty at the orphanage, behaving arrogantly towards me, did you ever imagine that I would recharge you so quickly? Ha? No, I'm asking you a question." With a sob in her voice, Wen Xia begged for forgiveness. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me, good brother." She was out of breath, and tears of humiliation welled up in her eyes. Seeing Luan Shu standing aside watching the show with a gloating expression, he couldn't help but get angry. She didn't know where she got the strength, but she pulled her into the fray as well. You shouldn't just watch either. Let's go together." "Ah. Mr. Wen, this." Before Luan Shu could react, she was pulled onto the bed. Thus, a protracted game of Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game, unfolded fiercely in this safe house.